Even before you were born, you were already the most powerful heavenly emperor in this world. With just a turn, you could make your mother's body explode. In order to not let your parents think of you as an anomaly, you decided to be born and live among them as an ordinary person. But at the moment your parents were about to name you, the heavens and earth changed, and a golden list descended into the world. And you, still in your mother's womb, were also exposed to the eyes of the world. The Hongmeng Golden List will be published every 3 years, and this time it is the cultivation list. The higher the cultivation level, the higher the ranking, with only the top 100 being announced. Those who make the list will receive rich rewards. At this moment, no hermit or old monster can escape, they are all exposed by the Golden List. Some even discovered that old monsters who had been dead for tens of thousands of years were not actually dead and had even greatly improved their cultivation levels. Until the Hongmeng Golden List is opened. Now announcing the 100th place. The 100th place, Chen Mingbang, also known as the True Taoist, at the Same King Realm, rewarded with a strand of innate immortal energy. With the exposure of the 100th place on the Golden List, everyone in the Shuchen Immortal Realm can hear it. To think that someone at the Same King Realm is only in the 100th place, how powerful must those above be? This is a bit too exaggerated. There are 100 talented Saint Kings, which is quite normal to think about. With so many hidden dragons and crouching tigers, it's normal. I, at the Golden Core Realm, truly envy them. It seems like making it to the top 100 in this lifetime is a distant dream. When they heard that the 100th talent was a Saint King, everyone was shocked. The realm of Saint King is already very unfamiliar, and many people can't reach it in their lifetime. Some are born with extraordinary saintly bodies and can easily reach the realm of Saint King through effortless cultivation in the future. On the other side, in one of the 3,000 continents, an old man slowly opened his eyes and looked in astonishment at the primordial golden list. To think that even the 100th position could receive such a good reward with innate immortal energy. If I, the purple blood ancestor, were to obtain innate immortal energy, wouldn't I be able to receive an even better reward? With the innate immortal energy, I am confident that I can step into a higher realm. He had great confidence in himself because he was a great emperor. As far as he knew, there were at most around 10 great emperors or higher among the billions of people in the 3,000 continents. Therefore, he was certain that he could receive the rewards for being in the top 10 or so. On the other side, in a secret room of a sect in Hangzhou, an old man who looked as thin as a skeleton heard the sound of the golden list and instantly opened his eyes. I didn't expect that my fake death and seclusion for so many years, Chen Mingdao, would actually be exposed by this so-called Hongmeng Golden List. The old man opened his mouth in astonishment, wondering what kind of object this Hongmeng Golden List really was. He had faked his death and secluded himself hundreds of years ago, hiding in the secret room of his sect to cultivate and break through to the level of Saint Venerable before going out again, but he never expected to be exposed by the Golden List. However, he was ecstatic upon hearing about the reward. The innate immortal aura was such a precious treasure. Once I receive the reward, I will definitely be able to break through to the Saint's sovereign realm, and then I can seek revenge on that old guy. Chen Mingdao gritted his teeth, his chest heaving continuously. The reason he was in seclusion was that he was severely injured and his lifespan greatly reduced by someone. He planned to break through to the Saint's sovereign realm in seclusion, regain his strength, and then seek revenge. Unexpectedly, the Hongmeng Golden List gave him a strand of innate immortal aura. With this aura, he would surely be able to break through to the Saint's sovereign realm. A strand of innate immortal aura stirred up the entire mysterious fairy realm. This was an unparalleled treasure. Anyone who obtained it could break through their cultivation level. Even an immortal emperor could greatly increase their strength with it. To receive such a generous reward just by ranking 100th, what more awaited those further down the line? Everyone couldn't help but start looking forward to it. Soon after, the 99th person was quickly revealed. The 99th person, Li Shen, a Saint King Realm cultivator, was rewarded with 2 strands of innate immortal energy. Upon hearing about the reward, everyone was astonished and shocked. They were all Saint Kings, yet one more strand of innate immortal energy was added. How amazing! If it were me who received it, I would definitely be able to quickly break through to the tribulation crossing stage. We are all Saint Kings, why is there such a big difference in rewards? A strand of immortal energy can make a significant difference. If I were Chen Mingdao, I would probably be infuriated to death. The exposure speed was very fast, with names being exposed one after another. But when the 90th name was exposed, many people were shocked. The 90th person, Huayu, also known as the Demon King of Tongtian at the Saint King Realm, was rewarded with 10 strands of innate immortal energy plus top-grade innate treasures. What surprised everyone was not the reward, but the name and nickname of this person. Wasn't he dead hundreds of years ago? How could he appear on the gold list? Can fallen individuals also appear on the gold list? But what's the use of receiving this reward? Don't you understand it yet? He must not have died, he's now exposed on the gold list. Is it true? The Demon King of the Underworld has killed many people, and now he's over in Taizhou. I wonder how many people want to kill him, they've been after him for centuries. They thought he was dead, but now that they see he's not, those people definitely won't give up easily. On the other side in Taizhou, as everyone had said, the enemy of the demon king of the sky, the Luo Tian Holy Land, one of the holy lands of Taizhou, was furious upon hearing this name. Nonsense, this demon king of the sky is still alive. I thought he was long gone. No wonder I couldn't find him after searching for hundreds of years. The sect leader's anger caused the aura of the holy venerable to instantly spread, making the surrounding elders tremble in fear. They naturally knew why the sect leader was so angry, only because the demon king of the heavens had once killed his wife and children, which is why he was so furious. Someone, continue to search for the whereabouts of the demon king of the heavens for me. I have cultivated for hundreds of years to break through to the holy venerable realm, and now I can finally seek revenge. Not far from Taizhou, in Xinzhou, a middle-aged man hidden in a cave immediately realized the seriousness of the situation upon hearing the sound of the golden list. Not good, I've been discovered. This golden list has exposed me. It's not safe to stay here for long, muttered the demon king Tontian in fear. He had been hiding for hundreds of years, thinking his plan was flawless, but now that the golden list had exposed him, his enemies would surely come looking for him. His cultivation had not fully recovered yet, so he couldn't afford to confront them head-on. When these 10 strands of innate immortal chi came over, he wouldn't need to hide anymore. Because of the matter of the Tongtian Demon King, many people already knew that the Hongmeng Golden Ranking could expose everyone, whether they faked their death or used a concealment technique, it was useless under its eyes. All the reclusive old monsters, the old ancestors who hadn't died were shocked through and through. This golden list is not harming them. And when Li Lan, who was still in his mother's womb, found out about this, he knew that the golden list would definitely expose him. Even the man who faked his death and got away with it can be found out, so can he in his mother's womb. I didn't realize I was going to be famous before I was even born, but it shouldn't be something anyone would suspect a child of. 89th place, Jutai Y, Holy Spirit Realm. Reward, 1 strand of Hongmeng Purple Chi. End of chapter. Chapter 4, Hongmeng Purple Breath, Immortal Emperor. Chapter 4, Hongmeng Purple Breath, Immortal Emperor. Chapter 4, Hongmeng Purple Breath, Immortal Emperor. Hongmeng Purple Breath. Surprisingly, it is such a supreme treasure. It's actually rewarded with Hongmeng Purple Chi. This is a good treasure. This Yu Daowei is comfortable. His Saint Zun realm is estimated to have just absorbed it and he can break through to the Quasi-Emperor realm consummation. What about this terrifying? I've never even seen what the Hongmeng Purple Chi is. It's normal if you've never seen it, and I haven't. It's really like listening to you. Don't even joke about it, let me tell you, this Hongmeng Purple Chi is extraordinary, such a simple strand of it is enough to break through a large realm. Even if a Quasi-Emperor consummates and takes it, he can still break through to an immortal emperor. The 89th place was rewarded with a strand of Hongmeng Purple Chi. The crowd was shocked and looked forward to the rewards behind them even more. And more people are wondering, who actually invented this Hongmeng Golden List? Even the Hongmeng Purple Chi, such a supreme treasure, can be taken out, too generous, too luxurious. Hearing one name after another being exposed, Li Lan was a bit tired of hearing it, so he withdrew his divine sense and prepared to sleep. But suddenly, he felt warmth around his torso, as if there was spiritual energy wrapping around him, secretly improving his physique. This is the great tonic soup that mother drank? Li Lan froze and said, this great tonic soup was indeed tonic enough, but for him, it was average. He didn't need any tonic anymore, he was the strongest in heaven and earth at birth, unrivaled. Madam, rest first, the maid said softly as she looked toward Mo Qing. Aha! Mo Qing nodded, resting early and nourishing the fetus was the most important thing she should do now. As Mo Qing lay down to rest, Li Lan in his stomach felt cozy, and to be honest, it was the first time he had ever felt a baby's sensations so clearly. This feeling of staying in your tummy, having nothing to do and being extra warm is a real treat. There was a feeling of wanting to remain unborn, but the thought of not being born and not being able to pretend or pick up girls was hard for him. Having traveled to the world of immortal cultivation, wouldn't it be a wasted trip if we didn't suppress everyone in the world and soak all the girls? So, one must be born, or born is invincible. Thinking of this, sleepiness came. Although he was a heavenly emperor, his cultivation had not fully materialized and he was still a fleshly mortal body. Slowly, Li Lan fell into a beautiful dream. 50th place, Lu Shiming, Holy Spirit Realm. Reward, 10 strands of Hongmeng Purple Chi, lower grade Heavenly Dao Supreme Treasure. The bottom 50 had all been announced, and surprisingly, they were still just below Saint Exalted, which made many people surprised. No way, are immortal emperors or great emperors that rare? It looks like it's very few, it's all 50, still at Saint Exalted. I'm afraid it'll be Quasi-Emperor after 30. Hee, you guys really think that immortal emperors are so easy? How can you become an emperor without 10,000 years of cultivation? Immortal emperors are too difficult. Every immortal emperor relies on killing to kill their way out, and to withstand loneliness. The path of an immortal emperor was not easy, and only a few immortal emperors had become famous in the past 10,000 years in the 3,000 great states. When they thought of those immortal emperors, the crowd became a bit exuberant, wondering which of those immortal emperors would be the first. The dragon state of the 3,000 great states. Longhua State House. Long Ao Tian sat on the dragon chair made of dragon bones and looked faintly at the Hongmeng Golden Ranking. A golden list can actually expose everyone's cultivation, that's really interesting. Long Ao Tian said with a faint smile with the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Usually, many people above Saint King like to conceal their cultivation, or possessed extremely powerful cultivation concealment techniques that others simply couldn't see through. Take him for example, even the Heavenly Emperor couldn't possibly see through his cultivation because he possessed the strongest concealment technique ever, the Heaven Concealment Technique. But now, this golden list seemed to be able to recognize his cultivation, or else it wouldn't have announced everyone's cultivation. I don't know how many places this immortal emperor of mine can rank, and what rewards I can take. To be honest, Long Ao Tian quite wanted that Hongmeng purple chi, not to mention immortal emperors. I'm afraid that heavenly emperors would want it if they came. With the Hongmeng purple chi, he would be able to rush that legendary God Emperor realm, and above the God Emperor was the Heavenly Emperor. For his reward, he was getting more and more excited. A little bit of time passed until the evening. The Hongmeng Golden ranking had been broadcasted for 70 people until the final 30th place, which was still at the Saint Exalted realm, and there were no quasi-emperors out yet. But surprisingly, soon to the 30th place, the Hongmeng Golden list was gone. Today is the end of the day and the top 30 will be announced tomorrow. Surprisingly, it just ended wrongly. It's just gone? That was sloppy. I thought it would be broadcast over. I'm speechless. Can't it just end? It has to be appetizing. 70 people don't even have a quasi-emperor yet. This is too difficult. Hee, you have to know that there is a big ditch between a saint and a quasi-emperor. This is the watershed, and those who break through the quasi-emperor's lifespan is now on par with the heavens. I'm still curious as to who the three strongest immortal emperors, Immortal Emperor Long Ao and Immortal Emperor Qingleng as well as Immortal Emperor Devil Tiger, will actually rank first. These three immortal emperors were the most famous and terrifying immortal emperors within the immortal emperors, singling out Immortal Emperor Long Ao, who had once fought against 10,000, killing 10,000 sacred emperors with the Immortal Emperor realm in a rage, with two quasi-emperors mixed in, and all of them had been subdued by him. And it was effortlessly subdued. Therefore, everyone was eager to see which three immortal emperors would be able to take first place. The next day, early morning, Li family, Madam's house. Li Lan in Mo Qing's stomach slowly opened his eyes, having had a full night's sleep. Host, a new day is here, do you sign in? At those words, Li Lan instantly sobered up and spoke inwardly, sign in. Successful signing, rewarding the host with full poison refining skills. From now on, you are the new master of poison refining. In an instant, countless knowledge poured into his mind like seawater, and he quickly grasped countless methods of refining poisons as well as all the poisons in the world, how to refine poisons, how to distinguish them, and so on, in an instant. Not long after, Li Lan opened his eyes. Poison refining is surprisingly so powerful. Li Lan was surprised. This poison refining was really profound. What colorless, odorless poison? What poison that makes you go berserk when you smell it? What poison that makes you go off the deep end? It's simply a must for the old six. This sign-in system is really powerful, lying down and signing in to get something that others can't get in their whole life. Ma'am, how's it going? Is the baby in your belly alright? At this moment, his father Li Qingtian's voice sounded outside, and Li Lan was slightly stunned. I didn't expect my father to come over so early to see my mother. He really seems to be a good husband. Nothing's wrong, it's fine. Mo Qing smiled and gently stroked Li Lan in her stomach. That's good. I'll have someone cook the great tonic soup now. Qing Tianli laughed and then walked out to order his servants to cook the great tonic soup. Apart from allowing pregnant women to nourish their bodies, the greatest effect of the great tonic soup is on babies, which can make their physique better and give them a good cultivation physique at birth. End of chapter. Chapter 5, Refining Poisons to Full Completion, Severing the Fetus. Chapter 5, Refining Poisons to Full Completion, Severing the Fetus. Chapter 5, Refining Poisons to Full Completion, Severing the Fetus. While Li Lan was still looking at the outside world with his divine sense, a new maid walked in. You are? Mo Chang asked as she looked at the raw-faced maid suspiciously. At those words, Li Lan also looked at that maid. He had seen almost everyone in the Li family yesterday, only this maid, a raw-faced one. It couldn't help but make him suspicious. Ma'am, I'm the new maid. Just now the head of the family asked me to cook a great tonic soup for you, and I've cooked it. The maid bowed her head and spoke. Mo Ching nodded though he was puzzled. Well, put it on the table. Gestured to the table next to him. Good, ma'am, drink it while it's hot or it will lose its efficacy. The maid made a special remark, put down the great tonic soup and closed the door and walked out. Mo Qing didn't get up immediately to drink it, while Li Lan looked at the bowl of tonic soup and was instantly startled. This is fetal severing powder, and it's also the strongest kind. Familiar with all poisons, he could tell at a glance what had been added to this great tonic soup. Apart from that flavor of fetus breaking powder, all the others are spiritual herbs and insects. If this fetus breaking powder is removed, it will definitely be a great tonic soup. But now it is not, it is a poisonous soup. This broken fetus dispersal, with the previous life of the baby death tablets in effect, as long as the drink, the child inside the stomach will be soulful, blood and flesh will be melted, very vicious. Who was the other party and why did they want to do such a poisonous thing, wanting to put him to death? Just then, Mo Qing slowly got up and took a step towards the bowl of tonic soup, and just in the nick of time, a voice exploded in her head. Mother, don't drink. The moment the voice rang out, Mo Qing was struck by lightning, her body shook violently, and the bowl in her hand was unsteady, falling straight to the ground. Boo! It exploded at the sound, the great tonic soup spilled all over the ground, and the sound also startled all the servants outside. One by one the maids rushed to run in, but only not the one who brought the soup. What is it, ma'am? Ma'am, are you okay? One by one, when the servants saw that the great tonic soup had spilled on the floor, the bowl had shattered all over the place, and Mo Qing was standing in place with a stupefied look on her face. They were scared out of their wits. This is the head of the family's wife. If anything happens, they'll all be on their heads. Frightened, these servants hurriedly helped Mo Qing to the bed, and then sent someone to inform the family head, which could not be afforded. Not long after, Li Qingtian appeared out of thin air beside Mo Qing, and with an anxious face, he grabbed Mo Qing's hand and began to utilize his aura to probe the Li Lan and the physical condition of Mo Qing's body. It was a relief to make sure it was okay. How are you? What happened? Qingtian Li asked worriedly. Mo Qing didn't speak, but glanced at the servants. Li Qingtian immediately understood. All of you go out. Yes. The servants all left and closed the door. There's no one left, say it. Qingtian Li continued. Sunga, I just heard our son's voice. Mo Qing spoke with both fear and joy. Fearful that the child would be able to talk to her, elated that the child would be able to talk to her. Are you hallucinating? The child hasn't been born yet. Qingtian Li frowned in confusion. The baby wasn't even born yet, so how could he hear him? Really, my son just told me to not drink that bowl of tonic soup, so I got scared and broke it. Mo Qing said excitedly. Her son could even talk to her. This must be a genius, an absolute genius. Before he was even born, he could transmit sound. Knowing that divine sense transmission had to be above foundation establishment, couldn't it be that her son was already foundation establishment inside his mother's womb? I'm afraid no one would believe it if I told them. To be born as a foundation builder, this was unless one was born with a holy body, or else one was born using countless resources to cultivate an embryo, or else it was the scion of a demonic beast. The bloodline of demonic beasts was different from that of the human race. They were born with infinite strength, and some of them possessed extremely high realms at birth, making them the envy of the race. If the latter two were not, then it could only be the former, and it was highly likely that her son possessed a sacred body, and a very strong one at that. Thinking of this, Mo Qing couldn't help but smile excitedly. Who wouldn't want their child to be powerful? This would mean that they would be able to go farther and live longer in the future. In this day and age, you can't live long without strength. The stronger you are, the safer you are. Great tonic soup? Li Qingtian tightened his brows and looked at the great tonic soup on the ground, took a step over, squatted down, and gently touched the great tonic soup, placed it in front of his nose and sniffed. Suddenly, his face changed drastically and he stood up violently. This great tonic soup has even added fetal breaking powder inside. Who is it that is so wicked as to add fertility severing powder to the great tonic soup that his wife is going to drink? This is to cut off his heir. This hatred is not shared. At those words, Mo Qing's face suddenly changed, instantly turning white. There was even a fetus breaking powder in there, and if she drank it, the baby in her belly would. At that thought, she put her hands on her stomach in hindsight and smiled thankfully. Luckily, the baby was fine, or she would have regretted it for the rest of her life. Asshole, who sent the great tonic soup today? Li Qingtian became furious and shouted sternly. The doorway instantly opened wide. One by one, the servants outside ran in, flopping around, each kneeling on the ground, terrified. The great tonic soup was brought in by a new maid who said she was arranged by you. A maid timidly opened her mouth. Who is it? Qingtian Li roared. The people looked at each other, and finally the maid shook her head and said in horror, She seems to be gone. Once these words came out, everyone understood that someone had infiltrated the Li family and laid their hands on the head of the family's wife, almost causing the young master to die in the womb before he was born. Upon hearing this, Qingtian Li became even more furious, wanting to kill all of these servants as a way to dissipate his anger. Just then, a tender childish voice suddenly resounded in his mind. Father, that maid hasn't gone far, she's under a big tree 50 kilometers to the right, go get him. Li Qingtian instantly froze, his anger swept away, wrongly turning his head slowly and looking at his wife's stomach. Was that his son's voice just now? Could it be that what the wife said was true, that the son could really talk to them? His son was so heaven-defying that he could already transmit sound before he was even born. Wouldn't this be possessing the posture of a great emperor? Father, don't get excited yet, go after them or they'll get away. Li Lan's words appeared again, interrupting Qingtian Li, only to see the corners of Li Qingtian's mouth rise as he spoke with a cold smile. Son, don't worry, you're old man, I'm a Yuaning. As soon as the words fell, Qingtian Li's figure disappeared. Yuaning, one thought can instantly move thousands of miles, a mere 50 kilometers, easily. End of chapter. Chapter 6 My son has the appearance of a great emperor. Chapter 6 My son has the appearance of a great emperor. Chapter 6 My son has the appearance of a great emperor. Not long after, Li Qingtian returned while he was carrying a woman in his hand. The woman was lifted in Li Qingtian's hands like a chicken, struggling with her hands and feet, but all to no avail. She was powerless in the face of Yuaning. What for? Get off me. The woman yelled out. Obviously she didn't realize her plan had gone down the drain. Who instructed you to poison? Li Qingtian spoke in a cold voice. At those words, the woman's body shook violently, her eyes dripping with disbelief as she muttered, "How did you know?" Soon, she saw the puddle of tonic soup on the ground, and her pupils contracted violently. "Impossible, how did you guys find me? I've been working on this plan for so long before I infiltrated the Li family and got the chance to poison them," the woman shouted in resignation. She for this plan has been applying for the Li family made for a year, yesterday only with great difficulty through, and that break the fetus powder where she spent all her savings to buy the best break the fetus powder, colorless and tasteless, not refining the poison very strong people, press to see. She investigated, Mo Qing is a Jindan realm woman, no contact with poisons, it is impossible to find out that the fetus breakers are added in it, as long as you drink it, the child in your belly will definitely die. But now that it had failed, could it be that Mo Qing still had a master poison refiner by his side, able to see through that bowl of tonic soup? Unhappy. She's not happy about it. Who ordered you? Li Qingtian spoke in a cold voice as he grabbed the woman's neck. Dreaming, I won't tell you. The woman looked at Li Qingtian coldly, her eyes seemed to have a monstrous hatred in them, causing Li Qingtian to freeze. This woman had such a majestic hatred for him, could it be that the two had an undying hatred? But after thinking about it, Qingtianli couldn't recall who the woman was at all, he had never seen her before. "Father, isn't it possible to search your soul?" At this moment, Li Lan's voice once again sounded in Li Qingtian's head. At those words, Li Qingtian was shocked, his pupils contracted violently, and he looked at Mo Qing's stomach again. How did the son know about soul searching? This couldn't help but make him wonder if his son was the reincarnation of a demon god, because spells like soul searching were explicitly forbidden because they were too evil, and although they were not harmful to the user, they were just miserable for the person being used. It destroys the victim's soul, leading to delirium and insanity, or in severe cases, the soul may die a violent death and die outright. The use of soul-searching techniques is forbidden in all 3,000 states, and anyone caught using them will be dealt with as a demonic cultivator, and the end result will be that their soul will be dispersed and they will never be allowed to reincarnate. Therefore, the soul-searching technique should never be used. I don't know how my son knows about this kind of evil technique, I'll ask later. Men, drag her to the torture hall and heavily torture her to see if she is still hard. Li Qingtian droned in a cold voice. Yes. Several male servants stood up in a hurry and dragged the woman away. Hearing this, the woman's body trembled, scared to the extreme, frantically begging for mercy, but how could Li Qingtian let her go? After the woman was taken away, Qingtianli drove away all the servants and sat quietly beside Mo Qing. What's wrong? Mo Qing looked at Qingtianli worriedly and opened his mouth to ask. I just heard my son's voice too. Upon hearing this, Mo Qing's face was delighted, and he quickly spoke, Look, I told you, my son can talk. What did he say to you? Afterwards, Qingtianli spoke out what he had just heard as well as his own conjectures. How could it be? How could my son be the reincarnation of a demon god? Mo Qing was so shocked that she hastily covered her stomach, fearing that Li Qingtian would kill the child in her stomach on impulse. She didn't believe that she was born as the reincarnation of a demon god. Even Li Lan inside his stomach was confused. How am I the reincarnation of a demon god? Li Lan was at a loss, he had somehow been installed with the name of a demon god? Host, soul searching is a taboo in the Xian Dust Immortal world, and any user will be dealt with as a demon cultivator. Hearing the system's explanation, Li Lan came to a sudden realization, and immediately said in surprise, ********, so you know not to say? The host didn't give me the chance. At those words, Li Lan was a bit embarrassed, just now it was indeed his own subconscious that he said it. After all, he had read a lot of novels that had the existence of the spell soul searching, and a single soul searching was all it took to deal with those who refused to tell their secrets. And now it had turned into a spell reserved for demonic cultivators, it was too much to bury this spell. If this is placed in the past life, those prisoners simply have no back roads, a soul-searching technique down, what all know, how convenient It seemed that he had to find a reasonable explanation for this, or else he would be unjustly treated as a demonic cultivator by his parents. I know that as well, but for my son to be able to speak out about the soul-searching technique, this is clearly not like a normal child. Li Qingtian frowned and spoke. How could any other child know about the existence of soul-searching at birth? This was too much. He couldn't think of any other possibility other than the reincarnation of a demon god. Father, mother, I'm not some reincarnation of a demon god. At this moment, Li Lan's voice sounded in both of their minds, and Li Qingtian immediately looked at Mo Qing's stomach, his brows tightening even more. Who the hell are you? Father, I'm your son, except that I was able to cultivate more than 10 days ago, and then I looked around with my divine sense and happened to hear about the spell soul search. Upon hearing this, Qingtianli was taken aback, and Mo Qing was equally so. Surprisingly, he had already started cultivating in more than 10 days. What kind of absolute genius is this? It's too terrifying. The two of them had never seen such an unbelievable genius before. Many children still had a week or two after birth before they could start cultivating, and in the case of geniuses, a few days. But their son was surprisingly able to cultivate when he was inside his mother's womb. What is your current cultivation level? Qing Tianli asked in a hurry. Li Lan inside his stomach was silent. He couldn't directly say that his cultivation was in the Heavenly Emperor realm. No one would probably believe him if he said it. Whose child inside the belly is the Heavenly Emperor realm? Ah, this is not a pure demon, after all. It is the highest realm of the Xin Dust Immortal realm. It is too exaggerated. Jin Dan. Li Lan casually said a realm that was both conservative and not very exaggerated. Upon hearing this, Qing Tianli and Mo Qing were both dumbstruck at the same time, looking at their stomachs in surprise. Their son is actually inside the mother's womb as the Jin Dan realm. This is simply the proper absolute genius. That birth shall not be yuaning? Ha ha ha, I didn't expect. My Li family has produced a dragon. My son Li Lan has the posture of a great emperor. Qing Tianli suddenly looked up and laughed out loud, very excited. His son even had the Jin Dan realm before he was even born. How could it be after birth? I didn't expect that his offspring would be so strong. Thinking of this, Li Qingtian couldn't help but have a bottom line. There are still 3 years to go before the young lord's competition begins, although his son will only be 3 years old in 3 years, but his realm is a Jin Dan, so there is no problem at all. The head of the family is still my offsprings. End of chapter. Chapter 7, Demon Dragon Demon Emperor, Demon Race Great Emperor. Chapter 7, Demon Dragon Demon Emperor, Demon Race Great Emperor. Chapter 7, Demon Dragon Demon Emperor, Demon Race Great Emperor. Son, take a good rest first. Old dad, I will personally go and cook you a great tonic soup so that you can cultivate faster again. Li Qingtian touched his wife's stomach and smiled dotingly. Yes, father. Qingtianli left. He had to personally make the great tonic soup in case it was poisoned again. Son, can you hear mother? Mo Qing touched her stomach and smiled dotingly. Yes, mother. Great, in that case, mother can chat with you every day. Mo Qing was happy that her own son was able to chat with her in her mother's womb. What mother could do that? Afterwards, Li Lan and Mo Qing chatted casually, and Mo Qing told Li Lan many things about the Li family in advance. The young lord competition and things like that would begin in 3 years. By then all of his father's brother's children would be participating, and those of his older siblings, whose realms were now 2 or 3 levels of body refinement, would most likely be body refinement perfection in 3 years' time, or higher. The young master was equivalent to the future head of the family, and originally, this position was definitely to be taken by the descendant of the head of the family, but last year, some people objected and felt that it should be taken by someone who was strong, so Qing Tianli announced a new rule. 3 years after the year when his heir is born, the young lord's competition begins. But Li Lan didn't think much about it. His ambition wasn't here. He wanted to go out and have a look around. How could he possibly nestle here as the head of the family? Talked for about an hour. The golden list of Hongmeng is once again available. Countless people of the Xin Dust Immortal realms raised their heads to look at the Hongmeng golden ranking, anticipating the next person on the list. The first 30 are announced. The rewards for the top 30 will not be announced and will be distributed together after the list is closed. 29th, Luo Tian, nicknamed Long Modi, Emperor-to-be. Surprisingly, the rewards are shielded. Are the rewards at the back too unbelievable? It must be so. The Hongmeng purple breath is given away in the front. I can't even imagine what heavenly rewards can be given away in the back. Now that it's all shielded, the rewards behind it must be awesome. Luo Tian, I recognize this one. It's surprising that the Quasi-Emperor is only the 29th. So wouldn't all the ones upwards be Quasi-Emperors or above? When did the Xin Dust Immortal world have so many Quasi-Emperors? Didn't they say that Quasi-Emperors are extremely difficult to break through? They're all reclusive old monsters. This Luo Tian seems to have been cultivating for tens of thousands of years. At this moment, in the Luo family's ancestral land in Luo Prefecture, in a dark room, Luo Tian was sitting in it and cultivating. It was surprising to hear that his name was announced by the Hongmeng Golden List. I'm only the 29th? Luo Tian couldn't believe it. He had cultivated for tens of thousands of years to reach the Quasi-Emperor realm, and there were surprisingly 28 others who were more powerful than him. Those great emperors or immortal emperors were definitely more powerful than him, but the fact that all the other paragon emperors were even more powerful than him made him a bit annoyed. He'd like to see who's above him. 28th place, Takaya, Emperor-to-be. Hearing that name, Luo Tian became even angrier. How did this dog Gaoya become more powerful than me? Luo Tian felt incredulous. This Gaoyi, of course, he knew, just in the next state, the two were old rivals, sparring every day. He's beaten Takumi every time, and on this occasion, surprisingly, he's underneath him. It doesn't make sense. No, I'm going to go find Gao and fight again. One by one, the names were announced until the 15th place, which was surprisingly still a paragon emperor. 15th, Wei Yunpeng, nicknamed the Kuanpeng Emperor, a quasi-imperial realm. How come the 15th is still a quasi-emperor? So many quasi-emperors. This Kuanpeng Emperor is awesome, mastering the Kuanpeng Grand Technique. A single flight is 10,000 miles, relying on this technique 10,000 years to become a quasi-emperor. I wonder if it's still a quasi-empire up there. This was already more than a dozen paragon emperors, and there were still so many great emperors and immortal emperors that hadn't been announced. The crowd couldn't help but look forward to it. Together with the quasi-emperors, there are only about 20 people? Li Lan inwardly wondered. He had thought that there would be a lot of quasi-emperors, but now it seemed that there were only about 20 quasi-emperors, great emperors, and immortal emperors combined. But the Shin Dust Immortal Realm, it seems that there are a lot of people. From what my mother said, there are 3,000 big states, and each one of them has at least a few 100 million people, or a conservative number of people. That's way more than the total population of the planet. Surprisingly, there were only 20 or so emperors or more, so it seems that this quasi-imperial or more is indeed a watershed with an extremely gaping difference. I don't know where he can rank. Well, at least he's in the Heavenly Emperor realm. The top 3 should be there. He had just secretly said his mother's words, and she said that the entire Shin Dust Immortal Realm hadn't seen a Heavenly Emperor for 100,000 years, and that there had been one in the past, and that he had heard that he had left this side of the world. But don't rule out some hidden old monsters. Host, please rest assured, the system is in accordance with the strongest realm to reward, although it is the realm of the Heavenly Emperor, but it is also the Heavenly Emperor consummation. The first is a must-take. At that moment, the system's voice rang out. Upon hearing this, Lilan grinned. It seemed that he had to be able to take this first place. I just don't know if his parents will get suspicious after publishing his name. After all, the names are exactly the same. 14th place, Demon Dragon, nicknamed Demon Dragon Demon Emperor, in the realm of the Great Emperors. The 14th place was announced, and surprisingly, it wasn't the human race, but the demon race. When the name Demon Dragon spread throughout the world was shocked. The demon race even has a great emperor. Which great emperor is this? Never heard of it before. I've never heard of it. It might be a hidden old demon. Our human race is in danger. There's even a demon emperor. Find out where it is at speed and exterminate it. I thought that this Hongmeng golden ranking was announced only for the human race, but now it seems that all other races are possible. Demon race, ghost race, and human race. So far we only see the human race and demon race. I don't know if there are any great emperors in the other two races. The demon race unexpectedly produced a great emperor. Everyone was a little afraid. After all, the demon race and the human race have always been at odds. The two races are fighting and killing every day. You eat me, I eat you kind of thing. 13th, Purple Blood, nicknamed the Purple Blood Ancestor, Great Emperor Realm. 13th place, still in the Great Emperor Realm. This one was not like the Black Dragon. This Purple Blood old man was known to many people because he was notoriously cruel and disgusting. Simply because he likes to suck all kinds of blood to fuel his cultivation, especially the blood of virgins, which he likes the most, or else child's blood, is a demonic cultivator that everyone cries out to kill. Damn it, this old thing isn't dead yet. I don't know where it's hiding. I thought he had died a long time ago, but I didn't realize he wasn't dead yet. Which great emperor can step in and kill him? He hasn't appeared for hundreds of years, and he's not even dead. He remembers that he wasn't a quasi-emperor when he disappeared. How did he become a great emperor? A demon cultivator is like this, he can quickly raise his cultivation level, but the drawback is huge, he has to keep sucking blood to maintain the status quo. The appearance of the Purple Blood Old Ancestor angered the entire world and made them want to kill him. End of chapter. Chapter 8, Immortal Emperor Changsun, Immortal Emperor Qingling. 12th place, Li Hai, Ghost Spectre, Great Emperor. As the 12th place was announced, countless people were shocked and dumbfounded as they looked at the Hongmeng golden ranking in the sky, sucking in a breath of cool air. Ghost Spectre Old Ancestor, wasn't he only at the Quasi-Emperor realm a few years ago? How did he become a great emperor now? When did he break through? Good fellow, I said why there are so many fewer Quasi-Emperors, so it's a breakthrough. I'm really envious. Where's Dushan Jinran? I remember he's also a Quasi-Emperor. I even saw him 100 years ago. How come I didn't report his name? Yeah, I remember this person as well. It can't be that he's broken through to a great emperor as well. Impossible, he just broke through 100 years ago. How could he break through to a great emperor in 100 years? There is only one possibility, he fell. Gradually, some people realized that something was wrong, and the fact that there were many less paragon emperors wasn't announced. Some suspected that the ones whose names had not been announced had either broken through to great emperors or had fallen. That Dushan Jinran was an exception. He was from the exclusive, 1,000-year-old family in Mojo, exclusive. The exclusive family heads as well as the elders gathered together. They had all seen the rankings of the Hongmeng Golden ranking and were worried at this time. What should we do? Now I guess everyone knows about our old ancestor having fallen. An elder spoke with worry. The old ancestor in his mouth was none other than Dushan Jinran. That quasi-emperor ancestor had died 8 years ago after practicing a sinister technique that caused him to go off the deep end and blow himself up. They hadn't told anyone about this matter, and the outside world had always thought that the old ancestor was still in closed-door cultivation, impacting the great emperor realm. But now, with the appearance of the golden ranking, it was completely exposed, and if people hadn't seen the Dushan realist, they would definitely know that he had fallen. If those people know that the old ancestor has fallen, they will definitely come to our door. Another elder wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said in fear. They had exclusively offended a lot of people who were afraid of the old ancestor, so they had never dared to retaliate. If they were to know now that the old ancestor had fallen, they would definitely be the first to seek revenge. Although they didn't have any paragon emperors, they had saint sovereigns, and their heritage wasn't inferior to theirs, so if they really had to fight, they would definitely suffer. Tell all the family descendants that no one is allowed to go out during this period of time, we're going to be on guard. The exclusive family head spoke in a cold voice. But just at that moment, a voice transmission resounded throughout the exclusive. Exclusive everyone, come out and claim your deaths, your old ancestor has fallen, today is the anniversary of your deaths. The crowd was shocked and rushed to look out, and it was this glance that caused them to fall to the ground, their eyes wide open. There are so many people, I saw the heads of the Chen, Li, and Wang families, they're all here. Not only that, I also saw the Gao family, the Mo family, they are also people we once offended. What are we going to do now? They have come to our door to crush us, and now that the old ancestor is not here, what are we going to do? The hearts of all the elders were thumping, and their chests were heaving so much that they were on the verge of jumping out. The eyes were filled with despair, facing so many people, how could they possibly fight without an old ancestor? Now, it's either admit defeat or die fighting. We exclusively are not people who are afraid of death, so let's go to war. I, Du Tianluo, would rather die in battle than run away. The head of the family coldly shouted and disappeared in place, going out to answer the battle. The rest of the elders sighed when they saw this. It seemed that today, life would not be long. They didn't run away either, and one by one, they followed the family head out to answer the battle, and a great battle was about to break out. Other side. 10th place, Shen Mu, Forest Emperor, Great Emperor Realm. In 10th place, it was still the Great Emperor. I know about this Great Emperor, with Spirit Saint body, from a young age, he has a spirituality towards plants, he can absorb plants to strengthen his realm, extremely powerful. 10th place, the rewards must be great. Why isn't there an immortal emperor yet? I want to see which immortal emperor comes in first place. The crowd was very much looking forward to the 3 strongest immortal emperors and who would get the first place. And the reward for first place must be pretty unbelievable. 9th place, 8th place, 7th place, through and through, was announced, and it was still the Great Emperor. It wasn't until the 6th place that an immortal emperor finally appeared. 6th place, Changsun Jinrong, Immortal Emperor Changsun, Immortal Emperor Realm. Finally, Immortal Emperor Changsun, the latest immortal emperor to break through, but it's been a few thousand years, and the entire Xian Dust Immortal Realm was celebrating for him at the time. Well, I've heard that his physique is very powerful, it's an everlasting body, capable of living forever, and as long as he doesn't suffer any fatal injuries, his lifespan is endless. That's right, it seems like he's been alive for tens of thousands of years. It's by relying on this holy body that he broke through to a mortal emperor. His natural talent is quite poor. If I had this sacred body, I would have stayed in seclusion until the heavenly emperor. Immortal emperors have already appeared in the 6th place, so all of the above will be immortal emperors. Soon after, 5th place was announced. 5th place, Gu Qinghan, Immortal Emperor of Qingling, Immortal Emperor Realm. When Gu Qinghan's name was announced, countless people in the Xian Dust Immortal Realm's bodies shook, their eyes filled with surprise. How could it be that Immortal Emperor Qingling is only 5th? That's too much of an exaggeration, who else is up there? This is one of the 3 recognized strongest immortal emperors, Immortal Emperor Qingling, and he's only 5th? Unreasonable, this Hongmeng golden ranking is definitely fake. This is not real at all. I don't believe that Immortal Emperor Qingling is only 5th, she's very strong. Xian Dust Immortal World recognized one of the 3 strongest Immortal Emperor Qingling Immortal Emperors, surprisingly only the 5th place, which makes many people feel incredible. There are a lot of us the Qingling Immortal Emperor's believers are even more broken defense, doubt the authenticity of the Hongmeng Golden List. And at this time, the other side of Qingzhou. Clear cold immortal sect. Inside the Patriarch's hall, a cold and stunningly beautiful woman sat cross-legged, ice blue aura and Tao rhythms surrounded her body, her aura powerful and terrifying. When she heard the sound of the Hongmeng Golden ranking, her eyes snapped open, revealing a trace of incredulity. I was only 5th? Gu Qinghan was puzzled. Did another great emperor break through? There were only 4 immortal emperors that she knew of, including Immortal Emperor Changsun in front of her, as well as Long Ao Tian, the 2 devil tigers, and herself. But now seeing that the Hongmeng Golden ranking was announced that she was only 5th, it meant that there were 2 immortal emperors in addition to the 2, Long Outyan and Demon Tiger. Just who could it be that broke through to a mortal emperor again? But even with 2 more, there was no way he could only be 5th. Knowing that he was 5th, Gu Qinghan was a bit unconvinced and was not in the mood to cultivate, coming to the outside world to look up at the Hongmeng Golden ranking. I'd like to see who is above me. End of chapter. Chapter 9, First place, Li Lan, Heavenly Emperor. Chapter 9, First place, Li Lan, Heavenly Emperor. Chapter 9, First place, Li Lan, Heavenly Emperor. Ryu Ju. Gu Qinghan was only 5th? Long Ao Tian looked at the Hongmeng Golden ranking and wondered. He had fought both of them, Xingling and Demon Tiger, and although he had won in the end, it was a close victory each time. The other 2 weren't weak, and he didn't expect Gu Qinghan to only come in 5th place. In that case, it doesn't look like you're necessarily number 1. Originally, Long Ao Tian was very confident in his ranking, either 2nd or 1st, but now that he saw that Gu Qinghan only took 5th, his confidence was gone quite a bit again. 4th place, Li Hao, Immortal Emperor. The Hongmeng Golden Ranking was once again announced for the 4th place, but when the 4th place was announced, everyone's jaws dropped. For this man, they had never heard of. Who is this one, Li Hao? How come I haven't heard that name before? When did he break through to Immortal Emperor? I don't know, if one breaks through an Immortal Emperor, there must be a heaven and earth vision, but why not? A new Immortal Emperor, this Li Hao is even stronger than Immortal Emperor Qinglang, it's really terrifying. It's really quiet, if it wasn't for the Hongmeng Golden List, I'm afraid we wouldn't even know about this one. I don't know if this Immortal Emperor Li Hao is an old ancestor of any Li family or what. In each state, there are basically so many big families, among which the most famous vanguard families in the Xin Dust Immortal realm are the Li family, the Chen family, the Shao family, the Yi family, and the Tang family. These families had a collection of talented disciples, basically spreading throughout the entire Xin Dust Immortal realm, and this Immortal Emperor Li Hao was presumed to be from one of the 10,000 ancient families. One more Immortal Emperor, Li Hao, a name I haven't heard before. Long Ao Tian looked at the Hongmeng Golden List and muttered, he also had not heard of this name. Presumably a closed-door breakthrough Immortal Emperor has not been revealed until today was exposed by the Golden List. It was truly a crouching tiger and hidden dragon. If it wasn't for the Hongmeng Golden List, he was afraid that he wouldn't even know that there were so many Immortal Emperors. 3rd place, Immortal Emperor Realm. In the next second, the Hongmeng Golden Ranking was announced again, and upon hearing who the 3rd place was, Long Ao Tian's eyes widened. That demon tiger guy was only 3rd place? Then who's in 2nd place, me, or someone else? In his mind, the ranking should have been Gu Qinghan 3rd, Demon Tiger 2nd, and him 1st. But now, this ranking is completely disrupted, as if it is not normal. The Devil Tiger is so strong only 3rd, the 2nd cannot be him. Holy, really, the Devil Tiger Immortal Emperor is only in 3rd place, so is the Dragon Pride Immortal Emperor in 1st or 2nd place? It should be number 1, it looks like the strongest Immortal Emperor is going to be announced, and it's going to be Immortal Emperor Long Ao. The 2nd place really makes me curious. I wonder what kind of god it is that managed to surpass the demonic tiger Immortal Emperor. Another reclusive old man, I guess. The crowd had been dumbfounded when they saw that the 3rd place was the demonic tiger Immortal Emperor. The Immortal Emperor, who was very strong in the hearts of many, was only in 3rd place, so who would be above him? On the other side of the room, Gu Qinghan was equally shocked that the demon tiger, who was on par with her, was only in 3rd place? That's too much, isn't it? So 2nd place is Long Ao Tian? Or a certain hidden Immortal Emperor? Tiger State. In a cave, countless demon races were prostrate on the ground, and a man sat cross-legged on a throne. He was handsome and stout, clad in a tiger demon fur, exuding a terrifying aura, and none of the surrounding great demons dared to make a sound to disturb him. He is Hu, the demon tiger Immortal Emperor, a human who grew up in the demon race, abandoned by his parents when he was a child. It was a tiger demon who brought him up. With the 10,000 beast sacred body, he was able to grow his cultivation by ruling the demon race, and grew to the Immortal Emperor realm in the past tens of thousands of years. At this time, the man slowly opened his eyes with incredulity. I actually only came in 3rd place, then what place is Long Ao Tian in? It can't be 2nd place. Hu was surprised. If it was Long Ao Tian on top of him, he would be convinced because he couldn't beat him, but he wasn't convinced when someone else was on top of him. How can he tolerate the fact that there is somehow an additional human being who is overpowering him? 2nd place, Long Ao Tian, Long Ao Immortal Emperor Realm. When the 2nd place was announced, the entire Xian Dust Immortal Realm was shaken and dumbfounded. What? Immortal Emperor Long Ao is only 2nd place? Then who's in 1st place? This can't be possible, there is definitely something wrong with this Hongmeng Golden Ranking. How can Immortal Emperor Long Ao only be in 2nd place? I don't believe it. Demon Tiger Immortal Emperor's 3rd place is already tolerated, and Dragon Pride Immortal Emperor is only in 2nd place, it's too fake. This Hongmeng Golden Ranking is not real. How can anyone be stronger than Immortal Emperor Long Ao, who is recognized as the strongest Immortal Emperor? Who the hell is it? Who the hell is the 1st place winner? How could someone be stronger than Immortal Emperor Long Ao? Seeing Long Ao Tian rank 2nd, countless people were incredulous. Long Ao Tian was the strongest Immortal Emperor they had ever recognized, stronger than both Demonic Tiger and Qinglang, once suppressing an era and causing everyone to be unable to raise their heads. And now it's only in 2nd place? And who will be number 1? No way, Long Ao Tian came 2nd? Devil Tiger was even more surprised to see Long Ao Tian coming in 2nd than he was coming in 3rd. Although he hated to admit it, Long Ao Tian was indeed much stronger than him, the mother of all questionable number 1, but now he was only 2nd. But he was a bit happy that at least it wasn't that Long Ao Tian guy who came in 1st. But who exactly was number 1? This made him very curious about the existence that could surpass Long Ao Tian. Really, that guy Long Ao Tian can only settle for 2nd? Gu Qinghan was dumbfounded. For some reason, when she saw Long Ao Tian 2nd, she was surprised and at the same time, there was a trace of comfort in her heart. At least he wasn't far behind, he was only 5th place. Long Ao Tian was so strong and he was still only 2nd place. What kind of god was the 1st place, capable of overpowering all of them to become the 1st place? Was it an Immortal Emperor? or was it a heavenly emperor? After thinking about it, Gu Qinghan felt that it was impossible. The heavenly emperor hadn't appeared for a long time, and if he did, there was no way they wouldn't know about it, because the lightning tribulation for breaking through the heavenly emperor was too strong, unless there was some supreme magic treasure that shielded the tribulation. A magic treasure capable of shielding the heavenly Tao. It was estimated that only a chaotic magic treasure could do it, and that kind of magic treasure, so far, had never been seen. I actually only came in second place? Lan Aotian couldn't believe it, although second place was something he had thought about, but now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he still didn't believe it. He was confident in himself, having suppressed countless people, he should be number one. But now, surprisingly, it's second place. How is it possible? Is the Hongmeng golden ranking wrong, or is the first place really strong? But if it's so strong, how is it possible that I haven't heard of it? If it was truly a hidden old monster, it was absolutely impossible for him to have never heard of such a strong immortal emperor. After all, he traveled throughout the Xian Dust immortal realm when he became an immortal emperor just to find an opponent. Who, exactly, will be in first place? At this moment, the entire Xian Dust immortal realm looked towards the Hongmeng golden ranking in unison. The first place would be next, and they were all incomparably looking forward to it. Who is that person who overpowered everyone to become number one? At this time, the sky suddenly flashed with electricity and thunder rolled, and a god and devil silhouette appeared in the air, surprisingly kneeling in unison to the Hongmeng golden list. There were also more than a dozen divine beast silhouettes that roared at the same time, deafening the ears, and everyone covered their ears and looked at this heaven and earth phenomenon in shock, their minds and bodies trembling. How strong is it to have such a vision just by announcing the first place? First place, Li Lan, Heavenly Emperor. End of chapter. Chapter 10, Son, are you the Emperor of Heaven? Chapter 10, Son, are you the Emperor of Heaven? Chapter 10, Son, are you the Emperor of Heaven? As the first place was revealed, everyone in the Xian Dust immortal realm was dumbfounded and frozen. Almost several breaths passed before the crowd reacted. What? Heavenly Emperor realm? Who is this? Why haven't I heard of this? It's even the legendary Heavenly Emperor. It's been 100,000 years. I haven't seen a Heavenly Emperor for 100,000 years. To think that there really is still a Heavenly Emperor? If it wasn't for the Hongmeng Golden List, I'm afraid I would have never known there was another Heavenly Emperor in my life. Is this the same Heavenly Emperor from before? But that name doesn't seem to be it. I forgot what the last Heavenly Emperor was called. That's from the Hong family, the Flood Heavenly Emperor. Obviously not this Heavenly Emperor without a nickname. It might be a hidden old monster who just broke through not long ago, we don't know. Having broken through to a Heavenly Emperor, there are still no heaven and earth visions? It was logical that the higher the realm, the stronger the heaven and earth visions would be at the time of the breakthrough, and the stronger the lightning tribulation would be as well. Especially when breaking through to Heavenly Emperor, that lightning tribulation was supposed to be the strongest, there was no way they wouldn't know about it. But on the contrary, it was too strange that such a Heavenly Emperor that no one knew about had ascended to the first place of the Hongmeng Golden Ranking. Surprisingly, it's the Heavenly Emperor, no wonder he's in first place. Gu Qinghan looked at the Hongmeng Golden Ranking with a dumbfounded look. She was an immortal emperor, naturally she knew how difficult it was to break through to the Heavenly Emperor. After so many years, she still hadn't made any progress. She was still in the middle stage of the immortal emperor. Wanting to reach the late stage or consummation was much more difficult. Losing to a Heavenly Emperor really wasn't an injustice. But who was this Heavenly Emperor? She had lived for so many years and had never heard of this figure. To be able to cultivate a Heavenly Emperor, surely it was not some generalized person. There was no reason why she had not heard of it. She had conquered for tens of thousands of years, fought countless Heavenly Pride teenage girls, and used her strength to break out of the path, and for every Heavenly Pride, she remembered. Only this Li Lan, she felt unfamiliar and even heard the name for the first time. Could it be that some hidden old monster had never come out and cultivated in seclusion until he reached Heavenly Emperor? Or perhaps it was some old monster of the Heavenly Emperor realm who had never died and was not exposed by the Golden Ranking until today. She couldn't think of any other possibilities but those two. Heavenly Emperor? Long Aotian stood up violently and looked at the Hongmeng Golden Ranking in astonishment. Never in a million years did he expect it to be the Heavenly Emperor realm. He thought it was some powerful immortal emperor in front of him. Then it seems that this Hongmeng Golden List is too full of authenticity. Don't look at him as the strongest immortal emperor, but in front of the celestial emperor, he himself is still like an ant. When it came to great emperors and above, every difference of one great realm was like an abyss, and it was impossible to fight against it. Immortal emperors could easily crush great emperors could easily crush paramount emperors, and heavenly emperors could naturally crush them all. Seeing that it was the Heavenly Emperor in first place, Long Aotian had no temper whatsoever. Who could have a temper for this? It was the Heavenly Emperor, the only one at the moment. If this doesn't come first, who will? But who is this Li Lan? Why haven't I heard of him? Long Aotian scratched his head, somewhat confused. He, like immortal Emperor Qinglang, had fought for tens of thousands of years, and had seen and been crushed by all the heavenly prides of their contemporaries, of different eras. But the only one who had no impression of this Li Lan was a Heavenly Emperor who appeared out of nowhere. It might be a certain hidden heavenly emperor. It seems that the Shen Dust Immortal Realm is really a crouching tiger and hidden dragon, especially that Li Hao and this Li Lan. If it wasn't for the Hongmeng golden ranking, I'm afraid that they wouldn't even know of the existence of these two. Currently I don't know who this heavenly emperor is. It seems that I have to keep a low profile, lest I provoke the other party. That would involve everyone. Long Ao Tian murmured in a deep voice. He is a person with a family, clan, family. If it is before, see who is not happy to do. After all, cultivation is to rely on killing out, if cowardice cannot become a great thing. But not now. An unknown heavenly emperor was here, and anyone he encountered could be him. It was better to keep a low profile. Interesting, there's even a heavenly emperor. If there's a chance, I really want to spar with him. Inside the cave, Hu grinned. He wasn't scared, instead he was a little excited. Going up against the strongest was his favorite thing. Not only would it be beneficial to improve his real-world experience, but he could also learn quite a bit, and make close friends in the process. But it depends on whether the other party is willing to be friends with him. Long Outyin and Qingling Immortal Emperor is his friendship by sparring. The three, although everyday sparring, in the eyes of outsiders are rivals, but in fact, they are close friends, and occasionally just get together to drink and chat. Li Lan, never heard of the name before. Could it be someone from the Vanguard family, the Li family? No, if they were really from the Li family, they would have challenged the other families long ago. That Li Hao could be from the Vanguard Li family. As for Li Lan, it's not clear. If it wasn't for the Hongmeng golden ranking, I'm afraid everyone wouldn't know about this heavenly emperor. How interesting. I wonder what kind of rewards can be given for the first place. At this time, the Li family of the Xia kingdom. Li Lan? Isn't that exactly the same as our son's name? Li Qingtian spoke in surprise when he heard the first place in the Hongmeng golden ranking exposure. The heavenly emperor's name is actually exactly the same as his son's name? Is this a coincidence or what? Could it be that his son is the heavenly emperor? Same name, I guess. The Shen Dust Immortal world is so big, it's normal to have the same name. Mo Qing didn't think that his son was the heavenly emperor. That would be too exaggerated. Whose child was a heavenly emperor right out of the gate. That could no longer be said to be a supreme genius. That was simply the heavenly Tao reincarnated into her stomach. That's true, I was the one who was confused. Li Qingtian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and looked at Li Lan in his wife's stomach and laughed. Son, you can't really be the heavenly emperor, can you? Although he knew it was impossible, he asked as if joking. Father, I am actually the heavenly emperor. You see, the names are all mine. Li Lan didn't hide it and answered truthfully. Ha, this bastard kid knows how to joke with me even before he was born. Funny, really funny. Li Qingtian laughed out loud. He felt that Li Lan must have just heard him and was deliberately joking with him. After all, a child that had not yet been born was a heavenly emperor. When this kind of thing was said, I'm afraid that none of them would believe it. After all, this was too heavenly. Looking at the entire Shen Dust Immortal realm, there was no such thing. Even those 10,000 ancient families, ancient demon breeds, sacred grounds, holy sons, all of these hadn't appeared to have such a heaven-defying child. The two of them had mediocre qualifications. How could they possibly give birth to a heavenly emperor's son? It was really delusional. However, his own son was also a genius. He was already a Jindan before he was even born. His future achievements would definitely not be smaller than his, and it was not impossible for him to reach heavenly emperor. Son, work hard, it's just the heavenly emperor. I'm sure you can do it, Pops. End of chapter. Chapter 11. How dare you take the same name as the heavenly emperor? Are you crazy? Cultivation ranking announced, now awarding prizes. As the Hongmeng golden list fell with a bang, the rewards began to be handed out. Cold state. Ha ha ha, the innate immortal chi is here. I will be able to break through to Saint Exalt today. Chen Mingdao in the dark room laughed excitedly. In his hand was a strand of white, dusky, innate immortal chi that possessed endless aura, and before he could even refine it, he could feel how majestic the aura inside was. As long as he inhaled it, he would surely be able to break through to Saint Exalt. When I break through to Saint Exalt, I'll go out and settle the score with them. Chen Mingdao opened his mouth with a cold smile and swallowed it in one gulp and began to refine it. Surprisingly, it's 20 strands of Hongmeng purple chi plus 1 strand of chaotic treasure chi, which can add a trace of chaotic chi to the heavenly Tao treasure, thus turning it into a chaotic supreme treasure. Is the reward for the 5th place so rich? Gu Qinghan looked at her reward and was surprised. With these 20 strands of Hongmeng violet chi alone, she was certain to break through to immortal emperor perfection. There was also this strand of chaotic treasure chi. She happened to have a heavenly Tao treasure. Once she evolved to a chaotic supreme treasure, her battle power would increase drastically. If he then sparred with those two guys, Long Ao Tian and Demon Tiger, he could definitely win. But she was able to get such a rich reward. Those two must not be bad, much better than her. What made her even more curious was the reward for the first place. She was so rich, so wouldn't the first place be even more outrageous? Regardless of all that, close the door to cultivate, and do not come out until the immortal emperor is complete. In the blink of an eye, Gu Qinghan disappeared and went into seclusion. 25 strands of Hongmeng violet chi plus a chaotic supreme treasure as well as a strand of chaotic treasure chi. This reward is too good. Hu grinned as he looked at the rewards handed out by the Hongmeng golden ranking. In this way, he would have 2 Chaos Supreme treasures, his battle power would be raised by a large margin, and with so much Hongmeng purple chi, he would definitely be able to break through to a quasi-divine emperor. That realm in the legend was not hopeless. What's the reward for first place? It really makes me curious. Who was curious? His reward was so unbelievable, the first place one must be even more unbelievable. 30 strands of Hongmeng violet chi, plus 2 Chaos Supreme treasures, and a 9th grade breakthrough pill. This is for me to prepare for my breakthrough to Divine Emperor Ah. Looking at the reward, Long Ao Tian smiled. These 30 strands of Hongmeng violet chi were already enough for him to break through to Divine Emperor, and there was also this 9th grade breakthrough pill, which was the icing on the cake. With this elixir, he would 100% be able to break through to Divine Emperor. Thinking of this, he looked at the Hongmeng golden ranking in the sky again. I wonder what the reward for first place is. At this time in the Xia Kingdom, the Li family. Li Lan, first place, here's your reward. 50 strands of the purple aura, 3 chaos treasures, and 1 divine beast cub. Since you have not yet been born, it will be given out again when you are born. The voices of the 3 Hongmeng golden rankings sounded in Li Lan's mind. Not a moment later, the sky rumbled. The rewards for the cultivation ranking have been distributed and the cultivation ranking is over. After 3 years, the list of holy bodies will be announced. As soon as the words fell, the Hongmeng golden list disappeared and the sky returned to clear. It was as if everything had never happened. This is the end, the reward for the first place is not good either. Li Lan spat in his heart. But soon, the system couldn't look away and told Li Lan about the wonderful use of these rewards before surprising him. A strand of Hongmeng violet chi, a supreme treasure that many cultivators can't even obtain in their entire lives? Li Lan was a bit surprised. He didn't understand the Shin Dust Immortal realm. He only felt that these things were a bit stingy. Well, at least he was in first place. After hearing the system's explanation, he realized how heaven-defying these rewards he had obtained were. A single strand of Hongmeng violet chi could allow many people to break through a realm, their strength soaring. These 50 strands of his were enough to allow a Saint Zun to break through directly to an immortal emperor, which was in between the quasi-emperor and great emperor realms. This shows how heavenly the Hongmeng purple chi is. There was also the Chaos Supreme Treasure, which was a magic treasure born when heaven and earth first opened and chaos first appeared, and the magic treasures in this world were divided into grades. They are magic weapon, spiritual treasure, acquired spiritual treasure, innate spiritual treasure, acquired supreme treasure, innate supreme treasure, heavenly supreme treasure, and chaotic supreme treasure. And each magic treasure is divided into grades, lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, and extreme grade, with lower grade being the lowest and extreme grade being the highest. Ordinary clans can have a spiritual treasure can be used as the treasure of the clan. If there is an innate spiritual treasure, it is even more never to take it out and use it. For example, the Li family where he was from, although it was a well-known big family in Xia, it only had one top-grade spiritual treasure, and it was absolutely impossible to take it out and use it as a last resort. He, on the other hand, had obtained 3 Chaos Supreme treasures so easily, and if this was known by others, I'm afraid that even immortal emperors would come to his door to rob him. The final divine beast, not to mention the strongest spirit beast in this world. Spirit beasts, a kind of pet, people prefer to call them spirit pets. Spirit pets likewise had grades, which were categorized into mortal, spirit, Xian, imperial, heavenly, immortal, imperial, and divine. What he was about to obtain was the highest grade of divine spirit beast, divine beast cub. After knowing how heaven-defying these 3 things were, Li Lan didn't feel that the Hongmeng golden list was petty anymore. Instead it was very atmospheric. Before I was even born, I've already traveled to a peak that many people can't even touch in their entire lives. Li Lan lamented. He couldn't wait to be born to venture out into the world. Nightfall. The main hall of the house. The elders and Qing Tian Li sat together in the hall and discussed. Today, the rewards from the Hongmeng golden ranking were handed out, and several great emperors have already broken through to immortal emperors, and the aura in the heavens and earth seems to have doubled a few times again, and I feel like the Jin Dan in my body has loosened up a few times, so I'll be able to break through soon. Well, immortal emperor Long Ao has already broken through to a divine emperor. He's the first divine emperor. I wonder what that Li Lan is really like? What an envy. Immortal emperor Qingling seems to have broken through to a quasi-god emperor as well, just one step away. Could Li Lan be someone from our vanguard family, the Li family? Oh, so what if it is? So what if it isn't? It's not like we have anything to do with the Li family. It's true, staying here in the Summerland is also nourishing. By the way, family master, the eldest young master will be born soon. I wonder if you couple have thought of a name yet? As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Li Qingtian on the head of the family seat, curious and wanting to know the answer. Li Lan. Li Qingtian spoke faintly. Is the family head also thinking about that heavenly emperor? One of the elders wondered. What I say is that my son's name is Li Lan. At those words, the bodies of the elders shook violently and stood up, their faces alarmed. Family head, are you crazy? How dare you take the same name as the heavenly emperor? Confused, are you trying to destroy the Li family? End of chapter. Chapter 12, Overthrowing the Wang family, first to kill, then to kill. Chapter 12, Overthrowing the Wang family, first to kill, then to kill. Chapter 12, Overthrowing the Wang family, first to kill, then to kill. How dare you take the same name as the Heavenly Emperor? If this is not seeking death, what else can it be? One must know that the Heavenly Emperor was not an ordinary person, and if someone took the same name, they would more or less be tainted with some karma. All along, there had been many babies who, because of the names they had taken after birth, happened to be exactly the same as a certain great power's name, and the results were all very tragic, with some accidentally dying a violent death, and some being unable to cultivate. However, there was also a small portion of people who had extremely good fortune and were tainted by the Heavenly Emperor's karma, with all kinds of chances constantly coming their way, but that was only a small portion. Most people still didn't want their heirs to share the same name as a certain great power, especially if they were great emperors or above. Take the Dragon family as an example. Since the moment Long Aotian broke through to the great emperor, the Dragon family issued an order that anyone in the Dragon family who takes a name in the future must not take the same name as Long Aotian, and other families even issued a family rule that the name can be accompanied by either Ao or Tian, but these two words must never appear at the same time. After that, the number of people with the name with the word Ao Tian was very few, and basically no one dared to take the same name. I didn't expect that Li Qingtian would be so bold, and even if he had the same name, he even had the same surname, which was no different from the Heavenly Emperor's. No, this name is not desirable, change it immediately. Yes, it's okay to call Li Yellow or Li Red, not this Lan. Doing this will taint the entire Li family with karma, the karma of the Heavenly Emperor. We can't afford it. Family head, even if you don't think about your son, you still have to think about the Li family. The elders were so terrified that their voices were trembling. That was the Heavenly Emperor. They couldn't afford Heavenly Emperor karma. Li Qingtian was silent. This name, his son liked it. As for what taking a name will be condemned by heaven, his son is also a supreme genius, afraid of nothing. This matter is settled for the time being. My son likes this name very much. If there is really any cause and effect, let me bear it. After saying that, Qingtian Li left. Seeing Li Qingtian leave, one of the elders sighed continuously as they hated him. How confusing, to take the same name as the Heavenly Emperor. The family head is afraid that he doesn't want to die. We should probably get a new family head. In 3 years, the young lord competition will begin. It's not like we don't have a chance. The Li family's relationships were very mixed, and these elders, in a sense, were Li Qingtian's own brothers or brothers. Only the position of the family head was purposely passed on to Qingtian Li by the original family head, and all of these people became elders. It's also their proposed young lord's competition. The victory of the young lord competition will definitely be ours. His son will only be 3 years old by then. How can he compare to our children? An elder sneered. Their children, the youngest is 7 years old, the oldest is 10 years old. After 3 years, the average age is 10 years old. The realm is not to say how high, at least they can have a body refining 7 or 8 gravity. Li Qingtian's son was only 3 years old at that time. How high can a 3-year-old child be? To be able to refine the body at the second level is already a genius. So they weren't worried about Qingtian Li winning at all. Unless his son was some kind of supreme genius who built his foundation at birth, he wouldn't be able to win against their child at all. Inside the house of the head of the family. Mother, how is it? There's nothing wrong with your stomach, right? Li Qingtian returned to the room, dotingly stroked his wife's stomach and laughed. It's fine, my son was just talking to me. Mo Qing laughed. Since she could talk to Li Lan, Mo Qing wasn't lonely at all, and she didn't worry if Li Lan would be in trouble, because if she was uncomfortable, Li Lan would tell her. The next step is to wait quietly for our son to be born. Well, there was just a meeting and they were discussing about our son's name. Will there be any problem if we give our son the same name and surname as the Heavenly Emperor? At these words, the Li Lan in her stomach froze. What does the name have to do with it? Father, why is this? Is there anything to say? Li Lan asked directly. He liked his current name. He had been called by this name in his previous life, and had been called by it all his life, so if he suddenly changed his name, he wouldn't be able to adapt to it. Afterwards, Qingtian Li talked to Li Lan a lot about names. Listening to Li Lan was bewildered. He did not dream that the name has so many metaphysics, cannot be the same name with the strong, cannot be the same name with the great powers of the ancient times. This is a taboo, but Li Lan thought for a moment. It seems that in his previous life there was also such a learning. You cannot share the same name with a famous person, because your destiny, it is likely that you cannot withstand, or the name cannot be accompanied by the sky and so on, it will also not be able to withstand. Into this world, there is more to learn about this name. Father, don't worry, I'll be fine, just this name. Li Lan opened his mouth. He was the Heavenly Emperor Li Lan. What if he changed his name? Well then, since you like it, then we won't change it. Qingtian Li laughed. Although he was calm on the surface, he was still more or less flustered inside. After all, that was the name of the Heavenly Emperor. Could the son's destiny really withstand it? In the end, Qingtian Li decided not to change his name, and his son was called Li Lan. Although it was opposed by everyone up and down the Li family, his mind was made up, and no one could do anything about it. Slowly, the name change fiasco subsided, and the next step was to prepare for the birth feast of Li Lan's birth. Even though Li Lan's name was inappropriate, Li Qingtian was at least the head of the family, and everyone only grumbled for a few days before they stopped saying anything and began to help prepare one by one. The Li family is still united and loving, no one trips or hooks up before this critical juncture, quietly waiting for Li Lan's birth. Other families, however, may not be able to say the same. 7 days passed in a hurry. Today, it's 2 days before Li Lan is born. And the results of the woman's interrogation came out. Torture hall, torture room. A room lit with a faint red light, a woman in rags with numerous whip marks all over her body, her head broken and bleeding, dying, slumped in a chair. She was exactly the woman who had poisoned Li Lan the week before and tried to murder him and was caught by Li Qingtian, and after a week of severe torture, she finally opened her mouth. Is she willing to talk? Qingtian Li came here and looked at the woman with cold eyes. Said, it was the Wang family who sent her, her real identity is the daughter of a certain general in the neighboring country, it was you who killed her when you led the troops on the attack, she came over to Xia last year to lurk around wanting to take revenge, and she was discovered by the Wang family, but the Wang family didn't sell her out, but instead, she helped her come in to work as a maid with us, and that's why she got the chance to poison herself the last time. The criminal hall elder opened his mouth in a cold voice. So it is. The corner of Li Qingtian's mouth rose slightly, his eyes full of disdain. He has killed an unknown number of people, the daughter of a small general in the district wants to kill him, this is not the key is to even want to kill his son, it is simply bold. Gather all the disciples and follow me to exterminate this Wang family. Family master, don't we need to report to the state lord? The lord of the land, or the ruler of the summer kingdom? First things first. End of chapter. Chapter 13, Li Lan's birth shook heaven and earth. Chapter 13, Li Lan's birth shook heaven and earth. Chapter 13, Li Lan's birth shook heaven and earth. 2 hours later. The king's house. The originally prosperous Wang family has been wiped out today. Blood flowed into the river, the bodies of countless Wang family members were lying on the ground, they died without resting in peace, even the watchdogs raised by the Wang family could not be spared. Even the eggs, shaken apart by the Li family. The main idea is to cut off the roots. Li Qingtian, you brought people to overthrow my Wang family without asking for an order from the state lord, you are going against the state's order. The Wang family head's face was pale, his left hand covering his chopped right arm as he looked at Li Qingtian with furious eyes. When you sent someone to infiltrate the Li mansion undercover and tried to poison my son, did you ever think of asking for orders from the lord of the land? Besides, I am now bringing my family's sons and daughters to kill your Wang family's entire clan, and I am not bringing any soldiers, so why do I need to ask for an order from the country's lord? This is just a violation of our peace covenant. Li Qingtian spoke in a cold voice. All the families in the Xia kingdom had signed a peace covenant, and no family was allowed to kill each other unless they went to the ring for a fair sparring session. And with this move, Qingtian Li was undoubtedly not shattering that covenant completely. From now on, the covenant of peace between the clans no longer existed, and the fight would soon start again. Good, if you overthrow my Wang family today, the other families will not let you continue, what goes around comes around. The Wang family lord roared. Finished? Then die. Qingtian Li was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. A cold aura flashed, the sharp blade was sheathed, and the head of the Wang family master rolled to the ground. Everyone listen to the order, search the entire Wang family for me, not a single person can be spared, check the Wang family's collateral lineage for me, but anyone who is in the Xia country, kill them for me. Li Qingtian shouted. If you want to do it all, leaving any of the Wang family behind will be detrimental to the Li family. That woman was the best lesson of all, and if it hadn't been for his son, I'm afraid he never would have known. To be merciful to your enemy is to be cruel to yourself and your family. Yes. All of the Li family shouted and began to search the entire Wang family, any life would dissipate in front of them. The blood was monstrous, and the common people around the Wang family could smell the stench of blood, but they didn't dare to say anything because it was the Li family, an even more terrifying family. My old man is surprisingly ruthless, I like it. Li Lan saw the entire process with his divine sense. From the moment Qingtian Li came out of the Hall of Punishment, he gathered his disciples and elders and rushed to the Wang family, then without saying a word, he struck out at those in the Wang family, questioned the Wang family, and then finally wiped out the entire Wang family after obtaining the truth. During this period, Li Qingtian was really ruthless, whether it was a woman, he didn't let go, old people or women, he killed them all. It's really cool to have a pops like that, no wonder mom likes him so much. During this time, he had been chatting with his old mom, and the name from the beginning of the mother also slowly became Old Mom, although Mo Qing did not understand at first, but after hearing the explanation, she also liked the name. Inside the chat, his mom often told him about his old dad's past, how powerful and awesome he was, which fascinated her. Now it seems to be a woman's fascination. It's so handsome. Son, you're almost ready to be born in 2 days, are you looking forward to it? Anyway, mommy, I'm looking forward to it. At this time, Mo Qing suddenly caressed her stomach and smiled faintly. She couldn't wait to see what her son looked like. Although the Golden Dan could already look into the body internally, it was unable to see clearly what the fetus inside looked like. I want to hurry up and be born too. Li Lan transmitted. It's really boring and hard to stay inside the womb all day, only able to look at the outside world but not able to do other actions. There were still 2 days left before he could go out and play. During this period of time, he had been signing in and had obtained many body refining pills, foundation building pills, and other pills that were messy and of little use to him, but one time it was a purple reward, talisman proficiency. In an instant, he had mastered the methods of making thousands of talismans and could create them with his hands. Also know the system's check-in rules. Every day to sign in the rewards are good and bad, but every sign in a full month will be sure to burst purple quality rewards. Every sign in a full year will be sure to burst colorful quality rewards. Other than the bailout, it's all about your luck at other times. But apparently, his luck was quite good. In addition to the newbie benefits, he signed up for 2 purple rewards during this time, the first one being that refining poison full, and the second one being the talisman full. The next step is to wait quietly for the birth. Time went by in a flash, and 2 days passed. Quick, bring water, the young master is about to be born. Here comes the warm water. On this day, all the servants in the Li family were incredibly busy because Li Lan was about to be born. Inside the family head's residence, Li Qingtian wandered around outside the door with an anxious face. The elders were standing outside the door, as well as their children, all eagerly waiting. Although everyone was not very friendly individually, Li Lan was at least a part of the Li family and the son of their own brothers, so naturally they all came in unison. How come it hasn't been born for so long? Li Qingtian said anxiously, this has already been born for an incense stick of time, but surprisingly it still doesn't work. Is it hard to have a difficult labor? It shouldn't be, the son is in the Jindan realm, how could he have a difficult labor? But just then, a baby's cry suddenly rang out from inside the house. Whoa! The crowd instantly turned their heads to look at the house, and Qingtianli grinned, his son, born. Rumble! Suddenly, the heaven and earth changed drastically, the originally clear blue sky and white clouds suddenly turned red, followed by dark clouds and lightning. This is a heaven and earth vision. An elder shouted in surprise, and immediately looked toward the house, dumbfounded. Could it be, it's a heaven and earth vision triggered by Li Lan's birth? No way, could it be a natural holy body? This is what happens when you take the same name and surname of the heavenly emperor. This is heaven's punishment. Looking at the red pale thunder in the sky that kept flickering, the crowd was shocked inwardly. Some felt that it was a heavenly punishment, while others felt that it was a vision of a natural-born saintly body. Open the door. Qingtianli hurriedly tapped on the door of the room. Not long after, the door opened inside, and the midwife walked out holding an exquisitely adorable baby. Li family master, this is your son, Li Lan. But the moment the midwife held out the baby, the thunder in the sky got louder, as if a ferocious beast was roaring, and it was deafening. Boo! A red thunderbolt struck straight down, charring a large tree in the compound, and everyone was shocked and panicked. It's over and done with. It's really heaven's punishment. This is what happens when you take the same name and surname as the heavenly emperor. Our Li family is going to perish. Li Qingtian, change your name quickly, or else the entire Li family will be destroyed in your hands. I told you to change your name but you didn't listen. Now well, the Li family is going to be ruined in your hands. If Lord Father in heaven knew that you were obsessed, he would be furious. One by one, the elders were anxious and panicked, telling Li Qingtian to change his name quickly, or the Li family would perish today. And the thunder cloud in the sky, getting bigger and bigger, spreading to the whole Xia kingdom, and even the surrounding neighboring countries were spread. All people lifted their heads and looked at the thunder cloud in bewilderment and horror. Could it be that the Hongmeng golden list is here again? End of chapter. Chapter 14, at the sound of a command, the thunderbolt retreats. Chapter 14, at the sound of a command, the thunderbolt retreats. Chapter 14, at the sound of a command, the thunderbolt retreats. On the streets and alleys, countless people stopped to watch the sky, their gazes bewildered and surprised. Even the people inside the houses opened their windows and poked their heads out to look at the sky. This scene was exactly the same as the scene when the Hongmeng Golden Ranking appeared, and the crowd thought that the Hongmeng Golden Ranking had come again. But soon, someone realized something was wrong. This isn't the Hongmeng Golden Ranking, this seems to be another heaven and earth vision. Is there a holy body being born, or is it the arrival of a supreme treasure? This time, the thunderclouds were a little more terrifying and appeared to be aggressive, clearly a thunder tribulation. This is heaven's punishment. Heaven envies the genius. A supreme genius was born, and the heavenly Tao sensed that it was threatened, so it sent down heaven's punishment, wanting to exterminate the genius. Seriously, was anyone's baby born today? Li family head Li Qingtian's son seems to be about to be born. They've been preparing for a birth banquet for a while now. Check it out. Summerland, State House. A man with a Chinese character face, a strong and handsome face stood in the sky of the State House. He was wearing a yellow dragon robe and a crown, not angry and domineering. He is the lord of the Xia kingdom, Xia Hai. Xia Hai stood with his arms folded, calmly looking at the vision in the sky. Heavenly punishment? I didn't expect Li Qingtian's son to be so heaven-defying. It's not even if he himself is heaven-defying, but his son is still so outstanding. Xia Hai's gaze was deep as he looked at the Li family compound in the distance. He saw the baby in Li Qingtian's arms and his eyes revealed a hint of killing intent. Li Qingtian's high level of achievement had long since been guarded against by Xia Hai. Some days ago, Li Qingtian had also taken the liberty of overthrowing the Wang family with his family disciples, and although Xia Hai didn't care, there was still a trace of scorn in his heart, because Xia Hai could perceive that Qingtian Li's strength had far exceeded his. Li Qingtian, who has been hiding his fronts, or perhaps he is afraid of Xia Hai, so he does not dare to expose it for fear that he will harm his family. Really stoic enough. I would like to see if your son can take this heavenly punishment. Xia Hai sneered. If Li Qingtian's son didn't endure this heavenly punishment and eventually pass away, Li Qingtian would definitely be heartbroken, and at that time, he would find a reason for the other party to leave and revoke Li Qingtian's military power. Otherwise, as long as Li Qingtian was still a general and still held military power, his throne, as a king, would be in jeopardy. All the large and small clans in the summer country ventured out at this moment, each looking in the direction of the Li family. They all knew that today was the day of Li Qingtian's son's birth, and it was precisely now that the natural phenomenon of heavenly punishment came. It was obvious that Li Qingtian's son was a supreme genius, so genius that the heavenly Tao couldn't stand to look at him and wanted to exterminate him. It was enough to see how terrifyingly talented that child was. One Li Qingtian is already enough to crush us. If his son is even more heaven-defying, what the hell are we living for? Having Li Qingtian alone is enough. Don't have a second Li Qingtian. I'm really scared. This is a heavenly punishment. How many proud sons of heaven can be envied by the heavenly Tao? Every genius envied by the heavenly Tao has become a supreme powerhouse later on. Long Aotian is one of them. I didn't think that our little Xia kingdom could produce dragons. It's really rare. Some people were happy and some were sad, and more people were not hoping that Li Lan would be able to pass through the heavenly punishment peacefully, because the geniuses who could survive the heavenly punishment would end up becoming invincible, an existence that no one would dare to mess with, and Long Aotian was one of them. What's more, that was Li Qingtian's son. The vast majority of them within these people had a grudge against Li Qingtian. They just didn't dare to take revenge. Now that he saw that the other party's son was so heaven-defying, the inner flame of wanting to take revenge was extinguished quite a bit more. They didn't want another Li Qingtian, or an existence even more powerful than Li Qingtian. Li family. Rumble. The thunder tribulation became more and more intense. Countless red thunderbolts like a python circled and twisted on the thundercloud. The breath was terrifying and amazing. This is great. The heavenly emperor is furious. An elder sighed. The people here did not think that it was a heavenly punishment sent down by the heavenly Tao's heavenly jealousy of talent, but rather that it was a heavenly punishment sent down by the heavenly emperor's anger, because Li Lan's name was exactly the same as the heavenly emperor's. One by one, the elders sighed and shook their heads, and their sons and daughters even looked at the sky with frightened faces, and some of them even cried out. The only one child who had a calm face, even with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, was the son of the grand elder, Li Feng. Child, don't be afraid, father is here. If the sky collapses, father will help you carry it. Li Qingtian dotingly touched Li Lan's small cheeks in his arms with his fingers. Immediately, his face turned gloomy, and after placing the baby in the midwife's arms, he looked up to the sky, and a 3-foot green blade appeared in his right hand. Brush! Li Qingtian flashed and disappeared, reappearing already standing in the dome of the sky, raising his head to face the heavenly punishment. This scene was clearly seen by everyone in Xia. Li Qingtian to face the heavenly punishment head-on. Come! Qingtian Li shouted coldly, his sword flashing with a cold aura. Obviously, he was ready to withstand the heavenly punishment for Li Lan. Seeing this, everyone shook their heads and sighed. Foolish, truly foolish, to think of facing the heavenly emperor directly with a Yuaning is truly delusional. Looks like we can elect the next family head early. Too confused, we have long said that the name of the heavenly emperor is not desirable, non-hearing. All the elders thought that Li Qingtian would definitely die this time, a mere Yuaning. How could he compare to a heavenly emperor? A single thought from others would be enough to crush him. On the other hand, Li Lan, who was in the midwife's arms, was not crying or fussing as he was receiving heavenly emperor cultivation. Cultivation transfer process will not trigger a thunderbolt. Everything will be simple, please don't worry. Cultivation transfer is complete. The host can use this power perfectly. As the system voice fell, Li Lan felt that his body was filled with endless power, and a single thought of his could wipe out everyone here, could overthrow the summer kingdom. One of his fingers could easily crush all the creatures for 10,000 miles, and he was like a god, controlling the lives of many people. At this moment, he became the heavenly emperor under no one and above all. It was still heavenly emperor realm perfection. With the cultivation of a heavenly emperor, Li Lan was touched when he looked into the sky and saw his father's back. With his Yuaning, his father dared to face the heavenly punishment head-on and protect him. Then how could he let his father get hurt? He looked to the thunderclouds and saw that those thunderbolts were building up and appeared to be about to give him a big move. Roll! Li Lan bellowed, but what came out of his mouth was, whoa. The crowd was stunned by the baby's cry, but the next scene shocked them. Only to see that the thunderclouds, like panicked rabbits, quickly dissipated along with Li Lan's shouts, no more lightning and thunder, and everything returned to normal. In an instant, everyone looked at Li Lan, their gazes astonished at the baby in the midwife's arms. This thundercloud disappearing, it couldn't have anything to do with this baby, could it? End of chapter. Chapter 15, White Tiger God Beast, Soul-Devouring Gun, Heaven-Swallowing Gourd. Chapter 15, White Tiger God Beast, Soul-Devouring Gun, Heaven-Swallowing Gourd. Chapter 15, White Tiger God Beast, Soul-Devouring Gun, Heaven-Swallowing Gourd. Qing Tianli was dumbfounded as he looked at the disappearing thunderclouds, and quickly thought that there was a possibility that it had something to do with his own son, and hurriedly returned. Is this the Heavenly Emperor resting his anger? It should be that the Heavenly Emperor rested his anger for the sake of a child. Then this Li Lan really has a great life, sharing the same name with the Heavenly Emperor, but he hasn't been implicated yet. His future achievements will be extraordinary. The elders looked at the chubby Li Lan with astonished gazes. Li Lan was surprisingly not obliterated by the heavenly punishment, which meant that the Heavenly Emperor wasn't angry and might even recognize him. The future is bright. The elders each had their hearts in their mouths, some were happy and some were sad, especially the Grand Elder. His face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping with water, and Li Feng next to him was likewise so, gritting his teeth and being very upset. I thought that I would have one less competitor, but I didn't expect a strong dark horse to come, able to not be obliterated by the heaven's punishment, and surely terrifying when he grows up in the future. Everyone, it's fine now, everyone take your place at the banquet first, the guests will be here soon. Qing Tianli coldly swept his eyes at all the elders on the scene. Their words, he had heard them clearly earlier. If it wasn't for the fact that today was the big day, he might have stepped in to punish these people, even if they were his own brothers. When the elders heard this, they immediately understood that Li Qingtian was angry, and nodded their heads in succession, heading to the banquet table to entertain the guests. The feast was not on this side of the family head's mansion, but within the compound. Only after everyone had left did Li Qingtian smile and pick up Li Lan, looking at the midwife and asking, "How is it? Is my wife alright?" Back to family master Li, Mrs. Li is very healthy and will be able to walk on the ground after a few days of rest. Alright, many thanks. Li Qingtian laughed and casually changed his hand into a wooden box filled with gold, silver and jewelry and gave it to the midwife. Thank you, Family Master Li. Thank you, Family Master Li. When the midwife saw how bold Li Qingtian was, she also arched her hands and thanked him. You're welcome, Lear. Help her bring this chest back to her mansion before you bring her to the feast. Yes. Two tall, burly men walked over. They were the guards of the Li family. After the midwife and the others left, Li Qingtian stepped into the room with Li Lan in his arms and saw his wife lying on the bed. Her face was rosy, without the slightest bit of weakness after giving birth. She was very healthy. He let go of his heart. Come on, let me see my baby boy. Mo Qing laughed, a little anxious. Good. Li Qingtian laughed and hurriedly walked over, handing Li Lan in his arms to Mo Qing. Mo Qing took it and looked at the big fat boy in her arms. Her heart blossomed. My son is so cute at such a young age. He will grow up to be very handsome. Although I knew that mom was good looking when I looked at her with my divine sense, I'm still stunned when I see it with my own eyes now. Li Lan muttered. But all that came out of his mouth was wah wah wah, which Qing Tianli and the two of them couldn't understand at all, but both of them had a pampered look on their faces. Son, how much is your cultivation now? Li Qingtian opened his mouth and asked. He could know that his son was a Jindan inside his mother's womb. Now that he was born after such a long period of time had passed, it was estimated that he had refined a lot more. Li Lan thought about it. The aura of the Heavenly Emperor was too intimidating for his parents. It was better to simply release a little bit of the aura of the Yuaning. Thinking of this, Li Lan released a trace of his Yuaning's aura, instantly shocking Li Qingtian and the two of them. Yuaning? Qing Tianli was dumbfounded. His son was just born as a Yuaning? What kind of reverse prodigy is this? It's outrageous. Mo Qing also covered her mouth and looked at the baby in her arms with wide eyes. She had given birth to a supreme genius out of the blue. This was too lucky. In this world, every mother wants her child to be born a genius, especially if it's a supreme genius. They'll be happier. The more powerful the child is, the farther they can go in the future, and the more relieved they are as mothers. Ha! I knew it. My son has the stature of a great emperor. Li Qingtian threw back his head and laughed out loud. To be a Yuaning at birth, just ask which baby in the world could be as heaven-defying as his son. Alright, you quickly go entertain the guests. Mo Qing covered her mouth and laughed. Well, son, you must protect your mother well. Here, besides your old man, you are the second Yuaning. Li Qingtian looked at Li Lan and instructed. The scene was very comical and funny. Who would have thought that a father would allow his newborn baby to take on the responsibility of protecting his mother? But Li Lan could indeed do it, and he wasn't the second Yuaning, but the only heavenly emperor. After Li Qingtian said a few words, he left. If it was any other father, he would have definitely accompanied the whole day, fearing that the child would not be familiar with him. But Li Lan's situation, Li Qingtian knew that he could already transmit sound when he was still in his mother's womb, and there was no need to know all the things. As Li Qingtian left, Li Lan transmitted his voice to his mother. Mom, I'm sleepy, I'll sleep first. Although Mo Qing was a bit puzzled because when she reached Yuaning, she would no longer be sleepy, even if she didn't sleep for a month. She didn't say anything and smiled gently. Well, go to sleep. Li Lan closed his eyes, ostensibly sleeping, but in reality, he was checking the rewards handed out to him by the Hongmeng Golden Ranking. As early as the moment he was born, the rewards were handed out, but the system had already kept them inside the system space for him. In an instant, an uncapped virtual space appeared in his mind, in which, in addition to the 3 Chaos Supreme treasures lying quietly on the ground, there was also a white-furred kitten. This kitten, it can't be a divine beast cub. Li Lan inwardly wondered. But the next second, a virtual panel appeared out. White tiger, divine beasts, juvenile, Mahayana realm. You can devour all kinds of resources and grow slowly. At birth is the Mahayana realm. Is this the power of a divine beast? It's so much more powerful than the scions of those ancient demonic beasts. But what he didn't expect was that this system had an analyzing function, which was good. He then looked at one of those 3 Chaos Supreme treasures. It was a long gun, golden red in color, a blood aura filled the gun, terrifying and bizarre, with an eerie feeling that was incomparably evil. Soul-devouring gun. Chaos Supreme treasure. Chaos treasures are not classified, each has its own unique ability. This gun can directly ignore the physical body, directly hurt the soul, and can swallow the soul to strengthen the gun body, making it more powerful. Contains 3 major magical powers. With this glance, Li Lan knew what kind of magic treasure this was. A real damage magic weapon for hitting tanks, one shot stabs through, and the Bugangs all have to die violently. Looking at another piece, it was a small gourd made of wooden material, a vine still attached to the gourd head, delicate and small, giving off a feeling of mediocrity. But what it can do, it's not simple. Swallowing heavenly gourd. Chaos Supreme treasure. This gourd can swallow everything to refine it into a pure gourd treasure liquid, which can be used anywhere, such as to enhance the magic treasure and strengthen the body. End of chapter. Chapter 16, The Devil's Pagoda, Fabulous Treasure Vision. Chapter 16, The Devil's Pagoda, Fabulous Treasure Vision. Chapter 16, The Devil's Pagoda, Fabulous Treasure Vision. Everything can be refined. Seeing this ability, Li Lan's eyes lit up. This magic treasure was powerful enough. He looked towards the last magic treasure, a delicate and compact pagoda, black in color and filled with an eerie and bizarre black aura, giving off a very evil feeling. The Tower of the Devil. Chaos Supreme treasure. Suppressing the enemy and refining the soul, this tower refines the enemy's flesh and turns them into demonic corpses. The realm will drop by 50%. 3 Chaos Supreme treasures, each very strong, worthy of being the strongest magic treasures in this world, true to its name. Take it all out. Li Lan spoke inwardly. Yes. System response. In an instant, the 3 magic treasures as well as the white tiger cub were taken out from inside the system space. And at the same time, the sky was suddenly covered in dark clouds, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and once again, the heaven and earth appeared to be in a strange state. This scene was perceived by Li Lan, who inwardly asked in doubt, why are there still heaven and earth visions? It should have been there originally, only that it was temporarily shielded by the system space, and now that the host has taken it out, the vision has naturally reappeared. Well, now the entire Xia kingdom knows. Li Lan said indifferently, he hadn't thought about hiding his fronts anyway. On the other side, 10 minutes ago, inside the Li family compound. For this birth banquet, Xing Tianli spent a lot of money and set up thousands of tables, inviting everyone around him, whether it was the family or the common people, he invited them all, even the lord of the country, he also invited them. Everyone, today is my Li family's big day. I know that some of you here have deeper grudges against me, but I hope that today we can put aside our hatred for a while, and have a good time eating this feast to celebrate the birth of my son. Li Qingtian stood on the high platform, raised his fine wine, and opened his mouth langly. The sound was not too loud, just enough to reach everyone's ears. Some of the family heads who had a grudge against the Li family were also furious and gnashing their teeth when they heard Li Qingtian's words, but today's events made them no longer have any other thoughts. The Li family had produced another Qilin son, a baby that would most likely surpass Li Qingtian. In the future, they are going to be even lower in these families again. Haha, since Family Master Li has said so, that our grudges are written off, in the future, please ask Family Master Li to take care of us. A family master laughed fawningly and raised the wine cup in his hand to scan the other family masters. Everyone, so many years have passed, we should forget about it, or is there so much hatred? We are all people of the Xia kingdom. When he finished, he looked up and took a very painful drink. The other parents were furious when they saw this. You're the good guy. You've said it all. If we can't the Li family, we can't your little family? Some family lords were already plotting how to assassinate this family lord later after eating this birth feast. Ha, yeah, we've long forgotten, where's the hatred, we're all family. That's right, we never wanted to take revenge or anything, Family Master Li is simply wronging us. Right, let's drink up and be allies from now on. One by one, the house lords picked up the bar and drank it all in one go, the fiery wine sliding down their throats, dousing the flames in their hearts completely. What hate? No chance. The lord of the kingdom has arrived. Just at this moment, a servant's voice resounded throughout the room, and everyone was startled, putting down the dishes or glasses in their hands and standing up in unison, their gazes looking towards the door in nervous surprise. The lord of the land is actually here? Xing Tianli was actually able to invite all the country lords here. The arrival of the state lord completely crushed all those people who had a grudge against the Li family. Those people were wilting and their faces turned pale. Li Qingtian was nothing but a great general. The state lord was so rewarding to personally be there to congratulate him. It was obvious that Li Qingtian had quite a high position in the state lord's heart. How could they still dare to take revenge? In the next second, a purple electric dragon lion that was 5 meters tall, covered in purple fur, and had a long dragon's horn on its head walked in slowly, appearing in the middle of the crowd's field of vision. And on the back of the purple electricity dragon lion, there was a throne, and Xiahai sat on it with a calm face, not angry, and his mighty pressure could be felt from a great distance, causing the crowd to tremble. It was followed by a group of 100 troops, each clad in armor and riding war riders. The front 10 gold-armored war riders were all Jindan realm cultivators, and the 90 silver-armored war riders in the back were all at the foundation establishment stage. This was the escort of the Xia Kingdom's lord. Surprisingly, all of them had come. When the crowd saw this, they all knelt down in unison, their voices loud and clear, "Greetings to the state lord." Only one person, Li Qingtian, did not kneel. He had been granted immunity from kneeling a long time ago, and there was no need to kneel when meeting the state lord. "Rise." The state lord spoke faintly before the others stood up. When the elders of the Li family saw that the state lord had arrived in person, they hurriedly ran over, each bending over and smiling fawningly. "State lord, you're here, take your seat. Lord of the kingdom, we have reserved a special place for you, please take your seat. It is truly an honor for us to have the state lord visit our Li family in person. Because of your arrival, the Li family is flourishing." One by one, the elders were smooth-talking and used all their human feelings. "Aha!" Xiahai nodded and leapt up, landing firmly on the ground and walking slowly towards the front. The elders bent their heads and waited for Xiahai to walk past before they dared to raise their heads, and everyone else did the same. "State lord." Qingtian Li saw the state lord arrive before he arched his hand and saluted. "Congratulations, General Li, for giving birth to the unicorn son today. The Li family is afraid that the future is limitless." Xiahai laughed lightly. As early as in the State House, he had seen clearly that Li Qingtian's son was actually immune from the heavenly punishment, thus showing that the child was definitely not simple, and his future achievements would definitely not be lower than Li Qingtian's, or even very high. This made Xiahai very jealous, because in all his years, with so many concubines, the heirs he gave birth to, not many of them were geniuses. At best, they had some ability, not much of a genius, and the other heirs were even more mediocre to the extreme. Seeing that Li Qingtian's first son was so heaven-defying, he was extremely unbalanced inwardly. Many thanks to the state lord for his complimentary words. Li Qingtian laughed. He wasn't good with words and he didn't like human feelings, he preferred to speak with strength. Seeing this, Xiahai nodded. "I wonder if you can take me to meet that Qilin Zi later?" "Of course, it's a great honor." Qingtian Li nodded heavily, somewhat flattered. He didn't expect the state lord to be so interested in his son. "Good." Xiahai nodded and turned his head to go and sit down. The position he sat in was the main seat, the position of Qingtian Li. The lord of the country took his seat before the others dared to do so. Seeing Xiahai arrive, Qingtian Li looked towards the door inside. "Are they still refusing to come? You won't even meet your own grandson?" The so-called them were Mo Qing's parents, the neighboring country's lords. Earlier in the day, he sent the invitation over, and thought that they would look at the birth of their grandson to come over to see, but did not think that they would still not come. "Everyone, the feast begins, everyone eat and drink well." Qingtian Li no longer thought much about it and looked at the crowd and shouted, "Rumble!" But just as his words fell, the sky was suddenly covered in dark clouds, and the previous heaven and earth anomaly, once again, struck. Can it be that the heavenly emperor is making a comeback? End of chapter. Chapter 17, White Tiger descends, shocking the world. Chapter 17, White Tiger descends, shocking the world. Chapter 17, White Tiger descends, shocking the world. The crowd stopped what they were doing, their gazes looking towards the sky in surprise. Even Xiahai was a bit nonplussed. How did today's vision ensue, and hasn't it been resolved? Not good, mother, son. Li Qingtian's gaze was startled, and he was about to return to the family master's mansion. But just then, an elder's voice interrupted his movements. "No, this isn't heavenly punishment, this is a true heaven and earth vision. A supreme treasure is about to appear." That direction, or the family head's mansion. Could it be that Li Lan still has a companion magic treasure? But why is the companion Dharma treasure only appearing now? Shouldn't it appear when you're just born? Maybe the magic treasure is too strong and it was slow on the way here. You think I'm a cutie? Do you? Xiahai locked his brows. He could see that this was not a heavenly punishment, this was a real heaven and earth anomaly, and it was that baby who made the commotion again? The sky rumbled, the dark clouds actually slowly receded, opening up a hole in the sky, and 7-colored divine light descended from the sky, spreading out and enveloping the Xia kingdom. Countless people raised their heads to look at this heaven and earth anomaly in amazement. In an instant, a god and devil silhouette holding all kinds of weapons appeared in the sky out of thin air. Huge and huge they stood in 2 rows, facing each other, their breath overflowing, terrifying as hell. Divine demon void, what appears as either a supreme holy body or a supreme magic treasure, or else it's a divine beast. Looking at those divine and demonic shadows, the crowd was filled with awe and amazement. What in the world is going to show up? Who? A tiger's roar that shook the sky exploded above the dark clouds, and everyone's bodies jolted as their minds buzzed. What a horrible scream, it must be a divine beast. All eyes were on that hole in the sky, anticipating the descent of the divine beast. Soon, a huge shadow was revealed, and everyone couldn't help but tremble inwardly. It's coming. The beast is coming. In the next second, a cute white tiger cub as big as a kitten came down from the heavenly cave, the cute little tiger teeth coupled with the dull and adorable appearance. It could not be seen that it was any kind of divine beast at all, it was more like a kitten. It bounced down and headed towards the householder's house. This is a divine beast? It doesn't look like it, I thought it was a cat. No breath, is it hidden? Or can't we see through it? Either it's more powerful than all of us here, causing us to not be able to see through its cultivation, or it doesn't have any cultivation, but it's obviously not the latter. After all, this is a natural divine beast. In that direction, it's really the Li family master's son's companion divine beast. Quick, go see what's going on. One by one, they instantly rushed towards Li Qingtian's mansion, while Li Qingtian was even faster than them, arriving at the entrance of his mansion in a few steps. Everyone, this is my mansion, it's a bit impolite of you to run over without saying a word. Qingtian Li coldly scanned them. One by one, the crowd stopped awkwardly in front of the mansion, rubbing their noses and scratching their heads without moving again. Indeed, this was Li Qingtian's residence, and they were not the Li family's master, so it was indeed impolite to come over like this. Family Master Li, we are just curious, can you let us take a look at your son? Right, such a pride of heaven, being envied by the heavenly Tao at birth, and even having a companion divine beast, it's not rare in the entire Xian dust immortal realm. We are just curious, we have no other malicious intent. Listening to the murmurs of these people, Qingtian Li only felt disgust and was about to drive them away when a familiar voice rang out. Qingtian, is it convenient? It was Xia Hai's voice. Only to see the crowd quickly backing away, Xia Hai walked out slowly with his hands in the air. Upon hearing this, Qingtian Li was flattered that the other party called him Qingtian. State Lord, I can't afford it. Li Qingtian hurriedly arched his hands and bowed his head, too terrified. Since the State Lord wants to see it, then Mr. Li will bring his son out for the State Lord to see. No need, I brought it out. At this moment, the door to the room opened wide, and Mo Qing slowly walked out from inside with Li Lan in his arms. Li Qingtian was shocked and hurriedly looked back, only to see that his wife's face was incomparably rosy, as if she had never given birth to a child, and she was radiant. He rushed over to help Mo Qing come along. The other elders as well as their wives were shocked. This had just given birth and her face was so rosy? This is too much, isn't it? What physique is so terrifying? Could it be that Mo Qing had been pretending to be a pig in a poke, having an extremely strong physique and not telling them? State Lord. Mo Qing came in front of Xia Hai and slightly bent down. I'm holding a child, it's not convenient for me to kneel, so please forgive me, State Lord. No harm done. Xia Hai smiled, his gaze looking towards the baby in Mo Qing's arms. The baby's face was nice and white. However, he didn't see any realm from its body. Was this an ordinary person? Since he was an ordinary person, why did he encounter heavenly punishment? Was it really because he took the same name and surname as the heavenly emperor? It seems to be true, as those people said, that the reason the heavenly punishment receded was because the heavenly emperor didn't care. Seeing that Li Lan didn't have any cultivation, Xia Hai was relieved. He was afraid that Li Qingxing had an extremely strong son. When the time came, the two fathers and sons would suppress him together to take this throne. The divine beast just now, is it your sons? Xia Hai looked at Mo Qing in doubt. He clearly saw a white tiger burrowing into the house, but now it was nowhere to be seen. Exactly. Just as Mo Qing's voice fell, a white light flew out from Li Lan's dantian and landed steadily on the ground. A cute and adorable little white tiger appeared in front of the crowd. Xia Hai looked towards that white tiger, and his divine sense probed the other party's realm, but found that he could not see anything, causing him to instantly frown. Could it be that this divine beast's realm was above his? Transformation of the gods, or a transmigration? Is it hard to be ascension? All the speculations made Xia Hai's heart shake. If it was really a divine beast that transformed into a god or transited through the tribulation, I'm afraid that the Li family would have to take a step forward because of this, and Li Qingtian would even be able to rely on this divine beast to seize his throne and steadily live in the Xia kingdom. Seeing Xia Hai frown, Mo Qing subconsciously took a step back. Seeing this, Xia Hai knew that he had almost spoken his heart's thoughts on the surface, and laughed. Your son is really following you, husband and wife, handsome and incomparable. Thank you, Kingdom Master. Mo Qing laughed. And just then, the sky suddenly exploded with heavenly thunder once again, and the crowd was dumbfounded. Why haven't the heaven and earth visions ended yet? Is there something else coming? Phew! A red stream of light instantly cut out from the heavenly cave. Its speed was incomparably fast. No one could catch its figure, like a thunderous momentum, instantly coming in front of the crowd. When it stopped, only then could the crowd see that it was a long gun, red in color, emitting a terrifyingly evil black and red aura, and endless Tao rhythms filled the area around the gun, causing the body and mind to tremble. This is a magic treasure? What quality of magic treasure? What a terrifying aura. It's highly likely that it's a heavenly Tao supreme treasure. Could it be that this baby not only has a companion divine beast, but also a companion magic treasure? End of chapter. Chapter 18 This son must not be kept. Chapter 18 This son must not be kept. Chapter 18 This son must not be kept. The soul-devouring gun hummed and trembled, and under the gaze of the crowd, it turned into a red light that instantly drilled into Li Lan's dantian. Seeing this, the crowd had just guessed completely correctly that it really was a companion magic treasure. Each one of them looked at Li Lan with astonishment. Even born with his own companion divine beast and companion magic treasure, this son grew up still? But this is far from over. The heaven and earth visions were still there, and 2 more red lights descended from the sky, flying down like meteors and landing in front of the crowd. It was a gourd in a small tower, similarly exuding a powerful aura of oozing terror, causing the crowd to not dare to act rashly. The 2 magic treasures turned into 2 red lights drilling into Li Lan's dantian and disappeared without a trace. The scene came and disappeared so suddenly that no one was expecting it. 3 companion magic treasures plus a companion divine beast. This son will definitely be a lord of the party in the future. If this is known by other great sects or holy lands, then they won't come over to snatch people? It's too terrifying. The aura of those 3 magic treasures are so powerful, I reckon they're all Heaven's Path Supreme treasures. Is it possible that it's a Chaos Supreme treasure? I feel a bit like it, although I've never seen a real Chaos Supreme treasure. The Heavenly Tao Supreme treasure was already scary enough. If those 3 magic treasures were all Chaos Supreme treasures, that would have to scare everyone present. Looking at Li Qingtian's son, each heart was jealous and envious. How is it that people can produce such good sons? A companion magic treasure and a companion divine beast in a single strike. How come their sons didn't have such benefits? Could it be because of having the same name as the Heavenly Emperor? Caused by absorbing the Heavenly Emperor's chi? The crowd was puzzled. Li Qingtian and Emoqing's 2 qualifications could only be considered okay, but they were not too heaven-defying, so why did they give birth to such a heaven-defying heir? Especially the several elders, seeing that Li Lan possessed so many magical treasures and divine beasts, their inner worries intensified. I'm afraid that the young lord competition 3 years from now won't be very hopeful. This son must not be kept. Just as the crowd fell silent, a voice suddenly exploded. Phew! In an instant, a silhouette flashed to Emoqing, raised the sharp blade high, and slashed down heavily towards Li Lan in a fast and accurate manner. Madaka! As the blades clashed, Qing Tianli quickly drew his sword and blocked the attack, bursting into a rage. Chen Hai, you're looking for death. The person who struck out was none other than the Chen family's family head, Chen Hai. He had a great grudge against the Li family, especially with Li Qingtian, who had once been publicly humiliated by Li Qingtian at an auction and still held a grudge. Everyone, why don't you make a move? Chen Hai hurriedly shouted when he saw that the attack was blocked. Li Qingtian, suffer death. Do you really think we're here to celebrate your son? We're here to send your Li family to their deaths today? Such a Qilin son, absolutely cannot let him live until the next day. If he grows up, we will not have a good time in the future. Think about our future children and grandchildren. That's right, quickly kill this son before he grows up. One by one, the family lords were no longer in disguise, revealing monstrous killing intent as they each took out their weapons and rushed towards Qing Tianli's trio. When the others saw this, they were shocked, not realizing that so many people were in disguise, in order to destroy the Li family in one fell swoop. Quickly, protect the family head and the others, an elder shouted. Although everyone had their own agenda, but now that the fate of the family was at stake, where was there any hooking up? Once Qing Tianli and the others died, then the Li family would definitely be completely devoured by other families. The other elders nodded their heads in succession, and after letting their wives take the children away, they rushed up one by one. Xia Hai in the crowd saw this and silently retreated to the back. He had no intention of making a move. If Li Qingtian and Li Lan were killed here, he wouldn't have to worry so much, and then he would exterminate all the other clans, so no one would know about this. It seems like you guys had a plan ahead of time, but do you guys really think that I, Li Qingtian, am easy to bully? Li Qingtian spoke in a cold voice, his aura violently erupting out. Half-step transformation god. The aura shook the entire arena, and everyone was shocked by the powerful aura. Half-step transformation god, when did you break through again? Aren't you just a Yuaning perfection? Bad, retreat quickly. What are you afraid of? With so many of us, it may not be impossible to kill him. Xia Hai, who was in the distance, saw that Qing Tianli had already taken half a step to transformation god. His pupils contracted violently and he clenched his fists. I didn't expect Li Qingtian to hide so deeply. He had already taken a half step to transformation god. Had it not been for today, he feared he would have been kept in the dark forever. Today, Li Qingtian must not be allowed to live, along with that baby. Go! Xia Hai waved his hand and led the war riders away, and the others noticed, ecstatic. The state lord surprisingly didn't make a move. Could it be that he had already given up on Qing Tianli? Seeing the state lord leave, Li Qingtian's eyes stared, somewhat disappointed, not expecting the state lord to leave just like that, without saying a word. The other elders were even more surprised. The state lord left just like that? Shouldn't justice be done? Ha, even the state lord doesn't care. Li Qingtian, you suffer death. A parent threw back his head and laughed as if the victory was already decided. Everyone else was relieved. They were bolder in the absence of the State Lord. They were afraid that the State Lord would protect Li Qingtian and let the war riders out. Then they really couldn't fight. In hindsight, it may not be impossible. Then let the horses come over. Li Qingtian spoke indifferently and looked at Mo Qing behind him. Quickly take the child inside the house. I'll take care of these guys. Well, you stay safe. Mo Chang knew that she couldn't help much. It was safest to hide. So she hurriedly hugged Li Lan and ran to the mansion. Don't let that woman get away. The child in her arms is the most important thing. Whoever kills the child will have the divine beast and magic treasure. With one sentence, it instantly inspired everyone's battle spirit as well as the greedy desires within their hearts. That was a divine beast and a magic treasure. All of them combined couldn't come up with a single magic treasure, or at best a magic weapon. If they killed Li Lan, those magic treasures and divine beasts would belong to them, so how could this be held back? In an instant, everyone struck out at the same time, and their targets were all Li Lan. If you want to touch my son, step over me first. Li Qingtian shouted coldly, waving his sharp blade as a powerful sword chi whistled out. Boo! A sword chi spanned across the miles, blocking all personalities. So strong, Li Qingtian is too tricky, kill Li Qingtian first. A family head opened his mouth. If they didn't kill Qingtian Li, none of them would be able to kill that Li Lan. Good, kill Li Qingtian. The crowd reversed their direction and headed straight towards Li Qingtian, with all kinds of spells, sword chi, and blade chi all attacking Li Qingtian. The elders of the Li clan were not idle either, and they stood beside Li Qingtian to help him withstand the damage. Family head, there are too many people, I'm afraid we'll have trouble fighting them off. An elder gritted his teeth and said. These were all Jindan or Foundation establishment, hundreds of them, and with only a dozen or so of them, they were afraid that it would be difficult to fight. What are you afraid of? I'm enough on my own. Li Qingtian said in a domineering manner, holding his sword to face him. The speed was incomparably fast, arriving in front of a family head in a single step, indifferently swinging out a sword, instantly splitting him in half, dead beyond repair. Since this is the case, and you guys forced me to do this, let me show you my Li family's great ancestor Li's best skill. This is created by ancestor Li Tai Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Technique. End of chapter. Chapter 19, The White Tiger Strikes, one palm extinguishes the crowd. Chapter 19, The White Tiger Strikes, one palm extinguishes the crowd. Chapter 19, The White Tiger Strikes, one palm extinguishes the crowd. A green lotus flower silhouette reflected behind Qingtian Li and slowly rose into the air, hovering above his head and instantly bursting open. In a split second, countless lotus petals floated in the air, and a faint green-colored light bloomed out, emitting a terrifying aura that shook the body and mind. Not good. This is the Li family ancestors' famous technique, the Green Lotus Sword Technique, a Xian-level battle technique. Battle techniques, which are categorized into Yellow level, Xian level, Earth level, Heaven level, Flood level, Desolate level, Immortal level, Emperor level, and God level. It seems that it's still in the Dechang stage. Now we really can't beat it. Run quickly. When the crowd saw that Qingtian Li had learned the Xian-level battle technique of the ancestors of the Li family and had practiced it to the grand completion stage, they really had no heart for fighting now. Want to run? It's too late. Li Qingtian coldly shouted, and the 10,000 swords returned. Countless green lotus petals transformed into countless sharp blades, falling like a raging storm and whistling towards those family heads. In an instant, countless screams, sounds of blood and flesh being cut, and sounds of flopping and falling to the ground rang out. With one move, hundreds of strong people, all seriously injured, some unlucky ones fell on the spot, their bodies died. This was the strength of the Xian-level battle method. The Green Lotus Sword Technique that Qingtian Li has learned, and he has even learned it to a great extent. An elder was surprised, even he, who was Li Qingtian's own brother, only realized it today. This brother of his own was far more powerful than he thought. The Green Lotus Sword Technique slowly dissipated, and Qingtian Li looked at the fallen family lords with a calm expression, but in reality, the aura in his body was almost depleted. That move just now, the Green Lotus Sword Technique, was one that he had forced to increase its power, in order to try to scare and break these people's battle spirit. In fact, he hadn't practiced it to a great extent yet, but now it seems to be working, and these people are scared. One by one, the family lords looked at Li Qingtian with despairing faces. Each of them had now been seriously injured and were no longer capable of fighting. Facing a half-step transformation spirit who also had a strong Xian-level battle technique, they had no chance of winning. Master Li, I'm sorry, we were reckless. I'm willing to offer all the assets of the Huang family to make amends. I, like the Amo family, am willing to offer all I have, and I only ask that family Master Li can be magnanimous and let us off the hook. My Chen family is the same. One by one, the family heads bowed their heads and apologized, willing to offer all of their family's resources to beg for Li Qingtian's forgiveness. The elders of the Li family looked at Li Qingtian, wondering what decision he would make. Hee, kill all of you, I can still get your resources. Li Qingtian laughed coldly, his face instantly cold. Elders, kill them all, then gather the disciples and go and exterminate all of these clans, and give this birth feast a boost. When these words came out, the entire room was shocked as all the family heads looked at Li Qingtian with astonished gazes. They never thought that Li Qingtian would be so cruel. without saying anything he would exterminate their entire family. This was simply more evil and horrible than a demonic cultivator. You're so cruel, you definitely won't have a good ending in the future. A family head couldn't help but curse. Noisy! Li Qingtian slashed out with his sword, instantly splitting it in half, and turned back to those elders, kill. After saying that, he took the lead, and a few sword chi went down, cleaving several seriously injured family lords to death. Seeing this, the elders were no saintly mothers, and one by one, they made their moves, taking the heads of those family heads one by one like harvesting vegetables. In just 3 minutes, the scene was suddenly filled with blood, countless mutilated corpses were silently sprawled on the ground, and the people who wanted to kill Li Lan were all wiped out. Family master, it's all dead already. An elder spoke. Well, let the people clean it up, the birth banquet will continue to start, eat and drink enough, then go to those families and send them on their way. Qing Tianli spoke indifferently, as if he was dealing with a very normal trivial matter. Those other family heads or visitors who didn't put up a fight, they were all trembling, they didn't dare to leave, and even more so, they didn't dare to say anything, for fear that if Li Qingtian was happy with the killing, he would kill them too to help his son. Everyone, if you didn't put up a fight today, you will be our Li family's best friends from now on. Everyone go eat the banquet first, the food has already been sent to be warmed up. Qing Tianli came to the others and smiled. Okay, there's no rush, and I don't have much of an appetite right now anyway. Haha, that's true, I seem to have some business at home, so I'll go back first. Yeah, something came up, got to go first. How dare the others still be in the mood for a banquet? They had lost their appetite long ago. Well then Li Ma will not send. All of you just pretend not to see today's events, do not go outside, if not. Li Qingtian coldly laughed. Please don't worry, Li family master, today I'm just blind and deaf, I didn't see or hear anything, so you can pretend that I haven't been here. Yeah, when we fart, we didn't see anything. We understand, please don't worry, family master Li. One family head after another nodded their heads in succession, incomparably sincere and assuring that they would never say anything. Well, then you guys leave. Li Qingtian waved his hand, and the crowd was like birds and beasts of prey, dispersing in a flurry, quickly leaving in every direction, not daring to stay for a second longer. Gather all the disciples, let's go and exterminate all the other clans before they take revenge. Qing Tianli gave a cold shout before turning back towards the mansion. The elders nodded in unison and immediately went to gather all the disciples. Buzz! Just as Qing Tianli was about to enter the mansion, a sword chime sounded, a cold light flashed, and a sharp blade appeared less than a centimeter away from Qing Tianli's temple and stopped. How can that be? The sneak attacker exclaimed. He suddenly couldn't move, his entire body stopped in the air, unable to move. Sneak attack? Seek death. Li Qingtian was shocked and slapped his palm out, blasting him away. Boo! The sneak attacker flew out backwards, and Qing Tianli took a step forward and came in front of the sneak attacker, who was killed by him with a palm strike. He removed the mask of the sneak attacker, a very plain and unassuming face, the kind of face that could be seen everywhere on the streets. This concealment technique is not ordinary, surprisingly even I didn't realize it. Li Qingtian said in fear afterward, he had not been able to discover the sneak attacker. I don't know which senior has come out to help, can they come out so that I can thank them? Thinking of the scene just now, Qing Tianli shouted towards the surroundings, but for a long time, he did not see anyone come out. It made him wonder, could it be that a certain senior just happened to be passing by and just stopped by to save him? Thank you, senior. Qing Tianli solemnly arched his hand to the sky and thanked him. Instantly, he frowned and dashed back violently. And in his original position, surprisingly, more than a dozen Jindan powerhouses had appeared, and their strength appeared to be not simply Jindan, their speed was much stronger than Jindan, and it was obvious that they had experienced long hours of training as well as body felling. Damn it, he didn't have much aura left in his body right now, so many Jindan, it's not easy to deal with. And here, he's all alone. Who are you guys? Qing Tianli forced himself to stay calm and opened his mouth to ask. Qing Tianli, don't play hard to get. You have very little aura left in your body, you are completely incapable of defeating us. A masked sneak attacker sneered. Apparently, that's when they waited until this time to strike. You guys aren't with the one on the ground? Qing Tianli was puzzled. The one on the ground appeared to be only at the Jindan stage, but had a very powerful concealment technique. And these people were easily spotted by him, obviously without a concealment technique. Don't talk nonsense with him, settle it at speed. A masked man who appeared to be the leader spoke in a cold voice. Yes. The crowd nodded and rushed towards Qing Tianli in unison. Qing Tianli clenched his teeth, he could only force the battle at the moment. Who? Right at this moment, a tiger's roar shook through the 8 directions, and a dull little white tiger appeared in front of Li Qingtian, showing its teeth towards those masked sneak attackers and letting out a low roar like the roar of a car. Disturbing my master's leisure, seek death. The white tiger spat out human words in a dull voice that shook the body and mind. When the sneak attackers saw the white tiger appear, they all retreated violently. Looking at the sudden white tiger, those sneak attackers were all startled. This is that companion divine beast, it may be very strong, we may not be able to deal with it. But we have no way out now, we can only forcefully attack Qing Tianli. Not necessarily, companion divine beasts usually aren't too strong, with the top being a foundation establishment or Jindan, we may not be unable to win. Try it. The sneak attackers murmured a few words before they no longer hesitated and charged Li Qingtian once again. Qingtianli heard clearly that these people appeared to have been instructed, and it was possible that the other party had seized their handles, and they had to continue. Seek death. Li Qingtian shouted coldly and was just about to strike when the white tiger standing in front of him took the lead. Roar! Boo! The originally young white tiger cub roared angrily, its body suddenly became taller than a small mountain, and before those sneak attackers could react from shock, it had already slapped down its palm. A deafening loud noise was emitted, the ground shook, and Qingtianli almost fell to the ground without standing still. In an instant, all the sneak attackers were slapped by this palm, those standing in the center of the tiger's palm directly became meat cakes, and the rest were directly shocked by the palm wind and flew away. Lightly killing several Jindan realm powerhouses with a single palm was much easier than Qingtianli. A bunch of trash. The white tiger slowly grew smaller, licked the blood from his palms, and walked back inside the mansion with a light pace. Looking at the puddle of blood on the ground and the bones that had turned into pieces, Qingtianli froze a little. The strength of this divine beast was unfathomable. He had just sensed nothing of the other party's cultivation realm, yet he was able to kill numerous Jindan realms in an instant. It was highly likely that the strength was above him, or even stronger than him. What kind of divine beast did my son get? It's a bit too scary, and it's so psychic. Right at this moment, Li Qingtian's voice suddenly rang out in his mind, Li Lan's voice. Father, I know who sent these sneak attackers, it's the war riders of the Lord of the Land. End of chapter. Chapter 20, Kill the Lord of the Kingdom and be yourself. Chapter 20, Kill the Lord of the Kingdom and be yourself. Chapter 20, Kill the Lord of the Kingdom and be yourself. Li Qingtian froze, his expression slowly became alarmed, and with a flash, he came to Li Lan's side inside the mansion. Mo Qing was startled by the sudden appearance of his and grumbled, "What are you doing, scaring me?" Sorry. Li Qingtian scratched his head in embarrassment, then his expression grew serious as he looked at Li Lan and Mo Qing's arms. Son, did you mean what you just said? The person who wanted to kill him turned out to be the state lord. I'm afraid that no one would believe this kind of thing when it was said. Instead, everyone would be afraid. He had no grudge against the lord of the land. Why did he kill him? What should be done if it's really the lord of the land? It's true. Li Lan transmitted his voice as he told the whole story. It turned out that he had been observing with his divine sense from the moment those family lords started to assassinate him, and when the state lord left, his divine sense had been watching the state lord leave. Until the state lord went out of the Li mansion, he discovered that something was wrong, and the state lord even let the 10 Jindan war riders take off their golden armor and sneak into the Li mansion again in disguise, and hid around the Li mansion, waiting until all the family lords were dead and the elders had left before they made their move. Obviously, they were just waiting for Pops to run out of aura before they made their move. As for the other sneak attacker, he had long been lurking in the Li mansion. He didn't know who had sent him. Luckily he had made his move, otherwise Pops would have been assassinated. It seems that their own birth of this family is very inviting people to hate. But also understand, the tree is big, as the strongest family in the summer country, it is indeed a little striking. After hearing Li Lan's words, Li Qingtian locked his brows tightly, and Mo Qing, who was on the side, also saw that something was wrong and quickly spoke. What's wrong? What are you father and son whispering about? Is it something that you can't let me know? Mo Qing grumbled a little. The boy had only just been born, and already he was conspiring with his father. Mom, this matter is dangerous. It's better if one less person knows about it. Li Lan transmitted his voice, which could be heard by both of them. Yes, mother, this matter is too dangerous. Qingtianli laughed. Then is there anything more dangerous for me to risk my life to marry on your side? Mo Qing suddenly gazed at Li Qingtian. His questioning eyes made Li Qingtian avoid his sight. Those eyes were as hot as fire, making Li Qingtian too weak to look directly at them. Well, just now I ran into a group of sneak attackers, and my son told me that they were sent by the state lord to assassinate me. Qingtianli sighed and said truthfully. At those words, Mo Qing slowly opened his eyes wide, very surprised. How could it be? Our Li family has always been very loyal to the state lord. You've done so much for him, both hard work and merit. If not for you, all without the current him, he even wanted to kill you. Li Qingtian for the summer sea to pay how much? She is the most clear, often lead the troops out of the city, and occasionally a few days do not come back. This work is 10 years. If it weren't for Qingtianli, would he, Xia Hai, be able to sit so comfortably? She often washed her face with tears at home, expecting Li Qingtian to return safely, and every time she was scared, it was because Xia Hai was greedy for resources and had to attack other countries from time to time. Without Qingtianli, there would be no Xia Hai, much less the present-day Xia kingdom. I don't know, but if my son says it, I definitely believe it. It seems like we have to beware of the state lord. Li Qingtian sighed. If someone else said it, he definitely didn't believe it, but if his son said it, he didn't think that his son would lie to harm him. Pops. Li Lan suddenly spoke. This address caused Qingtianli to be slightly stunned, but he quickly accepted it. What's wrong? I think I understand why the state lord wants to kill you. It's possible that the merit is so high that Xia Hai is afraid that his throne won't sit securely. Li Lan spoke faintly. It reminded him of a certain general in his previous life, who had similarly accomplished a great deal and had been killed by the Lord. It was highly likely that Xiahai wanted to kill his old man for this reason as well, as his old man's strength threatened Xiahai's position. Li Qingtian was silent, and now that he heard his son say this, he realized that there were really a few points of truth. His strength was already stronger than Xiahai's because he was often out killing enemies, and the battles had caused his realm to skyrocket, and he was already half a step into transformation god. Today, at first sight, Xiahai is still Yuaning perfect, really want to fight, he easily crushed Xiahai. But he has no ambition, after all, loyal Xiahai has been more than 10 years, he has never thought of betrayal, not to mention that he did not want to conspire to usurp the throne, and sit on the throne himself, he just wants to be a goodly family master, Li General, at home with his wife and son, and peacefully spend his life. But now, Xiahai clearly refused to let him continue to live, and as long as he didn't die, Xiahai wouldn't stop. I understand, I'm ready to step down. Qing Tianli spoke faintly. The best way he thought of was to abdicate and let Xiahai put down his suspicions, and as long as he returned to his family and gave Xiahai the illusion that he would not ask about the affairs of state from now on, Xiahai should not be able to make a move against him. No, since Xiahai wants to kill us, let's do the opposite, kill him, sit on the throne, and become the country's lord. Li Lan opened his mouth. A little piece of trash tried to kill his father? Delusional. Upon hearing this, Li Qingtian and Mo Qing were shocked at the same time, killing a country lord to seize the throne, and these things had always been taboo in their hearts. It was amazing how easily the son could say it, so that the two of them couldn't accept it so quickly. Never, that's the lord of the country, the beloved king in the hearts of the common people. If we kill the lord of the country rashly, the common people will definitely hold a grudge against us. Li Qingtian shook his head. If you want to be the lord of the country, winning the hearts of the people is the most important thing. If you become a lord of the country that the people don't love, what's the use? Then kill the people, and keep the ones who obey us. Li Lan said indifferently. Qing Tianli, marching. This is too much of a bully for their son. Kill those who don't obey and keep those who do. Just kidding, Pops, feel free, I will arrange for the white tiger to be next to you, don't worry about doing it, not afraid of that state lord. Li Lan laughed a little heartily. This inflated mentality of his own appeared again, almost making Pops suspect he was some kind of reincarnation of a demon god again. Kidding, he is a decent man, never do those things of killing and setting fire, burning and looting, forcing good people into prostitution, in his previous life or the girl voluntarily over. To be honest, he can really directly destroy that country's master to let Pops go to sit in that position, but Pops seems to be unable to accept it. First let Pops slowly recognize the reality, and then he will destroy it. Let's do this for now. If the state lord is still prepared to make a move to kill me, then I'll turn my back on him as well. Qing Tianli sighed. The state lord who had been loyal for more than 10 years did not expect that he would want to kill him today. It's just too much for him to take in. It's lost, it's sad. Family master, the disciples have been gathered and are ready to leave at any time. At that moment, the elder's voice sounded outside the door. Alright, I'll go out right away. Li Qingtian spoke indifferently, then looked at Mo Chang and Li Lan. Mother, son, you guys have a good rest first, I'll go and return. Father, take it for a spin. Li Lan spoke up. Releasing the white tiger, which had been yelling about being bored and wanting to go out to play inside his Dantian world. Now is the time. Good. End of chapter. Chapter 21 Altering the Body. Chapter 21 Altering the Body. Chapter 21 Altering the Body. The state lord's residence. Country lord, they failed. A war rider half-kneeled in front of Xiahai and reported truthfully. At those words, Xiahai's face was calm, there were no surprises, he expected it to fail. I didn't expect Li Qingtian to be so strong anymore. Xiahai muttered. Now Li Qingtian's strength made him a little afraid that he would not be able to keep this throne. Country lord, it wasn't killed by Qing Tianli, but by that divine beast, it simply destroyed them instantly with a simple slap. I can't see through what realm that divine beast is in. At those words, Xiahai's pupils shrunk slightly. He had long seen that the divine beast was not simple. He did not expect it to be so powerful. One palm could destroy 10 fine golden armored war riders, and they were all in the Jindan realm. Find an opportunity to arrange for a hidden expert to infiltrate the Li family. That child cannot be kept. Xiahai spoke indifferently. Yes. The war rider nodded and turned to leave. Looks like I have to pay a visit to my master. Xiahai muttered. With his throne in jeopardy, he had no choice but to ask his master to come out. The Chan family. A small family in the Summerland. Boo! The Chen clan's gate was violently blasted open, and Li Qingtian led the clan's disciples and elders in, carrying a white-furred tiger cub on his shoulder that was squinting and sleeping. Who are you? A watchman disciple shouted in surprise. Kill your people. Li Qingtian spoke in a cold voice, without much nonsense, waving his hand. Kill, exterminate the Chen family's entire clan. He never drags his feet. He kills the whole family when he says he will, and he doesn't spare a single earthworm. Kill. An elder shouted angrily and took the lead, blasting out with a palm. Boom, that watchman disciple directly flew out backwards, his internal organs were broken, his head was tilted, and his life was cut short. This sound shocked the entire Qin family. When they knew that the Li family attacked the door wanting to prepare, it was already too late. The Li family crowd had already killed in. Go ahead, Sun said to let you have some fun. Qing Tianli shook his shoulders and awakened the white tiger. The white tiger stood up straight on all four limbs, stretched and yawned, shook his body, leapt up, landed firmly on the ground, and roared towards the sky. The tiger roared in the sky, and heaven and earth trembled. It shifted and became as huge as a small mountain, and it began to kill mercilessly. In an instant, the Chen family such as plunged into hell on earth, screaming and wailing all over the place, blood into a river, where all the corpses and organs, the air is full of stinking blood. If an ordinary person to come here, smell a mouthful, the stomach will be turned over. On the other hand, the Li family. Old mom, are there any clothes for kids here? Li Lan asked in a voice transmission. When Mo Qing heard this, he was slightly stunned, then he smiled dotingly and said, "What, you want to get dressed?" After saying that, Mo Qing changed out a few sets of clothes and smiled. "These are the clothes that mom sewed for you with the best materials, but I don't know if you'll fit into them or not." Several sets of clothes were laid out on the bed, clothes that could be worn as a baby, and diapers, and clothes that could be worn by a 1 or 2-year-old as well as those that could be worn by a 4 or 5-year-old. Just the one that a 4 or 5-year-old can wear. Li Lan transmitted his voice. Mo Qing was a bit confused, not knowing what the child was talking about. Suddenly, a blinding golden light blossomed from Li Lan's body, breaking away from Mo Qing's arms and slowly floating in the air, causing her to be astonished. Immediately after that, the suit followed suit and slowly hovered in the air, merging with Li Lan. Not long after, the golden light slowly dissipated, and Mo Qing instantly stared with wide eyes, only to see that Li Lan, who was originally still a baby, suddenly became bigger, turning into a size that only a 4 or 5-year-old child could have, and also put on that set of clothes. The most crucial thing was that the face was completely changed, becoming exquisite and lovely, as if it was a carefully carved doll, with clear eyebrows, the kind that one could not take one's eyes off after taking a glance at it. "Son, you." Mo Qing couldn't believe that his son had gotten so big in just a blink of an eye. She was a bit scared inwardly, but when she thought about her son being a born prodigy, born with his own accompanying magical treasures and divine beasts, and still at the Yuaning realm, it seemed normal for such signs to happen to him. Li Lan landed, looked at his hands and feet with delight, and moved them around. "I can finally move freely." Possessing the cultivation of a heavenly emperor, this ability to freely change his body was very common. He could turn into an old man if he wanted to, a middle-aged man if he wanted to, and a baby if he wanted to turn back into a baby. It's still the most comfortable body to be able to move freely, and it's not so easy to stay in the arms of your parents all day and not be free. "Old mother, how is it? Do you still recognize me?" Li Lan looked at Mo Qing and opened his mouth to laugh. Now, he could just talk normally without transmitting. "Of course, you are my own flesh and blood, how could I not recognize you? It's just that this is the first time I've given birth to such an anticlimactic child, so I'm a bit unaccustomed to it." Mo Qing laughed dotingly. No matter what Li Lan became, he would always be his son and there was nothing to fear. "But you've suddenly gotten so big, are you adapting?" Mo Qing was concerned. He. Li Lan hemmed and hawed, flipping over on the spot, as well as one-handed handstands, any difficult maneuver handy. If this is placed in the previous life, he has not even dare to think about. The previous life has long been because of the drunken days and wasted body. Push-ups are afraid to do only 10. At this time, Mo Qing noticed that Li Lan had 3 small pendants hanging around his waist, which were a red lance, a wooden gourd, and a luscious black tower, exactly the same as Li Lan's accompanying magic treasure. "By the way, Mom, are you hungry?" Li Lan suddenly asked. Mo Qing froze, shook his head and laughed. "Not hungry." When a cultivator reaches the Jindan stage, he has basically already opened up his grain, and he doesn't even need to eat, so he can naturally replenish his body by feeding on the spiritual qi every day. "Well then, I was thinking of going to eat that feast." Li Lan lost his mind. His mouth watered when he used his divine sense to see the food at his birth feast, although he didn't need to eat either, but as the person who loved food and beauty the most in his previous life, how could he not eat food? Not to mention, this world was full of cuisines that he had never seen before, all of which used demonic beasts as food, and every dish looked as if it was delicious. It was full of endless temptation, tempting him to go over and eat it. It couldn't be resisted. "What, you want to eat your own birth feast? Then mom accompany you." Mo Qing laughed. Perhaps, Li Lan was the first child ever born to enjoy his own birth feast. After all, no child could do what he did to be able to speak and eat at birth, each basically breastfed, and only after a while could he eat various spiritual medicines and soups to enhance his physique. "Good, then let's get going." Li Lan couldn't wait. Now that he was born, he was going to have a good time, traveling the world and exploring the big world properly. End of chapter. Chapter 22 Hongmeng Purple Qi changes parents' physique. Chapter 22 Hongmeng Purple Qi changes parents' physique. Chapter 22 Hongmeng Purple Qi changes parents' physique. Night is approaching and the moon is bright. The faint moonlight spread evenly over the Li mansion as Li Qingtian returned to the Li family with many disciples and elders, exhausted. Each of their shirts were stained with blood, their white shirts turning red, their hair disheveled and equally stained with blood. Today, they exterminated all of those 100 or so clans, without leaving a single person behind. But again, they paid the price, with almost 30 of the Li family dead. Everyone, go back and rest first. Xing Tianli spoke indifferently. He was also very tired. After killing for a whole day, the aura in his body had been depleted a long time ago. If not for the fact that he had a few aura pills and his son's divine beasts in place, I'm afraid that he wouldn't have been able to finish killing those clans today. Luckily, they killed them quickly, or else they would have already been run away by those clans, and at that time, there were already quite a number of clans that had run away, or he had utilized his authority to blockade the gates of the city, not allowing those people to go out, and completely banning those people from the Xia kingdom. Even if they cried and begged, Li Qingtian didn't even think of letting them go. Letting them go would be the same as killing his own family. Since he had become the head of the family and exterminated people's entire family, he had to think of the consequences of people's vengeance, and he had to be responsible for the safety of everyone's lives. The crowd nodded and each returned to their rooms to rest. With a flash, Li Qingtian arrived at his own mansion, shaking his body. His clothes were changed into a clean set, even the smell of blood was dispersed by him. The whole person became spiritual and clean, pushing open the door with a smile. As soon as he pushed the door, Xing Tianli froze, his smile gradually solidifying. Only because in front of him stood a 4 or 5-year-old child, was looking at him with a smile on his face, and the child's face or eyebrows looked very similar to him, like a doll carefully carved by God. Very cute. You are? Xing Tianli asked dully. Pops. Li Lan laughed. Xing Tianli froze, inwardly incomparably surprised, to be called his old man? That's not true, he's never messed with another woman, how can he have a child that big? But soon, he reacted to the fact that this title seemed to be the only one that Li Lan would call him that because it was a very special title. He looked to the bed and saw that Mo Qing was smiling at him, and there was no Li Lan in his arms. He looked to the boy again and stared in surprise. Could it be, you are Li Lan, my son? How did his son get so big in half a day? Did you take some kind of magic pill? Aha, I'm Li Lan. Li Lan nodded with a smile. Hearing this affirmative answer, Li Qingtian instantly became excited and ran over to pick up Li Lan and then looked left and right, asking in amazement, Son, how did you do it? All of a sudden you grew so big. This son of his own is too heaven-defying. Not only was he born in the Yuaning realm, but he also has 3 accompanying magic treasures and divine beasts, and now he has become so big all of a sudden, all the signs are on the surface. This son of his own will never be ordinary in the future. It's all been said, I'm the Heavenly Emperor, I can become as big or as small as I want. Li Lan laughed. In the next second, Li Qingtian's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly covered his son's mouth, nervously and in a low voice, Son, you can't say this nonsense, be careful of being heard by the Heavenly Emperor. Originally taking the same name and surname had already tainted the karma of the Heavenly Emperor, and now that he had spoken out of turn, the heavenly punishment would most likely come again. Upon hearing this, Li Lan sighed in his heart. Sure enough, a newborn child saying that he was the Heavenly Emperor, no one would believe it at all. Li Lan broke his old man's hand and nodded helplessly. Got it, old man. These days, no one believes you when you tell the truth. Well, don't go around saying that you're the Heavenly Emperor, lest you piss off the Heavenly Emperor. Xing Tianli wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Last time, it was the Heavenly Emperor who was generous enough to let this child go. It's not that simple if you piss off the other side again. Since you've grown up, tomorrow, let's take you to meet the other aunts and uncles, as well as those siblings of yours. Li Qingtian stroked Li Lan's head and smiled. Aha! Li Lan nodded, he still had some expectations for his siblings. Let's hope it's better to get along, or he wouldn't mind beating them up. And so it was, a night without words. Both Li Qingtian and Mo Qing entered a state of cultivation. Li Qingtian had gained some insights from killing the enemy today. He wanted to break through to transformation spirit, while Mo Qing was utilizing aura to mediate his body. Although her body had long ago been improved by Li Lan today with his aura, restoring it to a completely healthy state. However, she still retained a bit of Li Lan's aura in her body, and she wanted to utilize it to make her physique better, and also wanted to break through to a higher realm, such as Yuaning. Li Lan's room hadn't been organized yet. After all, Xing Tianli and his duo hadn't thought that Li Lan could grow so fast, so Li Lan still slept in his parents' room. He knew that his parents were practicing when he watched them hovering in the air with their legs crossed and the surrounding aura pouring into their bodies in a steady stream. System, is it possible to give Hongmeng purple chi to others? Li Lan inwardly asked. Yes, this Hongmeng purple chi belongs to the host's belongings, you can arrange it as you wish. Li Lan nodded. Anyway, he could no longer use this Hongmeng purple chi, so he might as well give it to his parents to help them improve their physique as well as grow their cultivation. But it is recommended not to give all at once. The two of them are not able to do all the physical absorption. It is recommended to give a strand of every other month. The latter can slowly increase. The system spoke again. The physique of the two of them was mediocre. Only Li Qingtian's was a little bit better. Mo Qing's was very mediocre. If all the Hongmeng violet chi was given to them, they would not be able to withstand it, and they would directly explode and die, and their souls would be scattered. Li Lan nodded. The Hongmeng purple chi wouldn't disappear with him anyway, so it was not bad to give it slowly. Although he could help his parents stabilize and prevent them from bursting into flames, raising his strength all at once would always make them more than happy, so it was better to give it slowly. Thinking of this, Li Lan snapped his fingers, and 2 strands of Hongmeng violet chi flew out from between his fingers, quickly drilling into both Li Qingtian and Mo Qing's bodies, and began to travel along their meridians as well as their bones. In an instant, Qingtian Li and his duo's bodies shook violently, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads as their bodies trembled. Li Qingtian was shocked. He felt a very majestic and terrifying energy inexplicably added to his body, swimming crazily in his body like a small snake. He clenched his teeth and wanted to refine it. But to his surprise, the energy didn't need him to refine it. It was improving his meridians and bones on its own, incorporating a little bit of energy wherever it went, and he felt that his physique was slowly getting stronger. It seemed to already have the physical body that a transformation god should have. Mo Qing was likewise doing the same. Her physique was improving just as rapidly, and she soon had the physical body that a Yuaning should have, with improved meridians and bones. In the end, those 2 strands of Hongmeng violet chi traveled around in the 2 of them for almost an incense stick of time, causing both of their physiques to improve extremely well. The meridians and bones were a matter of one's cultivation speed. The better the physique, the more effective the absorption of aura would be, such as those geniuses with spirit bodies, saint bodies and the like, who tended to absorb aura 1,000 times better than others. Those with mediocre physique may only break through a small realm after inhaling for a month, and those with saintly physique can do in a day what others cannot do in a month. That's the difference in physique. Nowadays, the 2's physiques could be described as pseudo-spiritual bodies, and their speed of absorbing aura was dozens of times better than others. Not only that, the 2 strands of Hongmeng violet chi hadn't dissipated, they began to return towards the duo's dantian, sinking into the spirit sea, rendering the entire spirit sea purple, mysterious and powerful. Boom boom! The realm of the 2 was rapidly rising. Qingtian Li's realm had directly stepped into a true god of transformation from a half-step god of transformation, and it was still soaring. The 1st, 3rd, 5th, and consummate levels of transformation spirit broke through once again and was in the transition realm. At this time, the outside world was suddenly covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder, like a violent storm was about to come. Countless people were startled. Go! Seeing this, Li Lan, who was lying on the bed, gently waved his hand, and the dark clouds instantly dissipated. That was the thunderbolt of both his parents. He couldn't let that thunderbolt disturb his parents' breakthrough. Without the thunder tribulation, Qingtian Li's duo's realm breakthrough was even faster. In the end, Qingtian Li's realm stopped at the Mahayana realm, while Mo Qing's was at the 7th level of ascension, and the duo's strength had received a big boost, completely crushing everyone in the Xia kingdom. My realm, I've broken through to the Mahayana realm. End of chapter. Chapter 23, when a man achieves the Tao, his poultry and dogs rise to the occasion. Chapter 23, when a man achieves the Tao, his poultry and dogs rise to the occasion. Chapter 23, when a man achieves the Tao, his poultry and dogs rise to the occasion. Qingtian Li's duo looked at the sudden advancement of the realm within them, staggering, surprised, and at a loss for words. They hadn't done anything, so how did they suddenly soar up the realm? He looked at his wife and spoke in a low voice, your realm has also broken through? Mo Qing was clearly emanating the aura of the ascension realm, and just like him, his realm had skyrocketed. Well, consecutively breaking through to the current ascension realm. Mo Qing nodded, his expression equally surprised. The 2 men looked at each other in disbelief, then together they turned their heads to look at Li Lan. Li Qingtian looked suspiciously at Li Lan, who was lying drowsily on the bed, and after he used his divine sense to probe and confirm that the other party had really fallen asleep, he did not open his mouth to ask. The sun is really asleep, then this matter may not have anything to do with the sun. Li Qingtian said. Well, ask him tomorrow. Mo Qing nodded. The 2 no longer thought much about it and continued to cultivate and stabilize their cultivation. Dawn was early and the sky was gradually getting brighter. On the streets and alleys, the people get up early and start setting up various breakfast stalls to earn money for their families. Hundreds of clans died in one day yesterday. The entire population of the Summer Kingdom was halved, and the smell of blood rushed up to the sky, but the common people seemed to have taken it for granted and continued to live their lives. Even when people passed by those families, with bodies lying on the ground, they ignored them and passed right by. After an hour, a group of iron-armored war riders appeared on the street, and when they skillfully arrived at one of the exterminated clans, they began to clean up the corpses, check the remaining assets of the clan, clean up the bloodstains on the scene, and finally tidy up the area before putting seals on the doors before leaving for the next clan. Not only that, there were almost dozens of teams of iron riders throughout the Summer Kingdom doing the same thing over and over in exactly the same thing. Clean up any trash that was not cleaned up at Li's house. The Li family. The house of the head of the family. Son, let's go, take you to meet the other elders, they're all waiting for you. Qingtian Li looked at Li Lan and smiled. Aha! Li Lan nodded and walked out the door with his head held high. The servants outside had been waiting at the door for a long time, and they were also shocked to see Li Lan walk out from inside. A single servant looked at Li Lan dumbfounded, his eyes were bewildered. Who was this child? How did he come out from inside the family head's mansion? What are you waiting for? Why don't you call the young master? Qingtian Li followed closely behind and spoke indifferently. Upon hearing this, the servants became even more confused. This is the young master? So where's the baby that was born yesterday gone, eaten by this kid? The servants didn't dare to ask more questions and hurriedly bent down and lowered their heads in unison, shouting, "Good morning, house master, madam, young master." "Well, just call me young lord from now on." Li Lan nodded indifferently. This kind of scene, he had it every day in his previous life. Every day when he woke up it was the maid who stood at the door and brought him breakfast, calling him young master or master. Occasionally they were breakfast. Without dissenting words, the servants nodded and called out again, "Young lord." "Not bad." Li Lan laughed. This feeling was too familiar, as if he had returned to his previous life, only it was a different world, and here he was still as a young master. Li Qingtian and Mo Qing followed behind, dotingly looking at their son. For them, it didn't matter what happened to their son, just be able to grow up safely. After all, this is the world of the weak and the strong, as long as you are strong enough. So what if you are arrogant? If you are not arrogant, there are people who will bully you. Other places aside, in this summer country, Li Qingtian was very sure of protecting his son for the rest of his life, not to mention that he was even more sure now that he had come to the Mahayana realm. The three of them walked all the way towards the family master hall, followed by a team of servants who didn't move an inch. The three of them were vast, and on the way, they passed by the martial arts training ground, where countless family disciples were practicing martial arts and practicing battle techniques early in the morning. When they saw that 4 or 5-year-old child walking in front of Qing Tianli and Mo Qing, they were all astonished. "Look, you guys, who is that kid, and why is he walking in front of the head of the family and the head of the family's wife? Yes, how strange. Where is that baby yesterday? How come I don't see Mrs. Carry it out? It's hard to." "Don't talk nonsense, that's a child with a companion magic treasure and a divine beast. How could it possibly die? Not to mention who is this child? It couldn't be the illegitimate son of the family head, could it? Have you guys noticed that child's eyebrows bear a slight resemblance to both the family head and the family head's wife? It's more than similar, it's almost as if they were both born. It couldn't be the same baby from yesterday, could it? No way, it was just born yesterday, and today it's this big. Is this eating a divine elixir?" No one believed that the child was Li Lan. After all, none of them had ever seen someone who grew from a baby to a 4 or 5-year-old in one day. It was too strange. Even the heirs of those ancient demonic beasts couldn't do this. They slowly grew up after 4 or 5 days at most, and even the most powerful ones only got a little bit bigger. Currently just demonic beast science can do this. No human can, unless it's a forbidden demonic person, a human and demonic beast scion born together, then it's possible. Li Qingtian and Mo Qing were both pure human races. How could they give birth to a demon? Not to mention that this child looked like he didn't have half of the abnormal parts of a demon. Usually, a demon's body is not the same as a human's. For example, the location of the 5 organs and 6 viscera will change. Some demon's heart is at the bottom, but the kidneys are in the chest, and then there is also their appearance. There are also differences, for example, horns, tails, skin, and so on. The boy was nothing but impeccably handsome, as if he were a heavenly treasure that one could not take one look at without wanting to look at it all the time. Qing Tianli naturally heard the comments of these people and stopped, looking at those family disciples. Seeing this, the crowd arched their hands and shouted, "Family master." "Aha." Qing Tianli nodded, then spoke, "Li Lan. Pops, what's wrong?" Li Lan walked over to Li Qingtian's side and spoke. "This is your future young master, Li Lan, and my only son, the same baby that was born yesterday." Li Qingtian spoke indifferently. These words shocked everyone. Everyone was staring at Li Lan with dumbfounded eyes, completely unable to associate this child with yesterday's baby. A baby? Can this be a ING baby? You're telling me this is a newborn baby? Whose baby got so big overnight? Other babies still have to be breastfed and he can walk on the ground. This is too much of a stretch. The crowd would rather it was Li Qingtian who was wrong than to believe that Li Lan was yesterday's baby, which was just too mysterious. It was even better to just say that Li Lan was the heavenly emperor exposed by the Hongmeng golden ranking, which had more plausibility than this. One individual could not believe it and was silent. Seeing this, Li Qingtian naturally knew that these people were still unable to believe, so he took Li Lan and left directly. Anyway, Li Lan growing up was something that would be known sooner or later. For now let them take in this information and digest it. It was only after Qing Tianli and the others left that the scene gradually discussed. This is also too exaggerated. Overnight babies turn into 4 or 5-year-olds. This is not a miracle drug. I eat directly. You're here to cheat food and drink again, but he's a supreme genius who was born with 3 accompanying magic treasures plus a divine beast, so what's wrong with growing in size now? Right, it's possible that it really is the reincarnation of a certain great power. That's not surprising. Our Li family is going to take off. After receiving this information, the disciples were ecstatic. What did it mean that such a supreme genius had appeared in their clan? It means that if one man gets a government position, he gets a government position. End of chapter. Chapter 24 Feudal Family Rules, Double Standard Li Lan. Chapter 24 Feudal Family Rules, Double Standard Li Lan. Chapter 24 Feudal Family Rules, Double Standard Li Lan. The main hall of the house. The elders had already been waiting here. Do you think it's something important for the family head to call us over to the council so early in the morning? Is it hard to believe that it was yesterday's incident? It couldn't be that we killed so many clans that the state lord blamed it, right? Wasn't the state lord watching all yesterday? It's obvious that those people moved first, and they did it to Qingtian's child, so isn't it reasonable for us to drive the child to extinction after this damn move? That's right, if our children are touched, the family head will likewise not let them go, and if it's the country head who was making things difficult, then we're not afraid of him. Don't get excited yet, let's wait for the head of the family to come over and see what's going on. Outside, Li Qingtian and the others had just arrived at the entrance of the family master hall, and Li Lan was about to step in when he realized that his mother and the servants were all standing still. Mom, why don't you go in? Li Lan asked with a puzzled look at his mother, reaching out and pulling her hand. No, the family master hall, women and servants are not allowed to enter, this is a family rule set by the first family master, we can't disobey it. Mo Qing shook his head and laughed. This family rule had lasted for thousands of years, and because it was a family rule established by the first family head, no family head dared to modify it without authorization, and no one was allowed to disobey it. Pops, do you think so too? Li Lan looked towards Li Qingtian and spoke faintly. He did not think that this place is so feudal, even women go in to listen to a little bit cannot, this is if the previous life, early he was hanging small red book net storm 7749 days. It can't be helped, this is a family rule set by the first family head, all women and servants are not allowed to enter. That's where the family head and the elders' deliberative councils are held. Li Qingtian said helplessly, then explained. In the beginning, it was the first family heads meeting when one of the elders' wives talked back on the spot and was unreasonable, splashing and rolling around, completely enraging the family head. So the next day, the head of the family announced this, and no woman or servant would be allowed to enter the family master's hall. It has lasted until now, and no one has dared to revise that decision without authorization. At those words, Li Lan was speechless. He suddenly felt that the first head of the family was not feudal, but very much the right decision. It's fine, child, go inside, mother is used to it anyway. Mo Qing laughed. There's nothing wrong with this kind of thing for her, listen or not, it doesn't matter. Come on, mom, let's be the first to change the house rules. Li Lan laughed, he was a double-standard person, other women couldn't, but his mother had to go in. Some people don't like it, so let's fight. Li Lan pulled his old mom's hand and headed inside. Li Qingtian froze for a moment, then smiled and took a step to follow without stopping. After all, he had long expressed his dissatisfaction with this family rule, but those elders had refused to change this family rule, believing that privately modifying the family rule would be disrespectful to the ancestors. He couldn't argue with that many people, so he just left it at that. Inner sanctum. Coming. The crowd heard footsteps outside, and one by one, they looked toward the door. When they saw Li Lan walk in holding Mo Qing, one of the elders was shocked and stood up instantly. Madam Family Head, have you forgotten the family rules? An elder said with a somewhat angry tone. The family rules say so clearly that women and servants are not allowed to enter the family master hall, while Mo Qing as the family master's wife blatantly disobeyed the family rules and walked in. This is disrespectful to the ancestor. Mo Qing, you're afraid that you've forgotten your ancestors' family rules, leave quickly and we'll pretend we didn't see it this time. Another elder spoke. All the elders were very dissatisfied with Mo Qing's unauthorized walk into the family master hall. This was a naked disrespect to the ancestor. If the others knew about it, wouldn't it be an uproar? Asterisk 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 you. What are you two old things barking at? My mom can come in if she wants to. At this time, Li Lan broke into a curse. He doesn't care about the uncle relationship. He'll just yell at his mom. Never died. Li Lan, who hadn't enjoyed much motherly love in his last life, was already lucky to have a loving mother in this life, so how could he possibly tolerate these trash cursing his mother? When these words came out, the entire room was silent, and it was only then that the elders realized Li Lan. Seeing this strange child barging into the family master hall and speaking out against them, several elders were instantly surprised and at the same time angry. Whose kid is this that dares to be so arrogant? Whose child are you? Do you know who we are? How dare you disrespect your elders and speak out of turn? I'll discipline you properly on behalf of your parents. A middle-aged looking elder with an inch beard spoke in a cold voice, and was ready to slap him over. You dare? A voice rang out, and the temperature around them seemed to drop by more than 10 degrees, causing the crowd to tremble physically and mentally. As the crowd looked, the visitor was none other than Qing Tianli. This child is my son, big brother, do you have an opinion? Qing Tianli looked at that elder and spoke indifferently. This elder was his elder brother and the grand elder, Qing Fengli. At those words, the crowd was shocked and took a few steps back, looking at Li Lan in surprise. What, this is your son? The baby from yesterday, Li Lan? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could any normal baby grow this big overnight, unless he's a demon? Where did this demonic person come from? How dare he impersonate the Li family's head, quickly reveal himself? The elders did not believe that this child was the baby from yesterday, and even suspected that the two Li Qingtian and Mo Qing were no longer the original two, but were transformed by demons who wanted to take over the Li family. One by one, they took out their weapons and aimed them at Qing Tianli, ready to strike at any time. Are you guys crazy? Li Qingtian coldly shouted. The sharp blade instantly flew out, emitting a green light. A green-colored sword chi filled the sword. This was the representative sword chi of the green lotus sword technique. Other than this sword technique, other sword techniques could not do it at all. This move perfectly proved that Qingtian Li's identity was not a demon. You're not a demon, you're the real Li Qingtian. The Grand Elder was surprised, then looked at Li Lan. Then this is really Li Lan? How is this possible? By now, they couldn't believe that this baby was Li Lan. Could it be that he had eaten a divine elixir or was the reincarnation of a great power? But on second thought, how could a child who could possess 3 accompanying magic treasures as well as a divine beast be ordinary again? Everything makes sense. If you weren't my own brothers, I would have already shot out to cut you down for that slander of my son being a demon just now alone. Li Qingtian coldly shouted as the aura within his body exploded. The powerful spiritual energy instantly repelled all the elders, and several elders retreated violently away, only stabilizing themselves with great difficulty. Each one of them looked at Qingtian Li with a horrified expression. Your realm, how did you come to the Mahayana realm? End of chapter. Chapter 25, Testimonials on the Shelf. Chapter 25, Testimonials on the Shelf. Chapter 25, Testimonials on the Shelf. On the shelves, all the righteous adults point collection, continue to catch up on the reading, have the ability to give the small author reward, send gifts, hear kneeling thanks. End of chapter. Chapter 26, Why don't we start the Young Master competition now? Chapter 26, Why don't we start the Young Master competition now? Chapter 26, Why don't we start the Young Master competition now? Sensing the aura emanating from Qingtian Li, the crowd looked at him in surprise. Wasn't he a half-step transformation god yesterday? Why did you break through to the Mahayana realm today? The things that happened today had really broken their perceptions, from Li Lan's overnight growth followed by Mo Qing's entry into the family master hall, and now even Li Qingtian had broken through to the legendary realm of the Mahayana realm. One must know that since the creation of the Xia kingdom, there had never been a Mahayana realm, nor had they ever heard of anyone going out to become a Mahayana realm and coming back. Some people say that the summer country's resources are scarce, and the end can only be a fairy, and in order to break through to a higher level, you must go out and walk around. But those who grew up in Xia, how can their strength be compared to those proud sons of heaven outside, under the same realm? Their battle methods and techniques are stronger than yours, allowing you to easily crush you with one hand. This was the difference between lower-level feats and battle techniques and higher-level feats and battle techniques. If the other party was a genius and possessed high-level feats and battle techniques at the same time, they could more easily kill you in seconds. There's still me. Mo Qing laughed lightly, radiating his own aura, late stage of ascension, close to completion. Ascending to the 7th level, the crowd was once again shocked. How did you also come to the late ascension realm? What did the two of you do last night? Second elder Li Qingma opened his mouth in surprise. The husband and wife had both broken through several great realms. What had happened last night? Could it be that all 3 of their family members had eaten a divine elixir? I wonder if I can be qualified to modify the family rules now. Li Qingtian spoke in a cold voice, collecting his breath. Upon hearing this, the elders were silent. Right now, Li Qingtian was the strongest person in the Li family. There was no one, and even more so, he was the strongest person in the Xia country. Compared to the ancestor, Qingtian Li appeared to have more of a future, and the genealogy could even start another page from him to be the ancestor. He wants to change a house rule. That's definitely possible. I have no opinion. The third elder was the first to speak. He had always had no problem with Qingtian Li and was 100% in favor of him, and now without any hesitation, he was the first to come forward and open his mouth. Seeing that oldest 3 had spoken up, oldest 5 and 6 spoke up at the same time, I have no problem with that either. The remaining oldest and second oldest looked at each other in dismay, and finally it was with a sigh that they spoke. No comment. Unanimous vote in favor. Alright then I announce that from now on, other than the wife of the family head, no other women or servants are allowed to enter the family head hall. What do you all think of this family rule? Li Qingtian said with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, the crowd shook their heads without comment. Mo Qing laughed and stroked Li Lan's head, pleased. That's right. Li Lan laughed, secretly giving his father a thumbs up. This wave of pretense can be really good. Li Qingtian saw this and grinned, then slammed his face again and spoke in a cold voice. There is one more thing. I announce that Li Lan is the young master, the next head of the family. Do you all have any opinions? When these words came out, all the elders raised their heads and looked at Qingtian Li with surprised gazes. Especially the first elder and second elder, the two of them wanted to retort, but seeing as Li Qingtian was in the Mahayana realm, they didn't dare to open their mouths and were silent. The grand elder was very unconvinced. It was so hard to fight for the young lord competition, but now there was a change of heart. How could this Li Qingtian raise his cultivation so much for good reason? Could it be that he had practiced magic? Devil's work is a very evil technique. The most common devil's work is to suck people's blood to improve their cultivation. This kind of cultivation is the fastest, but also the most dangerous. Thinking of this, the Grand Elder was creeped out. If Qingtian Li really came to his cultivation by practicing magic, then it was highly likely that he would go off the deep end. Once he went mad, he would not recognize his 6 relatives and would kill anyone he saw. When he thought about what had happened in the past 2 days, Qing Tianli was not moving to exterminate people's entire family. He was afraid that he was using those people's blood to fuel his own cultivation. The Grand Elder glanced at Qing Tianli with fearful eyes, then quickly collected himself. This is something that can't be talked about here. We'll have to talk to someone else about it sometime. After all, this sudden growth of Li Qingtian by so many realms was too suspicious. The expressions of the crowd were captured in Li Lan's eyes as he stood out and spoke. Everyone seems to be very unconvinced, but I'm not a bully, so let's follow what you all said about the young lord competition. Upon hearing this, the crowd looked at Li Lan, inwardly relieved, but soon lifted up again. This kid had magic treasures and divine beasts. There's really no way their kids can win against Li Lan. Yes, but both sides are not allowed to use magic treasures or divine beasts, be fair. The second elder immediately said. Upon hearing this, the other elders looked at him with odd eyes. What kind of fairness was this? Now, in addition to Li Lan having magic treasures and divine beasts, none of their children have any, not to mention magic treasures, not even a single magic weapon. Divine beasts are even more delusional, and they are thankful to have a spiritual beast. The second elder's words were undoubtedly not directed at Li Lan. That's very unfair of you. Aren't magic treasures and divine beasts a part of strength? Isn't the young lord competition a competition of strength? Qing Tianli lightly laughed, his expression full of playfulness. Elder 4, you. The second elder was a bit furious. He knew what he said. He was targeting Li Lan, but being demolished to his face was more or less humiliating. There's no harm, I agree to this condition. Li Lan laughed. There was no difference between having a magic treasure and a divine beast. Upon hearing this, the elders were ecstatic, truly comparing it to the fact that Li Lan was only just born, only his body had become much larger, but it seemed like he was still an ordinary person, as they couldn't detect Li Lan's realm. They hadn't thought about Li Lan's realm exceeding theirs and not being able to detect it. After all, no baby was born as a Yuaning, at least they hadn't seen it. That's why they treated Li Lan as an ordinary person who hadn't stepped into cultivation yet. But according to Li Lan's natural talent, he might have built his foundation after 3 years. A few people had their own inner thoughts, already thinking about how to go back and speed up the children's cultivation, so that they could go to the next level of cultivation. But Li Lan's next words caused the elders to be ecstatic. But I don't wish to waste any time. I wish that the young lord competition can begin today, to decide the winner before it's too late. Really? The second elder asked in a hurry. Inwardly, he was already ecstatic. This Li Lan is afraid that he is not a little cute. A bar, actually thinking of starting the young lord competition now. He hadn't stepped into cultivation yet, he was still an ordinary person. Was he unclear about the power of cultivation, or was he just arrogant? This was definitely a great opportunity to take advantage of this kid's arrogance and have the child defeat him and directly become the next head of the family. The other elders also had the same thought. They all thought that Li Lan was very arrogant, even wanting to start now. This is not intentionally coming to send the young master's position. Really? I don't lie. Li Lan grinned. Okay, it's decided. What do you think, Qing Tianli? End of chapter. Chapter 27, 1 by 1? Or all together? Chapter 27, 1 by 1? Or all together? Chapter 27, 1 by 1? Or all together? Qing Tianli shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, it's all fine, whatever my son says is fine. If these people don't know it well, he doesn't know it well. The son was at the Yuaning realm, not to mention a child of the same age. Even if he was dozens of years older than him, I'm afraid he wouldn't be a match for him. Good, then it's decided. I'll immediately go over to vacate the martial arts practicing ground now. The young lord competition will begin today. The second elder excitedly said, immediately leaving the family master hall. The other elders followed suit, and they had to go and speak to their children. Son, show some mercy, those are your older siblings. Li Qingtian looked at Li Lan and laughed. Don't worry, Pops, I will only make them unable to get out of bed, I won't hurt their lives. Li Lan smiled faintly, and immediately stepped out. Li Qingtian and Mo Qing both smiled at each other and followed. Martial arts training ground. When the crowd realized that the young lord competition would start today, each of them were very surprised, and they were even more surprised when they realized that it was specially requested by Li Lan. A newborn child is going to have a young lord's competition? This is outrageous. However, on second thought, Li Lan had magic treasures and divine beasts, so he might not be unable to win this young lord competition. As the disciples helped out, the practice field was quickly vacated, and since it was a body refinement realm battle, such a practice field was enough. If it was above Foundation Establishment, it wouldn't be enough because Foundation Establishment could already use basic spells. Not long after, the elders came over with their children, and at the forefront were the Grand Elder and his son Li Feng. Li Feng was the tallest of these children. At 6 years old, he was already about 1 meter 6, but he looked less than friendly, with a stern face and a very somber approach. Following behind was the second elder, and his was his daughter, Li Mei, who was cute and sweet looking, bouncing over. There was also third elder's son, Li Dong, who looked svelte and unlike someone who cultivated. Fifth elder's daughter Li Yan, this one was practically identical to Li Feng, both with a stern face, without a hint of a smile, and a cold expression as she walked over. Sixth elder's son Li Chun should be the biggest kid here. Although he was not tall, he was physically strong. He started to build muscles at a young age. He was afraid that he would not be able to grow taller in the future. The children of several elders are really different. When the children of the elders saw Li Lan, they were all surprised and stared at him dumbfounded. Although they had just learned from their parents that yesterday's newborn baby had grown a lot overnight, they still couldn't help but be surprised when they looked at it now. How anticlimactic is this to grow so big overnight? Are you Li Lan's younger brother? Li Mei bounced to Li Lan's side, looking left and right, up and down, very curious. What in the world makes a baby that big? Li Mei wanted to reach for Li Lan's face at the thought, to study it thoroughly, to see if it was a fake. Just look, don't move your hands. Li Lan frowned and spoke, taking a step back. The thing that bothered him the most was when people got physical. He could get physical with others, but they couldn't do that to him. Wow, you're so cute when you're fierce. In Li Mei's perspective, Li Lan's frowning and angry look was like an angry kitten without any threat. When a very cute thing gets angry, people don't even think you're angry, instead they think you're being cute. Li Lan was too lazy to care about this kind of little girl. According to the mental age, these people would have to call him brother. Everyone else was sizing up Li Lan, just not as boldly as Li Mei. At this time, Li Feng walked over and stood in front of Li Lan in front of everyone. My name is Li Feng, your opponent. Li Lan raised an eyebrow. He could tell that the kid seemed to have some malice towards him, not very strong. I don't understand how such a child could be malicious towards him. After all, we have no grudges, not to mention that he was just born. My old man said for me to defeat you or he'll beat me. Li Feng spoke in a cold voice. Li Lan looked oddly at the Grand Elder. He kind of knew where this child's malice came from. His parents forced him. The Grand Elder immediately touched his nose in embarrassment. How did this kid say everything outside I just forgot all my ing instructions. Big brother, this is too harsh. How can you beat a child? Xing Tianli looked at the Grand Elder and opened his mouth. He didn't expect his big brother to put so much pressure on his child to win this young master's competition and to beat him. Brat, when did I say those words? Come back here. Xing Fengli grabbed Feng Li's ear and ripped him away. When Li Lan saw this, he was a bit speechless. He thought that those family villains in the novels that slapped the protagonist in the face were going to appear. It turned out to be a poor baby who was pressured by his dad. Just born and arrogantly trying to defeat us, and claiming that you don't use magic treasures and divine beasts. I really don't know where you get your confidence. At this moment, a voice rang out, and Li Lan looked around. It was Li Yan who said it, and she condescendingly scorned Li Lan, her eyes full of disdain. Although she didn't know what Li Lan had used to grow so fast overnight, she knew that the child had only just been born, and if she really had to compete, she definitely wouldn't be able to beat a few of them. The one with the highest realm now was Li Feng, who was already at the 3rd level of body refinement, and she was also at the 2nd level of body refinement. Unless Li Lan had started cultivating in his mother's womb or had a holy body, he wouldn't be able to beat them. When these words came out, those disciples watching the scene were all surprised by them. What, Li Lan doesn't even use magic treasures or divine beasts? He was just born and he's so confident? Li Lan is a supreme genius. What if he was just born and has already stepped into cultivation and reached body refinement or foundation establishment? It's still a sure thing. I can't see any traces of cultivation in his body, so common, he shouldn't have cultivated yet. No way, where did he get the certainty if he didn't practice? Listening to the words of the surrounding disciples, Li Lan looked at Li Yan with a faint smile. Whether or not I'm confident, you don't need to know. He took a step to the open space in the middle of the martial arts training ground and stood with his hands behind his back. His small body stood there, but he had an extremely confident and powerful temperament, causing his body and mind to be shaken. The crowd looked a bit confused. It was obviously a newborn child. Why did it give them the feeling of a terrifying existence that had been killing for 10,000 years and was invincible? Li Lan swept his eyes over the crowd and spoke faintly. Come on, let's get started, don't waste time, I kind of want to eat. Will you go one by one, or all together, so as not to waste time? End of chapter. Chapter 28 Easy Solution, Foundation Building Pill. Chapter 28 Easy Solution, Foundation Building Pill. Chapter 28 Easy Solution, Foundation Building Pill. What a big mouth. The crowd looked at Li Lan in the middle of the martial arts training ground with astonished eyes, not having thought that this newborn child would have such a big mouth. It was really rare. They looked at Qing Tianli and Mo Qing again and realized that the two of them had calm faces, which suddenly made them even more surprised. Li Lan is so arrogant, don't they have any reaction as parents? Could it be that Li Lan was really strong enough to defeat all of the several young masters? This is a child that was born yesterday. How could that be done? Good, then let me meet you first. As an elder brother, I deserve to be humble, but now it's a competition, I won't show any mercy. Li Chun bellowed and leapt up, landing steadily in front of Li Lan. Are you the only one? Li Lan asked, scanning a few others. He didn't want to waste time, he preferred to have all of them together and get it over with. Just born and you have such a big mouth, let me, your elder brother, teach you how to keep a low profile. Li Chun spoke in a cold voice. His left foot fiercely stepped out, clenched both fists, the muscles of his entire body instantly tensed, his eyes became fierce, like a fierce tiger that had just come out of its cage, looking at Li Lan intently. This is a martial art, fierce tiger fist. Li Chun has practiced this stance to great success. Indeed, it is the fierce tiger fist. This is only 7 years old and it has become a great success. The future is unlimited. Although martial skills aren't as strong as battle techniques, at least they're combat skills that can be used in the body refinement realm. Not bad. Many people have practiced with martial arts from a young age. How can anyone have battle techniques available at birth? Watching Li Chun put up a front of giving a very impressive performance, Li Lan watched in fascination. This kind of is just like the kung fu movies that I have seen in my previous life. The stance is very adequate. A child can put up such a standard stance. It is enough to show that Li Chun is very hardworking in his day-to-day life. This, coupled with the comments of those around him, reinforced the fact that Li Chun was working very hard on a regular basis, or else he wouldn't have practiced to such a standard. However, General. Okay, know you're handsome enough, get on. Li Lan yawned and said, damn it, don't underestimate me. Li Chun was furious. He had never been looked down upon so much before. This Li Lan, too arrogant. He rushed towards Li Lan and raised his fist, forming a tiger claw shape, about to violently grab down Li Lan's face. Hitting people without hitting their faces, you don't know this rule. Li Lan saw Li Chun come up and punch him in the face and spat. The backhand was a slap on the face. Snap! Li Chun flew backwards like a leather ball and fell heavily on the ground, rolling more than 10 times before stopping. Rolled his head so far that his robes were torn and he completely fainted when his head was tilted. It came so suddenly that it stunned everyone. Son! The sixth elder cried out, rushing over to pick up Li Chun and cried out. That cry, extremely miserable, as if Li Chun had died. Li Lan, you have a cruel heart. How dare you lay such a heavy hand on him? He is your brother. Are you still human? The sixth elder looked at Li Lan, his eyes filled with hatred and killing intent. This son even laid such a heavy hand on his son. He is not human, he is a devil. He just fainted, not dead. Li Lan said breathlessly. He was already very merciful, using just a tiny bit of strength. Besides, this isn't the young master's competition. It's not a game. This is the young lord competition. It is inherently life-threatening. If you are afraid, the big deal is that you can quit. Li Qingtian stood out and spoke. But, the sixth elder wanted to say something else, but seeing Li Qingtian's icy cold eyes, he came to an abrupt halt again. Seeing this, Li Lan sighed. He didn't want to make a mess of this current family. He preferred for everyone to be able to live in harmony. This will be given to you, and this matter will be written off. Li Lan casually threw out a bottle of useless trash pills from the system space. A small, plain-looking jade bottle was just thrown in front of the sixth elder in front of everyone. Seeing this jade bottle that was so ordinary that it couldn't be any more ordinary, the sixth elder thought that Li Lan was humiliating him and became even more angry. Fine, Li Lan, not only did you injure my son, but you also insulted me by throwing such a lousy bottle. Do you really think I care about it? This matter? We are not finished. The sixth elder roared, picked up Li Chun and prepared to leave. Who insulted you? There are 5 Foundation Establishment Dan in there. Li Lan spoke indifferently. When these words came out, the whole room was silent. The sixth elder's footsteps that were just walking instantly stopped, his body stiffened and his eyes widened. What? 5 Foundation Establishment pills? Really, that's a Foundation Establishment pill. Those in the late stage of body refining can break through the Foundation Establishment 100% by eating it. They don't even have to reach perfection. They are completely bottleneck free. How can that be? That's a second-grade elixir. There's only one second-grade alchemist in total in the Xia Kingdom, and that person can only refine 3 to 5 Foundation Establishment pills every month, and the price is extremely expensive. A single one has to be sold for thousands of spirit stones, and my salary for a month is only 50 spirit stones. Impossible. Li Lan was only born yesterday. How could he have the foundation building pill? Could it be that Li Qingtian gave it to him? None of our Li family has foundation building pills unless the family head himself uses them, but 5 foundation building pills is too much. Where did the family head get so many? Could it be from the state lord? The disciples were astonished as they looked at the bottle of pills, which was the foundation building pill that everyone wanted to obtain. With just one, a late-stage body refining practitioner could make a perfect breakthrough to foundation establishment, without having to stabilize their cultivation, without bottlenecks, and without having to look at their natural talent. It was an elixir that every body refining practitioner could only dream of. And now, Li Lan casually threw in 5 foundation establishment pills. Even if he didn't use them himself, he could sell them for thousands of spirit stones. The crowd's eyes were fiery as they looked at the bottle of foundation establishment pill, who all wanted it. The other elders did the same. After hearing that it was the foundation establishment pill, they all looked at the bottle of pills and swallowed their saliva, their eyes filled with greed, all wanting to take it down. Even Li Qingtian and Mo Qing both were very surprised. Where did this son of his obtain 5 foundation establishment pills from? Li Qingtian was certain that he himself couldn't take out so many foundation establishment pills. He didn't even have a single one, so how could he possibly give it to his son? If he had, he wouldn't have given all of it to his son. After all, one of these pills would be enough, not too many. It seems that this son of his, there are still a lot of secrets that he doesn't know. Li Lan was inwardly a little surprised as he listened to the words of the disciples around him. This foundation establishment pill is so expensive? A single one was sold for thousands of spirit stones. Although he didn't know what a spirit stone was, he knew that it was a currency, something very precious as soon as he heard it. Moreover, listening to those people around him, this foundation establishment pill is extremely remarkable and has a price without a market, so there are many people grabbing for just one. He looked at his system space, and there were dozens of bottles of pills placed there. Signing in every day, the common rewards were these elixirs, occasionally 2 or 3 bottles, occasionally 4 or 5 bottles, and each bottle contained 5 of them. That's why he just threw out a bottle randomly. Anyway, this thing is signed in every day, they are not used, keep it as the warehouse to eat dust things. Now it seemed that his casual action was like a huge stone that had blasted a huge wave on the calm sea. Is it really the foundation building pill? End of chapter. Chapter 29 Extreme Grade Foundation Building Pill. 6th Elder's Extremely Fast Face Changing Speed. Chapter 29 Extreme Grade Foundation Building Pill. 6th Elder's Extremely Fast Face Changing Speed. Chapter 29 Extreme Grade Foundation Building Pill. 6th Elder's Extremely Fast Face Changing Speed. When the 6th Elder heard that it was a foundation establishment pill inside, his face instantly changed, his anger all but disappeared, and he directly put down the unconscious Li Chun and ran over to pick up the jade bottle. As soon as it was opened, a fragrance of the Dan quickly overflowed in all directions, and everyone smelled that Dan fragrance and closed their eyes in enjoyment, savoring it. It's really a foundation building pill, and it's also an extreme grade foundation building pill. The 6th Elder shouted in surprise, the fragrance of this Dan, he absolutely could not smell it wrong, it was the extreme grade foundation building Dan, which he was fortunate enough to have smelled once at the auction. This kind of sniffing a mouthful and you could feel the Jean Dan trembling, it was definitely an extremely high quality foundation establishment pill. Pills are divided into 9 grades, 1 grade is the lowest, 9 grades is the highest, and in turn divided into lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, extreme grade pills. Extreme grade pills are worth a lot of money, there is a price without a market, even if the 4th grade alchemist wants to refine the 2nd grade of the extreme grade of the foundation building pills, it is very difficult, the probability is slim. And now, Leland even threw out a bottle of extreme grade foundation building Dan to him at any time, or 5 of them, if this was sold to the merchant bank. By virtue of the auction, he could sell a few tens of thousands of spirit stones, and from then on, he became rich. When the crowd heard that it was an extreme grade foundation building pill, they were all surprised and their gazes became even more fiery, while others licked their lips, very eager. This is an extremely high grade foundation building Dan, 1 can make them rich, or 5, can day and night job go more than 10 years can be. Li Qingtian and Mo Qing looked at Li Lan with astonished gazes. Originally the foundation establishment Dan was already exaggerated enough, but it was even an extreme grade foundation establishment Dan. Where did this come from, son? They had been at their son's side all last night and hadn't gone out. But it was their son's secret, so it was not good for them to ask too much, and if their son wanted to talk about it, he would naturally tell them. The other elders were all shocked, and the Grand Elder even ran over, wanting to find out. Old 6, show me. Don't give it. The 6th Elder saw his big brother running over and hurriedly put it away into his sleeve robe. Seeing that old 6 was so unforgiving, the Grand Elder clenched his teeth in anger and walked back with a cold snort. Li Lan, are you serious? All these foundation establishment Dan are given to me? The 6th Elder looked at Li Lan and instead of his previous anger, he smiled with some pleasing sycophancy. Aha! Li Lan nodded, there were plenty of these pills anyway. Indeed it is the young lord, atmosphere, just take it as my nonsense earlier, I will always be on the young lord's side. The 6th Elder arched his hand and laughed, walking over and patting his son Li Chun's face to wake him up. Father, you must avenge me. As soon as Li Chun woke up, he immediately hugged his old man's thighs and cried out, wanting 6th Elder to avenge him. Nonsense, what are you talking about, you bastard? Your father and I are loyal to young Lord Li Lan, how could I possibly harm him? Quickly get up and kneel down for me to worship the young lord and apologize for my previous recklessness. The 6th Elder's face was cold as he shouted. In an instant, the crowd at the scene was dumbfounded. That's a fast change of face, isn't it? You said that this matter is not over, but now you're loyal and will never betray the young master? Wait, the young master competition hasn't even ended yet. When did Li Lan become the young master? The crowd shook their heads when they saw how brazen the 6th Elder was. This kind of person was too hypocritical and simply didn't deserve to be their elder. Unless they were given a share of the foundation building pill as well. What? Father, you want me to apologize to Li Lan? And that is, when did he become the young lord? Li Chun looked at his father with a wrongly stunned look, and he wondered if he had heard it wrong. Or was he so dumbfounded by Li Lan that he hadn't woken up yet? How dare his father ask him to apologize to the man who beat him? Isn't this a bit backwards for the Big Dipper? Shouldn't it be Li Lan apologizing to him? It's almost time, let's not worry about that for now. Go apologize right away. The 6th Elder said in a cold voice. No need, 6th uncle. Li Lan opened his mouth at this time. He didn't realize that this 6th uncle of his knew how to deal with people so well. He had only given away a bottle of extreme grade foundation establishment pill and had already turned into his lapdog. The words were all about currying favor with him. To have his son apologize to him is a stretch. No, he dared to be disrespectful in front of the young lord. This is his fault, he must apologize. The sixth elder shook his head and looked at Li Chun and spoke in a cold voice, apologize, or I will go back and clean you up tonight. Seeing that his father was serious, Li Chun could only stand up very reluctantly, walk over to Li Lan, bend down and shout, I'm sorry. Then ran off crying like a little aggrieved tank, crashing through the crowd. I'm sorry, young lord, it's my bad education, I'll go back and teach him a lesson now. The sixth elder apologized and left after saying that. Seeing this scene, the crowd was dumbfounded. What the hell is going on here? This is too dramatic. What do you say, are you guys going to come and fight, or are you going to be given a bottle of elixir as well? Li Lan looked at the remaining elders and their children. He saw the desire in the eyes of all those elders, they all wanted the foundation establishment pill. Upon hearing this, several elders froze and their eyes instantly flamed. If they could really obtain the foundation establishment pill, then what the hell is the comparison? So what if they give Li Lan as their young master? It is their good fortune to have such a generous young master. Young Lord Li Lan, I want the foundation establishment pill, is that okay? Li Mei, the one who tried to scratch Li Lan's face earlier, walked out and grinned. Seeing this, Li Lan smiled. He had known that Li Mei's old man had just whispered to her after seeing the sixth elder get the foundation establishment dan, and it should be about the foundation establishment dan. Of course. Li Lan threw out 2 bottles of pills at any time. The other bottle is an extreme body refining pill. I'll give it to you as well. The reason why he sent the body refining pill was purely because he looked at this little girl as being easy on the eyes and quite cute. Wow, thank you young Lord Li Lan. When Li Mei picked up the 2 bottles of pills, she thanked him joyfully and then ran back to her father's arms. Father, I got it. Good. The second elder nodded his head in delight, then looked at Li Lan and said guiltily, I'm sorry, young Lord Li Lan, I hope you'll bear with me if I've offended you much before. He had previously thought about how to make his daughter defeat the other party to become the head of the family and still look down on them. Now that he had seen Li Lan's instantaneous second to Li Chun and his generous outburst, this move of hitting a stick and giving sweet dates shocked him. For a newly born child to act so intelligently, Li Lan was clearly no ordinary person, and was most likely the reincarnation of a great power. Such a person becoming the young master would surely make the Li family more brilliant, so why bother fighting over it? At this moment, both the second elder and the sixth elder recognized Li Lan. This son would become a great man in the future. The Li clan was not a place for him to stay for the rest of his life. Sooner or later, one day, he would spread his wings and roam, heading to a bigger place to explore. It makes no difference if this young lord gives or doesn't give. Seeing that the second elder had compromised, the other elders all chose to ask for foundation establishment dan, and Li Lan did not back out and gave a bottle of foundation establishment dan to each of them. Looking at the other disciples' eyes were so hot that they wanted to immediately kneel in front of Li Lan to show their loyalty. I want to fight you. End of chapter. Chapter 30 Young Lord Competition Easily Handled. Chapter 30 Young Lord Competition Easily Handled. Chapter 30 Young Lord Competition Easily Handled. Li Feng walked out, his eyes firm. Li Feng, what are you doing? Come back. The Grand Elder walked over and chided, is this kid crazy? There are foundation establishment pills to be taken, still playing a fart. Tried to pull Li Feng back, but he threw him away with one hand. Li Lan looked at Li Feng who was determined, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. This kid was interesting. He saw determination in Li Feng's eyes. I know you're strong, but I still want to compete with you. Li Feng spoke seriously. If before, he was forced to participate by the Grand Elder, then now, he really wanted to challenge Li Lan. After seeing Li Lan defeat Li Chun with a single move, he knew that Li Lan was powerful and that he could not defeat him, but he still wanted to challenge. Yes. Li Lan smiled faintly, standing with his arms folded in a domineering manner. That temperament is not like a child at all, quite like a general. Many of the family disciples looked at Li Lan's back and lost some of their concentration as they saw Li Qingtian's shadow from Li Lan. When the family master killed the enemy, he was also this confident and domineering, and his back alone gave people an infinite sense of security. The crowd became more and more certain that Li Lan would be extraordinary in the future. Seeing that Li Lan agreed, the Grand Elder sighed and took a few steps back. Looking at the foundation establishment pills in the hands of the others, he swore in his heart that if he didn't go back and open up Li Feng's ass, he wouldn't be surnamed Li. Make your move, I'll let you have 10 moves. Li Lan spoke faintly. Okay, sorry for the offense. Li Feng knew that Li Lan would definitely be the young master, the future head of the family in the future, so he spoke politely for a few moments. At a young age, he already knows more than a lot of people. This is thanks to the good education of the Grand Elder. Li Feng bellowed, his hand presented a tiger claw, his was also the fierce tiger fist. It was not that he learned the same move as Li Chun, but the Li family had a total of those martial arts, of which the fierce tiger fist was the strongest one. Most disciples chose this martial art. However, Li Feng's fierce tiger fist has been practiced to perfection. Each punch comes with a gust of wind, hitting the tiger, his robes hunting. Li Feng quickly approached Li Lan and swung towards his face. Li Lan just took a slight step back and dodged Li Feng's attack perfectly. Seeing this, Li Feng was surprised, dodging so easily? He hurriedly took another step forward and grabbed towards Li Lan's abdomen, which was again easily dodged by Li Lan in a small body position, without even catching a trace of his clothes. This time, Li Feng's eyes were wide open, incomparably shocked, and he wondered if it was his problem why he couldn't hit Li Lan with 2 consecutive attacks. Is this really a human? The Grand Elder murmured in surprise. He could see that Li Lan controlled Li Feng's attack position too well. He completely saw through Li Feng and only needed to move a small body position each time to dodge it perfectly. This ability to see through someone's attack orientation was too perverted and terrifying. As Li Feng attacked again and again, even with the increased speed, all of them were still unable to hit Li Lan and were easily dodged by him. 10 moves down, Li Feng was tired and gasping for breath. On the contrary, Li Lan was still in the clouds. Looking at the completely different demeanor of the two, the crowd was also talking. This Li Lan is also too powerful. Surprisingly, he can dodge it perfectly every time. He is completely teasing Li Feng. This can't be said to be a tease. It can only mean that Li Lan has already seen through Li Feng, and Li Feng won't hit Li Lan even if he hits him 100 times. Is this really a newborn child? It's horrible. The two are not on the same level at all. Li Feng will definitely lose. Li Lan's power was unquestionably strong, and the young lord competition was definitely won by him. The only people at the scene were Li Qingtian and Mo Qing, who knew that the reason why Li Lan was able to dodge Li Feng's attack so easily was thanks to divine sense. Fighting is completely different between cultivators with and without divine sense. Divine sense can capture more details, such as attacks. Li Lan can use his divine sense to see the trajectory of Li Feng's punches, and Li Feng's movements become slow in his eyes, so he easily dodged it. You lost. Li Lan spoke indifferently and gave a gentle push. Li Feng was pushed to stagger back and was pushed into the arms of the Grand Elder, panting. Many thanks. Li Feng cupped his fist with difficulty. He was convinced Li Lan was so powerful that he couldn't see through it, mysterious and terrifying. This is your foundation building, Dan. Everyone has a share. Li Lan threw out a bottle of foundation building Dan, then stepped towards his parents' side and smiled. Pops, Mom, let's go to the family master hall first. I still have something to say. After saying that, Li Lan took a step towards the family master hall. The young master competition was over. Li Lan effortlessly became the young master. The elders were convinced and somewhat happy because they all received foundation establishment pills. As soon as Li Lan left, everyone talked even more vigorously. After all, this kind of thing can be too rare. The newborn child can do so. The world is rare. The main hall of the house. The two of them, Li Lan and Li Qingtian, returned here, and after the elders let the children go back on their own, they returned as well. The young lord competition has already ended. It's obvious to everyone. There's no need for me to say more. Li Qingtian proudly laughed. His son had given him glory. He was naturally happy. Of course, we are honored to have Li Lan as our young lord. The second elder was the first to say, earning contemptuous looks from the other elders. Damn, I let the old thing get the jump on me. That's a lot of licking. Yes, a million honors. I suggest that we can announce Li Lan as our young lord tomorrow. With young lord Li Lan leading us, I believe that the Li family can go even further. The other elders didn't hesitate and immediately began to pat their asses. If they didn't do it now, when would they wait? Can't let that old thing, penis, finish his shot. Looking at the crowd of elders patting his ass, Li Lan faced calm. This kind of feeling, the previous life tried too much, basically with him friendly, are rushing his status position to come, give some benefits on the ass patting non-stop. He has long been immune. Alright, all the elder brothers, let's just chat normally. Li Lan spoke indifferently. Since I've become the young master, I'll naturally bring the Li family to glory, so consider these pills as startup funds. After saying that, Li Lan waved his hand. More than a dozen bottles of pills changed out on the ground. These are his stock. There are foundation building Dan and body refining Dan in it. At least dozens of each kind of pills, enough to let some disciples with higher natural ability to enhance their realm. Anyway, this thing can be taken every day when signing in. Seeing the jade bottles of pills all over the ground, the crowd was shocked. Even Li Qingtian and Mo Qing stared in surprise, looking at their son and feeling unfamiliar. Son, where did you get all these pills? Qingtian Li couldn't help but open his mouth in curiosity and ask. Those pills earlier were already enough to shock them, but now to take out so many more, it was too much. Even if they were to rob the Xia Kingdom's treasury, they probably wouldn't be able to get this many pills. These pills shouldn't all be extreme pills, right? End of chapter. Chapter 31 Ninth Grade Alchemist, Qing Tian plans sex seeks an appointment. Chapter 31 Ninth Grade Alchemist, Qing Tian plans sex seeks an appointment. Chapter 31 Ninth Grade Alchemist, Qing Tian plans sex seeks an appointment. These were given to me by my master. Li Lan spoke faintly. He had already thought of the wording, and whether these people believed it or not, he balked at the fact that he had a master. Master? Qingtian Li asked blankly. My son was born yesterday. Where did you find a master? What's more, last night, they had been by its side and never left. They hadn't seen anyone at all. It can't be that this kid made it up. Qingtian Li stayed skeptical, as did Mo Qing. The elders were incomparably surprised. The young master had only just been born and had found a master? Last night, while I was sleeping, an old man entered my dream, and he called himself Pill Elder. Li Lan stood with his hands behind his back and narrated. The name of this medicine old man was from a novel he read in his previous life and was so impressed that he used it. Pill Elder? The second elder murmured in confusion. The others also scratched their heads. This name, they had never heard of it. Where was this from? Li Qingtian looked at his son, who didn't look like he was lying, half believing it. Could it really be into a dream? If it is a dream entry, then the son this master is afraid to be very impressive. To be able to enter the dream to accept the disciple, only the great Luo Golden Immortal or above can do it. Well, he calls himself a 9th grade alchemist, and these pills were given to me by him, and as soon as I woke up, I realized that I had an extra storage ring in my hand. It was at this point that Li Lan drew out his hand and showed the crowd the storage ring on his hand. There was indeed an ancient storage ring at the position of his middle finger. There was no mistaking it. Seeing this, the crowd sucked in a breath of cool air, their expressions incomparably appalled. A 9th grade alchemist? If this were to be placed in the Xia kingdom, I'm afraid that the kingdom lord would have to kneel and beg for an audience. The grand elder stared in wide-eyed surprise. Not to mention the state lord, even the state lord would have to kneel and beg to see them when they come over. Those are the highest-ranked alchemists. It's hard as hell for anyone to see them. The young lord has actually worshipped under a 9th grade alchemist. I don't even dare to think about how brilliant his achievements will be in the future. Coward, you don't dare to think about it, but I dare to think about it. If the young lord becomes a 9th grade alchemist in the future, with just a word, he can make millions of strong people serve him. That scene, just think about it, it's spectacular. A 9th grade alchemist was enough to stand at the top of the world, and with a casual word, he could summon countless strong people to serve him. No one dared to oppress or offend. Alchemists have always been a very prestigious existence in the Xin Dust Immortal realm. Even a first-rate alchemist is very popular in the Xia state, and with a second-rate, the state lord is worshipped as a guest, and a third-rate is even more unthinkable, and the state lord has to lick it. But Li Lan's master was actually a 9th grade alchemist. This was too much of an exaggeration. Did this grade of alchemist really exist? And how did he see Li Lan? Could it be that Li Lan had an unrivaled talent for alchemy? The crowd was shocked, but still half convinced. Li Qingtian looked at this son of his. He is not sure if it is a lie. If not, then Li Lan will really soar in the future. To be able to worship the alchemist's door is how many people's dream. Not to mention the other party is still the 9th grade alchemist. I know you guys don't believe me, but what I can say for sure is that these pills, master will give them to me every day, so you guys take them and use them. Li Lan smiled faintly. Young lord, don't you need it? The second elder asked suspiciously. Me? Li Lan smiled as aura burst out from his body, shaking the 8 directions. The elders were suddenly startled when they felt this aura. Spiritual chi externalization, the young master has already built his foundation? The grand elder shouted in surprise. You've already built a foundation at birth? They had thought that the young lord was born with divine power, or a realm like refined body perfection. After all, it didn't have to be too hard to defeat their child. But now, it completely overturned their cognition. Li Lan had actually built a foundation, just born to build a foundation. What kind of heaven-defying prodigy? Li Lan didn't say anything. His breath climbed one section again. Jindan consummation. The elders were surprised and backed away, their gazes looking dead at Li Lan, their hearts beating extremely fast and their bodies trembling a little. Jindan. The second elder stuttered in his speech. Whose child is a Jindan at birth? I'm afraid that only the descendants of demonic beasts can do it. So far, no human offspring had been seen to do such a miracle. The elders immediately felt that their children were really different from Li Lan. People were born as Jindan, their children were only a few weights of body refining from birth to now, not even complete. It's a good thing the kids don't know, or how devastated they'd be. The only people in the scene were Li Qingtian and Mo Ching, who grinned and snickered. This kid, he's really not keeping a low profile at all. And this was far from over. Li Lan's aura once again climbed one section to yuaning perfection. Puff! The sixth elder stumbled and collapsed to the ground, looking at Li Lan in amazement, his eyes lost in thought as he muttered, yuaning perfection, this is simply not human, we can't even compare to a child. The other elders did the same, feeling that they had been dealt a major blow, and their Dao centers were somewhat unstable. Earlier, I was worried that the kids would be devastated, but now, it's them who are devastated. This set out who believe yesterday just born child is already yuaning perfect. I'm afraid the whole Xianduanxian world cannot find the second one. Usually in the summer country thousands of years cannot see the first baby, but today is a frequent appearance. First of all, Li Qingtian and Mo Ching 2 realm are big breakthrough, a Mahayana, a ascension. Now it's Li Lan yuaning perfection again. What the hell happened today? Do demons all appear at the same time? Why is it that everyone is a member of the Li family, with the blood of the Li family flowing through their veins? But you three are so powerful, they don't get this kind of treatment, huh? God is not fair. A few people are beginning to summon you, then Li Qingtian and Mo Ching even if, and now even a child then not, live in what is the meaning of find a cliff to jump. Elder brothers, don't be discouraged, with my master here, I can be sure that in the future, everyone will have pills to eat, and there may be pills suitable for you. Li Lan collected his breath and smiled. At those words, the elders raised their heads, their eyes regaining their light. Yes, Li Lan's master was a 9th grade alchemist. This level of alchemist, when the time came, wouldn't it be enough to casually give Li Lan a few pills that could make them break through? Thank you, young master, thank you, young master teacher. The second elder immediately thanked him without the slightest hesitation. The other elders saw this and clenched their teeth in anger. This old thing got the jump on me again, no pre-shake at all, straight up zero frame start ah. It's really convincing. The others started thanking each other, not wanting to be left behind. Whoever licked first would have the elixir first. Lilan was a bit speechless. These elder brothers of his, they might have mediocre qualifications in other aspects, but in terms of kissing ass and changing faces, they were definitely excellent. Report, family master, young master, family master's wife, and all the elders, there are people outside seeking an audience, and they claim to be from the Green Sky sect. End of chapter. Chapter 32, Killing the Elder of the Green Sky sect. Chapter 32, Killing the Elder of the Green Sky sect. Chapter 32, Killing the Elder of the Qingtian sect. The Green Sky sect? The elders looked at that disciple in surprise, their expressions somewhat astonished. Isn't this sect a million miles away? Why did they come all the way over here? Could it be that yesterday's vision attracted the other party, so they came over to recruit our young lord? If that's the case, they might have to be disappointed. After all, the young lord was only just born, which doesn't meet the criteria for initiation. To enter the sect, one must first have a bone age of 7 or more and possess the first level of body refinement. This was still the standard of small sects, like the standard of those holy lands. One must reach the 5th level of body refinement before the age of 5 before being worthy of their acceptance of a genius. Alright, bring them to meet us. Xing Tianli nodded. If it was before, he was afraid that he would personally go out to meet them. Because of this Qingtian sect, he had heard of it slightly. The other party's patriarch appeared to be a Mahayana powerhouse, its elders were all either transitional or ascending, and its disciples were all foundation establishment on average, making it a relatively famous sect in Xinzhou. But now, he was at least in the same realm as the other sovereign, so there was no need for him to personally go out to greet them. Let's go out and take a look. Xing Tianli opened his mouth and took the lead to step out. The crowd followed. They arrived at the entrance of the hall and soon saw 2 flying swords in the sky flying rapidly this way, landing slowly and stopping in front of them, only to see that on the 2 flying swords, there were 3 old men standing on one handle, and 3 handsome men and women standing on the other. None of them looked very old, around 12 or 13 years old. Not too old, but their aura looks a bit high-strung, creating a sense of detachment and a feeling of rejection. Especially that little girl, when she saw Lilan and the others, she was high and mighty, like she had come over to pick a fight. Seeing this kind of girl, the corners of Lilan's mouth slightly raised. He who had a countless number of imperial girls, he could see what kind of character this girl had at a glance. This kind of condescension is the kind of arrogance that comes from a good family and talent, thinking that you are a proud daughter of heaven, looking at everyone and being self-righteous. In his previous life, he had encountered many of these rich girls, and in the end, they were still subdued by him. 3 words, unpacked. This tends to be most like the strongest, with a bit of M. Don't lick it. 1 lick and it's gone. Several of you, which one is the Li family master? As the crowd dismounted their flying swords, an old man with white hair and white beard walked slowly and smiled. But the tone of voice seemed to have a few more complaints. Was this about them not going out and picking it up? I am. Xing Tianli spoke and walked out. He saw these 3 old men, all of them were in the Ascension realm. Those 3 children were remarkable. In their teens, they were actually in the Foundation Establishment realm, especially that girl, Foundation Establishment 5. Very good to reach this level at this age. Li family master, we are from the Qingtian sect. I am the Grand Elder, Chen Mo. Last night our patriarch observed the heavens at night and learned that a supreme genius was born here in your place, so he had to come over here to take a look. I wonder which child was born yesterday? Chen Mo spoke, looking at Li Lan next to Mo Qing. For some reason, he felt that Li Lan was that supreme genius. It's my son. Li Qingtian looked to Li Lan and then back to Chen Mo. So it's your son. Chen Mo laughed, but his expression instantly froze, and he stiffly turned his head to look at Li Lan who had a smiling face. Everyone else was at a loss. This child was born yesterday? How is it possible that you've grown so big in just 1 day? You're lying. Family Master Li, don't joke. How does your son look like a newborn? Chen Mo laughed bitterly. He felt that Li Qingtian was just playing a trick on him and was a bit annoyed. I'm not joking, he is my son, just born yesterday, only his natural talent is a bit demonic. He grew up ahead of schedule. Li Qingtian laughed. When these words came out, the crowd looked at Li Lan again, their eyes filled with surprise. Is it really this kid? You've grown so big in 1 day, how terrifying is that talent? Chen Mo subconsciously used his divine sense to look at Li Lan. His eyes were instantly a little disappointed. This child, he couldn't see half of the realm, he was an ordinary person. There could be a physical reason for growing up 1 day. It's not like we haven't seen such babies with strange diseases before. Yesterday, when I saw the vision, the patriarch thought that it was the birth of some genius, but now that I see it, it's just an ordinary person, so I'm afraid I'll have to let the patriarch down. Hey, old man, what's the meaning of your disappointed look? At this moment, Li Lan spoke abruptly. He was most annoyed when people looked at him in that way, disappointed and with contempt. You scolded me? Chen Mo's eyes widened in surprise. The small family's child dared to scold him? Originally, the Li family was already angry when they didn't go out to greet them, but now a little kid came and dared to scold him. What arrogance! I heard that the head of the Li family is a general, so his son should also be a man of knowledge, but now it seems that he is a reckless man. Chen Mo sneered. Old thing, say that again. Qing Tianli sneered. Seeing this, the atmosphere was suddenly tense with swords. Both sides didn't expect to go to war as soon as they met, but Chen Mo and the others weren't afraid. Hee, do you really think that just because you're a junior general you can insult me at will? It seems that you all don't place the Qing Tian sect in your eyes. Chen Mo spoke in a deep voice as his aura exploded out. Seeing this, Qing Tianli was just about to explode when a silhouette flashed in front of him. Snap! You Qing Tian sect is nothing. Accompanied by a slap sound, Li Lan dodged in front of Chen Mo and gave him a solid slap, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. The crowd watched as Chen Mo flew as far away as a kite with broken strings, falling unconscious on the ground in a sorry state. Then he looked at Li Lan in horror. This newborn child could slap Chen Mo? What's going on here? Born with divine power? Or is the kid hiding the realm? But Chen Mo was in the Ascension realm, how could he be undefeated by a child? Damn it, how dare you hit our elder, damn it. That girl said angrily, condensing her sword with her chi. She rushed up and tried to hack Li Lan to death. Unconscionable. Li Lan did not put it in his eyes. He just grunted coldly and those 3 children flew out. For these small children, he was not cruel enough to kill them painfully unless the other party was looking for death. When the other 2 elders saw this, they couldn't care less. One ran to help Chen Mo, and the other ran to look at the 3 children. Chen Mo, he's dead. That elder who was supporting Chen Mo was surprised and looked at Li Lan with wide eyes. He never expected a child to strike so decisively. Just the way Chen Mo looked at him was not right and he struck out to kill him. This heart is a little too cruel and horrible. What are you looking at? I'll even kill you all later. Go back and tell your patriarch that if you want to take revenge, feel free to come to me. Remember to bring more people. After saying that, Li Lan blew a breath, instantly blowing several people into the sky and disappearing without a trace. End of chapter. Chapter 33, Alchemy Mastery. The elders of the Li clan were doubly shocked as they watched Li Lan kill the other elder without saying a word. And what shocked them even more was that Li Lan could kill an elder of the Ascension realm. So what exactly was his realm? It must be above the Ascension level. A newborn child is above the Ascension level? That's a little too far out there. Even Li Qing Tian and Mo Qing looked at Li Lan with some strangeness. Was this really their son? The strength was also too terrifying, simply striking out to kill the Ascension realm and so easily. Its realm must be more than just the Ascension realm. Could it be that it was also the Mahayana realm? Li Qing Tian frowned slightly. It seemed that this son of his was really so heaven-defying that it was frightening. Being born in the Mahayana realm, I'm afraid that he couldn't find a second person in the entire Shin Dust Immortal realm. Pops and Mom, hungry, let's eat. Li Lan touched his stomach. It wasn't that he was hungry, he was craving. Yesterday I ate that birth feast, it was really good. This world's delicious food is really too much to eat, simply cannot eat. Well, go eat. Mo Qing revealed a smile, leaving other distractions behind. No matter how heaven-defying and murderous Li Lan was, he was always her child, and that could not be changed. Qing Tianli also laughed and shook his head. He was overthinking it. If his son is a Mahayana, so be it, this is also a good thing. The young lord's residence. After eating and drinking, Li Lan, who had returned to the house to sleep, lay down on the big bed. The place had been cleaned overnight, and now it would be his alone from now on. This young lord's mansion could be much bigger than the big villas he lived in his previous life, at least all 10 big villas combined, and the big bed was really 5 meters long. Live like an emperor. System, sign in. Li Lan said in his heart. Today's check-in hasn't been signed yet. Signing in successfully, congratulations to the host for obtaining the purple reward, Alchemy Mastery. Alchemy Mastery, below the 4th grade elixir, it can be perfectly refined, regardless of the quality. Seeing this newly obtained reward, Li Lan raised his eyebrows. Another very good reward. Anything below the 4th grade could be perfectly refined, then he would be able to provide a lot of pills to Pops and the others in the future, making the Li family stronger. Now that he was at least a young lord, it was about time that he occasionally threw in resources as large as sesame seeds to the family disciples. Young master, Miss Li Mei is here to look for you. At this moment, the maid outside the door knocked on the door and shouted. Good. Li Lan responded loudly, a little confused. What was this Li Mei doing here looking for him? He walked out of bed to open the door, and what met his eyes were 2 little beauties of their own. One was Li Mei and the other was Li Yin. One cute type, one high-flying type. Unfortunately, it's the sister. What do you want from me? Li Lan asked suspiciously. If Li Mei had come to play with him, that would have made sense, but why was this Li Yin here too? And as soon as he came over, he had a bad face. For whom? It's like this, we heard that a 2nd grade alchemist came over here to take in disciples, and also founded an alchemy test. Sister Li Yin is very interested in alchemy, so she called on me. I thought about whether or not you'd be interested. After all, you were able to come up with the foundation establishment pill, so you should be interested in alchemy as well. Li Mei rubbed the corner of her clothes and lowered her head shyly. What's wrong with this little ninny? Why has she suddenly become shy? Li Lan looked at the 2 oddly and was bored anyway, so he agreed. Okay, let's go then. Good, yeah, let's set off then. Li Mei immediately cheered up, and even the corners of Li Yan's mouth lifted slightly. Not long after, the three of them walked together towards their home, and what Li Mei and the two of them didn't notice was that they had been followed by two lewd old men behind them. Respectively, they were the second elder and the fifth elder. The two of them sneakily followed behind, revealing lewd smiles. Ha ha ha, the two of them called up Li Lan. With Li Lan around, the two of us don't need to follow them over. That's for sure. Li Lan's strength is much stronger than our two old things, and it's not a bad thing at all for them to have a good relationship with Li Lan. After all, the young master's master is a ninth-grade alchemist. Seeing their daughters take Li Lan away, the two old men smiled with relief and left, and the two of them were somewhat speechless as their every move was watched by Li Lan. These two old things are really playing a good game. But yes, there was no one safer in this side of the world than staying by his side. After all, he was the only heavenly emperor. Young lord, where did you get your foundation establishment pill from? Did you refine it? Li Mei asked curiously. My master gave it to me, Li Lan said casually. Oh, I see, so your master must be very powerful then. That's for sure, ninth-grade alchemist. Li Lan laughed. Lying to a little girl can be fun. Che, bragging, who wouldn't? Li Yan suddenly spoke. Obviously, she didn't believe Li Lan's words. The entire Xian Dust Immortal world cannot find a ninth-grade alchemist. Anyway, she has not heard of it, and how can a ninth-grade alchemist come to such a small place like Xia? To go is also to go to the Qin state, the first country of Qin state. Sister Li Yan, don't be like this, young lord won't lie to us. Li Mei persuaded. She could also sense that Li Yan appeared to be not too friendly with Li Lan. Seeing this, Li Lan just laughed and didn't say much. He knew that Li Yan belonged to the arrogant type. This kind of person is also good to cure, just hit her face. All over, just the mouth is hard. As they traveled further and soon came inside the town, the three children quickly became a beautiful sight. Look guys, that's the Li family's second and fifth misses. The two of them are out shopping again, so cute. Who is that little boy next to him, so young and so handsome? I don't know how many girls he'll attract when he grows up. I don't know, it looks strange, it's a disciple from another family, right? Walking with the two young ladies is really handsome. Why is the second young miss a bit respectful to that boy? It couldn't be a disciple of some sect that would make all the Li family members be respectful. It's better to keep the words to a minimum, so as not to stir up trouble. In a short while, not too many people paid attention to Li Lan's few people. After all, the Li family was extremely popular here, and during this period of time, they had wiped out all the other big and small families. No one dared to offend them anymore. Afraid that after offending, the end will be the same as those families, being decimated and not even having a descendant, which would be too tragic. Young lord, they're all talking about you, you're getting more and more famous. Li Mei laughed. Well, they're just afraid of who I am. Li Lan laughed. If he didn't have an identity, I'm afraid that these people would only give him a second glance when they saw him, and they definitely wouldn't be talking about it as much as they are now. Sure enough, no matter which world one was in, identity was always the most important, followed by strength. Look, there it is. End of chapter. Chapter 34, The Clothes and the Beasts, the Scum of the Earth. Following the direction of Li Mei's finger, Li Lan saw a sea of people, densely packed with heads, men, women and children. And in the middle of the crowd a large platform was erected, and on it stood an immortal old man in white Taoist robes, holding a long white beard and smiling with kind eyes. He was the second great alchemist who organized the alchemy competition, Lu Ru. I welcome all of you to be able to show your face and come to my alchemy competition. The old man smiled cheerfully. Master Lu is courteous, you are a second great alchemist, who would dare not come? That's right, second great alchemist, whoever it is will have to give you this face. It is only an honor for us to participate in Master Lu's alchemy competition today. Listening to a single flattery, the old man did not have any expression, still smiling happily. These horses' ass for him has long been accustomed to. Then, the alchemy competition begins. As soon as the old man's words fell, several children stepped out from the side and began to set up the alchemy furnace, and the crowd retreated to leave space. Not long after, 10 alchemy furnaces were set up. Looking at the simple alchemy furnaces, all the people were admiring. Li Mei was even starry-eyed. Wow, alchemy furnaces, listening to my father, this kind of alchemy furnaces need to spend a heavy amount of money to build, 500 spirit stones apiece. Master Lu actually took out 10 at once, it's too powerful. Alchemists were indeed the profession with the least amount of money, casually taking out 5,000 spirit stones. Just ask your father to buy you one. Li Lan casually said. Anyway, he had given so many foundation establishment Dan, just take out one of them and you can wrap up these 10 alchemy furnaces. He loves money so much, how could he buy it for me? Li Mei said bitterly. I don't know which of the gentlemen's thousands would like to come up and give it a try? At this time, Lu Ru spoke up. His main purpose this time was to look for those talented young boys and girls who possessed alchemy talent and then take them as disciples to inherit the mantle. He is old and has no decent disciple today, which is a great regret in his life. And he has no children, no wife. He doesn't want no one to see him through. Me. Li Mei sniffed and immediately raised her hands, shouting. Upon hearing this, the crowd looked over and were slightly surprised to see that it was Li Mei and the others. Surprisingly, she was the Li family's daughter, But who was the teenager next to her? And as Lu Ru listened in on the crowd's comments, he instantly realized that this girl should be the daughter of a certain big family. Usually big families were prone to produce geniuses. Perhaps these three had the genius disciple he wanted. Okay, then you can come over. Lu Ru laughed. Li Mei was ecstatic and rushed up, standing obediently in front of Lu Ru. Master Lu, hello, I'm Li Mei from the Li family, that one is my sister, and my younger brother. They also want to take part in the alchemy competition, can they? At those words, Li Lan froze. He didn't say he wanted to participate, and before he could refuse, Lu Ru was the first to speak. Okay, alright, come on over. Willow Ru laughed. And just as his words fell, an untimely and unruly voice rang out. How is it that even a cat or dog can participate in the alchemy competition? The crowd followed the sound, and after seeing the visitor they were all stunned, and then their expressions were horrified. Only to see a well-mannered young man riding a steed and coming slowly, like a graceful gentleman, so handsome. It's Chen Luo, isn't that the son of the Lord of the Cold Kingdom? Why did he come here in a million miles? Is it just to see Master Lu? This is too much face, isn't it? This is the treatment of an alchemist. The son of a country lord has to come to him personally. But it looks like he's got some bad intentions. Could it be that he has some sort of beef with Master Lu? And when Lu Ru saw this person, he also looked displeased, his face instantly gloomy. Chen Luo, how in the world are you going to let the old man go? It's all been said, let you accept me as your disciple and teach me the secrets of alchemy, and I'll naturally let you go. Don't even think about it, you alchemist who refines pills to defile his senior sister and scourge good women. There's no way I'm going to pass on my alchemy secrets to you, dream on. Lu Ru spoke in a cold voice. The crowd was shocked. I didn't expect this Chen Luo to look civilized and refined, but he was a clothed beast, Sven scum, even refining evil pills to defile his sister, and also scourged a good woman. It was too abominable. But the other party was also the son of the country's lord. They didn't dare to act rashly. Any move might cause the two countries to go to war. Hee, I just don't believe there is anyone who dares to be your disciple. You don't want to end up alone without a disciple to see you off. Chen Luo laughed coldly and swept his eyes over the crowd, who all bowed their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Only Li Lan and the three of them stared at him with unblinking eyes, not afraid at all. What, you three are not convinced? Chen Luo said in a cold voice. It's not just the son of a regional lord. We are the family of General Li of the Xia Kingdom. Do you want to kill us? Li Yan spoke in a cold voice, not the least bit afraid. So it's Qing Tianli's family, no wonder he's so arrogant. Don't worry, I won't touch you guys, I'll let you leave convinced. Chen Luo laughed, jumped off his steed and walked slowly in front of the three, turning his head to look at Lu Ru. If you want me to leave, first let me see if there is anyone who can be stronger than me. If there is, I'll leave immediately. If not, you'll immediately take me as your disciple and teach me everything you've learned in your life. Upon hearing this, Lu Ru was silent. He wasn't sure how talented these three were in alchemy, and if he lost, he would have to pass the mantle to Chen Luo, this shameless man. He would rather die than have his life's work learned by such a petty person. Can the three of you compete for old me? Lu Ru looked at the three. Li Lan. If these three lost, he would commit suicide. He absolutely could not let his lifelong learning fall into Chen Luo's hands. I'm willing. Li Mei nodded heavily, although she had never refined pills and didn't know how good she was. She just didn't look at Chen Luo favorably. Mei. Li Yan nodded faintly. Doesn't matter. Li Lan shrugged. He didn't care anyway. Good, have the balls, then let's see how you guys can win against me. Chen Luo threw his head back and laughed, somewhat annoyed. He didn't expect that these two girlies were really not afraid. They dared to challenge him. It was certainly not an insult to him. He had already thought about it. Later on, he would ruthlessly humiliate these three little guys, and then refine the evil pills and scourge these two little girls, looking quite attractive. Li Mei and the two of them didn't realize that Chen Luo had even hit on the two of them. Instead, they were all excited and thinking about how to defeat Chen Luo. Let's start then. What's the competition? Chen Luo looked at Lu Ru and smiled. First grade elixir, body refining elixir. Good, then the body refining Dan, you three will lose. Chen Luo was very confident because this body refining pill was what he was best at. End of chapter. Chapter 35, surprised by the extreme body refining pill. As the four people's bets fell, no one around them dared to participate anymore, but there were more and more people, each looking at the four people with interest. I didn't expect it to be so exciting today. The son of the Cold Kingdom's lord of the country has run over to refine pills. This is to force Lu Ru to take on a disciple. But isn't Lu Ru a second-grade alchemist? By all rights, he shouldn't be afraid. Are you unaware that Chen Luo's father, the lord of the Cold Kingdom, has already broken through to the harmonized god? This harmonized god realm is someone that even second-grade alchemists have to respect. So that's how it is. No wonder Chen Luo was so arrogant. If my father was a country lord, I'd be arrogant too. The lord of the Cold Kingdom had broken through to the god of transformation some time ago. At this realm, a second-grade alchemist could no longer catch his eye. If he could hire a third-grade alchemist, but that would require a large price to pay. However, Chen Luo was looking at Lu Ru, a widowed old man with no wife or children and no disciple. Once he became his disciple, he would be able to obtain his lifelong learning. That's why he chased them all the way from the Cold Kingdom, just to become Lu Ru's disciple. As more and more people came over, for children came over, each of them carrying a basket of spirit herbs in their hands, which were all the materials for refining the body refining pill. Don't cry when you lose at that time. After Chen Luo finished speaking, he threw back his head and laughed out loud, not putting Li Lan's trio in the slightest. The district hairy kid even wanted to compete with him in alchemy, knowing that he had started alchemy since he was a child, and had been alchemizing for 10 years by now. Body alchemy Dan these, he has long known like the back of his hand, and occasionally he can also refine perfect grade body alchemy Dan, which is much loved by alchemists, and many first grade alchemists want to take him as a disciple. In the end, he still worshipped under a second grade alchemist, but not long after, he made evil Dan's scourge of his sister. This matter was discovered, directly by the master swept out. This scandal had even spread in the alchemy world, causing him to lose face. Without a master to teach him alchemy, he could only learn on his own, but what could he learn then, which was why he was pestering Lu Ru. He had investigated, Lu Ru, this person was very low-key and didn't know many strong people. He could force the other party to take him as a disciple and teach him the secrets of alchemy by relying on his old man's identity. After all, the realm of the transfigured god was still very dignified. Sure enough, Lu Ru was frightened by him and fled the cold kingdom in a hurry, and he chased him here in the night. As long as he defeated these 3 children, he would be able to obtain Lu Ru's secret learning. Begin. Ryu spoke in a hushed voice, his insides already hanging in the balance. He didn't hold out hope for Li Lan's trio because he knew that Chen Luo's talent was quite alright, and with his age here, how could these 3 kids win? It's better to think of a comfortable way to kill yourself. As Lu Ru's words just fell, Chen Luo immediately began to move, his hands flipped, and 2 burning flames appeared in the center of his palms, instantly igniting the underside of the alchemy furnace and burning it. The first step in alchemy is to burn the furnace first, so that the alchemy furnace has a certain temperature, then the spiritual grass will be thrown in, but also some spiritual water, the use of aura to control the flame, to grasp the fire, slowly melting spiritual grass, and ultimately the formation of the elixir. Sounds simple, but in fact a little bit of not simple. Alone the step of controlling the flame, it is difficult to countless people, because many people cannot control it at all. Minutes will blow up the furnace. Boo! Just then, an explosion rang out, a cloud of black smoke rose up, and the crowd was shocked and rushed to look, only to see that Li Yan's Dan furnace was emitting black smoke, while her entire body was enveloped in black smoke, becoming a small black charcoal, and what she spat out was even black smoke as well. This was the blowing up of the furnace, and although it didn't blow up the alchemy furnace, it did cause some damage to it. Blowing up the furnace was the most common low-level mistake that newcomers were likely to make. Seeing this, the crowd sighed, and Chen Luo, who was still controlling the flame on the side, even grinned and shook his head helplessly. It seemed that these trash really didn't deserve to be his opponents, they were too trashy. Lu Ru instantly despair, this is just the beginning of the blowing furnace one, how to play this lost Is everything alright? Li Lan walked over and picked up Li Yan and asked. No. It's fine, I'll just rest for a while. Li Yan shook her head, this level of blowing up the furnace was quite average for her, causing no harm, only a bit humiliating. In fact, she didn't blow up the furnace just now, but was blown up by the firearm she had brought with her. She didn't have the ability to transform fire with her aura, so she had brought a firearm from home to blow up mines, thinking that it would come in handy this time, but it ended up exploding when she threw it underneath the alchemy furnace, catching her off guard. Li Lan nodded and returned to his seat, not making a move to start the furnace, but looking in Li Mei's direction. This little girl at this time, both ears do not hear outside the window, both eyes are staring at the alchemy furnace. She does not have aura, cannot aura into fire, but she does not know where to pull out the fire folders, is lying there with a small mouth huffing and puffing blowing the fire, want to make the fire become bigger. But how could she possibly blow up this fire with her lung capacity? Li Lan smiled and raised an eyebrow. In an instant, Li Mei's alchemy furnace burst into flames, and it was still just the right amount of fire. Oh yeah, there's a fire! Li Mei yelled with her hands while no one was paying attention to her. They were all looking at Chen Luo. This was because Chen Luo had already thrown in all the ingredients and was about to refine it into a dan. Seeing this, Li Mei was startled and threw the herbs in with her hands and feet, wanting to quickly refine the pills. Seeing this, Li Lan helplessly shook his head. This little girl is really not afraid of blowing up the furnace, even so thrown in. Hey, it still is shot. Li Lan secretly used his aura to control the fire of Li Mei's alchemy furnace, and with his alchemy proficiency, he would be able to refine a perfect body refining dan in minutes. A little bit of time passed. Chen Luo suddenly stood up and shouted, "Ha, it's done." He was seen sweating profusely as he took out 3 pills from the alchemy furnace, glossy and hydrated, which seemed to be excellent pills. The crowd could not help but exclaim, Chen Luo's speed is too fast, his talent is truly terrifying. Lu Ru instantly despaired, and when she walked over to take a look, she despaired even more, because what Chen Luo had refined was actually still a top-grade body refining pill, just a little bit short of the very best. He looked again at the remaining Li Lan and Li Mei, one hanging back and not acting, the officer keeping his eyes on the little girl, the other with his head down huffing and puffing to blow the fire there. This was not winnable in any way, which made Lu Ru even more desperate. It seems that he really has to die to do it. Oh yeah, my pills have been refined as well. At this moment, Li Mei jumped up excitedly, opened the alchemy furnace, and took out 5 piping hot pills from inside, throwing them around like roasted groundnuts. And the crowd was already confused, because the moment Li Mei opened the alchemy furnace, there was actually a very strong Dan fragrance wafting out from it, filling the entire room. Looking at the 5 pills in Li Mei's hand again, he was even more astonished, because not only the luster or the character, it looked 100 times better than Chen Luo's. This is the Extreme Body Refining Pill. End of chapter. Chapter 36, Chen Luo, Death. Lu Ru slightly opened her mouth wide, took one step as 3, and instantly came in front of Li Mei, looking at the 5 body refining pills in Li Mei's hand in surprise. As a senior alchemist, he definitely wouldn't be able to recognize the wrong pills, these 5 body refining pills, no matter whether it was the luster, the color, or the aroma of the pills, they were all stating that it was the extreme grade body refining pills. You can actually refine an extreme grade body refining Dan, and it's a perfect extreme grade body refining Dan that's completely free of impurities. Have you ever refined pills before? Lu Ru looked at Li Mei urgently. If this woman hadn't refined pills before, then there was no doubt that she was definitely a born wonder. Even if they had been refined, they were all equally alchemical geniuses. At such a young age, if properly cultivated, he would definitely be able to become a 5th grade alchemist in the future. That was the 5th grade, a grade that many alchemists dreamed of wanting to go up, and an existence that countless people knelt to. I don't know, it's my first time alchemizing pills, but it seems like I didn't do anything. Li Mei was somewhat flattered as she answered truthfully. She had just lowered her head and just blown on the fire, and didn't know what kind of Dan she had refined, but now that she heard Grandmaster Lu's words, she realized that what she had refined was an extreme grade body refining Dan. But it was her first time making pills. Could it be that she really was a 1 in a million alchemy genius? Genius, absolute genius. Would you like to worship me as your teacher? Lu Ru asked nervously and excitedly. Such a genius absolutely can't be let go. If other alchemists know about it, they will definitely squeeze their heads to come over and grab it from him, and they absolutely can't give it to anyone else. Li Mei was at a loss for words nervously. She was still a little girl, she couldn't get an idea about this kind of worship, and subconsciously looked at Li Lan. Seeing this, Li Lan walked over with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Master Lu, shouldn't such a thing as worshipping a master be discussed in detail at the door? Not to mention that there's another matter that you need to resolve right now. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Chen Luo, who was not far away with an incomparably ugly face, as if he had eaten, and smiled faintly. Seeing that a child was so contemptuous of him, Chen Luo gritted his teeth and clenched his hands tightly into fists, his inner rage roaring, itching to immediately strike out and kill Li Lan. That's true. Lu Ru's face was delighted. She turned back to Chen Luo, and immediately frowned and snapped. Chen Luo, as you can see, you've lost. You have to keep your promise and stop bothering me. Please leave. As soon as the words left his mouth, the surrounding crowd of eaters were in an uproar. This Chen Luo is a disgrace. He even lost to a little girl. I thought he was so powerful. I didn't expect that the Li family's daughter is still a 1 in a million alchemy genius. Now the Li family's status is going to rise higher again, and more people are going to curry favor. It's so human. How come my kids aren't as good? Let's see if we have that in us first. Look, this Chen Luo isn't too easy to mess with. I'm afraid the Li family is in trouble. Listening to the mockery of the people around him, coupled with Li Lan's scornful smile, and Lu Ru's merciless expulsion order, as the son of the state lord, Chen Luo had never felt such humiliation before. Anger surged wildly within him. He looked up at Lu Ru's several people with fierce eyes, and spoke in a cold voice. How dare you all insult me? Do you know that my father is very close to your state lord? And that even if I were to strike out to kill you all right now, he won't do anything to me. Saying that, Chen Luo's 5th level of foundation establishment breath was released. He had been alchemizing pills since he was a child, and this realm basically relied on pills to knock up, although it was not as good as the foundation establishment that had been cultivated up on the ground, but it was more than enough to deal with these few kids. Chen Luo, have you gone crazy? This is the Summer Kingdom, not to mention that you struck out at 3 children. Do you still want face? Lu Ru drank in a cold voice. Her heart was incomparably anxious. He had been refining pills for years and had long forgotten about cultivation, and now he was only at the 1st level of foundation establishment. If he fought with Chen Luo, he would definitely lose. He had to find a way to protect these 3 children. After all, there was an apprentice in there that he wanted. Where is there so much morality to speak of? Strength is honored. Chen Luo laughed coldly, taking a step towards Li Mei. He wanted to snuff out this genius girl. He wouldn't allow this kind of genius to exist. Only a few years old, but she was able to refine an extreme and unadulterated body refining Dan, more terrifying than any genius he had ever seen. Why does she get to have this gift and he doesn't? If he had, he would definitely be able to be stronger, and even be accepted as a disciple by a 3rd grade alchemist. The fire of jealousy grew inside, and Chen Luo wanted to kill Li Mei more and more. Chen Luo, stand down. Lu Ru stood in front of Li Mei. This alchemy competition was organized by him. He should be responsible for it. No matter what, he had to protect Li Mei, even if he lost his life. Seeing this old man blocking in front of him, Li Lan somewhat recognized that Li Mei should be able to learn a lot by being a disciple under the other party, and this old man did not look bad. Hee, just by you? Chen Luo laughed coldly, his body suddenly flashed, arriving in front of Lu Ru, and blasted out with a fist. Lu Ru's eyes stared, and she hurriedly blocked her hands in front of her chest. Boo! Chen Luo blasted his fist onto Lu Ru's chest, going all out. He blew Lu Ru back tens of meters. Those surrounding melon eaters hurriedly backed away, and some were already on their way to run to the Li family in order to curry favor with them. Lu Ru, who stopped with great difficulty, spewed out a mouthful of blood. His arms were trembling. His advanced age coupled with the first level of foundation establishment was not a match for Chen Luo at all. Run! Lu Ru shouted as she looked towards Li Lan's trio and rushed up once again, wanting to stop Chen Luo. And right at this moment, Li Lan walked up slowly, stopping Lu Ru's pace, looking at Chen Luo with contempt. You don't think you can kill us, do you? Damn it, you brat, scorned me 3 times, die. Chen Luo roared sternly. He had long since looked down on Li Lan, a mere kid, to look down on him so much. As soon as the words fell, Chen Luo raised his right hand and slapped Li Lan's face, condensing a powerful and terrifying aura and laying down a deadly blow. Seeing Chen Luo laying such a deadly hand on even one of his children, Li Lan's eyes stared, and inwardly he had already given Chen Luo the death penalty. Get on your knees and talk to me. Li Lan instantly released a hint of pressure, and this pressure was only directed at Chen Luo. Puff! In front of the powerful pressure, no one could resist. Chen Luo flopped, his feet bent and knelt down, immediately showing his teeth and looking at Li Lan with a surprised expression. What's going on? How come your pressure is so strong? He felt the pressure emanating from Li Lan's body, and his guts were scared out of his wits, as if a huge mountain was pressing down on him, making it impossible for him to get up, unable to breathe, and incomparably oppressive. And in the eyes of outsiders, it was just that Chen Luo had inexplicably knelt down for unknown reasons. Let go of me, I am the son of the state lord. If you kill me, all of your Li family will perish. Chen Luo felt bad. This child in front of him was unusual, not an ordinary person. Son of the district state lord, even if the state lord comes, I will kill him as usual. Li Lan spoke indifferently, slapping out a slap. Boo! A watermelon instantly bloomed like a firework, and countless watermelon juices splashed onto the surrounding melon eaters, interspersed with white melon seeds. Chen Luo, die. End of chapter. Chapter 37. Kill my son, I want him dead. 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 Chen Luo is dead. Who is this child, so raw that he slapped Chen Luo to death with a single slap? The other party is the son of the state lord. Didn't you hear what the boy just said? He's not afraid even if the state lord himself arrives. It's really bold, but what makes me even more curious is how high this child's realm is. To think that he can kill Chen Luo of the Foundation establishment realm in seconds, that's a bit too outrageous. Is this the Li family's child? I'm a pastry delivery person. I've been in and out of the Li family every day, and I've basically seen them all, but I've never seen this child. The crowd was doubly alarmed and backed away, their gazes looking at Li Lan with horror. This child's strike was too ruthless, right, killing when he said he would, completely disregarding the other party's status. That was the son of the Lord of the Cold Kingdom. His father had already transformed into the God realm, and no one in the entire Xia kingdom could stand up to him. Even if the head of the Li family came over in person, he would have to obediently make amends and apologize, right? Li Lan was too lazy to care about these people as he picked up Chen Luo's headless body, then looked at Lu Ru and asked, where is the location of the Cold Kingdom? Although Lu Ru was horrified, she pointed to the location of the South Gate, and as long as she went all the way out of the South Gate, she would be able to reach the Cold Kingdom. Good. Li Lan nodded and unfolded his divine sense, and soon saw a country that was about the same size as the summer country, that was the cold country, and he even saw the state lord's mansion. A middle-aged man was having the time of his life with 3 or 4 women, laughing in a lewd manner. Your son is dead. Laugh so hard. Let's see how you'll laugh later. He made a javelin-throwing gesture in the direction of the Cold Kingdom's main residence. Go you. Phew. Chen Luo's corpse was like a straight javelin that flew into the sky with a swift and thunderous momentum, flying rapidly in the direction of the Cold Kingdom. He watched with his own eyes as Chen Luo's body fell sharply like a cannonball, then crashed into the State Lord's mansion with a loud bang, smashing right next to the State Lord, causing him to freeze in his movements and tremble. What the hell? Chen Li's body shivered and instantly shriveled, hastily climbing out of the bed and looking at the smoky hollow in horror. The women were also running around in fear, finding a hidden place to hide. With a wave of his hand, Chen Li put on a set of robes, summoned his rapier, and cautiously and nervously took one step forward until he was horrified to see a man standing upside down and straight. Who's here? Give your name. How dare you trespass the State Lord's residence? Do you know that this is a capital offense? Chen Li drew his sword and shouted sternly. But after a while, the man didn't speak, and as he looked at the robes on the man, the more he looked at them, the more familiar they became, as if he had seen them somewhere before. Just then, a ragged woman suddenly screamed, Lure, it's Lure. The jade pendant around his waist was given to him by me. It has his name. The woman ran over and hugged Chen Luo's waist, about to pull it out. But the moment she pulled it out, everyone was horrified and the women screamed. Aha, headless, headless. Ghosts. A headless corpse was revealed, frightening Chen Li and the others into backing away, and the woman who had pulled the corpse was so frightened that she hurriedly crawled backwards, her eyes terrified. But she would not be mistaken, the jade pendant around the waist of this corpse was the very jade pendant that she had personally bought for Chen Luo, with the word Chen Luo engraved on it. Chen Li quickly calmed down. What scene had he not seen before? He was only frightened by the sudden headless corpse. He hurriedly walked forward, picked up the jade pendant at the waist of that corpse, and after seeing the words on it, he burst into a rage. Who is it? Who killed my son? I want him dead, dead. Chen Li threw his head back and roared. His voice shook through the 8 directions. Almost all of the 100,000 miles in a radius could hear it, and countless commoners raised their heads in surprise to look in the direction of the state lord's mansion. The son of the lord of the land was killed? Who is so bold as to kill the son of the lord of the kingdom? Don't you want to die? Chen Li could be 100% sure that this corpse was his son Chen Luo. The other party not only killed his son, but also threw the corpse back. This was a naked provocation. The other party was provoking him, provoking the entire cold country. Incoming! With a command, dozens of heavily armed, blue-armored warriors rushed in from outside, all of them at the Foundation Establishment realm, and 10 at the Jindan realm, kneeling in front of Chen Li in unison. Lord of the land! The sound was monstrous and resounded in all directions. Check for me, where did Chen Luo go today? Find out the murderer for me. Yes. The crowd went around and began to investigate. No matter who it is, I will kill you with my own hands to avenge my son. Chen Li looked at Chen Luo's headless corpse, the anger inside him roaring madly. He couldn't wait to rip the murderer's head off with his own hands right now. On the other side, Li Lan had long since stopped observing and looked at Lu Ru. If you want to take Li Mei as a disciple, then come back to the Li family with me and talk to her parents. Yes, okay. Lu Ru had some respect for Li Lan, because he couldn't see through this child, killing and decisive, and also very ruthless, but some childishness, like to play with others, just threw the body to the cold country, the existence of mischievous behavior. The hardiness is horrible. Li Lan walked with his hands behind his back, leading Li Yan and Li Mei towards the Li family, followed by Lu Ru, as the crowd stepped back and made a path. Although he didn't know who this child was, but with this means, he was obviously not an ordinary person, and he dared to kill the son of the country's lord, so he must have a backbone. As to where this bottom line comes from, it is not known. But what they do know is that after today, Summerland is going to change. What did you say? The Li family openly killed the son of the lord of the cold kingdom on the street? As Xia Hai listened to his men's report, he wondered if he was hallucinating. When did the Li family become so fierce that they dared to kill the son of a kingdom lord in public, and that too without his knowledge? Damn it, if the cold kingdom blames it, then it will be hard to protect our Xia kingdom. Xia Hai gritted his teeth, but he knew that Chen Li had already broken through the transformation god realm. At that time, he also feasted on the lords of the 4 directions, and he was also present, which was to feast on the 4 directions to put it nicely, and to give them a downward spiral to put it unpleasantly. Because with so many country lords, Chen Li was the only one who had broken through the transformation spirit realm, it would take him minutes to attack the other countries. Damn Li Qingtian, let's arrange for him to handle this matter. Any death of these 2 people will be beneficial to me. Xia Hai suddenly thought of something and revealed a sinister smile. He could arrange for Li Qingtian to face Chen Li's wrath. And it made sense that this was the trouble the Li family had caused anyway. With Li Qingtian dead, there would be no threat to his position, and it would also calm Chen Li's anger, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Tell Li Qingtian that this matter is due to the Li family, let him figure out how to solve it on his own. I can't control their family affairs. Yes. End of chapter. Chapter 38, Afraid of Nothing, Just Come and Kill. Qingtian Sect. Sovereign Hall. Patriarch, it's bad, Elder Chen Mo is dead. An elder hurriedly ran into the sovereign hall while he was still carrying Chen Mo's corpse on his back. A man wearing a white robe with a slightly handsome face and some age was sitting cross-legged. He was the patriarch of the Qingtian sect, Wang Yu. Upon hearing the elder's words, Wang Yu snapped his eyes open and looked at Chen Mo on the elder's back in death. The figure disappeared in place, instantly flashing to the elder, looking at him with surprise and anger. Who did this? How dare someone kill an elder of his Qingtian sect? It's almost as if he's living out of his mind. It was the people from the Li family of that summer kingdom who did this. That elder told the story in detail. When Wang Yu heard that the murderer was a newborn child, his eyes widened and he was doubly shocked. A child that was born only a day ago possessed the strength to be able to kill an ascended powerhouse? Is this a demon, or a child prodigy? Anyway, he hadn't seen any prodigy so contrary. There was only one possibility, that child was a demon. Damn it, immediately summon all the elder disciples of the Qingtian sect. This account, we have to settle it, or else all the other sects will have to laugh at us, and we have to avenge Elder Chen Mo. We can't chill everyone's heart. Wang Yu spoke in a cold voice. Chen Mo was one of the elders. If he sat back and did nothing, this would only chill the hearts of the other elders or disciples, and would make the other clans laugh. This revenge must be avenged. Yes. The elder nodded heavily, somewhat excited, and he couldn't wait to go back and kill that Li family. A brat dared to take a shot at him. He was really living out of his mind. The patriarch stepped in and had to kill all of these people. In less than half an hour, all the disciples of the Green Sky sect were gathered together. Whether they had gone out to do a mission or had gone home to visit their families, all of them had returned, a whole 80,000 people. The lowest was the refinement realm, the highest was the Jindan realm, the average realm was in the foundation establishment realm, and there were some elders, who had both transformation or ascension, which was enough to rule the Xia kingdom when placed in the Xia kingdom. Wang Yu stood in the dome of the sky, looking down at the crowd and spoke in a cold voice. His voice spread throughout the entire green sky sect, and countless disciples raised their heads to look up. Today, Elder Chen Mo was killed. The opening thunder struck, the crowd sucked in a breath of cool air, and some of the disciples who had been accepted by Chen Mo as disciples were even more surprised, and rushed to open their mouths. How can that be? My master was alive and well this morning. I even greeted him. How can he be separated from his yin and yang all of a sudden? I don't believe it. Right, Elder Chen Mo is usually gentle and gracious, treating people kindly, completely unlike someone who offends people. Could it be caused by going off the deep end during cultivation? No, I don't believe it. Master won't die, he lives as long as heaven. How could he die? It's a lie. Who is it who killed my master? I want to avenge him and kill his whole family. When the disciples heard this news, their first reaction was shock, and their second reaction was anger. Chen Mo's popularity in the Qingtian sect was very good. Both disciples and elders had more or less received favors or guidance from him. So when they heard about Chen Mo's death, they all wanted to find the murderer and avenge him. As the patriarch, I feel very angry, so I have gathered everyone just for one thing, to avenge Chen Mo. Wang Yu spoke angrily, stirring up the emotions of the crowd. Revenge! The crowd spoke in unison and let out a roar. The murderer is the Li family of the Summer Kingdom. All disciples listened to the order. Prepare immediately, set out for the Summer Kingdom in half an hour. Overthrow the Li family and avenge Elder Chen Mo. Yes! The crowd roared. Wang Yu looked at the distant Xia and clenched his fists. Daring to kill his clan elders was not putting him, Wang Yu, in his eyes. Xia Gua, Li family. You killed the son of the Lord of the Cold Kingdom? Inside the family master hall, Li Qingtian looked at his son with surprise, and opened his mouth to ask with some disbelief. This kid is too capable of killing, right? He is even more fierce than him, killing a clan elder in the front foot, and then going out to kill the son of a country lord in the back foot. This picks on the dignified to kill is an ordinary people are not killed. Yeah, that was too arrogant. I didn't see eye to eye, so I killed it casually. Li Lan nodded. His appearance was good, but what he said was creepy. The elder and Lu Ru at the side also wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. This is how to kill without blinking and still be so calm, and the identity of the other party is still extraordinary. The Cold Kingdom side will probably soon know that we killed them. Should we avoid the wind? The Grand Elder spoke with worry. If the Cold Kingdom raises an army to attack, I'm afraid that everyone in the Xia Kingdom will suffer. Afraid of, come and kill. Li Lan pulled out his ears, not caring in the slightest. A mere Cold Kingdom, he could destroy it with his hands, so he was still afraid of them? My son is right, I, Li Qingtian, have not been afraid. The water will come to cover the earth, and the soldiers will come to block. Li Qingtian smiled faintly and nodded slightly. Li family master, you don't know that Chen Li is at the God Transformation realm, and it seems that your Xia country's state lord is only a Yuaning. Lu Ru interjected, feeling that he needed to remind these people. Chen Li is not to be messed with. He, a mere hierophant. Li Qingtian laughed coldly, his body's aura releasing out, the Mahayana realm. Lu Ru was instantly dumbfounded for a long time. This Xia Li family was actually hiding a Mahayana realm? This Mahayana realm has been able to open a sect, become a party giant. Why Li Qingtian want to harbor in this summer country as a general but also to listen to the orders of the summer sea, does not make sense. Ha, Li family master, it's me who was overthinking. Lu Ru clasped his fists and laughed awkwardly. The Mahayana realm hitting the transformation god is no different from a father hitting his son, pure and simple crushing. Report! At that moment, the sound of a disciple's report rang out from outside the family master hall. Speak! Qingtian Li opened his mouth. The lord of the land has sent over a state order. Oh, coming so soon? Qingtian Li grinned. He had already thought about what Xia Hai was up to. It's nothing more than an attempt to say that his son caused this incident, and that the consequences should rightly be borne by them. He had long since chilled his heart to this country's lord, with no semblance of loyalty in his heart, only that he didn't pick his words apart because the other party had treated him fairly well in the past. I'll go and return. Qingtian Li spoke and disappeared. It wasn't long before he was back. Sure enough, Xia Hai gave the order for me to take care of it on my own, and he won't send me any troops. I've been stripped of my military power. Qingtian Li spoke indifferently. He was not the least bit surprised. It was only a matter of time before he was stripped of his military power. The big deal is that we'll destroy the Cold Kingdoms and become the Cold Kingdom's lord, then we'll kill Xia Hai and the two countries will just merge. Li Lan casually said. The elder on the side as well as Lu Ru were already sweating profusely, wiping their cold sweat non-stop. They are all feudal and honest people. Betraying the country and plotting against the dynasty and usurping the throne are things they have never thought about. Now it was even more surprising to hear it come from a child's mouth. They couldn't believe that Li Lan was a child when they watched him say such cold, heartless and creepy things despite having an innocent and cute face. It's too casual, killing people as if it's just a matter of skin. End of chapter. Chapter 39, here we go. Let's kill. Xia Kingdom, State Lord's residence. Reporting to the State Lord, the entire Qingtian sect is heading towards our Summer Kingdom, and has currently passed through the Yin Kingdom, and will soon be arriving. A war rider arrived at the State Lord's residence to report in a panic. Upon hearing this, Xia Hai was shocked and hurriedly stood up, asking in surprise, "What's going on? Why did the Green Sky sect come to the door? The other party sent an elder to come here first and is waiting outside." Xia Hai was so scared that he almost couldn't stand still. That was the Qingtian sect. The sect leader was a Mahayana realm powerhouse, and could overthrow the entire Xia Kingdom with a single hand. How could they, the Summer Kingdom, offend each other? Without much hesitation, he disappeared in place and immediately rushed to receive that elder. Outside, as soon as Xia Hai appeared, he saw an old man, standing in the doorway with his arms folded. The Ascension Realm's aura on his body was undisguised, obviously coming over to raise an offense. Under the Xia Kingdom State Lord, Xia Hai, I wonder what the senior is looking for me for. Xia Hai didn't dare to be rude and immediately cupped his fists and bent over respectfully. Your Xia Kingdom really has a lot of guts. A small general dares to kill our Qingtian sect's elder. You simply don't put our Qingtian sect in your eyes. The elder turned back and spoke in a cold voice. His tone was like a volcano that was about to erupt. Xia Hai snapped his head up, his pupils contracted and he took a few steps back, shaking his head. "No, how is that possible? I didn't give any orders to exterminate your elders, and who is the general?" Soon, he thought of someone and asked tentatively, "Could it be the Li family?" "Yes, it's this Li family. We were kind enough to pay a visit to our home, but they were good. They directly struck out to kill our elders. We've already raised our clan. I'm coming over now just to inform you. If you want to meddle in this matter, weigh yourself first." After saying that, the elder leapt up and flew rapidly towards the distance, disappearing into the sky. Watching the other party leave, Xia Hai wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. The corners of his mouth rose slightly as he shook his head. "Li Qingtian, you're really looking for death. Not only did you offend the Cold Kingdom, but you also offended the Qingtian sect. No one can protect you this time." "Incoming!" Xia Hai shouted coldly. In an instant, dozens of war riders appeared beside them, kneeling in unison. "State Lord, immediately notify the whole country that all people should close their doors and windows tightly, not to travel, and not to come out when they hear any sound, or suffer the consequences." "Yes." The crowd of war riders disappeared in unison to carry out their mission. "Li Qingtian, I was thinking about how to let you die, but I didn't expect that you yourself would seek death first, which is not bad." Xia Hai sneered and returned to the State Lord's mansion. The Li family. The main hall of the house. The crowd was still thinking of a solution, and some suggested that the others should hide for a while to get out of the way. After all, this fight was none of their business. Let the old and the sick hide first, and the women too. They have low cultivation and are of little use. "Pops, those people are coming." Right at this moment, Li Lan, who was lounging on a chair eating spirit fruits and lazing around, suddenly opened his mouth. He had already seen with his divine sense that those people from the Cold Kingdom and the Green Sky sect had come, and there were many other sects as well as people from other countries as well, but those people seemed to have come over to watch the show. After all, the Qingtian sect and the Cold Kingdom were out at the same time. This was a big scene, and there were always some melon eaters who wanted to watch the show. "What people are coming? The Cold Kingdom and them?" Qingtian Li said with a slight frown. Did they come over so quickly? But what was even more strange to him was how his son knew. Even his divine sense couldn't see it. As for the others, they hadn't thought of this, because they had long been too frightened by the current crisis to think. The other elders were slightly shocked that they came over so quickly. Lu Ru was even more scalp-numb. If he had known that it was so troublesome, he wouldn't have taken on an apprentice. He might as well have gone home, and now it's not a good idea to leave. It's not a good idea to stay. It's not just that, people from the Green Sky sect have also come. Li Lan casually threw away the fruit kernel and spoke. Upon hearing this, Lu Ru mistake froze and hurriedly opened his mouth. The Qingtian sect, is that great sect located in Qingzhou that is very famous, the Qingtian sect? I think so, that's the name anyway. Li Lan said. What are they doing here? Did the Cold Kingdom even get the Qingtian sect's help? How many people have come? There aren't many, it seems like the entire clan is here. What? It's all here, and you're telling me it's not much? And then there's that, how do you know? Ryo said suspiciously, he just reacted. How did the kid know? It's not like he had any sources of information. I saw it. No, you old man asks so much why, afraid to go home? Li Lan said impatiently. This old man came to check the account, ask so much. You think I don't want to go home? I'll be on the same boat as you guys now. That Chen Li must know that Chen Luo is here to find me. I'm not dead now, his son is dead, and with his ruthless methods, I'm bound to die too. Lu Ru rolled his eyes, he was speechless. If he could run, he would have gone home long ago. Why wait here with the Li family to die? But he can't run away. Can only hope that the Li family can have some way to solve it. You're so faceless as an alchemist. Isn't it said that an alchemist can call in countless powerful people with just a word? Li Lan frowned in confusion as he looked at Lu Ru. This old man is at least a second-grade alchemist. Why does he look as if he doesn't have much of a row? I'm usually too low-key and haven't gotten to know too many strong people. Lu Ru said with some shame. He rarely made pills for people, and although he had fame, he had very few connections. No wonder you're afraid of Chen Luo then. Li Lan understood and didn't say any more. Let's not talk about this for now. The Cold Kingdom can't afford to invite the Green Sky sect, so this sect won't be invited by the Cold Kingdom. Why would they come over? Did you guys offend the Green Sky sect as well? Lu Ru continued to ask. He figured out that this cold country is almost the same as the summer country. In front of the Qingtian sect, this kind of big sect, it is a small bullet country. How can you invite the Qingtian sect? The whole sect can be invited to an elder or Chenli 3 lifetimes lucky. Nothing, I just killed one of their elders. Li Lan opened his mouth, his tone so casual that it was frightening. Just killed an elder? Lu Ru instantly felt his eyes go black. He was afraid that if he listened any longer, his heart would explode and he would die. This is too much. What is the situation with this child? Not only does he dare to kill the son of the state lord, he also kills the elder of the Qingtian sect. But soon, Lu Ru fiercely widened his eyes and looked at Li Lan dead on. He had heard that the elders of the Qingtian sect were basically Ascension Realm powerhouses. This kid managed to kill the other guy? Could it be that he was also an Ascension Realm powerhouse? It can't be. To become an Ascension Realm powerhouse right after birth? The scions of ancient demonic beasts couldn't even do that, right? Here we go, let's kill. At this time, Li Lan jumped out of his chair and looked outside, grinning, his eyes flashed with a hint of playfulness. Finally someone had come to the door to deliver a head. All of the Li family, I am the patriarch of the Qingtian sect, come out and die. End of chapter. Chapter 41. Man, 1 tiger, 3 Dharma treasures, abusing the Qingtian sect. A voice, like heavenly thunder, shook through the Li family, and countless Li family children raised their heads to look at the sky, all of them shaken to the point where their bodies trembled by the landscape and the sky. One could only see an airship standing in the dome of the sky. It was the spirit boat, a flying spirit vessel worth millions of spirit stones. It could carry tens of thousands of people, 5 ships in all, and there were countless flying swords accompanying the side, all of which were filled with people. Very shocking. On the side of that spirit boat were engraved 2 big words, Qingtian, domineering and majestic, full of spiritual charm. What's going on? Who are those people that just told us to go out and get killed? I don't know. Who has our Li family offended that so many people have come to our door? What's the situation? Where are the elders and the family head? Where did they go? How terrifying. The strength of those people looks like they can't be underestimated. Could it be that our Li family is going to perish today? The sons of the people panicked, not knowing what was happening, and put down their hands and took out their weapons, looking nervous. Even if no one told them, they knew that someone had attacked the Li family. And the old, sick, and common people, one by one, went back to their rooms, closed the doors and windows tightly, not daring to come out, and prayed for the others from within the house. In the dome of the sky, on the center spirit boat's bow, Wang Yu stood there, his eyes looking down indifferently at the crowd below. After a brief glance, he couldn't raise any interest. Those people below were all some kind of foundation establishment or body refinement, not even Jin Dan. This kind of trashy little family, if it were usual, he wouldn't even look at it, it wouldn't even enter his eyes. Is the Li family all you trash? Or has your family head given up on you and doesn't dare to come out to meet me? Wang Yu laughed coldly, his tone incomparably mocking. When the crowd at the bottom heard this, they gritted their teeth and angrily opened their mouths to curse. Listening to their curses, Wang Yu frowned slightly and spoke in a cold voice, go down and behead all of these Li family's sons and daughters, not leaving a single one behind. Yes. The elders behind them immediately agreed and grinned, they had long been impatient. All disciples listened to the order, follow us down and kill them all. Yes. The disciples shouted in unison, they were also hungry and wanted to go on a killing spree. A bunch of trash, also want to overthrow our Li family? Right at this moment, a tender voice rang out, and the crowd's bodies froze, through looking at the voice. Only to see a boy sitting on the back of a white tiger in the middle of the sky dome in front of them, looking at them with a disdainful expression. Who are you? Wang Yu looked at Li Lan in confusion, and then laughed out loud. Does the Li family have no one left, to send a child out? How many more people are needed to kill a mole like you? Li Lan laughed, his tone mocking to the extreme. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu's face instantly turned gloomy, and the same was true for the others. For a child to be so arrogant, this was not putting their Qingtian sect in their eyes. Patriarch, it's this kid, he's no ordinary person, he's the one who killed Chen Mo. At this time, the elder on the side opened his mouth in horror. He was there at that time. He watched this kid slap Chen Mo to death with his own eyes, leaving a deep shadow within him. When these words came out, the crowd was shocked and sucked in a breath of cool air as they all looked at Li Lan. How is it possible that this child killed Elder Chen Mo? But I can't see that he has any cultivation. Could it be that the elder misread it? How could a child do it? It should have been someone else who struck behind the scenes. It could be the hand of a certain mysterious senior. Could a child still be able to kill an ascending powerhouse? The crowd didn't believe that this child in front of them could kill Chen Mo. That was an ascending powerhouse. How could a child do that? Arrogant kid, where is Li Qingtian? Wang Yu spoke in a cold voice. He thought that this kid was a blindfold sent by Li Qingtian to fight. He also didn't believe that a kid could kill Chen Mo. It has nothing to do with you. Better think about how to die. Li Lan smiled faintly. Right now, Pops had already rushed to the south gate with all the elders. The Cold Kingdom's army was coming from over there, while he stayed behind to eliminate these trash. I didn't expect so many people from the Li family to send a child like you to face me, it's really ridiculous. Wang Yu was disdainful, he looked at Li Lan without any cultivation, naturally he was not worried. Didn't your parents teach you not to be dog-eyed? Li Lan grinned, dodged to Wang Yu, and slapped him up before he could react. Snap! The sound of the slap was incomparably loud, and Wang Yu flew out backwards, like a meteor falling towards the distant mountains. Boom! With a loud bang, Wang Yu crashed into the mountain and disappeared. This all came so suddenly that the others didn't react and looked at Li Lan with dull eyes. The one who just flew out, was that their patriarch? Little White, go on, kill them all, leave no one behind. Li Lan beckoned and spoke indifferently. Who? The tiger's roar shook the sky as the white tiger raised its head to the sky and its body rapidly grew larger, like a mountain range, covering the sky. This is no ordinary tiger. The crowd was shocked, the aura emanating from the white tiger was incomparably terrifying, causing them to tremble physically and mentally, but they couldn't see through what realm this white tiger was in. The white tiger slapped his palm down, instantly destroying a spirit boat, and the 10,000 people on it all died violently, all killed in one move. Seeing that the white tiger was so fierce, the crowd had no desire to fight, they all dropped the weapons in their hands and ran towards the distance. Come when you want, run when you want? Li Lan grinned and offered 3 magic treasures. Destroy all these people, I want the others to know that the Li family is not one to be messed with. The 3 magic treasures all carried a hint of spiritual intelligence and understood Li Lan's words, swaying slightly before flying off in their different directions. In a flash, the atmosphere that was still tense was dissolved by Li Lan. The Li family's sons and daughters were also doubly shocked as they watched Li Lan slay in the sky. Their young master, he is too fierce, right? He kills when he says he will, he doesn't put anyone in his eyes at all. Li Lan's strike was in full view of the entire Xia kingdom, and all they had to do was raise their heads to see the young figure standing in the celestial dome. Countless people felt shocked. The Li family, this is really out of the dragon. A child can actually beat tens of thousands of people to flee. Which child in the world can do it? At this time, people who came from other countries or sects saw this amazing scene. Is that a child? Is that a divine beast next to it, and 3 powerful magic treasures? And who is that child? Let's not talk about that for a moment. A child abusing so many people from the Green Sky sect? It can't be. It's a certain senior who went back to the basics and intentionally acted like a child. The crowd that had just arrived felt unbelievable. A child had easily abused the Green Heavenly clan. This was too outrageous. Kid, I want you dead. At this time, a roar sounded from the distant mountain range, and a silhouette quickly flew out from it, like a cannonball whistling towards Li Lan. It's good that you didn't die. I purposely left my strength behind just in case you died. Seeing this, Li Lan grinned. He hadn't even used his full strength just now, and with Wang Yu dead, what fun would that be? End of chapter. Chapter 41. The Emperor takes turns to be the Emperor. This year it's my family. It's my turn to be the Emperor. Arrogant child, do you really think you can kill me? Wang Yu arrived in front of Li Lan and roared angrily. But Li Lan only wanted to laugh when he looked at Wang Yu in front of him. Because Wang Yu now has a head full of dirt, and a few grasses stuck in his hair, covered in mud, completely unable to see that it is him, from a fairy-like patriarch all of a sudden turned into a beggar all day begging like a wretched beggar. Ha, old man, you'd better go back and take a bath before coming back to let out harsh words, otherwise, it's really funny to watch. Li Lan laughed so hard that he was on the verge of bursting into tears. Damn it, you even humiliated me, looking for death. Wang Yu was burning with rage, he just couldn't bear it anymore. Conjuring a long sword out of thin air, he shouted, sword falling to the 9 heavens first style, rise to the heavens. Snap! Wang Yu had just posed and prepared to unleash his proudest and strongest battle technique when his face was suddenly struck by a heavy blow, and a slap mercilessly slapped him over, the sound resonating through the sky for all to hear. The crowd sucked in a mouthful of cool air and covered their faces. The slap was as if it came to their own faces. Obviously the one who hit them was not themselves, but they empathized. Because the sound, it was really too loud. Wang Yu staggered, confused and overwhelmed, looking at Li Lan in front of him. It was him who just flew over and gave him a slap, knocking him out of his mind. You use the skill, just use it. Why do you have to shout it out? Even if you want to shout it out, can't you shout it out in your heart? This is not to give people a chance to interrupt the casting of the spell. Li Lan helplessly shook his head, a look of hatred, sighed. It was all shouted out, and wouldn't it be disrespectful for him not to interrupt? You think you have invincible time. That's fiction. Me. Wang Yu was confused, he was full of anger, which was dissipated by this slap. But soon, he reacted, the angry one is him. Why should he suffer this anger? Damn it, kid, suffer. This time, Wang Yu didn't shout out the name of the battle technique anymore. Instead, he directly used the first move of sword falling 9 heavens, rising heavens. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color, the wind and clouds suddenly changed, and the wind was so strong that it blew Li Lan's robes hunting. The sharp sword in Wang Yu's hand flared up with silver light, as if it had a supreme terrifying power that shook his body and mind. Snap! Another slap! Wang Yu was instantly knocked to the ground. This time, he couldn't get up. So boring, I thought you could come up with some moves. Just blowing the wind. This my family servant can also fan the wind, don't bother you. Li Lan laughed and stomped down. Boo! Wang Yu's head exploded in response to the sound, blood red and white things splattered, but none of them stained Li Lan, being blocked out by a transparent boundary. He slowly hovered in the air and stood above the sky dome, standing with his hands on his head, looking down at those other insignificant people, and spoke faintly. I am the young master of the Li family. The Qingtian sect wants to kill my family. It deserves to die. If anyone is not convinced or wants to avenge them, they can just come over here and end up the same as them. With me here, the Li family can survive for ages. As soon as the words fell, Li Lan disappeared into the sky with the white tiger, leaving behind only the overwhelmed eaters and the Li family's children who were full of exhilaration. Handsome, too handsome, this is the young lord. The speaking style is so handsome, I'm a male who is about to fall in love with him. Why is it the young lord? If it was any other man, I'm afraid I would have fallen in love long ago. How can a status like the young lord's be something I'm worthy of? Young lord is mighty, too fierce, one person suppressing the entire green sky sect. This is simply no one else. Is this the heavenly emperor with the same name? My future son will also be called Li Lan. Oh, just dream on. First think about whether your own son has this destiny. The young lord is a person of great destiny. Not everyone can be called Leland. After Li Lan left, people from other clans, sects, and countries were talking. Changed the sky, the summer kingdom has changed, the Li family has produced such a pride of heaven, it's really going to change. No, I have to hurry up and introduce my daughter who has just come of age to the Li family before I can do so. Once she grows up, she'll be married, it's just right. Bereft, people are still children, why don't I have a daughter? I hate it. If you can't, marry your daughter to me, I'll be good to her. The days of Summerland changed. After the people realized this, they rushed back home, and those who have daughters have already called their daughters to instantly depart for the Li family, to seek marriage at home. They wouldn't be wrong, Li Lan was definitely the pride of heaven. As long as this son didn't fall, he could definitely become a giant in the future. It's not too late to invest. Xia Kingdom, State Lord's residence. Xia Hai sat cross-legged in front of the tea table, savoring the fine spirit tea, barring his mouth from time to time, enjoying it very much. He was thinking, if nothing unexpected, Li Qingtian and the others should already be dead. The Li family is estimated to have a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. It's time for him to send someone to collect the corpses. After all, if the general died and he, the lord of the country, did nothing, I'm afraid it would chill the hearts of the people. You're so free when there's a fight outside, and you're drinking tea. At this moment, a sudden voice rang out behind him, frightening Xia Hai to stand up violently, summoning his lance and looking behind him with a nervous expression. He only saw Li Lan sitting on his throne with his legs crossed and was looking at him with a smile on his face, but Li Lan's eyes made him feel humiliated. The eyes had a playful, disdainful look. It seems to be saying, the people are really blind if a person like you can be the lord of the country. You're Qingtian Li's son, how did you get in? Xia Hai asked in surprise, recognizing it. The state lord's residence is heavily guarded. His war riders are everywhere. How did a child get in? A lord of the country, outside is already in deep water and you are still drinking tea. Do you think you can afford the common people? Can you afford my father's contribution to the kingdom that he was born and died for you to fight for all those years? Li Lan propped up his cheeks and sneered. Get off my throne, that's my place. Whether you're a demon or a prodigy, you're provoking me. Xia Haiba's sword aimed at Li Lan and snapped. Not to mention, this throne is indeed quite comfortable to sit on, or else why have you sat on it for so long without giving it up to someone else? After saying that, Li Lan also purposely moved his but to make himself sit a little more comfortably. Xia Hai just wanted to get angry, but Li Lan's face turned cold and he opened his mouth indifferently. As the saying goes, the emperor takes turns to be the emperor, and this year, when it comes to my house, it's time for you to take a break and rest, and it's time for me to do it instead. After saying that, a cold aura flashed. Xia Hai didn't even react. He sought his vision skyward and flopped to the ground. A dead head rolled down to the doorway, and those eyes were staring at Li Lan in deathly displeasure. Puff! Natsukai's headless body fell backwards. A generation of country lords has fallen. Li Lan slowly crossed his legs and leisurely looked out the door, his index finger lightly knocking on the armrest, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Pops can't afford to kill you, but I'm different. End of chapter. Chapter 42, Meeting Grandpa. Not long after, Li Qingtian returned triumphantly with all the elders, and in his hand, he was carrying a dead head, which was Chun-Li's. He summoned everyone in the Li family to gather at the martial arts practice ground, and everyone looked at the head in Li Qingtian's hand, doubly horrified, and they all wondered whose head it was. Today, I'm sure everyone has seen that the Qingtian sect tried to overthrow our Li family and was killed by the young lord. After saying that, Li Qingtian even glanced at Li Lan behind him and gave a wink. Right now, it was the best time for the child to establish his authority. As long as Li Lan stood out and said a few words, no one would question his position as the young master anymore. But in the next second, the Li family's sons and daughters began to yell loudly. Young lord, it's so handsome, overthrowing the green sky sect. We'll always follow young lord. Does young lord still lack followers? I'm fair-skinned and just reached adulthood. I don't mind if young lord is so young. You're such an animal, she's still a child. You should just come at me. From now on, I will only recognize Li Lan alone as the young master. No one else is good enough. Li Qingtian was surprised and looked back at the crowd of sons and daughters, looking at the excited exuberance on their faces, somewhat mistakenly frozen. What happened in his absence for a while? But it's good that everyone recognizes their child as the young master, so there won't be so many questioning voices in the future. There's one more thing, I'm sure everyone is unfamiliar, puzzled and scared of this head in my hand, not knowing who I've killed. It's the head of the Lord of the Cold Kingdom, Li Qingtian said gently. The crowd was shocked, they looked at the head, it was actually the head of a country lord. The moment the Li family lord was not there was when he went over and killed a country lord? Afterwards, Li Qingtian told what happened today, and everyone looked at Li Lan again, surprised and sweating. The young lord is not too fierce. I didn't expect that on top of killing the elders of the Qingtian sect, he also killed the son of the Cold Kingdom's lord, truly a ruthless man. After today, our Li family will relocate to the Cold Kingdom, and I will become the lord of the kingdom there. Li Qingtian spoke indifferently. From ancient times to the present, but anyone who killed a country's lord could become a country's lord, but this could just as easily attract the attention of other countries. If you want to keep your throne, first of all, you need to be strong, and secondly, you need to have strong henchmen. Xia Hai is the best example, his own strength is not weak, plus Li Qingtian, a tough general, so no one dares to mess with him. House Master is mighty. We're actually going to become royal children, this status is rubbing off on us. In the future, when we go out, it won't be the Li family, but the Li Kingdom, and I think that the Cold Kingdom can be renamed, so let's change it to the Li Kingdom. That's a bit of an awkward name, isn't it? Listening to the crowd's comments, Li Lan smiled and spoke abruptly, Pops, that won't be necessary. Once these words came out, the scene became quiet, and no one dared to speak, listening attentively to Li Lan's words. At this moment, Li Lan had long since ceased to be an ordinary child in their hearts, but a strong man, a young master who could lead their Li family to conquer the 8 directions and go farther. Inside, full of respect. Qingtian Li looked at his son with a slight stare. In the next moment, Li Lan threw out a round object that rolled on the ground, and when the crowd looked at the object clearly, they were instantly dumbstruck and their bodies shook. Because it was the head of the country lord that they were too familiar to be familiar with, Xia Hai. Even Qingtian Li's body shook at the sight of this head and took 2 steps back. After all, he had already fought for Xia Hai for so many years, and no matter what, Xia Hai was his country lord and had given him many favors. The two of them were the ones who had accomplished each other. But Xia Hai wanted to kill him, which chilled him to the bone, and he was still hesitant to kill Xia Hai. But now, there was no need to hesitate, his son helped him out. Xia Hai tried to assassinate father, wanted all of us in the Li family to die, we fought and killed and he was there drinking tea and enjoying his life. May I ask, what need is there for this kind of state lord? So I killed him. From now on, our Li family will become the royal family of the Xia kingdom, and my father, your family head, will become the lord of both countries. Li Lan opened his mouth impassionedly, and his voice spread to every corner of the Li family, so that everyone could hear it clearly. As soon as the words fell, the crowd excitedly yelled loudly. Their voices were so loud that they shook the 8 directions. Today, the Li family underwent a radical change, as the Li family collectively moved into the state lord's mansion. On the following day, Qingtian Li became the lord of the Summer Kingdom and the lord of the Cold Kingdom, and opened the 2 countries to merge into one country. In order to appease the people, Qingtian Li announced that the 2 countries would be exempted from taxes for 2 years, and the people instantly let down their guard and cheered to welcome this new lord of the country. And this news of Li Qingtian becoming the kingdom's lords of the 2 countries quickly spread to the ears of the lords of the neighboring countries. They drew one message from this huge amount of information, and that was that Chen Li and Xia Hai, both of them, were dead. All died under Qingtian Li. Many people didn't visit that great battle, only a few people went to see it and knew about this matter of Li Lan overthrowing the Qingtian sect, but those people seemed to have some sort of tacit understanding. None of them spread the word. It was because they didn't want more people to know about Li Lan, the pride of heaven, lest more people would grab it from them. 2 days after Li Qingtian became the lord of the country celebrated. And in this period of time, Li Lan went to a trip to the Qingtian sect, will be their treasure trove empty, their own destruction of the door, that should be their own all received, cannot let others pick up the slack. It wasn't until the 3rd day that the thing that bothered Li Lan came. Because he was too dominant and godly that day, as a result, a lot of people came and paid visits to his door, with the purpose of wanting their daughters to marry him. This can make the mother happy, thinking all the girls are booked for him, when he grows up can be married, then you can have a harem of 3,000 beauties. This world is different from the previous world. Here you can have as many wives as you want, as long as the woman is willing to marry, you can have as many as you want. Some powerful men have thousands of wives and live a different life every day. But Li Lan didn't have this interest, he was tired of playing in his previous life, now he just wanted to explore this new world and play what he didn't have in his previous life. Luckily, Pops felt the same way and stopped Mom. According to the old dad's words, is that Li Lan is still small, do not need any doll marriage, not to mention Li Lan's strength is so strong, after growing up, what girl cannot find, there is no need to think about this kind of thing so early. Mom was persuaded to turn away all those people, Li Lan was finally relieved. Today, however, there was one more thing, and that was that Li Lan was going to meet his grandpa, the one who never treated the Li family well, the lord of the neighboring country of Mo, that is, his grandpa, Mo Phone. End of chapter. Chapter 43, Too Weak, Don't. Pops, is grandpa really treating us badly? On the flying sword, Li Lan looked up at Li Qingtian and asked. He had just learned that on the day he was born, grandpa didn't even come. It seems like a really bad relationship. Usually when other people's grandchildren are born, grandpa is there in person. Well, don't say anything angry when you go over there, your grandpa's temper can explode. Li Qingtian nodded and said. During this period of time, he is clear about his son that temper, elusive, from time to curse, is a C who is not happy to do who the Lord, as he. Don't worry Pops, although I curse, I still won't curse my family. Li Lan laughed and looked at Imo Qing again. He saw that Imo Qing's hands were pinched together very nervously. Her expression was very tense. Mom, don't be nervous. This grandpa of his own looks like he's not easy to deal with. Even mom is so nervous about going to see him. Probably a strict father. It's fine, I'm fine. I'm just a little excited since I haven't seen my father in a long time. Imo Qing forced a smile. Li Lan smiled helplessly and didn't say any more. Soon, they came to a country, the country of Mo, which was about the same size as the country of Xia. They slowly landed at the city gates, and after giving their names, the guards respectfully released them. During this period of time, the name, Li Qingtian, had resounded all over Qingzhou. No one knew Li Qingtian, but only a small portion of people knew that Li Qingtian's son was even more terrifying than him. It's been more than a decade since I've been here, but the path of the State Lord's mansion is still very recognizable. Qingtian Li lamented. He and Mo Qing have known each other for 100 years, and the two of them went out to travel and see the world before they gathered their hearts and returned to the Li family to give birth at ease. More than 10 years ago, they even occasionally came over to visit their in-laws, but Li Qingtian was still not treated well, and even Mo Qing was not treated well anymore. There was only one reason for this, and that was that a daughter of a country lord would not even choose to marry another country lord or the son of a country lord, but instead marry a small general, which was simply a disgrace to the royal family. So Mo Phone pretended that he didn't have this daughter. Looking at the Mo kingdom which hadn't changed for more than a decade, Li Qingtian's trio soon arrived in front of the grand and beautiful State Lord's mansion, the gilt-edged gate, 2 rows of war riders standing in front of the gate, and at the very front it was guarded by 2 Jindan stage war riders, mighty and overbearing. No one dared to get close to them without being angry or intimidating. Who is the visitor? Give his name. Seeing Li Qingtian's trio approaching the State Lord's mansion, one of the war riders took out his lance and stopped the trio's path, speaking in a cold voice. Li Qingtian, the new lords of the Cold Kingdom and the Summer Kingdom, please go and inform the lord of the Mo Kingdom that his son-in-law, with his grandson and daughter, has come to pay his respects. Li Qingtian cupped his fists and said. When these words came out, the faces of the 2 war riders suddenly changed. Li Qingtian's name was now known to everyone. One day when he became the lord of 2 countries, how strong, how could he not be known throughout the world? So it stayed lordly. Wait a moment. A war rider immediately jumped off his horse and clasped his fists respectfully. The one in front of him was not only the lord of the 2 countries, but also the son-in-law of their lord, and had to be honored. Alright, I'll trouble you too. Qingtian Li nodded his head. Soon, a warhorse rode back to the State Lord's mansion in a hurry. Not long afterward, he returned and shouted, by order of the State Lord, open the gates of the mansion wide and invite State Lord Li and his family to enter. As soon as the words fell, a rumbling sound resounded, the gates slowly opened to both sides, and the crowd of war riders simultaneously took a step back, making way for the 3 of them, Qingtian Li. Upon hearing this, Li Qingtian shook his head, helpless, and Mo Qing's eyes were even more dull and lost. Li Lan's face was expressionless, he could hear it, this grandmaster seemed to be very uncomfortable. This statement was obviously looking at Li Qingtian's identity as a country lord to invite in, and only because of this identity. If Li Qingtian didn't have this identity, perhaps he wouldn't have opened the door of the mansion in a big way. After all, even mom was just counted as a family member and nothing was said about a daughter or a name. He wanted to see what was wrong with the basilisk. The 3 of them, Qingtian Li, took a step towards the inside, with a war rider in front of them leading the way. After a long time, they arrived at the council hall of the State Lord's mansion, which was the place where the meetings were presided over, similar to the family master's hall, where any major events were deliberated. You guys wait a bit, the State Lord is inside approving the state case and will come out soon. The war rider spoke. Then wait. Mo Qing smiled and continued, Father may be busy. Well, wait here for a while. Li Qingtian nodded, wrapped his arms around his wife and looked ahead, his eyes somewhat expectant. Let's hope I can impress my father-in-law this time. Seeing this, Li Lan frowned, somewhat puzzled. This old man can't be giving them a hard time, can he? At least they are his daughter and grandson, as far as this is concerned. He used his divine sense to take a look inside, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, as expected. There was an old man sitting inside, and that old man was still drinking tea and eating pastries, which was what approval of the state case. It was obvious that it was intentionally making things difficult for them. His parents are good to mess with, but he's no pushover. Just as Li Lan was about to walk straight in to find that old man to have a theory, a sharp voice rang out behind him. Yo, isn't this the 4th sister? It's been so long, why have you come back? The voice sounded like scraping a chalkboard with your fingernails, sharp and unpleasant to listen to, and it made you want to hit someone. Lilan frowned and looked back, only to see a woman dressed in luxurious and noble clothes walking over, with a pair of feminine fox eyes and wearing heavy makeup. And behind it with a teenager, looks like it should be 18 or 19 years old, arrogant and cold, just fatally looked at Lilan this side. The depths of the eyes showed a few points of contempt, the figure also slightly back a step, seems to want to stay away. Which two demons are these? Is that voice talking with a whistle clamped on it? Which part of the body was used to pronounce the words? Second sister-in-law, Mo Yimin, long time no see. Mo Ching saw the two of them and opened her mouth with a smile. The woman was her second brother's wife, Chen Lanfeng, and the teenager behind her was her second brother's son, Mo Yamin. Qing Tianli nodded slightly and said the same thing. Only Lilan didn't say anything, placing his hands on the back of his head and quietly looking at these two people. Chen Lanfeng looked at Mo Cheng and then at Li Qing Tian, but suddenly revealed a smile and said, "Brother-in-law Li, I heard that you have become the country's lord. What a congratulations, but I don't know if you were short of generals there. My family, MOD, happens to have nothing to do, and the realm is not bad, it's a Jindan consummation." Upon hearing this, Qing Tianli and Mo Cheng froze, not expecting this Lanfeng Chen to change the topic quite quickly. Li Qing Tian was a little embarrassed, his candidate for general hadn't been chosen yet, but he definitely gave priority to the Li family, plus this MOD's strength was average, several elders of the Li family were almost Jindan perfect. He didn't know how to ask, who to give it to, his mother's family on one side and his own brother on the other. Too weak, don't. End of chapter. Chapter 44, I have no manners? Then curse. It was only after these words came out that Chen Lanfeng and Mo Yamin noticed the existence of Li Lan, a small child. Who are you? Chen Lanfeng looked at Li Lan in confusion as to who this child was. But soon, she thought of something, hadn't this fourth sister of hers just given birth some time ago? Where's the kid? Fourth sister, where is your family's child? I heard about it at the time, but I was very busy and didn't go to the birth feast, I hope you can understand. Chen Lanfeng pretended to apologize, her tone could not hear a single trace of apology. It's okay. Mochizuki laughed, she knew why, it must be because her father wouldn't allow it. Can't blame these people. What about your child? He came back to visit the master today and didn't bring him here. Chen Lanfeng queried. Anyway, she didn't think Li Lan was that child, after all, he was just born not a month ago, how could he be so big? At least it would take a year to grow so big. This is my child, Li Lan. Mo Qing touched Li Lan's head beside him and smiled. Upon hearing this, Chen Lanfeng instantly widened her eyes and looked at Li Lan dead in disbelief. This child is a newborn baby not long ago? Can this be a baby? What kind of miracle cure did you take? Mo Yamin on the side was also slightly surprised. This cousin of his was a bit too outrageous, right, growing so big in such a short period of time? The world is a big place, and the two are quick to accept this reality. Chen Lanfeng smiled with concern, in that case, then you have to discipline more. Some children are rebellious when they are young, like my child, who spoke very badly when he was young, and is much more polite now. Obviously, she was angry about what Li Lan had just said. This I am aware of, my son I will teach myself. Second sister-in-law doesn't need to worry too much. Mo Ching laughed, in her heart there was some anger. When was it someone else's turn to control her own child? That's good, that's good. Chen Lanfeng laughed, but inwardly she was a bit surprised when her fourth sister had become so hardened. If I had said anything about her before, I would have bowed my head in affirmation and not dared to say much else. Did you become hardened because you became the king of the country? Just thinking about this, Chen Lanfeng was envious and jealous. Why was she not the one who became the wife of the state lord? Indeed much more polite, pestle and mortar. See, my parents do not even greet, too polite it. At this time, Li Lan opened his mouth in a conspiratorial manner. When these words came out, the whole room was silent. Chen Lanfeng slightly glared at Li Lan. She didn't expect this child to be so eloquent and impolite to embarrass her in public. What are you talking about? When Mo Yamin heard this, his face instantly reddened in humiliation. The reason he didn't greet them was that he completely looked down on these two people, that is, the people who were driven out by their grandfather, and now that they have become the lord of the country, they come back to show off, and in the end, aren't they still looked down on by their grandfather? It wasn't just the lord of the country, when he grew up in the future, he could also be the lord of the country and impress his grandfather. I didn't realize that this little kid would dare to expose him in public, making him feel ashamed. Aren't you too? I'm your cousin, and this is even your aunt and uncle, shouldn't you say hello? Mo Yamin retorted. Li Lan shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, it's not that I don't want to it's that you guys came up and gave me a big hat for being impolite. If I greeted you, wouldn't it destroy this image? To be when not polite, well, you say it, auntie. After saying that, Li Lan grinned, revealing a row of large white teeth, infuriating Chen Lanfeng who bared her teeth. Well, the fourth sister can really give birth to a good son. The moment he was born he was eloquent and organized, he will definitely have a future when he grows up. Okay, all angry face red, don't pretend hard, open the window to speak the truth, I'll make it clear, your husband, my old father won't want it. What kind of cat or dog also want to be a general? Li Lan faintly opened his mouth. What his old man was too embarrassed to say, he said. You. Chen Lanfeng was so infuriated that she couldn't speak, and her figure fell back 2 steps, panting heavily. She hadn't expected a child to be so outspoken and aggressive, not looking at her as an elder at all. Mo Yamin rushed forward to support his mother and looked at Li Lan angrily, itching to strike out and teach this little brat a lesson. Li Qingtian and Mo Qing both seemed to have gotten out a mouthful of bad breath and looked at Li Lan with relief, silently giving a thumbs up in their hearts. Nice work, son. Bold, a junior who disrespects his elders, deserves to be beaten. Right at this moment, a voice resounded out, deafening the ears. The crowd followed the sound and saw a man in black robes with a cold face walking over. The man looked stout, 2 heads taller than an adult man, with a large ink-colored sword on his waist, mighty and majestic, walking over step by step. Second brother. Mo Qing called out in delight when she saw the visitor. This is her second brother, Murdy. Fourth sister long time no see. Emoti's serious face revealed a hint of a smile, and then turned his head to look at Li Qingtian, put away his smile, nodded slightly, and finally placed his gaze on Li Lan, and spoke in a cold voice, Fourth sister, your child disrespected the elders, and verbally abused my wife and son, isn't it necessary for you to give me a statement? Before Mo Qing and Li Qingtian could open their mouths, Li Lan stepped out and spoke in a cold voice, then, if your wife doesn't respect the old and love the young, and comes up to slander me, saying that I'm impolite, don't you have to give me a statement as well? At those words, Mod froze. He didn't expect this child in front of him to even reverse the Big Dipper and say that his wife and children were at fault. This made him furious, and he spoke angrily, how eloquent, disrespecting elders and speaking out of turn at a young age, fourth sister and fourth sister-in-law. If you won't teach him a lesson, then let me do it. After saying that, Murdy raised his right hand, ready to slap Li Lan. His second brother crossing the line, this is my son. Li Qingtian stepped forward, his tone cold. Although he was looked down upon by the Mo family, he was also the head of the country, and what kind of father was he if he allowed others to bully his son? Seeing this, Mod's eyes condensed. The matter of Li Qingtian becoming the country's lord was known to everyone, and of course he knew about it as well. To be able to kill Chen Li, that meant that this brother-in-law of his had already broken through to the transformation god realm, not something that he, a Jindan, could offend. Murdy could only take a step back, not daring to say anything. Seeing their husbands, fathers, so humble, both Chen Lanfeng and Mo Yamin gritted their teeth, feeling resentful and disappointed. When were they reduced to being bullied and not daring to fight back? They were at least all family members of the country's masters, and they were all dazzling and unchallenged existences outside, but when they arrived here, they were stepped on by outsiders without daring to say a word. Although Mo Qing was a member of the Mo family, her identity was actually long gone. After all, Mo Feng didn't even treat her as a daughter anymore. In a sense, she was already a member of the Li family, so it was not too much to say that the 3 Li Lan were all members of the Li family, and it was not too much to say that they were outsiders. End of chapter. Chapter 45. Cousin, aren't you going to fight me? Why did you fall down? Gentlemen, the lord of the land invites you in. Just as the atmosphere was tense, a war rider walked over and spoke respectfully. Upon hearing this, the crowd looked at the council hall in unison, their faces serious. Only Li Lan's mouth corner rose. This old man can really pose. Hard to see so long before willing to let them in. He took the lead and walked in front, while Li Qingtian and Mo Qing saw this and followed closely behind, followed by Mod's family. The group walked into the council hall, and at the end, they saw an old man sitting on the throne, his face cold as he looked at several people. The old man wore gilt-colored robes, and just by sitting there, he was not angry, and brought with him a domineering aura that made people not dare to look directly at him. Several people just lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at the old man. Only Li Lan looked the old man up and down. You wanting realm consummation, far from the god of transformation, want to break through the god of transformation. It is estimated that without the assistance of elixir, there is no way to break through in this life. Those who didn't use their cultivation to maintain their appearance either didn't like it, or they didn't have enough lifespan left. A perfect Yuaning can live for tens of thousands of years, so it seems that his grandmaster probably doesn't have many years left to live. Father, grandfather, master. The Mod family simultaneously arched their hands in obeisance. Father-in-law, father, grandpa. Li Qingtian's family did the same. Originally Li Lan didn't want to greet, after all, he was a traveler, there wasn't much emotion to speak of, it felt awkward. But he didn't want to embarrass his mother, this was after all his mother's father, his own grandpa, it was better to put on an act and do it. He casually arched his hand and said nothing else. After the crowd paid their respects to Mo Feng, the atmosphere was instantly suppressed. Because Mo Feng was just sitting there, not making a sound, not saying a word, and not looking at them with a straight eye, but with his head lowered, not knowing what he was doing. They didn't dare to look straight over, so they could only lower their heads and wait for Mo Feng to take the initiative to speak. Enough! Just as the entire room fell silent, an untimely voice resounded. The crowd was shocked and looked at the sound, but it was Li Lan who shouted out. Even Mo Feng, who had been keeping his head down, raised his head in misplaced surprise and looked at his so-called grandson. From the time we came over here, you've been giving us a hard time. I know my father is not treated well by you, but my mother is at least your daughter. Even if you don't see her, there's no need to make things so difficult, deliberately refusing to see us by eating pastries and drinking tea, and now that we're here, we're putting on airs again. Li Lan really couldn't bear it anymore. He wasn't a good-tempered person to begin with, and even if he was his own grandpa, he was still a cheap grandpa, and he wasn't going to spoil it. Hearing this, Qing Tianli and Mo Qing were shocked and coughed and made eyes frantically, trying to get Li Lan to come back. And behind them, the MOD family had already snickered. They didn't expect Li Lan to be so disrespectful. Even the family head dared to scold him. It was too powerful. As expected, when Mo Feng heard these words, his face became incomparably gloomy as he spoke in a cold voice, worthy of being a peerless prodigy. My good grandson, do you really think that just because you're a peerless genius that you can have no respect? Do you really think that just because I'm your grandpa, I can speak out of turn? Hee, you should be glad that you are my grandpa, otherwise, I would have killed you long ago. Li Lan laughed coldly. He has no respect in his eyes? Ridiculous to the extreme. If not for the fact that this man was his mother's father, he would have slapped him to death long ago, and still talk nonsense to him? The atmosphere became even more oppressive. The crowd didn't dare to breathe a bit. Li Qingtian and Mo Qing were even more tense to the extreme, although they didn't know why their son would fight with Mo Feng, but they didn't dare to intervene, helping no one. Interesting, I've never seen such an arrogant junior. At a young age, he has no one in his sight, he doesn't put his elders in his eyes, he insulted his aunt and uncle outside, and now he dares to scold me. How can he grow up? Mo Feng's face was red with anger. He did want to give Li Qingtian's trio a hard time, deliberately making things difficult for them so that they would know that he didn't want to see them. But as it turned out, these people were actually arguing outside, so he couldn't just sit back and watch, so he had to let them all in. Now it was good that a grandson had dared to step on his head and scold him. It was simply audacious. I grew up, I don't know what kind of person, but you, I know what kind of person, an old man with a small heart. It's been so many years, still angry. This heart is probably smaller than sesame seeds. Li Lan laughed. Also, what do you mean I'm unself-conscious? Clearly these two people said I was rude first. I was just defending myself. Does the basilisk think a person should not talk back when they're being insulted? Then if that's the case, why did the basilisk return the favor? Li Lan spoke methodically. He was, today, punching this old man in the face. Good. Mo Feng said 3 good words in a row and sat on his throne with his butt, blushing and panting heavily. Father! Mo Qing shouted when she saw this, but she didn't rush up and stood next to Li Lan. On one side was her own father, and on the other, her own son, but she, more than anything, wanted to be on her son's side. The boy, after all, did it all for them. Father, this son has spoken out of turn and is too arrogant. Someone must teach him a lesson. I think I can let my son take a shot at teaching this brat a lesson. At this moment, MOD stood up and shouted. When Mo Yamin, who was on the side, heard this, he even clenched his fists, gritted his teeth and looked at Li Lan. He wanted to beat up Li Lan to get rid of his anger. Mo Feng was silent. He didn't know how strong Li Lan was, but he knew that the other party was a natural prodigy, and Mo Yamin was only in the second level of foundation establishment, so he didn't know if it would work. Grandpa, I'm willing to give it a try. Mo Yamin stood up and spoke. I want to know how strong my cousin is. Good. Before Mo Feng could speak, Li Lan took the lead as he walked straight towards Mo Yamin. Seeing Li Lan walking slowly towards him, Mo Yamin's eyes were filled with disdain. He didn't think that this little brat could defeat him, and he was going to abuse the dish viciously later. Kneel down and talk. Li Lan slapped him in the air, a slap that directly caused Mo Yamin to rotate 360 degrees in the air and then free fall. Boo! Everything came so suddenly, not to mention Mo Yamin, even MOD and Shen Lanfeng beside him did not react. This kid doesn't talk about martial arts. Vertical son, how dare you? Seeing his son being sent flying, MOD couldn't hold back and his breath directly erupted out. You wanted to, say it earlier. Li Lan turned back and backhanded MOD, slapping him out as well, then looked at Shen Lanfeng, revealing a devilish smile. Auntie, do you want to take off? No. Don't want to. Shen Lanfeng shook her head repeatedly, terrified. Then shut up and watch how I abuse your son. Li Lan laughed, continuing towards Mo Yamin who was lying on the ground spitting blood and dying, grabbing the other party's hair, pulling up his head and patting his face, grinning. Cousin, weren't you going to fight me? How come you fell down? End of chapter. Chapter 46, Identity Treatment in the Dining Hall? Mo Yamin was grabbed by his head. He wanted to resist but had no strength. He could only gasp for air and look at Li Lan with spiteful eyes, trying to stare him to death. Boring. Li Lan shook it off and spoke in a condescending cold voice. When you see me in the future, put your head down and behave. After saying that, he walked towards MOD. He just had that slap. With the full force of the early stage of yuaning, MOD couldn't die. At most his face was swollen and he didn't have a few teeth. He didn't want to let his mother be sad. After all, this was his mother's brother, his uncle. If he really wanted to kill him, he couldn't possibly kill him in this public. He could kill him silently after leaving. The Heavenly Emperor realm is able to kill people across the air. Even if they are separated by millions of miles, he is able to kill them. My good uncle, are you alright? Li Lan looked at his uncle who was lying on the ground covering his face with a very concerned look. Father, look at this grandson of yours, he's not big or small, he has no respect, he even dares to hit his cousin and me, take action to sanction him. Mod ignored Li Lan and instead looked up at his father sitting on the throne, shouting out in complaint. Waste thing. Mo Feng glanced at his son and cursed with hatred. Ing can't even beat a little kid, it's really a waste of time to raise so grown up, being beaten by a kid but also to sue, shame to the family. Luckily this was at home, if it was outside, he would have cut ties with this punk and never been father and son again. Being scolded by Mo Feng like this, Mod immediately shrunk his head like a shrunken turtle, not daring to say anything else. Seeing that her husband was so cowardly, Chen Lanfeng also hated that she had married the wrong person, and had married such a loser, and immediately began to cry, Master, look at this child, he doesn't respect his elders at all, and dares to hit them, and this is still the state lord's residence, he doesn't even respect you. Upon hearing this, Mo Feng's face sank. Li Lan's behavior and demeanor was indeed hitting him in the face, standing on his territory and hitting his son and grandson, a naked provocation. Oh, then do you know that I've even killed the state lord? At this moment, Li Lan looked at Chen Lanfeng with a smiling face and opened his mouth. With these words, Chen Lanfeng's cries came to an abrupt end, her eyes turned to Li Lan in horror, and even Mod and Mo Yamin looked at him dumbfounded, their hearts horrified. This Li Lan has even killed the lord of the kingdom? Xia Hai is what I killed. When he said this, Li Lan purposely glanced at his grandpa, and saw his body shaking, his gaze horrified, and added with a smile, Grandpa, it's fine, the ones I killed were all bad country lords, not to mention that you're still my grandpa, I won't kill you any more than that, don't worry. Mo Feng, who was sitting on the throne, looked at Li Lan's devilish smile and immediately felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles, fidgeting. He was sure that this kid was definitely not joking, and that Xia Hai really was the one who killed him. Just based on his decisive action, do not give others a little time to react to the decisive, it is enough to show that this kid is ruthless, is a master of great things, after growing up to become a side of the lords is not too much. What was a mere country lord in his eyes? At this moment, Mo Feng's aura was all leaked out, and that straight waist was bent a little, as if he had turned into a real late old man. This matter, let's leave it at that, stay today and have a meal tomorrow. Mo Feng sighed, slowly stood up and left the place. Only Li Qingtian's family and Murty's family were left behind. Murty was still lying on the ground, looking cautiously at Li Lan, wondering if he would be able to walk. Uncle, you can off. Li Lan spoke faintly. And when Murty heard it, he was so relieved that he hurriedly climbed up and left this place with his own wife and children, not daring to stay for a moment. Great, father-in-law is recognizing us. Li Qingtian was beaming with joy and actually stayed them down for dinner. You know, tomorrow is Mo Feng's birthday, he specially picked today to come over. In the past they were not qualified to eat at the table, now they were even left behind, that is, they have the opportunity to participate in tomorrow's birthday banquet. Aha! Mo Cheng nodded, there were tears in her eyes, after waiting for so many years, she could finally bring Qing Tian back to her mother's home in a fair and square manner, and her identity could be recognized. That's a good start. Thinking of this, she looked over to Li Lan, who was not far away, and walked over to him and hugged him. Son, thank you. The boy had done so much for them. Mom, we're all family, what nonsense are you talking about? Li Lan broke away and laughed. Ha, this kid can be really domineering, too much better than me, even dared to beat up his cousin and uncle, father-in-law even didn't dare to get angry, giving me all a good look. Li Qingtian threw back his head and laughed. He just assumed that their relationship would be even more fractured, with no chance of détente at all. But I didn't expect to be given a chance by this kid who vigorously worked a miracle and slapped him hard with 2 slaps. Worthy of his Li Qingtian's son, really domineering, see who does not serve as dry, uncle cousin came also dry, even grandpa dared to scold. Well, let's just go out and talk about it, this is not the place to chat. Mo Qing laughed. Well, let's go. Qing Tianli felt relaxed and his pace sprightly as he strutted out. Evening. Under Mo Feng's arrangement, 2 rooms were prepared for the 3 of them, one for Li Qingtian and Mo Qing, and one for Li Lan. This arrangement clearly showed that Mo Feng no longer treated Li Lan as an ordinary child. System, sign in. Li Lan, who was lying on the bed, said in his mind. Didn't even sign in today. Signing in successfully, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 4th grade elixir, infant breaking Dan 3 bottles. Another mediocre elixir reward. Li Lan looked at the 3 bottles of elixirs in the system space. Infant breaking pill, allows a cultivator with a perfect infant to break through to the spirit of transformation without any bottlenecks. This elixir, it didn't help, so Li Lan didn't look at it anymore and closed his eyes to prepare for sleep. Although he no longer needed to sleep when he reached his realm, he likewise didn't need to cultivate when he reached his realm, and without a cell phone to play with, he could only sleep to pass the time. The next day, as soon as Li Lan woke up from a nap, a maid came over to let them go for breakfast. Originally, he didn't want to go, but after hearing from his old mom and dad that the entire Mo family would be having breakfast together and then start preparing for tonight's birthday banquet, they had to make a trip over there. Although the cultivator to the foundation above can already be not eat, but there are still a lot of like to eat, this is like a human DNA. Cannot forget, not to mention that the rice they eat can also increase the spiritual chi. It seems to be some spiritual medicine boiled, or demonic beast meat. Li Lan did not refuse and followed his parents to the Mo family dining hall, which was also divided into two. One was for the high-status people of the Mo family, that is, Mo Feng's blood relatives could only be seated, and the other was the dining hall for the rest of the Mo family's children as well as the war riders. That status distinction is immediately distinguishable. We're going to eat with the subs? Seeing that the maid brought them to that dining hall where the sons and daughters ate, Li Lan was instantly displeased. It wasn't that he discriminated against the children of the Mo family, or that he disliked them, but he was angry at Mo Feng's approach. His mother was at least Mo Feng's own daughter, but she didn't even have the opportunity to sit together for dinner? End of chapter. Chapter 47, the Murdi family is terrified. It's fine, it's just an early dinner, we can still eat together tonight. Mo Qing gently laughed, but her eyes showed a loss, which was taken in by Li Lan. Go, Mom, justice for you. Li Lan spoke in a cold voice and walked straight towards the dining hall where Mo Feng and the others were eating. The maid behind him didn't know what to do, and Qing Tianli laughed. It's fine, you go eat breakfast, we'll just settle it. After saying that, he took his wife's hand and followed Li Lan. There were many maids and war riders standing at the entrance of the dining hall, obviously to protect and serve Mo Feng and the others for dinner. Seeing Li Lan coming aggressively, a few war riders immediately blocked the way and spoke in a cold voice. This is the place where the lord of the country and his family members dine, so idle people, quickly leave. Roll. Li Lan spoke in a cold voice, and the pressure suddenly descended. Flop. Several war riders instantly fell to their knees, as if several large mountains were pressing down on them, making them unable to stand up and resist. Li Lan walked straight towards the inside, and not long after, a luxurious and noble dining hall appeared in front of him, and inside, all of Mo Feng's family members were seated. There were 5 tables, and in the center table sat 2 old men. One was Mo Feng, and the other was an old woman, who should be Mo Feng's wife, Li Lan's maternal grandmother. And all the other tables were occupied, one of which was the Murdi family, and the 3 of them sat at one table, while the others were all 4 or 5, and at most one was 6. Li Lan's sudden arrival caused everyone to stop what they were doing and put down their chopsticks to look at Li Lan suspiciously. Whose kid is this? Don't you know you can't just come in here? You! At this moment, Mo Yamin jumped up in surprise, his body unable to stop trembling. He had already been scared by Li Lan yesterday. It was too scary for a child to possess that kind of power. Not only could he crush him, but also his father. Even the 2 people on the side, Mod and Chen Lanfeng, were shivering as they hurriedly ate their breakfast, much faster than usual. Father, mother, I'm full, I have things to do, I'll go first. Me too, I'll take Yamin first, we've got things to do today too. After saying that, Mod's family left in a hurry, taking the back door, not daring to go to the front door at all, because Li Lan was there. Seeing the Murdi family acting so erratically, the others were also staggered and bewildered. What's going on here? What happened? Why does second brother's face look so scared, as if he's encountered a ghost? A middle-aged man opened his mouth in confusion. He was the oldest third, Mou. I don't know, the second brother's face doesn't look too good, as well as the younger siblings and Yimin's, their expressions are very frightened. The other man shook his head in disbelief. He's the head of the Mo family, Mo Lung. He looked at Li Lan and frowned. He felt that the reason why the Murdi family was so abnormal was because of the child in front of him. But who was this child? How does a child frighten the Murdi family so much? Mo Feng sighed as he watched Li Lan strut in. He knew that this child was unstoppable, no one could stop him at all. Their children were also looking at Li Lan, and Li Lan was also looking at them. Each of these children was high and mighty, and when they saw him come in, their eyes carried a hint of contempt and dislike. It was as if he was a beggar who suddenly barged into the place where the rich people ate, with a completely different status. This is the importance of homeschooling. What parents you have, you will have children. Don't think about your children becoming a being that you can't be, look at yourself first. And soon, 2 more people came in, and when the crowd saw these 2, they instantly stood up. Fourth sister? When did you get back? Mo Long and Mou both stood up in unison and opened their mouths in surprise. Even after years of not seeing each other, they all still recognized their sister. Qing Tianli, you've come too. Mo Long spoke in a deep voice, but the current him no longer dared to look down on Li Qingtian. Because Li Qingtian had become the lord of the country, his status was much higher than theirs, and he was also the lord of the 2 countries, and was no longer the small general that they had looked down upon before. Big brother, second brother. Li Qingtian smiled lightly, although the other party did not give him face, but at least he was his wife's brother, he still had to show some manners. Don't scream, we are not your big brother and second brother, you abducted our sister. Don't think that you can come back to flaunt your power now that you are the country's lord, we don't eat this. Mo Long spoke in a cold voice. If it wasn't for Qing Tianli, their Mo family wouldn't be like this right now, and perhaps it would be better. At those words, Li Qingtian's face went cold, and even Mo Qing's face became ugly. That's right, don't scream, if it wasn't for you, our Mo kingdom wouldn't be getting more and more down and out. Mou added. Hearing this, Li Lan frowned, as if things were far from being as simple as he thought. His parents were definitely hiding something, and things might be even worse behind the scenes than he thought. Shut up! A roar interrupted the two. It was Mo Fong who shouted, and the two of them, Mo Long and Mo, were startled and obediently sat down. Come on people, prepare the bowls and chopsticks and redo the dishes, you guys can sit in MOD's seat. Mo Fong opened his mouth indifferently. Seeing that Mo Fong did not allow his two sons to continue, Li Lan affirmed the idea in his heart that there must be other insiders behind this. He wasn't fussy either, and directly sat down where the Murdy family had been before and waited for the maid to serve the food. Not long after, the meal was changed again. There was a good spirit medicine tonic soup, and all kinds of fried spirit herbs as well as all kinds of delicious dishes made with demonic beast's meat. Each one of them could increase a lot of cultivation when eaten inside the stomach, and this was the kind of food that a cultivator should eat. Li Lan took a big bite, although he didn't know how the food was in that dining hall next door, but it certainly wasn't as good as the one over here. Seeing Li Lan gulping down his food, the people around him had already guessed his identity pretty much. To their surprise, wasn't the fourth sister's son born just a while ago? How did it grow so big? It doesn't look like a newborn, it looks like a 2 or 3 year old. Is it possible that it's some kind of supreme demon that's so far ahead of other children at birth? Only Mo Fong, the country lord who was informed fast enough, knew that Li Lan was born a prodigy, different from ordinary children, born with divine beasts and magic treasures accompanying him. Even his growth rate was different from other children. To be honest, Mo Fong had actually regretted a little bit, wanting to salvage his relationship with Mo Qing, but he, who had a good face, refused to take the initiative point. Leaving Mo Qing's trio to come down for a birthday dinner was perhaps the best way he had thought of. But I didn't expect to mess up today's breakfast arrangements, again. The food over here is really good. I'm glad I didn't go next door to eat, or I would have lost my money. End of chapter. Chapter 48, the Mo Long and Mo families who confessed to going down. Li Lan deliberately uttered such words, and the crowd had a sense of mockery in their ears. Humph, if you are not a member of the Mo family, you should eat next door. This is a dining hall for Mo family members only. Mo Long coldly snorted. Why not? My mother is also grandpa's daughter, isn't it? Li Lan looked back at Mo Long and then at Mo Fong and asked. Mo Fong didn't open his mouth to speak. Instead, it was the grandma who smiled gently. You are my grandson, Li Lan? Earlier in the day, she had heard that her grandson had been born and wanted to go over to take a look, but she was blocked from going by Mo Fong. Grandma, it's me. Li Lan jumped off the chair and walked over obediently, smiling at the old woman. The expression of Mo Fong on the side was very complicated. His eyes were even more strange as he looked at Li Lan. If he hadn't witnessed yesterday's events with his own eyes, I'm afraid that he would have thought that this child in front of him was a normal and cute child. But only he and Murdy the three knew that the boy was truly ruthless. So good, please forgive Grandma for not going over to see you being born at that time. It's such a shame that you didn't get to see the birth of a supreme prodigy. Grandmother sighed. Those surrounding Mo family members all had their pupils shrinking slightly. This child was indeed a born prodigy, unexpectedly growing so big in such a short period of time after being born. The other children were envious and jealous when they heard the old woman's words. They all rarely received compliments from their grandmother. Why should this outsider get compliments when he comes over? Hee, what born prodigy? I think it's just a faster growth rate. I don't know if it's caused by eating some kind of elixir. Grandma, you mustn't be fooled. There are still a lot of this kind of elixir. A boy laughed coldly and opened his mouth. Upon hearing this, the crowd simultaneously looked at that child. That boy was Mo Long's eldest son, Mo Yi Long, who was just 14 years old this year, but was extremely gifted and had already perfected his body refining, only one step short of foundation building. Even Mo Yamin was much worse than him. After all, Mo Yamin was already an adult who had only just built his foundation. It was also considered by Mo Fong to be the best successor, the genius of the Mo family, loved by many, and already considered to be the future head of the family and the country. He was usually the one who received the most compliments, and everyone else was rarely complimented by the old woman or Mo Fong. Seeing that Li Lan had just come over and was praised, the boy, who was known as the genius of the Mo clan, couldn't sit still. I don't think so. The old woman said, half-heartedly, saying so, but she was more or less convinced. She only learned from Mo Feng's mouth that this was a genius prodigy. The specifics were not clear. Even the matter of Li Lan having magic treasures and divine beasts, she did not know. Whether it's a prodigy or not, we'll know if it's a match. I don't know if cousin Li Lan dares to match. Mo Yi Long proudly looked up at Li Lan, his eyes full of disdain and contempt. A child, ate some kind of elixir to grow so big and then came over to the Mo family to cheat food and drink. Also do not know with what evil magic, even the grandparents have cheated over. He will never allow such a person to continue to cheat. And me. Another girl stood up. She was Mo Long's second daughter, Mo Yi Zi. The realm was much weaker than her big brother, just the 5th level of body refining. I want a challenge too. And me. One by one, the children stood up, and almost all of them were several levels of body refinement. Sit down, challenge what I challenge. Mo Fong slammed the table and roared angrily. These kids really don't know the heights of heaven, thinking that they can bully others just because Li Lan is so much younger than them. You have to know that people now even Jin Dan casually crushed, is a real absolute genius, is not their body refining can deal with? Eat. Mo Fong spoke in a cold voice and began to eat his meal. When the others saw this, they froze. They had never seen Mo Phone lose his temper this much. What was wrong? But they didn't dare to say anything. They could only eat in silence. Mo Phone was the first to finish eating and then left without saying a word, with the old woman following closely behind. Only Li Lan's family, Mo Long and Mo Yu's families were left at the scene. The three families unexpectedly put down their dishes at the same time, then looked at each other. Hey, dare to answer the battle, just in time to eat and digest. Mo Yi Long looked at Li Lan and continued to provoke. The crowd looked at Li Lan and smiled playfully. Seriously, I really don't want to bully you kids anymore, so I'll tell you what, you guys can have a go at my pet first. After saying that, a small white tiger walked out from Li Lan's feet. The crowd was surprised. Where did this small white tiger come from and when did it come out? You insult me? Mo Yi Long's face suddenly changed as he spoke angrily. It was a great insult for this little kid to insult him and let his pet fight him. No way, you're overthinking it. Letting you fight my pet is insulting my pet. Li Lan laughed lightly. What kind of trash is also able to casually fight with his little white tiger? This is a divine beast. This was all because he had been merciful enough to let his opponent have his way with white. Bastard! Mo Yi Long couldn't bear it anymore, walked out of his chair, came directly to Li Lan, and swung his fist to hit. Whoo! A tiger's roar sounded out at once, and the powerful sound wave directly shook Missouri Yellow out, hitting the wall heavily and collapsing to the ground with a loud thud, fainting and unconscious. It seems that you are overestimated. Li Lan mockingly laughed. The crowd was shocked. Did Mo Yi Long lose just like that? Morom and his wife were so scared that they rushed over to check on their son's condition, who, fortunately, had only fainted. Li Qingtian, isn't your son going too far? Mo Long immediately stood up and angrily rebuked. Inverted heavenly dipper, it was your son who provoked first. What is my son's offense? Li Qingtian laughed coldly and opened his mouth. He didn't expect this Mo Long to backtrack. Then there's no need for your son to strike so hard, Morong said in a cold voice. Wait, I didn't do it. It's just that my pet shouted and your son fell down so weakly. Who can blame him? Li Lan shrugged. It had absolutely nothing to do with him, alright. Who would have thought that a roar would shake the fly? Papier-mâché-like. Morong didn't take advantage of the situation and could only glare viciously at Li Lan's family before picking up his son and leaving, while his wife left with their young daughter. Only the Mou family was left messing around in the same place. Don't you guys want a challenge as well? Who will go first? Li Lan smiled faintly. Mou's family was silent, and his two children didn't dare to look at Li Lan, much less the little white tiger that was licking its fur. Who would have thought that such a cute white tiger would have such a terrifying roar that hardened and stunned Mo Yi Long? It's too terrifying. Poof. Mou snorted coldly and left the cafeteria with his wife and child. Goon. Li Lan laughed and turned back to continue sitting in his seat, looking at the two parents and smiling. Parents, eat quickly, don't waste it. End of chapter. Chapter 49, want to borrow 500,000 spirit stones? That kid is weird, so young, and so strong. Mo Long, who had already left to return to the mansion, murmured and opened his mouth, and his wife on the side frowned in worry. Mo Qing is back. Will she affect our plans? It can't be. Father, this throne must have been passed on to the three of us. Mo Qing is just a woman. How can that be? Mo Long shook his head and said. Moreover, Li Lan had offended Mo Feng so much. How could he still pass the throne to the fourth sister? If the fourth sister got the throne of Mo again, wouldn't it be that all three countries would be theirs? That's a big deal. One person presiding over three countries. Today is Mo Feng's birthday banquet. Everyone is already preparing for it, and he, as the eldest, is aware of certain insider information. His father is now old and has his heart in the right place, and will most likely choose today to announce his abdication and announce his successor. Is the gift ready? Merkwind asked. It's ready, specially spent a lot of money to buy it. A good third-grade spirit medicine, returning yang grass, enough to give the old master his extra 100 years of life. The wife laughed, taking out a box from a drawer on the side. As soon as he opened it, a fragrant medicinal aroma overflowed. The room was instantly filled with medicinal scent, and with a gentle sniff, his body shook and was very soothing. This elixir is not bad. Just by taking a whiff of it alone, it makes my body so much more relaxed. Father will definitely like it. We have a greater grasp. Mo Long laughed out. He already felt victorious. The second brother surely didn't know about this, and even if he were to prepare, he probably wouldn't be able to prepare anything good. After all, the second brother's monthly salary could be a lot less than his. He was the general of the Mo kingdom, and the spirit stones he could get every month were as much as 3 times that of Mod's, and there were also other oils and waters that made him afford to spend this money on third-grade spirit medicines. As for the third brother, Mou, that was even more impossible. The salary was a little less than Mod. This third-grade elixir took out the money he had saved for 5 years in one go, a full 300,000 spirit stones. Although it was heartbreaking, he was willing to give it up for the sake of the throne. As the saying goes, you can't catch a wolf by giving up a child, and he had to pay the price to do so. That's for sure, the throne is a must for us. The wife laughed. She was already fantasizing about the day she would become the wife of the king. As soon as she saw that Mo Qing was so prosperous, she was envious and jealous. Both countries were hers. It was simply enviable. How many taxes are collected every year, and how many spirit stones are earned? People have their own agenda. Moronside is thinking about how to take the throne. How can his other two brothers not be thinking about it? Big brother is a general, his salary is higher than ours. I'm afraid there's no way we can grab this throne. Murdy sighed. Not necessarily, we still have a chance. Chen Lanfeng said. MOD froze slightly and looked up at her quizzically. What chance? Isn't Mo Qing already the wife of the state lord? They must have a lot of spirit stones. We can go borrow some. Chen Lanfeng's eyes rolled around smilingly. Ah, will this work? Modi doubted. They had just offended the fourth sister's family, and now they were coming to the door to borrow money. How could this possibly work? What can't be done? She is at least your sister. What's wrong with you borrowing some money? Not to mention the fact that when we become the lord of the country, it's not like we can't pay her back. Chen Lanfeng frowned and coldly said with some anger. The matter is decided. You go to your fourth sister, apologize to her properly, then mention the matter of borrowing money. Don't come back if you can't borrow money. Chen Lanfeng said forcefully. Murdy sniffed, lowered his head in contemplation. He was afraid to go. He was mainly afraid of Lilan. That kid was just like the devil. He came up to do it without saying a word, and he was scared of him. He looked at his wife's face and sighed inwardly. There was no way back for him but to go ahead and borrow the money. And how much to borrow? Murdy asked in a low voice. Let's make it 500,000 lower grade spirit stones. Chen Lanfeng said a number and opened her right hand. 5. 500,000 lower grade spirit stones? Frightened, MOD stood up violently and shouted with wide-eyed surprise. And looked around, even sat down and spoke in a low voice. Are you crazy? That's 500,000 lower grade spirit stones. We have never earned so much in our lives. Even inside the national treasury is only 4 million lower grade spirit stones, 500,000 middle grade spirit stones only. We are the lion's share of the money. How could the fourth sister lend it to us? You ask her to borrow it first, and if she's willing, then $500,000, and if she's not, then cut it back a little until she is. What if she never would? Then come back here, or you'll still be there in disgrace. Oh. Alright, go now, I'll wait for your good news here. Chen Lanfeng gave an expulsion order and rushed MOD out of the room. MOD looked at the closed doorway, sighed, and headed stiffly to Li Qingtian's temporary room. Lilan followed his parents back to his room after eating. On the way, they also saw that the compound was already preparing for the birthday banquet. Hundreds of tables were set up, incomparably grand, and the inside of the state lord's mansion was also set up with 10 or so tables, so it should be that the people who were eating in there were all some of the dignitaries and VIPs, right? I hadn't been back long when there was a knock on the door of my room. Who? Mo Qing spoke in confusion. Fourth sister, it's me, second brother. Mo Qing opened the door, and sure enough, it was MOD. She asked in confusion, second brother? What are you doing here? Is there something wrong? Fourth sister, MOD glanced at the room. Li Qingtian and Lilan were both looking at him, which made it difficult for him to speak. Second uncle, you're not here to borrow money, are you? Lilan laughed with an expression of having seen through it. This demeanor and mannerisms, too much like, with the previous life of those fox friends, to find him to borrow money is almost exactly the same. Come up to say hello, and then a face of embarrassment, difficult to speak, and finally hard and fast finished. At those words, Murdy froze, his insides turning over. How does this kid know everything? Can he read minds? Being recognized by Lilan, Murdy was relieved and nodded helplessly. Well, I'm here to borrow money. I don't know if it's possible. Upon hearing this, Mo Qing smiled and spoke. Say, second brother, how much do you want to borrow? The second brother is honest. Compared to the big brother and the third brother, when she was a child, it is not bad. Only married Chen Lanfeng, pillow wind blowing more. I'm sure this loan was also thought up by that woman Chen Lanfeng. That woman has a lot of heart. Not something an honest man like second brother can suppress. That. 500,000 lower grade spirit stones. MOD stretched out a hand and whispered in a low voice. He even thought the $500,000 was too much. Yes. Mo Chang nodded and smiled despite his surprise. Upon hearing this, MOD instantly raised her head and smiled with joy and emotion. Tears were rolling in her eyes. And just as she wanted to say thank you, Li Lan's voice rang out. Wait a minute, what's second uncle borrowing money for? End of chapter. Chapter 50, I'll make sure you inherit the throne and pay you back slowly. Murdy froze for a moment, and when he subconsciously wanted to retort with a sentence about children not interrupting, he snapped out of it. This was no ordinary child. That. Want to borrow money to buy a gift for grandpa? Tonight is not a birthday banquet. Well, we have not prepared what to take out of the gift until now, so I want to borrow money to buy a gift. Murdy thought for a long time, opened his mouth and said, Oh, is it really that simple? The corners of Li Lan's mouth rose slightly, his gaze deep as he looked at MOD. It's because you want to seize the throne of the Mo kingdom, right? As early as on the way back, he had used his divine sense to probe what the people of the Mo family were plotting and heard the conversations of these people, which was how he came to know about it. MOD's body shook violently, his eyes widened in surprise. How did this Li Lan know? Did they come back just for the throne? Doesn't this have no chance of winning? Even Li Qingtian and Mo Qing looked at MOD in surprise, and Mo Qing opened his mouth to ask, second brother, is that really true? You're going to buy gifts to please father and then inherit the throne? Seeing that his plan has been exposed, Mod nodded helplessly. Yes, father is old now, it's very likely that he will abdicate this year, either this year or next year. Anyway, it's definitely going to be abdicated in the next few years, and the heir apparent hasn't been chosen up to now, so I want to buy some good gifts to please father, and see if I can fight for it. Big brother and third brother must have bought good gifts as well. I don't have a lot of salary, I can't buy good gifts. Big brother reckons he can buy good ones, he's surely bound to get them. If I don't borrow money, I'm sure I can't compete with big brother. How about this, if second uncle promises me one thing, I can guarantee that you will inherit the throne 100%. Li Lan grinned. Upon hearing this, the three of them were simultaneously startled and all looked at Li Lan. Son, you don't want to. That's your grandpa 10,000 must not. Li Qingtian said in shock, could it be that this child wanted to kill his grandpa? This can't be allowed. Lian Machings was horrified, his own son wanted to kill his own father? Murdy thought of that as well, and took 2 steps back in horror. He thought about taking the throne, but he didn't think about killing his father. No, how can that be? That's my grandpa, no matter how much I kill people, I won't disown my 6 relatives. Li Lan hurriedly explained. What kind of person does that make him? Is he the type to move around and fight? Not to mention that it was his own granddad, and there was no way he could have killed him anyway, it would have upset his mother. There's no need to kill anyone, a single elixir will do. Li Lan laughed, and with a change of hand, a jade bottle appeared in his hand. He opened the jade bottle, and in that instant, the aroma of the elixir filled out, and the crowd inhaled vigorously, their spirits lifted, especially Mod, who felt his Jindan trembling, desperately wanting to swallow this elixir to refine it. He had a premonition that as long as he swallowed this elixir, he would be able to break through to Yuaning. What kind of elixir is this? Mod asked excitedly. 4th grade elixir, infant breaking pill. After swallowing it, Yuaning perfection can ignore the bottleneck and directly break through to transformation spirit. Li Lan laughed. He didn't believe that with this elixir, Grandpa could resist not wanting it. After all, by breaking through to the transformation god, Grandpa would be able to instantly have tens of thousands of years of lifespan, and as long as there were no accidents, they could all live peacefully until 10,000 years later. This could be more precious than any spiritual medicine. This word, the 3 people doubly surprised, but it is a 4th grade elixir, which can be 10,000 times more noble than the foundation building Dana. The entire summer country cannot find a. I'm afraid that even the Qin state is difficult to find. This kind of put in the auction, will sell for a sky-high price, at least can buy 5 summer country that kind of price. Murdy swallowed his saliva. Was such an expensive elixir really going to be given to his father? If he swallowed it himself, he would definitely be able to become a Yuaning, and by then he would surpass his big brother and become a general. To the father is not too wasteful point. If Mo Feng heard Mod's words, surely directly on the spot, how to give birth to such a great filial son it. This elixir, second uncle can give it to Grandpa at his birthday banquet tonight. I don't believe Grandpa won't be happy. Once he accepts it, the throne won't be far away from you. Being able to take out such a good elixir, it was impossible for Mo Feng to still choose someone else to inherit the throne. As long as he wasn't stupid, he knew who to choose. This elixir, it's too expensive. It can already buy 5 Mo countries. I can't afford to return it. Mod didn't take it. He knew his ability. Even if he became a kingdom lord, he was not capable of repaying this favor. This elixir was too expensive. It was no longer comparable to 500,000 lower grade spirit stones. At least it was all 500,000 upper grade spirit stones. It's fine. After second uncle becomes the country's lord, he will assist the Xia and cold countries, and slowly pay it back. Li Lan laughed. His smile was like a treacherous merchant, constantly tempting Mod, who looked at the elixir in Li Lan's hand and swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva in a short period of time. He couldn't help it anymore. As long as he took this elixir, he would definitely be able to inherit the position of the Mo Kingdom's lord, and Chen Lanfeng wouldn't give him any stinking looks. Good, I'll be sure to assist my brother-in-law. Murdy gritted his teeth and reached over. But Li Lan shrunk back. In Mod's surprised and puzzled eyes, he laughed. Second uncle, think clearly, there is no turning back. If you dare to cheat, my means, you understand. After saying that, Li Lan's smile disappeared and he resumed his cold and emotionless face without anger. A child, but his body exuded an emperor-like temperament. Murdy did not dare not to listen, because he knew that Li Lan could really do it. His strength was unfathomable and could not be guessed at all. I know, I won't betray. Murdy nodded heavily. He didn't dare to betray. The other party would really kill him. Even if it was his sister's son, Li Lan would still kill him. In a world where the strongest are the most powerful, there comes a point where kinship is useless. That's good. Li Lan extended his hand and allowed Mod to take the elixir, then left the place and returned to his own mansion. Looking at the elixir in his hand, Mod had mixed feelings inside. Second brother, it's fine. That kid just likes to scare people. Take it. Mo Qing laughed. Although this elixir was precious, but since that kid gave it, she couldn't say anything. Fourth sister, you are so lucky to have given birth to a supreme genius. Don't worry, I won't betray you guys. Mod picked up the pills and left the place. He had meant what he had just said, and he would not betray it in any way. Because Li Lan, too horrible, such an age knows how to seize the hearts of the people. After growing up, must be a party of lords, he is certainly not limited to here, heaven and earth let him fly. It was an honor for him to be on this big ship of the Li family, others might not have had this opportunity yet. This inkling froze. I didn't expect this child to have such a divine elixir. I don't know how much that master of his actually gave him. I'm afraid that there's more than just this one inside that jade bottle. It's more than enough to buy dozens of Xia countries. Li Qingtian muttered under his breath. This son of his really had more and more secrets, so many that it made his heart tremble. But fortunately, it was his son. End of chapter. Chapter 51, Father's Love Interest? Time passes in an instant. The night is falling and the moon is bright. In country large and small officials are gathered in the main house, come to the people or dignitaries, there is not a poor status, the civilian population simply do not have the opportunity to enjoy such banquets. And inside the state lord's mansion, there were likewise more than a dozen tables, where they were reserved for the people of the Mo family as well as the other state lords, and those who were able to sit there had an even more noble status, more than one notch higher than the people outside. Li Lan appeared in a specially customized white robe, and his appearance caused many people to side-eye over, as his face value was at the top of the list within many children. Like a heavenly carved jade doll, impeccable, simply let a person cannot find faults, is a person look at all want to go up to touch, but the cold eyes and exudes a refusal of people outside the temperament, so that everyone does not dare to get close to. Whose family's child is this, so temperamental, and so handsome, when he grows up he'll surely be able to charm thousands of young girls. To have this temperament at such an age, one must be an emperor when he grows up, and one wonders which country's lord's son he is. It seems somewhat familiar, I wonder where I've seen it before. Isn't that the Luo Kingdom's state lord? Why is he smiling and walking towards that kid? The crowd watched as a man walked towards Li Lan with a fawning smile on his face, respectfully walking to Li Lan and squatting down to smile. Seniorly, you're here too. When he looked at Li Lan in front of him, his heart was as astonished as a river turning over. That day, he could have been present and witnessed this little boy overthrowing the Qingtian sect. He was so incredibly impressed that he recognized Li Lan as soon as he saw him and hurriedly walked over to get acquainted. The crowd was also doubly shocked to see this Luo Kingdom lord being so polite and crouching down to talk to the other party. Who was this boy that he could make Lord Luo so polite? Was there something they didn't know? Calling me senior? Isn't that a bit too old showing? Li Lan was speechless. He was a child who had just been born not even a month ago, and an old man who had probably lived for hundreds of years called him senior? Doesn't that mean he's old? Senior, that's an honorific. You're too much stronger than me. I'm just a minion in front of you, so it's only right to call you senior. Alright, I remember you. You can go now. Li Lan shook off his hand and unceremoniously issued an expulsion order. In his previous life, he attended a lot of these banquets, and basically a lot of those bosses ran over to chat with him, obviously not familiar at all, but people came up and kissed his ass. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person, people are like this, not just to get acquainted, so that you can do a favor in the future. It's enough to pass it off, and it depends on the sincerity of the other party whether they help or not. Seeing that Li Lan just waved his hand and that country lord left like a lapdog, without even getting angry, the crowd was also dumbfounded. Who the hell was this boy to make a kingdom lord lower his voice like that? It was too much. Not long after, two more kingdom lords walked up to greet Li Lan, the same ones who had seen Li Lan's great display of power that day. And not far away, Mo Long and Mo Yu both saw the situation on Li Lan's side. Big brother, why did so many kingdom lords go to Li Lan? That still needs to be asked. It must be to please after all, Li Lan's father is Li Qingtian, who to please is not the same Mo Long said. He didn't think that these country lords were simply looking for Li Lan. They were definitely all heading towards Li Qingtian. Soon, Li Qingtian and Mo Qing were dressed up in their attire, and the groom and daughter attracted everyone's attention. Li Lan walked over, and Mo Chang naturally took her son's hand and slowly walked forward. The crowd was shocked to see this. What, this is Li Qingtian's son? I said, how do I look so familiar? It turns out to be the son of Lord Li. No wonder all those people ran to say hello. Repent. Li Qingtian is really in his element right now, mastering 2 countries. His strength is above that of a transformation god, and so young, just 100 or so years old, the future is promising. His son should be a demon as well, but I heard that he was only born not long ago. Is this just born? After realizing that Li Lan was Li Qingtian's son, the crowd repented to the core. But only those country lords knew that these people were wrong. The real big brother was actually Li Qingtian's son. That was someone who could destroy the Qingtian sect with just one hand, knowing that the Qingtian sect's patriarch was already in the Mahayana realm. The fact that he was able to beat people without the ability to fight back was enough to show how terrifying his strength was. Having this kind of strength at birth, the future is not even daring to think about, so it's important to mix things up. However, everyone knew the relationship between Qingtian Li and the Mo family, and now that they saw Qingtian Li come over to the Mo family, they all guessed what was going on. Could it be that the relationship has been reconciled? Fourth sister. Mo Long greeted as he walked over with Mo Yu. However, the two ignored Qingtian Li and Li Lan. Neither Li Lan nor Li Qingtian cared, they already knew the virtues of these two anyway. Seeing the two families chatting, the crowd knew that the relationship between these two families had eased. Soon, MOD also came, and his attitude made the others even more strange, because he was very respectful to Qing Tianli's family, especially to that child, squatting and talking, almost lying down to talk. Is this really the demeanor of an elder talking to a junior? It's weird how it looks. As they chatted, Mo Long suddenly stared with wide eyes, and Mou beside him did the same, as the two of them looked behind Qing Tianli in surprise. Li Lan noticed this and looked back, only to see a handsome man walking with his arm around a beautiful woman, followed by two teenagers, with a cold face, bringing with him an untamed temperament, calmly scanning the crowd. He noticed again the fluctuation in his parents' faces, his mother showing embarrassment while his father did likewise, seeming to have some anger and a bit of wariness in his eyes. The faces of the several members of the Mo family fell very embarrassed, as if they had seen someone they shouldn't have seen come over. Ha, Kingdom Lord, I didn't expect you to come all the way over, it's really hard on you. Mo Long hurriedly walked up to greet him. Excuse me, although you guys didn't invite me, but I heard that Lord Mo's birthday is today, and I happen to have nothing to do, so I came over. The man laughed, his gaze sweeping, but stopped at Mo Qing's face, revealing a trace of misplaced surprise. It was a strange look, like looking at an old friend with a touch of nostalgia. Seeing this, Li Lan understood. No wonder his father was a little angry. It seems that there is a story between a few people, they should be love rivals. What he guessed before was estimated to be like this. This man's identity should not be ordinary, right, because his cultivation, not weak, was the Mahayana realm. End of chapter. Chapter 52 Gift-Giving Session. It's been a long time, Mo Xing. The man smiled slightly, his tone gentle. Mo Qing just nodded without responding, which made the man slightly embarrassed. The woman next to the man, on the other hand, had a gloomy face, the kind that was almost dripping with water, staring at Mo Qing with a deadpan look, eyes that were itching to eat Mo Qing as if she was eating her. Li Qingtian, congratulations on becoming a country lord, or a country lord of two countries, truly envious. The man looked at Li Qingtian and laughed, but his tone was calm without congratulations. It's also just a superficial congratulations. I have to congratulate you as well, Wang Tian. I just heard 2 days ago that you took down the wood country, and now you're also the lord of both countries, aren't you? Li Qingtian laughed. Same happy, same happy. Wang Tian laughed, then looked at Mo Long. We're out of place this time, there shouldn't be no place for us. How can it be? Of course there is, we have long reserved it for the kingdom lord. Morong nodded his head repeatedly and laughed. In fact, there were no seats, but right now Wang Tian came uninvited, so he could only give up his seat. This is now a day in the Skya, Mahayana realm, take 2 countries, and is ready to enter the next country. His wife is the princess of the east, so Wang Tian real power 3 countries, compared to their Mo country, several times stronger, do not dare to offend. As he watched Mo Long bring Wang Tian's family to their seats, the people around him were also talking. Now there's a good show, Wang Tian even came here, back then he went through a lot of trouble to marry the Mo family's 4th daughter. Right, a country lord actually couldn't snatch a small general back then, this is a joke to tell, so Wang Tian was laughed at for several years, and finally after marrying the princess of the Eastern Kingdom, this matter was only slowly no one talked about it. The Mo Kingdom has also been angry for a long time. If Mo Qing had married Wang Tian, then the Mo Kingdom would have definitely skyrocketed as a result of this, but it's not so bad now. With Li Qingtian as the country's lord, things will get better in the future. Thinking too much, Li Qingtian is merely the lord of 2 countries, but Wang Tian is different. He also has a master, that's the sect leader of the Moloch heavenly sect. His strength is a mid-human immortal, an extremely terrifying existence. Yes, the strength within Qingzhou is second only to the existence under the state lord, so no one dares to mess with Wang Tian, and this is the source of Mo Feng's regret all along, regretting that he didn't control his daughter and let her elope with the little general. Listening to the surrounding people's discussion, Li Lan is considered to completely understand, just now that Wang Tian is the father's love rival, before wanting to marry with the mother, but the mother at that time had already liked the father, so in the dark and windy night, she secretly fled out of the Mozu country. This disappeared as a few decades, until she and the father returned to the summer country, only to be Mozu country's people slowly learned. This action completely angered Grandpa, who declared that he had severed his relationship with her and would never speak to her again. No wonder when Wang Tian came, the expression of several people's eyes were different. There is really a hidden message. Let's go, let's take our seats as well, Qing Tianli said with a faint smile. Mo Qing nodded, holding Li Qingtian's hand and leading Li Lan towards a certain position to be seated, a position exclusive to the Mo family. Seeing this, the crowd already understood that Mo Feng was accepting it. Sure enough, the hearts of people are all interests in the forefront, and before, they were saying that they severed their relationship, but now after their son-in-law has become the head of the country, they are accepting people again, ridiculous. But they all envied Mo Feng. Before he abdicated, his son-in-law became the lord of the 2 countries. The future days can be too comfortable. Even if he abdicates now, the other countries do not dare to come to make trouble. As time passed, the crowd slowly took their seats, and under the support of Mo Long and Mod and Mou, Mo Feng and the old woman slowly walked out, and the appearance of the 2 of them represented the beginning of the banquet. Everyone here was a country lord or a small sect head, and there was no need to stand up, they all just nodded slightly. Gentlemen, I'm glad to have you all here to attend my humble servant's birthday banquet. I hope you all eat and drink well. If the food is bad or the greeting is not good, please bear with me. Phone looked at the crowd at the scene and opened his mouth with a smile. But soon, his eyes caught sight of Wang Tian, and his smile froze, his face twitching slightly before he reacted again, putting away his expression and resuming his smile. He had long heard his son say that Wang Tian had come over, and even though he had prepared himself mentally, he was still a little embarrassed to see this person now. At this point, the applause was thunderous and the crowd was talking. Ha, Lord Mo is joking, it's not like this is our first time here, Lord Mo has always been generous, and every time the meals are extremely tasty, so I'm sure this time isn't bad either. That's right, not to mention we haven't eaten any food that we don't care if it's good or not anymore. I'm here to wish Lord Mo a long life and immortality. Are the blessings all so hard now that immortality is out? Listening to the words of the crowd, Fong slightly raised the corners of his mouth and continued, thank you all, so let the birthday banquet begin, don't make everyone wait in a hurry. As soon as the words fell, one by one, the maids came up with fragrant and delicious dishes, all of which were some of the finest spirit beast meat that could not be eaten outside, and exquisite tonic soups, and just by smelling them, one could feel that the realm had loosened up. Not only that, but there were also extremely fine wines. When a cultivator reached a certain realm, the mortal wines no longer had any feeling, and only those extremely fine immortal wines that utilize spirit medicines, spirit herbs, and spirit worms to soak out could have any feeling. And what Fong took out this time was the extremely good wine he had treasured for more than 10 years, drunken immortal brew. Seeing that extremely good wine coming up, everyone was wide-eyed, licking their lips, and couldn't wait. There are also people who have found something wrong. The birthday feasts of previous years were not so sumptuous. How come this year's is so sumptuous? Could it be that there is something big to be announced? However, Fong didn't say anything, so it was not good for the crowd to ask more. With that, the banquet began, and the atmosphere was unbelievably lively as everyone ate, drank, and chatted. When it was almost time to eat, Long stood up. Today is the day of my father's birthday. Thank you all for being able to come and support us. I'm here to toast you all first. Morong raised his glass and tilted his head back. Murti and Mayu also stood up and said something else before finishing their drinks in one go. Father, my son has prepared a birthday gift in advance. I hope you like it. Long looked at Fong and spoke, taking out a wooden box and walking over. Seeing this scene, everyone understood that the boss was giving a gift in public. In the past it was all private gifts. It seems that this gift is not ordinary. It seems that it is heading for the throne. Not to mention the Mo family, the other lords of the country all know in their hearts that Fong is now old and has at most 2 years before he abdicates. He also has 3 sons, and it is assumed that each of them wants to compete for the throne, so they use all of their heart and soul. It's a lot to take in on this gift, depending on whose gift will make Murphy happy. Fong nodded and accepted the gift. There was no one who understood what his son was thinking better than him, his own father. He didn't hesitate, and opened the gift from Long in public. Inside lay a fine spirit medicine quietly. Endless spiritual qi and Tao rhythms surrounded it. At first glance, it was an extremely high-grade spirit medicine, emitting a refreshing medicinal scent that was pleasing to the body and mind. That's the third-grade spiritual medicine, the sun returning grass? End of chapter. Chapter 53. Wait, I still have a gift to give. A kingdom lord saw the elixir in the box. It was none other than the third-grade elixir, the yang returning grass. At these words, the crowd rose to their feet. Seriously, third-grade spirit medicine, now it's all priced out. My side are selling for around 300,000 spirit stones, but there are few people auctioning them off. It's hard for me to buy them even if I want to. Seems like, I did hear about the news of the yang return grass some time ago, also at the auction in the Mo kingdom, but I didn't have the time at that time and didn't come. I heard that it was bought by some mysterious person at a high price. It seems that this mysterious person is the eldest son of the Mo family. Mo Fong, this guy is enjoying his blessings. This plant of the returning yang grass is enough to renew his life for 100 years. Yes, it seems that Morong has come prepared this time and is determined to win the throne. The third-grade yang returning grass was enough to renew one's life for 100 years, which made many of the country lords hovering at the Yuaning stage envious. Although it had only been 100 years, these old things of theirs who hadn't broken through the realm for thousands of years really needed it, or else they would really be dead. I didn't care about that when I was young, but now that I'm old, I can't even find it if I want to. Everyone's grabbing it. Especially this kind of elixir or elixir that can prolong life. No one sells them at all. Everyone wants to live a long life. It's impossible to sell them at all. Just as the crowd thought, Mo Fang's smile instantly brightened after seeing that it was the yang returning grass, nodding his head and laughing. Good, this gift. I like it very much. When these words came out, Mo Long was instantly ecstatic inside, but didn't show it and instead laughed. It's good that father likes it. When he finished, he sat back down, his hands and feet trembling a little with excitement. Now the throne is secure. He didn't believe the other 2 brothers could come up with a better gift than he could. Thinking of this, he looked to the side of Mou. The oldest three's expression was very embarrassed. It should be that his own gift could not be taken. So far it has not gone up. Looking at the oldest 2 again, it made him slightly stunned that the oldest 2's face was so calm and unperturbed, and even confidently looked at him with a smile and a nod. It made him giggle inwardly. It was hard to believe that his penis had a better gift than him. Impossible, he had spent a lot of money on the returning yang herb, the best spirit medicine in the auction. It was already too good to be true, unless Lao Air could take out a 4th grade spirit medicine. Don't even think about surpassing him. But how much does a 4th grade elixir cost? He has more than 300,000 spirit stones for this 3rd grade sun returning grass, and the 4th grade shall not be millions. Besides, he has not even heard of a 4th grade elixir on the auction, and the surrounding countries have inquired about it, and there is none. So we can rule out a 4th grade elixir. What was the gift that made the second one so confident? Morong was anxious. He was really afraid that the second's gift was better than his, then it would really be a basket case. Not only did he lose his money, but he didn't even get to sit on the throne. Father, this is my gift. At this moment, Mou, who was at the side, stood up and walked over with a wooden box. Mo Fong smiled and took the box. The crowd was eagerly waiting to know what kind of gift it was. The first one was so expensive. I wonder how the second one would be. When the box was opened, what was revealed was a 2nd grade life extension pill, which could increase longevity by 20 to 30 years. Again, the price was high, but compared to the boss's 3rd grade yang returning herb, it wasn't even a fraction of a star. But it was still an elixir that many people couldn't even buy if they wanted to. A 2nd grade elixir, although it's very good, it's too much worse than the yang returning herb. It seems that the boss has one. Yes, in front of the sun returning grass, this life extension pill is much inferior. But it's good, at least it will prolong your life for more than 20 years, it's not a loss. Mo Fong smiled and nodded his head to accept the wooden box, but did not say anything. Seeing this, Mou's eye slightly lost, sighed inwardly, and returned to his seat with a forced smile. It seemed that he had lost. The boss's gift was too good for him to match. Seeing that his father didn't say anything, the corner of Morong's mouth slightly raised. Next, as long as the second's gift wasn't too good, this throne, he was bound to win. Everyone looked at Murty. Now the only one left without a gift was this dick. Sorry, father, recently busy, failed to prepare a good gift, can only buy a 2nd grade spirit medicine, hope you smile. Mod laughed and took out a box and walked to Mo Fong. Opening it, it was indeed a 2nd grade spirit medicine. Seeing this, Morong was completely relieved. His gift was the best, this throne. He sat down. Instead, Li Qingtian and Mo Qing's eyes widened in surprise as they looked at Mod. What is this? Didn't the sun give Mod a 4th grade infant breaking Dan? How did it become a 2nd grade elixir? When Mo Fong saw that the second son gave a 2nd grade elixir, which was much worse than the first son's, he also smiled and accepted the gift without saying anything. Oh, second uncle, I really didn't look at the wrong person. You've always been a soft bone, waist can't be turned over. Right at this moment, an abrupt voice rang out, and the crowd looked around to find that it was actually spoken by Li Qingtian's son, Li Lan. What's that supposed to mean? Murty's face darkened instantly, but he said nothing and returned to his seat. At this moment, Mod's family even had a look of emboldened fear, as if they were no longer afraid of Li Lan. Seeing this, Li Lan laughed coldly in his heart. How on earth can these people become smart? It seems that the Mo family has finished giving all their gifts. My humble self came in a hurry and didn't prepare too good a gift, so this 3rd grade elixir, the aphrodisiac elixir, will be given to Lord Mo. At this moment, Wang Tian's voice suddenly rang out. The crowd followed the sound and were slightly surprised. This Wang Tian also gave gifts? And it's a public gift. Is this an attempt to suppress Qing Tianli? Looks like he hasn't let go of the hatred from back then. The gifts for the honored guests were sent by everyone long ago, and there was no choice to give them in public. Seeing that it was the 3rd grade aphrodisiac pill, Mo Fong was so flattered that he actually stood up directly and walked over to accept it. Thank you, Kingdom Lord, this gift is really too valuable. No harm done, it's just a mere aphrodisiac pill, my master can easily refine it. Wang Tian laughed and pretended again. Hear the envy of the crowd. Good, thank you, Kingdom Lord, thank you, your master. Mo Fong smiled and accepted it. This gift was more valuable than any other gift. He looked at the crowd. Since the gift is finished, let's continue eating and drinking. Don't be polite. Slow down. Just as the crowd was about to move their chopsticks, Li Lan's voice sounded again. The crowd looked again. The gift prepared by my parents. Grandpa hasn't accepted it yet. Li Lan laughed and took out a wooden box, stepping out of his chair and taking a step towards Mo Fong. Seeing Li Lan walking with a smile, Mo Feng's heart hung in the air. He didn't know what Li Lan was up to. He was a little scared. He couldn't guess what was going on in this kid's mind. This kid was no ordinary person and always did things unexpectedly. The crowd was talking, almost forgot about the two people, Li Qingtian and Mo Qing. After all, one is a son-in-law and one is a daughter. There is always something to send, just don't know if Mo Fong will accept it. Wang Tian's eyes condensed. He was also curious about what kind of gift Li Qingtian would send, but the two country lords, the gifts they could send were at most 3rd grade spirit pills, right, which wasn't much. Mo Fong looked at the box in Li Lan's hand and wondered if he should take it. If you take it, all the harsh words you once said will be useless, and you will lose face. If he didn't take it, he was a little afraid that Li Lan's ruthless character would not just make a scene here. After a moment's hesitation, he chose to accept it, so he opened it in public. The moment the box was opened, a fragrance of Dan instantly filled the scene with Dan incense. What is this flavor? It smells so good. It feels like the realm has loosened up. End of chapter. Chapter 54, 4th grade infant breaking pill, Fong shameful. The fragrance of the Dan overflowed the entire field. Countless country lords and patriarchs smelled this Dan fragrance, their hearts fluttered and they even swallowed their saliva, and countless voices of swallowing saliva resounded on the field. The crowd looked at the box in Feng's hands, eager to know what was inside that could smell so good. Feng looked at the box of pills with surprise. It was a purple-blue pill, both the luster and the pattern. It was extremely beautiful, the whole 9 lines, emitting a strong fragrance of the pills. Endless Tao rhythms surrounded the pills. Looking at him, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This tattoo, 9 channels. This was an extremely high-quality elixir, but this elixir, which he had not seen before, was reliably so close that he felt that the cultivation in his body was stirring, and his Yuaning was going crazy, wanting him to swallow this elixir and break through the transformation god realm. Even though he was tempted to swallow it, Feng held back and looked at Li Lan, holding back his excitement as he asked, "What kind of elixir is this?" 4th grade elixir, infant breaking pill, allows the Yuaning to ignore the bottleneck and directly break through to the transformation spirit. Li Lan smiled faintly. As soon as these words came out, the crowd instantly shook, their gazes looking at the elixir in surprise, their eyes showing endless greed. As for Feng, when he heard this, he was even more frightened and his body shivered, his legs and feet softened a few points, he almost couldn't stand steadily, and took 2 steps back to look at the elixir in his hand in death. This was surprisingly an infant breaking pill, a pill that could directly become a transformation spirit. It's in his hands, and it's from his own daughter, who's been cut off for hundreds of years, and his own son-in-law, who he despises, and his own grandson, who he won't see. This face is really hot and painful. Infant breaking pill, really? Is there such a miraculous pill in the world? I don't know, I haven't heard of this kind of elixir anyway, but this elixir aroma won't lie, and that pattern, it's 100% sure it's an elixir. Is there any alchemist here? Can you verify it? Even if it's not the infant breaking pill, a 4th grade pill is still too much stronger than all those gifts. This kind of pill is truly worth a lot of money. This pill alone can already buy multiple countries. Li Qingtian is surprisingly so generous. This kind of elixir is willing to take out if I were Feng, I would have to kneel down and kowtow to Li Qingtian. With such a son-in-law, I serve as a father, and Feng still doesn't give people a good look. It really shouldn't be. Feng's face gradually turned red and felt ashamed. He treated Li Qingtian and his duo like that. Not only did they not hold a grudge, instead they took out such a precious elixir and gave it to him. He was really ashamed. Wang Tian, who was not far away, saw that infant breaking Dan. He who had studied alchemy with his master for many years naturally knew many pills and could tell at a glance that it was a genuine 4th grade pill. The color and fragrance of the pills as well as the grain pattern would not deceive anyone. 4 pills below the 4th grade, they are all patterns. The 4th grade extreme pills are the 9 patterns, and for pills above that, it's other patterns. It could be flowers or dragons and phoenixes, it depends on what type of pills it is. So this was an excellent 4th grade elixir. As it happened, he had seen the infant breaking pill, which was shown to him by his master, and it was exactly the same as this one, but the master's one was a lower grade infant breaking pill, and it was simply a world away from this one, and there was no comparison between the two. This was the difference between an extremely high grade elixir and a lower grade elixir. What he didn't expect was where did Qing Tianli get this elixir from. Even his master only had one and had to save it for a critical moment. It would never be casually taken out and given to one's father-in-law like Qing Tianli. It was important to know that a 4th grade elixir was often a life-saving straw at a certain critical moment, and could be taken out to ask a very strong and powerful person to help. A strong man might not need this elixir, but his heir would definitely need it, which was why alchemists were so revered and almost no one dared to mess with them. Because you were strong, at the back, your heir may not be strong, or you need the help of pills, and if you offend the alchemists, you may offend the entire alchemy association, and when you are ostracized by all the alchemists, you will have to suffer. The ones that can't be offended the most are alchemists, formation masters, and talisman masters. The former is a profession that every cultivator needs, the latter two are just terrifyingly strong. Usually they are proficient in attacking, they may set up a formation or use a talisman to kill you without you knowing it, or even wreak havoc on your family. This Li Qingtian, could it be that he knew an alchemist who was even more terrifying than his master, who could casually take out even 4th grade pills? This made Wang Tian incomparably jealous, marrying Mo Qing, becoming the lord of 2 countries, and knowing such a powerful alchemist. This Li Qingtian was afraid that he was not a person of great fortune. How come he didn't have this kind of good fortune? Thinking of this, he glanced at Li Qingtian, who seemed to have looked at him as well and gave him a look of contempt, causing Wang Tian's back teeth to clench. Emolong's back slot teeth were all clenched. He never thought that there was a 4th sister who jumped out, and it was still a 4th grade elixir. His returning yang grass in front of a 4th grade elixir is not a piece of. Now, I'm afraid the throne is not safe. Mou fell back and smiled. He had thought that it was his elder brother who had taken the throne, but now it seemed different. The Murtis, on the other hand, were dumbfounded. How could that be? Li Lan still has an elixir. Chen Lanfeng whispered in surprise. I don't know, I don't suppose he stole it back? Murti spoke in a small voice. Impossible, I put it in a very hidden place, other than the two of us, it's impossible for other people to know about it, let's leave now, it's not advisable to stay here for a long time. Chen Lanfeng said, on her lips, but she was still a bit worried. The reason why they didn't give the infant breaking Dan to Mo Feng was that they didn't think it was necessary. There was no need for an old man to enjoy such a precious elixir, it would be better to sell it, the money would allow them to live a few lifetimes in style. So they thought of taking it all for themselves, and had already planned to leave quietly while everyone was at the banquet, but Murty insisted on seeing his father for the last time, so he can only come over here first. This elixir, it's too expensive. Mo Feng closed the wooden box, although it was gluttonous, this elixir was really too expensive. You can already buy several Mexican countries. Grandmaster, take it. Li Lan smiled, but then transmitted his voice, don't pretend, take it if you want to. Hearing Li Lan's voice transmission, Mo Feng's old face blushed, he was indeed pretending, and now after being revealed, he was embarrassed beyond measure, but his body was honest and he still took it in. Seeing Mo Feng accept it, Li Lan smiled and returned to his seat, however, he noticed that Mod and the others had already left, so he looked at his parents and smiled. Pops and Mom, I'm going out, you guys eat first, I'll be back soon. After saying that, Li Lan walked out. Watching Li Lan go out, Li Qingtian had a heartfelt look at Mod's position, then when he looked at his wife and just wanted to say something, she shook her head. Let my son go, it's my brother who is not a man of his word in front of me, and I'm already disappointed. Obviously, Mo Qing also knew that Mod and the others had left and was immensely disappointed in her as her second brother. End of chapter. Chapter 55. Where are you going in such a hurry? Where are you going in such a hurry? 3. As the three of them, Chen Lanfeng, were rushing back to their homes and preparing to leave the Mo kingdom, Li Lan appeared and blocked their way. Seeing Li Lan's appearance, the three Mod people were startled and stopped abruptly. Li Lan, why are you here? Shouldn't you be eating? Murty's body trembled in shock to the point of trembling, but he still opened his mouth to ask. Second uncle, you all left, how can I still eat? That shall not come out to see you off. Li Lan smiled faintly and walked forward step by step. Instead, the three Murty men took a step backward. You guys are afraid that you haven't forgotten something, where's my elixir? Li Lan laughed. Puff. Li Lan, let us go, we were obsessed and coveted your elixir, which is in the mansion. Mod suddenly knelt down and begged for mercy. Second uncle, you're so honest, this shouldn't be your idea. After saying that, Li Lan looked at Chen Lanfeng and spoke in a cold voice, Chen Lanfeng, do you think I'm a little cutie? Able to swallow my pills? Li Lan, this is the Mo country, he is your second uncle, I am your second aunt, are you going to kill someone here? Chen Lanfeng asked without answering. Are you thinking I'm afraid to kill? Are you thinking I'm afraid of my mother's anger? That would be a big mistake. Li Lan shook his head and slowly walked towards the three. He reached out and grabbed at the nothingness in front of him, and it was as if Chen Lanfeng was sucked by a magnet as his entire body flew forward and was firmly choked by Li Lan. Since Li Lan was still young, Chen Lanfeng could only kneel. Her breathing became difficult at once, and she blushed and struggled frantically with her hands. Let me go. Mother! Mother! Mod and Mo Yamin were instantly shocked, and both of them shouted together and rushed towards Li Lan. Seeing the two men rushing over, Li Lan just raised his eyebrows lightly. In an instant, a powerful and terrifying pressure suppressed the two men, and the two men fell to their knees with a thud. Their knees seemed to be absorbed by the ground, and no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't lift themselves up, and their bodies couldn't move. He could only watch his wife, Mother, being held in Li Lan's hands, unable to do anything about it. Li Lan, that is your second aunt, if you kill her, you are a treacherous, sixth parent who will be condemned by heaven. Mod shouted angrily, but his voice couldn't spread across the Mo country, being restricted by Li Lan, so as not to disturb the party. Mostly because I didn't want my mother to be sad to hear it. Heaven's wrath? Oh, it dares? Li Lan laughed coldly, and gave a provocative glance at the sky as the wind calmed down. There was not a single movement. He was the heavenly emperor. What could the district Heavenly Tao do to him? It's not like this woman has any kinship with me. In my eyes, she's nothing more than your wife, not much of an aunt. Li Lan sneered. In the next second, Chen Lanfeng struggled even more, her eyes protruded, the kind that were about to burst out, her breathing became more and more difficult, and she was about to suffocate to death. Daring to swallow my Li Lan's pills, you are the first. After saying that, Li Lan slowly rose into the air, pinching Chen Lanfeng in his hand. Boom! Chen Lanfeng's body fiercely ignited a blazing flame, and this flame was even blue, looking oozing with terror. Ah! Chen Lanfeng, who was incinerated by the flames, screamed miserably. That cry was a miserable one. Mod's eyes were bloodshot. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists with both hands, violently spitting out a mouthful of blood. This is hatred. The blood spat out in anger. He hates Li Lan. He wants to take revenge. Revenge. Mo Yamin did the same, frantically shouting for his mother, wanting to rush up to rescue his mother, but he could do nothing but watch in despair as his mother was incinerated. Chen Lanfeng's voice gradually stopped, and in Li Lan's hands slowly turned into a wisp of ash floating in the air, his soul flying away, never to be resurrected again. Aha, Leland! Seeing the death of his wife, the pressure on both Mod and Mo Yamin disappeared, and Mod roared up to the sky in pain and anger. pounding the ground heavily with both hands to vent his anger, and then looked up at Li Lan angrily. I want you to die. MOD changed his normal state and charged angrily, a silver lance appearing out of thin air, the tip of the lance aimed at Li Lan. Unconscionable. Li Lan spoke indifferently and pressed down with a palm. MOD instantly flopped down on the ground like a king's rump, unable to move. And Mo Yamin was completely broken inside when he saw his mother die and his father suppressed. Li Lan. With a shout, he rushed towards Li Lan, condensing his sword with his chi. But how could he be a match for Li Lan? Li Lan looked over with a single glance, and Mo Yamin instantly exploded, blood and flesh splattering and scattering all over the place, frightening MOD to stare at this with wide eyes of disbelief. His wife is gone, his son is gone, everything he had, all gone. This kid in front of me, he's evil. He's evil. A demon more terrifying than a demon. Murdy was desperate, completely desperate. He couldn't beat Li Lan, there was nothing he could do. Second uncle, seeing as your mother's brother, I'll spare your life, but capital offenses can be spared, but living offenses are hard to escape. Li Lan spoke in a cold voice. As soon as he grabbed Murdy's head, the powerful spiritual power instantly destroyed Murdy's cerebral nerves and tortured his soul. MOD, who had just been desperate, became double-lidded in the next second, looking at Li Lan in a demented manner, with an expression like a little cutie, grinning and giggling. Li Lan destroyed MOD's Dantian again, and from then on, MOD would completely turn into an invalid plus a cutie. No one in this world can save him. Let him live like this crazy. Anyway, the Mo Fong family is big, it is still easy to raise a demented son. It wasn't that he was merciful, but he didn't want to see his mother sad, and this had been the most merciful he'd ever been. After settling it, Li Lan didn't even look at the little cutie he had become, of Murdy, and returned to the banquet. Having just returned there, he realized that everyone had pretty much eaten and was heading in the direction of the martial arts practice field. He returned to his parents and asked, Pops and Mom, where are they going? Your grandpa organizes various activities for his birthday banquet every year, and this year's activity is the offspring competition, where the offspring of each family can participate, but they can't be more than 20 years old, and there are also generous prizes, so everyone is ready to go to the martial arts training ground to watch the show. Li Qingtian opened his mouth. I see, so are we going too? Li Lan asked with a nod. Go take a look, there's nothing to do anyway. Qingtian Li laughed. Instead, Mo Qing didn't say a word and quietly looked at Li Lan. The eyes were complicated and Li Lan could see it. Mom, I didn't kill second uncle, don't worry. It's true that he didn't kill it, but uncle too will have to be an invalid for the rest of his life. Thank you, son. Mo Qing smiled. He knew that the second brother's family was nasty, and she was already touched that her son hadn't killed anyone for her sake. Come on, let's go see the play. End of chapter. Chapter 56, Killing Wang Handong in a Second. Martial Arts Training Ground. The crowd slowly came here. Everyone from the banquet had come. It was overcrowded, at a glance, at least a few thousand people. And the martial arts training ground had long since built a large ring, as big as a soccer field. When Mo Fong walked to the ring and was just about to say something, Mo Long walked up with an anxious face and whispered something in his ear. Although they didn't know what was said, the crowd could tell that something big had happened when they saw Mo Feng's suddenly changing face. Sorry, gentlemen, there are urgent matters to attend to, so let Morone come next and announce the rules of the next match first. After saying that, Mo Fong left in a hurry. Li Lan in the crowd, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, he knew where Mo Fong was going. Someone had already seen the demented MOD, it was probably for this matter. Gentlemen, father has something to go busy. Next let me announce the rules of the event. It's very simple, only you need to send your own children, that is, those who have not exceeded the age of 20 years old can be, fair sparring, point to point, shall not be under the death hand. We will likewise ensure the safety of the children. If we can be the first, we will send 5 bottles of middle grade refining pills, 2 bottles of lower grade foundation building pills. As long as you stand in this ring and get 5 victories, you can be first and receive your reward. I wonder who would like to try first? As soon as Morone's words fell, 2 children immediately volunteered to sign up for the stage. The 2 of them soon began to spar, both at the body refinement realm, and in Li Lan's eyes it was like a scuffle between children, while the others shouted loudly one after another. Before long, the bout was decided and a child won. Li Lan looked a little bored and was just about to say goodbye to his parents and go back to the house to sleep when a familiar voice rang out. My son wants to try. This voice, it was Wang Tian's voice. Li Lan looked over, only to see Wang Tian's son leap up and land firmly in the ring, displaying his strength. As the aura of the 8th level of foundation establishment permeated out, the crowd was also slightly startled. Ha, this kid is just barely 18 years old, he meets the qualifications to participate, he's a big fan of sparring. Wang Tian laughed out loud at the bottom, looking at the surprised faces of the crowd, he was very happy inside. As the saying goes, when you are young, you rely on yourself to pretend, when you are old, you rely on your offspring to pretend, and there is such a gifted son, who at the age of 18 has already built up his foundation to the 8th level, so of course, he has to take it out and pretend. With the teenager on the stage, the child opposite him cowered before the battle. After all, he is only the refining realm, how can it be the opponent of the foundation realm? Well, hurriedly got out of the ring to avoid being beaten. The 8th weight of the foundation, here almost no children can beat him, not more than 20 years old, basically not so powerful, unless it is a genius, or the family is extremely good, there are pills can be knocked, if not, they are all the 1st or 2nd weight of the foundation, the talent is better at most 3 weight. There are very few like Wang Tian's son. What? No one is coming up. At this time, Wang Tian's son spoke in a cold voice, standing the crowd. Standing there with his hands clasped to his chest, he had quite the air of being invincible to the world, with no one else in sight. Looks like no one dares to go on. Wang Tian laughed, but turned his head to look at Li Qingtian and said with a faint smile, I've long heard that State Lord Li's son is a born prodigy. It seems like he was just born on the 2nd day and he's already this big. When these words came out, many country lords or patriarchs who didn't know about these things looked at Li Qingtian, and then at Li Lan next to him, astonished. No way, this kid was just born not long ago? By the way, Li Qingtian was just a general some time ago, and I've also heard that he was all childless before, so this child was indeed just born not long ago, and it's surprising that it's so big. What is this, a prodigy or a demon? I've only seen this kind of situation on demonic beasts' offspring. Some of the heirs born from some ancient demonic beasts would grow up in a short period of time and be much stronger than other demonic beasts. It shouldn't be. Qingtianli and Mo Qing both are normal humanoids. It's possible that the child is a prodigy, as Wang Tian said. Growing up in one day would be nothing but a prodigy, a demon. And since both Li Qingtian and Mo Qing were human, not demonic, that meant that Li Lan was a supreme prodigy. This made more people start to pay attention to Li Lan, wanting to see how this prodigy was different from other children. Why don't we let the 2 children spar? Wang Tian continued. It's fine, but I'm afraid that your son will be killed by my son if he's not careful. Qingtianli walked up a step and smiled lightly. At those words, Wang Tian's face suddenly iced over, his smile came to an abrupt end. He didn't expect Li Qingtian to dare to refute him. It seems that when the 2 countries' country lords, that self-confidence is not the same, and also has more courage. With me here, your son can't beat my son yet. Wang Tian laughed instead of being angry. Whoever breaks the defense and curses first now will lose. With his Mahayana realm here, no one in the room could move his son yet. Oh, is that so? Li Lan laughed coldly, and with a flash of his body, he arrived at the ring. Seeing Li Lan answering the battle, Wang Tian grinned and transmitted his voice to his son, Xiaodong, beat him to death, don't be afraid of the consequences, there's dad. Wang Hanong nodded slightly, his gaze coldly looking towards Li Lan, all of his aura released, wanting to suppress Li Lan. However, this move had no effect. Li Lan still looked at him with a cloudy smile, but his eyes, which were as deep as obsidian, held disdain and contempt. Seeing this look, Wang Hanong was furious. Growing up, no one had dared to look down on him like this. Die! Wang Hanong condensed his sword with his chi and shouted coldly, Pear Blossom Sword Technique, Flower Fall. With a wave of his big hand, a powerful red sword chi swung out from the blade, whistling towards Li Lan with endless terror. This is the ancestral battle method of their Wang clan, that was created by a grandmother, just called Wang Liwa. This was an earth-level battle technique with 3 levels, Flower Fall, Flower Fly, and Flower Float. He could only explode the first one, he hadn't comprehended the later one yet, but he could explode a power comparable to that of a perfect foundation establishment, and if he practiced the third one, he could even explode the power of a mid-Jindan, and killing someone across the realm wasn't a difficult task. As Wang Handong's words fell, there were really pear flowers falling from the sky, white flowers, yellow stamens, such as dense small rain slowly fell. Pretending to be a god. Li Lan laughed lightly. This battle method was pretending to be a god in his eyes. Although these petals look fancy, but in fact, hidden killing opportunities will distract the attention, and then Wang Handong will be able to kill each other with one blow. It was also at this moment that Wang Handong moved. The blade of his sword pushed straight to Li Lan's throat, laying down a deadly blow. Li Lan, be careful! Morong shouted, immediately striking out, ready to stop it. He could see that this Wang Handong wanted Li Lan's life, and as a referee, he would not allow it. But Li Lan's speed was even faster than his. Boo! With one punch, Wang Handong instantly flew backwards and out of the ring, falling to the ground like a kite with broken strings, rolling dozens of times before coming to a stop. This scene, which happened so suddenly, the crowd was astonished and dumbfounded. Even Wang Tian's smile hadn't had time to retract before he saw his son fly out. My son, my son! End of chapter. Chapter 57, you hesitated, so die. Wang Tian's wife ran out, her voice on the verge of tears with fear and worry. Everyone stepped aside in unison, allowing the woman to run and pick up Wang Handong. They did not expect Li Lan to be so heavy-handed. A punch to fly Wang Handong. I do not know if there is no death. Flying so far, not dead also have to be half disabled it. Wang Tian's face was incomparably gloomy as he looked dead at Li Lan in the ring, his hands clenched into fists. The second son next to him looked at his brother in the distance in surprise, and then at Li Lan in the ring, his eyes dripping with indignation. Son, you are only 18 years old, the age of a promising future, how can you go like this? At that moment, the woman's voice suddenly rang out, miserable and incomparable, reaching everyone's ears. The crowd was shocked and looked at Wang Handong. Looking at the motionless body, they looked at Li Lan again, their hearts were shaken. Dead, one punch killed Wang Handong, the 8th level of foundation establishment. This Li Lan is too strong. Only those who had seen Li Lanjin's strength, the corners of their mouths were slightly raised and they were snickering inwardly. These stupid people really haven't seen the world to know that Li Lan, but even the Qingtian clan's patriarch, can be easily killed, the district of the 8th level of Foundation establishment. That's not just a matter of smooth hands. What? Wang Tian's face suddenly changed, instantly flashing to his wife's side and crouching down to check his son's condition. In the next second, a terrifyingly strong aura erupted from his body, sweeping across the entire field, and countless people's robes were windless in hunting. The crowd trembled physically and mentally, feeling like there were several large mountains pressing on their heads. That originally straight waist slowly bent down, legs also slowly bent down, bones issued crunching sounds, as if they were going to break. How terrifying! Is this the Mahayana realm? Kingdom Lord, quickly retract the divine power, we don't want to die. Why should we have to bear the blame for the mistakes Li Lan made? It's not fair. Alright, shut up if you want to live or you'll all have to die. Maharaja's wrath is no joke to you. The people couldn't figure out why they were pressurized to do this when it clearly had nothing to do with them. They were really puzzled. But they didn't dare to say anything. After all, the Mahayana realm, it was reasonable to be a bit unreasonable. Li Lan and his parents were the only ones on the field who didn't have any reaction. Seeing that Li Qingtian's family was not affected by the pressure, Wang Tian was slightly shocked inwardly. His Mahayana realm pressure was released with full force, and these three people were so cloudy? It was hard to believe that someone of them had also broken through to the Mahayana realm. However, very quickly, he felt that it was impossible, but he had cultivated for thousands of years, plus countless pills to get to this realm today, although the real material was not as powerful as other Mahayanas, but at least it was the Mahayana realm. He didn't want Li Qingtian, a piece of trash who had only lived for 100 years, to be in the Mahayana realm, and to break through to the transformation of God was all because his luck was good enough. Li Lan, you killed my son, I want you to pay for your life. Wang Tian roared angrily, pulled out a green-colored long sword, raised it high in the sky, and shouted in a cold voice, flower floating. In an instant, time seemed to stand still. Wang Tian's figure disappeared, his speed no one could capture, instantly coming in front of Li Lan. The blade of the sword was already at Li Lan's neck, just 10 centimeters short. Madaka! A long spear resisted in front of the tip of Wang Tian's sword, completely blocking Wang Tian's attack. It was a long gun that was golden red in color, with a blood-red aura filling its body, emitting a terrifying and oozing aura that was frightening. Killing the young one, and then the old one, buy one get one free, not bad. Li Lan laughed coldly, picked up his long spear and stabbed into Wang Tian's chest at a very fast speed, and twisted it so that the head of the spear spun on Wang Tian's heart. Ah! Wang Tian threw his head back in pain and shouted. Blood continued to flow out of his mouth, and blood seeped out of his chest, staining his robes red. He didn't think that a child could hurt him. The crowd was shocked. Li Lan could actually injure Wang Tian? What's going on here? Isn't Wang Tian in the Mahayana realm? That magic treasure, it's not ordinary, it's at least a Heaven's Path supreme treasure. Some people recognized that the magic treasure in Li Lan's hand was very extraordinary, and that it was powerful based on its aura alone. No wonder, if it's a Heaven's Path supreme treasure, then this would make sense. By the way, wasn't it said during that time that a baby in the Xia kingdom was born with 3 accompanying magic treasures? Could it be this baby? It's really possible, then it really seems like an absolute prodigy in that case. Looking at the divine spear, the eyes of the crowd showed a strong greed. It would be good if they could take this magic treasure. But when they saw Li Lan stabbing Wang Tian without any expression, those little thoughts of theirs were immediately gone. Even the Mahayana realm couldn't defeat Li Lan. How could they, the little caramels, do so? So that's how it is, Heavenly Tao Supreme Treasure. It's me who underestimated you, but don't underestimate me either. Wang Tian laughed coldly as his body's aura erupted violently, soaring to Mahayana perfection. What's the point? Li Lan laughed as the soul-devouring gun suddenly erupted with a dazzling red light. Along with this red light lit up, the crowd was blinded and closed their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, they were instantly dumbfounded, because in front of them, Wang Tian had already collapsed to the ground, his eyes lifeless, his mouth wide open, and he was lying there silently. Wang Tian! He is dead! A kingdom lord shouted in horror, looking at Wang Tian in death. He used his divine sense to sense over and could be 100% certain that Wang Tian was dead. The kind that can't die anymore. What the hell just happened? How did Wang Tian die? Didn't he forcefully break through to Mahayana perfection? There was a lot of spitting going on and no one knew what was going on. The next second, a woman's scream rang out. Husband, husband! The woman stumbled over and ran to the ring, grabbing her husband by the neck and breaking down to cry. In a short period of time, she had experienced the grief of losing her son and her husband, and her heart had long been broken and filled with despair. She didn't dare to take revenge, because this child in front of her, he wasn't human, he was a devil, more terrifying than any devil cultivator. Do you want revenge? Li Lan asked with a smile on his face as he came to the woman. The woman's body shook, shivered, hesitated for a few seconds, and shook her head repeatedly. No. I don't want to take revenge. I won't take revenge. You hesitate. It's not that you don't want to or won't, it's that you don't dare. But even if you beg me, I won't let you go because I don't do things like letting tigers go. After saying that, he coldly and mercilessly plunged a gun into the woman's chest, and when he pulled it out again, the woman's soul was dispersed, and she couldn't die anymore. Finally, under everyone's horrified gazes, he looked at the only remaining teenager with a kind smile. You want revenge? Think, I'll kill you when I get the chance. Okay, appreciate you, so die. End of chapter. Chapter 58. Brother, can you give me some buns? Wang Tian's family, all four of them were killed in unison, all died under Li Lan. The crowd stared dumbfounded at the child in the ring, frozen at that innocent and adorable face. If it was before, when they saw Li Lan, they would definitely think that the other party was a child, at most at the first or second level of body refinement, and some even thought that it was a child who hadn't even stepped into cultivation yet. But now, who dares to underestimate Li Lan? Li Lan, do you know that you are in big trouble? Mo Long looked fearful, his body shivering as he walked up to check on Wang Tian's condition. Really dead, all dead. Li Lan turned his head to look at him and spoke faintly. Oh, what great evil can be extinguished with only one hand? Wang Tian's master is something special, the Grand Elder of the No. One sect in Qinzhou, Xin Mystic Sect, Luolong, he's at the human immortal realm. Mo Long said in shock. That was the human immortal realm. He could destroy the entire Mo family with his hands. If he let the Luolong know that his disciple had died in the Mo kingdom, he would definitely go crazy. No one in the Mo kingdom could stop him. This time, he was really victimized by Li Lan. Tell him to let his horse come over despite himself. Li Lan spoke indifferently, and with a leap, returned to his parents, grinning. Pops, I'm sorry I didn't let you kill that Wang Tian. Upon hearing this, Li Qingtian was slightly stunned and then smiled bitterly. It seemed that this child already knew, but it didn't matter. He had nothing to hate about Wang Tian. After all, he had already won once. Thinking of this, he looked at Mo Qing beside him and gently wrapped his arm around her waist, and then looked at Wang Tian's corpse in the ring. You couldn't win against me when you grabbed the woman, and now you're still losing when you fight for the child. Qing Tianli shook his head and left with Mo Chang and Li Lan. Looking at the trio leaving the scene was silent, and it was only after the trio had left that the crowd murmured. The sky has changed, it's really changed. Wang Tian is dead, the Xin Mystic Sect will definitely come after him. I heard that Wang Tian was Luolong's favorite disciple. Yes, Luolong is notoriously cruel. Anyone who offends him dies a horrible death. Not even the corpse is known. If he knows that his favorite disciple is gone, he is bound to go berserk, and the Mo kingdom will probably be the first to suffer. We'd better hurry and run, it's not a good place to stay. Yeah, when Luolong comes over, I'm afraid he'll kill all of us. I'd better hurry back to the sect. Yeah, go. One by one, realizing that if Luolong came over to seek revenge, those of them were afraid that they would all be killed by the other party. They hurriedly found Mo Long and said goodbye one by one. Fearful Morong cannot care so much. First hurry to find his father to discuss this matter. Really wait for Luolong to find out, then it is really a full house. At this time, Qinzhou, Kingdom. An old man was having fish and water sex with a few women, but the door was suddenly knocked on, disturbing the old man's pleasure, and he was unhappy. Who, don't you know not to knock at this hour? The old man got up and roared angrily towards the door. But when the maid's voice came in at the door, he froze. Master, the eldest young master's soul jade, shattered. The old man got up with a bounce, didn't even put on his robes, ran over naked, opened the door and grabbed the maid's shoulder and asked in a cold voice, "What did you say?" The old man was Wang Muping. His son was called Wang Tian, the big young master in the mouth of the maid. He had many sons, but the one that made him the most proud was Wang Tian. Not only did he worship the Xin mystery sect, but he also took down the princess of the Eastern Kingdom and occupied 2 countries. Now when he heard that Wang Tian's soul jade was broken, his heart almost broke as well. Soul jade, a very special magic treasure, was also a jade pendant. As long as a drop of blood was dripped on it, the jade pendant could create a connection with the person who dripped the blood. If that person dies, the jade pendant will follow and break, so the jade will break if the person dies. Now that the soul jade was broken, that meant Wang Tian, he was dead. The maid's face was red and she didn't dare to look at the Lord, so she could only nod her head with her eyes closed and said, "Well, we just heard the sound of the soul jade breaking, and went over to take a look, and realized that it was the eldest young masters, so we rushed over to inform you." Wang Muping's heart was like ashes, his robes were not even worn, and he ran in panic to the place where the Wang family's soul jade was stored, which stored the soul jades of many of the Wang family's talented children and the various elders, as well as his own soul jade, and every day, there were people who watched it, and once there was a situation, it would be informed right away. Seeing the naked Wang Muping running, the crowd was a bit surprised, but thinking about the seriousness of the matter, they also felt reasonable. My son, my son. Wang Muping ran to a platform. A green soul jade had broken and scattered on the platform. It was precisely Wang Tian's soul jade. But when he saw the soul jade next to him with his remaining light, he was shocked. It was the soul jade of Wang Tian's wife and 2 sons, both of which were broken at this moment. The 4 soul jades were all broken, which meant that all 4 of Wang Tian were dead. Who killed my son, and my grandchildren? I want him to die without a burial place. Wang Muping threw his head back and roared, violently seizing the door. He was going to the Xin mystic sect. He was going to tell Luolong that Wang Tian was dead and let him, his master, take revenge. Wang Tian was in the Mahayana realm, and the other party was certainly not bad either, and he could not help his son avenge his death as he was only in the transformation spirit realm. So he could only ask Luo Long, his master, to help, and with him, he would definitely be able to take revenge. Wang Muping quickly changed himself into a set of robes and headed in the direction of the Shin mystic sect. However, the Shin mystic sect is very far away, so I'm afraid I'll have to fly all night to get there. The next day, Li Lan woke up from his dream and signed in as usual after stretching, still not interested in the elixir rewards. Soon enough though, probably signing up for a while longer and he'll get his monthly sign-up perk. I wonder what kind of reward it'll be, hopefully a septuagenarian level reward. After having breakfast with the two of his parents, he learned that his parents wanted to stay in the Mo kingdom for 2 more days because Mo Qing and Mo Feng's relationship seemed to have eased quite a bit, and presumably because of that elixir. Last night Mo Feng had already broken through to the spirit of transformation, and was now in high spirits. But the MOD family was so busy that Mo Feng didn't get to eat breakfast, so we didn't see him in the dining hall. Good, then I'm going out for a stroll. Li Lan nodded, just in time to go out and have some fun. There are no cell phones to play with in this world, so you have to go out and have fun or die of boredom. Good. Li Qingtian nodded. He wasn't worried that his son would be bullied when he went out, only this kid bullied others. How could others bully him? Saying goodbye to his parents and the two of them, Li Lan came to the entrance of the State Lord's mansion. Outside is the street. At this time there is already a sea of people. At a glance, at least thousands of people. There are ordinary people, there are also cultivators. Everyone is here to shop. Quite a few people notice Li Lan. A child who walked out of the State Lord's mansion in luxurious clothes must be extraordinary. Perhaps a young master of a certain family. The yells of one hawker after another were even louder, all trying to attract Li Lan. Li Lan didn't let them down, stopping to buy any food stalls he saw. He had tens of thousands of spirit stones on him that his father had given him, which was completely enough. And Li Lan soon became a beautiful scenery in the bazaar. Because of his outstanding appearance, even more outstanding clothes attracted the attention of men and women. Many girls saw Li Lan so cute, and even took the initiative to say hello. I have to say, the women in this world are a lot more real than those in the previous world, Li Lan secretly said in his heart. Along the way, I saw a lot of beautiful women. All of them did not have heavy makeup, very simple, except for some of the rich millennials. Almost all of them are vegetarian, but still beautiful. Brother, can you give me a couple of buns? End of chapter. Chapter 59, Dogs Eating Buns. A timid voice suddenly sounded behind him. Li Lan slightly froze and looked back. Only a little girl stood behind him, ragged and very dirty, like the kind of clothes that hadn't been washed for years, and with a black face, arms and feet, especially her hair in disarray, and some flies flying around her head, and her body reeking with a foul odor. Passing pedestrians walking this way are all covering their mouths and noses and fanning themselves forward with one hand in disgust. You want this? Li Lan lifted the meat bun in his hand. This was what he had just bought at the bun stall. It was filled with demonic beast meat, and it was also the most expensive kind. 1 lower grade spirit stone for 1 bun, and he had bought 10 of them. This spirit stone is the currency of the high-end people. Like these ordinary people, they have another kind of currency in circulation. There are 3 kinds of currencies: copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins. A copper coin was equal to $1, while 100 copper coins were equal to a silver coin. 10 silver coins were in turn equal to a gold coin, which meant that $1,000 was equal to a gold coin, and 100 gold coins were in turn equal to an inferior spirit stone, which was equal to $100,000. Aha, is it okay? Seeing the bun in Li Lan's hand, the little girl's eyes were glowing and she kept swallowing her saliva. Here you go. Li Lan casually tossed the bun into the girl's arms. These buns are really not good. Maybe it's because he's used to eating mountains of food, so he feels that these buns are a bit average, or maybe it's just that this one isn't good. The girl took the meat packet, immediately opened it and took a big bite, ate that called a wolf, and several times choked and coughed madly there. Looking at the girl eating so well, Li Lan didn't bother her and left, continuing to loiter. After wandering around for about 10 minutes or so, he realized that there wasn't much to do here, so he thought he'd go back to his house and play somewhere farther away after a while. Dead beggar, I told you to get the hell away from me, can't you hear me? Snap. At that moment, a tirade of abuse and the sound of a whip cracking rang out. Li Lan followed the sound and looked, his eyes slightly cooled down, only to see that the little girl who had approached him for a bun earlier was lying on the ground, covered in blood, and behind her, a nobly dressed teenager was holding a whip and frantically beating her back. The clothes had been smoked and rotted open, the skin on his back was bare, skin cracked and bleeding. Those pedestrians beside them watched this with cold indifference, and some were even laughing. And to the side were the scattered buns, trampled over and already out of shape, but the girl gritted her teeth and crawled over one after another, picking up the dirty buns and trying to stuff them into her mouth. She knew that food was hard to come by and she didn't want to waste it, even if it was dirty. Eat, let you eat. This kind of dog food is indeed only worthy of a little beggar like you. The teenager saw that the girl wanted to pick it up and eat it, and lashed it over, sending the bun flying, and the girl's hand cracked open a wound and began to bleed. More and more blood was being shed, the girl's face was getting paler and paler, and if it continued like this, she was afraid that she would bleed to death. But even so, the girl continued to crawl over and try to pick up other buns to eat. Seeing this, the teenager was just about to raise his hand to swing down a whip when a voice suddenly rang out. "What do you call these buns? What are they for eating?" The teenager's body jolted, and the voice was extremely cold, as if the temperature around him had lowered by more than 10 degrees. He turned his head to follow the sound of the voice, a child, but nobly and luxuriously dressed, not at all inferior to his. This immediately made him decide that the other man was some rich kid, probably just like him. "Who are you? By the look of you, you should be similar to me." The teenager put down his whip and laughed, his eyes looking Lilan up and down. He could confirm that he hadn't seen this character before. With his family background, there was no need to be afraid of anyone, but just in case, it was better to see who the other party was first. "Me? The person who killed you." Lilan coldly opened his mouth. Originally he did not want to meddle in his own business, but this called him a dog. It's a real layup. At those words, the teenager's eyes went cold and he waved his hand. "Go on, teach this little brat a lesson, don't beat him to death." "Yes, young master." Beside the teenager stood 7 or 8 strong men, all of them rushing towards Lilan in a ferocious manner. Each of them was a foundation establishment perfection, and they could practically walk sideways in the Mo kingdom. To have so many foundation establishment perfections protecting him, it seemed that the teenager's identity was extraordinary. The surrounding civilians were horrified to see so many strong men rushing up just for a child. They had resentment in their hearts, but they didn't dare to make a move, simply because that teenager's identity was extraordinary. He is the son of the lord of the kingdom of Ming, Ming Qingsu. But that Ming country is far away from the Mo country, with at least 10 countries in between. The reason why this teenager is here, or in order to pursue $1,000 girl, that girl is the daughter of a family in the Mo country, gifted and intelligent, and extremely beautiful in appearance, only 18 years old, has charmed countless men. This teenager is charmed by it, and only then come here at all costs, just to pick up girls. If anything happened to this teenager, I'm afraid the Ming dynasty would immediately go to war with the Mo kingdom. That's why the people don't want to mind their own business for fear that something might happen to them. I only hope that this child's identity was equally uncomplicated. In that case, Ming Qingshu would be afraid of him. Scram! Lilan shouted coldly. Powerful pressure erupted from his body. Several strong men instantly exploded into blood mist and splashed away. The surrounding old people as well as teenagers were splattered with blood. This horrifying scene caused Ming Qingshu to freeze. Even those commoners were dumbfounded, and the girl's hand that was picking up the bun stopped, her eyes looking at Lilan with surprise and admiration. Lilan's face was expressionless as he walked towards Ming Qingshu step by step. And when Ming Qingshu saw Lilan approaching, she was so scared that her legs went limp and fell to the ground. He lacked cultivation on weekdays, and his realm was nothing more than body refinement perfection, so he couldn't even beat those burly men, and he definitely couldn't either. "Uncle Ming, save me!" Ming Qingshu shouted as an old man appeared in front of him out of thin air, looking heavily at Lilan who was walking slowly. This old man, Ming Qingshu's uncle and the one sent by his old man to protect him, was at the Jindan realm. "Senior, Qingshu doesn't know where he offended you, please calm your anger. The Ming family will definitely apologize personally at the door." Uncle Ming bent down and cupped his fists. He couldn't see through the child's cultivation realm, but with that momentary strike just now, he knew that Lilan's strength was above his, as he didn't see the strike clearly either. Seeing his Uncle Ming call the other party's senior, Ming Qingshu was shocked. What kind of monster did he offend? Nowadays the great powers all like to turn into small children to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. "Senior, I'm sorry, I was wrong, please spare me." Ming Qingshu immediately knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly, only begging for mercy. "He cursed me, so he had to die." Lilan stopped, grinned, and slapped his palm out, directly slapping Uncle Ming into mush. End of chapter. Chapter 60, Playing for Fun, a girl asks to be a child bride. Uncle Ming. Seeing Uncle Ming turned into mush, Ming Qingshu completely panicked. He had no dependents, his old dad was still in Ming, he was dead. Despair filled his heart and scared him so much that his body was trembling. "I've changed my mind, isn't your identity special?" Lilan suddenly spoke. Ming Qingshu snapped his head up and looked at Lilan in a wrongly stunned manner. Could it be that his seniors were afraid of his identity? "I am the son of the Ming Kingdom's lord, Ming Qingshu. As long as senior doesn't kill me, I will definitely come to the door to make amends and apologize, and definitely satisfy you." "Yeah, well, go on home then." Lilan laughed. Really? Ming Qingshu froze. The other party was actually willing to let him go? What's that supposed to mean? Is it a test for him? "Really, you go." Lilan nodded. The surrounding civilians were also confused. What was this child doing? Why did he not kill Ming Qingshu, but instead let the other party leave? Could it be that he was afraid of its identity? Ming Qingshu, in a daze, carefully got up, and after realizing that Lilan didn't make a move, he slowly stepped back, keeping his eyes on Lilan, and as soon as Lilan made a move, he fell to his knees and begged for forgiveness. Until he had retreated 10,000 meters away and was about to disappear from Lilan's view, Lilan did not even make a move. Seeing this, Ming Qingshu immediately turned around and scampered away, with a speed like a wild dog off the reins. Seeing that Ming Qingshu had already left and Lilan still didn't make a move, the commoner sighed. It seems that this child is also afraid of Ming Qingshu's identity. They still thought that this child came from an extraordinary source and could eradicate the scourge of Ming Qingshu for them. Now it seems that it is hopeless. Once Ming Qingshu returns to the Ming kingdom, he will definitely let his old man raise his troops to attack the Mo kingdom, and then it will really be a hell on earth, and the people will be devastated. There are already quite a few people planning to get out of here. Brother, why don't you kill him? The girl spoke abruptly, chewing on a dirty bun in her mouth. Li Lan turned back to her, dropping the buns in her hand and speaking faintly, "Don't eat these dirty buns that have already been stepped on. I'll take you to eat something delicious." After saying that, Li Lan pulled up the girl's hand and walked towards this best inn. No one around dared to stop them and made way. As for that Ming Qingshu, why did Li Lan let him go? Because he wanted to play a fun one, but it was kind of cruel. Ha ha ha, that little cutie. Surprisingly really let me go, counting a fart senior. When I return home, I will definitely ask my father to raise an army to attack the Xia kingdom, to avenge me, to avenge Uncle Ming. Ming Qingshu had bought a sweat-blooded horse on his way out of the city and was on his way home at a rapid pace. In just 3 days and 3 nights, he would be back in Ming. When the time comes, let Pops have his revenge. What with the reparations and apologies? Make sure Pops keeps the man alive for a dog's life to torture. And on the back of Ming Qingshu's neck, which she was unable to notice, a flame pattern quietly appeared, incomparably bright and colorful, as if it were a blazing fire that was burning. Yum, this thigh is so good. And this spirit dew water, it's so good too. In the inn, Li Lan brought the little girl here and ordered a large table of good food, and the girl held a large demonic beast leg and nibbled on it, eating it with gusto, her face full of grease stains. Now, instead of being covered in dirt, the girl had tender white skin and was very cute. Long ago changed into a set of very good-looking clothes, hair is no longer messy, simply do not recognize as before that little beggar, more like a country's little princess. Li Lan looked at this little girl, a little puzzled, such a good-looking girl, why would she be a beggar? Logically speaking, there shouldn't be anyone who would abandon such a lovely girl, unless she ran away from home herself. What's your name? Li Lan asked. My name is Chen Xiaolan. The girl lowered her thighs and answered seriously. So where is your house? Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaolan's face revealed sadness and her eyes dimmed. Li Lan understood at a glance. It is estimated that her family has been killed and she is the only one left, otherwise she would not be a beggar. It's fine, go ahead and eat. Li Lan wasn't going to ask again, it wasn't any of his business anyway. Chen Xiaolan nodded and continued to feast, as if he had eaten this meal, there would never be another, so he ate very quickly, choked several times, and kept drinking water to slow down. Not long after, Chen Xiaolan ate and drank enough, patting his bulging little stomach with a satisfied face. The girl then packed up the rest and followed Li Lan out of the inn. Li Lan looked at this follower behind him, a little helpless, turned back and spoke faintly. I've already invited you to dinner, you can go, see you poor, these you take it. Li Lan casually threw out 5 inferior spirit stones into the girl's hand. These 5 inferior spirit stones were enough for the little girl to start a small business and live an ordinary life. Who had thought that after the girl took the spirit stone, she actually shook her head and seriously looked at Li Lan and spoke, I want to be your maid, don't look at my age, I'm already almost 14, I'm very capable, it's just that I don't have the nutrients to grow up. Li Lan looked at the girl, her height was indeed about the same as his, and if she ate for a while longer, her height could soar. I don't accept trash. Li Lan spoke indifferently, wanting to embarrass the girl and leave. I can do a lot, I help a lot with dishes, cleaning, laundry, cooking, all kinds of dirty work I can do. Then why don't you have money for the buns yet? Because they refused to give me money, they all just gave me a little bit of food and dismissed me. Chen Xiaolan lowered his head and said sadly. Li Lan was silent. Chen Xiaolan was afraid that Li Lan wouldn't agree, so she raised her head again and mustered up the courage to say, if it's possible, I can be your child bride, and when I grow up I'll become your concubine, and it'd be nice for you to look at me. When she finished, she blushed slightly, but her eyes were firm. Li Lan was slightly stunned, not expecting a little girl to say such things to a strange child in order to survive in this world. You know, the world is still somewhat feudalistic and superstitious, and girls are generally very traditional and clean, with a very small percentage only coveting each other's wealth and choosing to submit themselves. So he knew that the girl had used up all her courage by saying this, and that she really wanted to take this chance. Okay, come with me. Li Lan nodded. The girl has the courage to seize the opportunity, he gave so what, anyway, it is the maid, and do not have to spend a lot of money, not to mention that with his family, how many maids can afford to raise, not lack of girls this one. Really? Thanks. Chen Xiaolan raised her head excitedly, tears welling up in her eyes. I really met a good person this time, so I won't have to suffer in the future. A man and a woman then walked down the street, but it was very unique because both were small children. The boy's temperament is 10 times better, walking on the road without anger, a domineering aura emanating from the inside out, no one dares to mess with. The girl, on the other hand, didn't have much gravitas, but her face lifted up in a confident and bright smile, and the waist, which had been bent for a long time, straightened. End of chapter. Chapter 61 Luo Lon's Doorstep. You mean to tell me that this is the daughter-in-law you went out on a trip and brought back with you? Inside the mansion, Li Qingtian and Mo Qing heard about Li Lan's trip out of the house, then looked at Chen Xiaolan beside Li Lan with an odd expression, while the girl shyly lowered her head, not daring to look at the duo. Maid, not any daughter-in-law. Li Lan said breathlessly, he is not a girl so small, he can't get up any interest yet. But didn't she say she wanted to be a child bride for you? Mo Qing covered her mouth and snickered, this child of his is really charming. He was just born not long ago and he is already hooked up with a little girl. But looking at this little girl is not bad, grow up to be very good looking, keep as a daughter-in-law quite not bad. When these words came out, Chen Xiaolan's face turned even redder, so red that it could almost drip blood. Yeah, I don't mind if it grows up to look good. Li Lan grinned, and deliberately glanced at Chen Xiaolan. It didn't matter to him anyway, if Chen Xiaolan grew up to look good, then he was quite happy. At those words, Chen Xiaolan's heartbeat was fast, fluttering, her face getting redder and redder, her head lowered in silence, shy and happy. Mo Chang saw this and nodded with a smile. In fact, there are many noble sons and daughters are not likely to marry a maid. After all, the status of the disparity, a lot of people are concerned about the door to the family, but Mo Qing is not that idea, their own son like what on the line, what do you care about the door to the family? That's all for now then, I'll take her back to my mansion. Li Lan spoke, pulling Chen Xiaolan's hand up and handing towards his mansion. Watching the two leave, Li Qingtian laughed out, this kid, the charm is really big, even more wavy than I was back then. What, were you a wannabe back in the day? How come I haven't heard you say that? Mo Qing glanced over with a single glance, and Li Qingtian's body shook violently and shut up in a hurry. Poof. Mo Qing snorted coldly, came to the bed and fell asleep. Li Qingtian tiptoed next to her and gently touched her shoulder and laughed, Madam, don't be angry, I've come to let off some steam for you. A shielding boundary rose up and the two of them began something less than childish. The time has come to test whether you are worthy. Li Lan lay down on the big bed and angrily nuzzled, here, massage me and pinch my shoulders. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaolan's face turned slightly red, and she obediently took off her shoes and walked onto the bed, kneeling down next to Li Lan, her hands gently placed on Li Lan's shoulders and began to press and pinch. Li Lan closed his eyes and began to enjoy, although the strength of this queer was not very big, but the massage was skillful and pressed him very comfortably. Did you learn it? Well, I learned massage in a medical center 2 years ago, mainly to activate the blood veins, so I will press a little. Chen Xiaolan replied. I see, no wonder the press is so comfortable. Half an hour passed, Li Lan's whole body was pressed almost all over except for the key parts, so comfortable that he fell asleep. And Chen Xiaolan just looked at him quietly, not moving or speaking for fear of disturbing him. Mo Feng, get the hell out of here. Right at this moment, a loud sound shook the Mo Kingdom's State Lord's mansion, and Li Lan instantly opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. This old man is finally coming over, I thought I would have to wait for a long time. Young master, who's here? It can't be that Ming Qingshou's father. Chen Xiaolan said in surprise, his body shaking a little. No, just an old man seeking revenge. Li Lan laughed lightly and leapt down, slowly walking out of the room, followed closely by Chen Xiaolan. Outside, a few people from the Mo family had long since arrived outside, and they looked at the two old men in the sky with nervous expressions, their hearts terrified. An old man dressed in white robes with a long white beard and a head of white hair stood in the celestial dome. He was Luo Long, and beside him stood Wang Muping. Luo Long's aura was so powerful that even from such a distance, he could feel the other party's power. That one is Luo Long, Wang Tian's master, and the one next to him is Wang Tian's father, Wang Muping. I didn't expect these two to come to the door so quickly. Mo Long recognized them at first glance, he had seen the two before, or Wang Tian brought them here, so he was impressed. Especially the aura on Luo Long's body was clearly of the human immortal realm. This is the end, don't hurry and let Li Qingtian bring his son out, if he apologizes, he might still have a chance. Mo Yu opened his mouth. If it's not possible, let Li Lan go and worship Luo Long as his master, after all, Li Lan is gifted and intelligent, Luo Long might like it. Mo Long suddenly thought of a solution and opened his mouth. Li Lan was able to kill Wang Tian, that proved that his strength was extraordinary, but it was not known if he was relying on a magic treasure, after all, that magic treasure did not look ordinary. If one didn't have the ability to kill Luo Long, perhaps one could consider worshipping Luo Long as a teacher, this way one could be spared from death. Where is the murderer of my disciple? Get out here. At this time, Luo Long roared in anger, shaking through the Mo country, both the war riders and the common people were all shaken, lying on the ground in fear, not daring to look at Luo Long. Killing my son, I want all of you in the Mo kingdom, to bury my son with him. Wang Muping shouted angrily from the side. Since no one has come out, let's all die. Luo Long spoke in a cold voice, and a pair of giant hammers appeared out of thin air in his hands. Seeing this huge hammer, the crowd was shocked. That was Luo Long's divine weapon, very famous, called the heaven-shaking hammer, weighing 100,000 tons. Even without using a battle technique, it could easily cause the ground to cave in, hammering and exploding large mountains. Moreover, this Luo Long also had a set of battle techniques specialized for hammers, the chaotic heavenly hammer technique, or the heavenly extreme battle technique, which was extremely terrifying, and could shake the heavens and the earth by casually using it. It was really easy for him to exterminate everyone in the Murky Kingdom. Mo Fong frowned. He didn't know what to do. Right now it could only be solved by Li Lan and the others. With their Mo kingdom, they couldn't fight against Luo Long. Shut up, old man. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of Luo Long and Wang Mupeng. It's you, Li Qingtian. When Wang Mupeng saw the visitor, he recognized at first glance that this was the young general who had once stolen his son's daughter-in-law from him. Seeing that Li Qingtian was here, he immediately thought of something and roared with indignation. Could it be that you are the one who killed my son? Li Qingtian was his son's love rival. The two had a big argument back then, not to mention that now Li Qingtian was getting more and more brilliant. He also took the family to take over 2 countries. That strength must have skyrocketed as well. Perhaps he was the one who killed Wang Tian. After all, there were not many people who had an enmity with Wang Tian besides him. Those with a grudge are dead. It's me, so what? Li Qingtian drew his 3-foot green blade and confronted the two of them, the corners of his mouth slightly raised without the slightest bit of fear. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. Luo Long coldly shouted, raised his warhammer and rushed towards Qingtianli. Space shook, and heaven and earth were shaken. End of chapter. Chapter 62, Li Qingtian vs. Luo Long lost. Sculpture. Li Qingtian smiled coldly and held his sword forward as his breath violently erupted out. Human wonderland. Boo. As the two clashed together, it was as if the heavens and earth shook, the ground shook, and the crowd watching the show nearly fell over when they couldn't stand still. Li Qingtian is actually at the human immortal realm as well. I remember, wasn't he still just a Yuaning some time ago? Mo Long said with wide-eyed surprise. I thought that it would be Li Lan who would come out to solve this matter, but I didn't expect it to be Li Qingtian, and this Li Qingtian's strength was even more terrifying. Surprisingly, he had already reached the human immortal realm. That was a realm that how many people dreamed of but couldn't reach no matter what. Mo Fong looked at the sky with a surprised face at the son-in-law who was despised by himself. His heart was full of regrets and wrong stunned. He really looked away a piece of treasure in front of him. He didn't go to cherish it, but instead went to think that Wang genius is the best way back to his daughter. Now it seemed that it was his own daughter who had the vision, seeing this dusty jewel at a glance. Now that the dust has cleared, the pearl has shone brightly, and Qingtianli has become his unattainable existence, the realm of the human immortals. This realm could already start a sect and rule dozens of countries all by itself, and given some more time, Qingtianli was afraid that he would be able to rule Qingzhou and become the state lord. This has not improved too quickly. Mou on the side was likewise very surprised. I thought that if Qingtianli could kill Chenli, at most he would be a transformation god, just a little bit stronger than Chenli, but now it seems that that is not a little bit stronger, that is a difference in the sky. Now, the sky of Qingzhou is really going to change. Look at you all who have never seen the world. Is the human immortal realm very powerful? At this moment, an abrupt voice rang out. The crowd was shocked. They thought who was so rampant that they dared to disparage the human immortal realm, and when they turned their heads and realized that it was Li Lan and a little girl, they laughed bitterly. Yes, this child is afraid that it is even more rebellious than the human immortal realm. After all, it was able to kill Wang Tian, who had broken through to the Mahayana perfection at that time, and still died. This was enough to show that Li Lan's strength was also above that of a human immortal. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air at the thought. It's too much to say that these two fathers and sons are both human immortals. Li Lan didn't know what these people were thinking as he looked at the sky with a faint smile. During this period of time, he had been using the Hongmeng violet chi to quench the two of his parents, but his parents' physique was so poor that each time they absorbed a strand of Hongmeng violet chi, it would take days, and there would be a lot of it left in their bodies, which was slowly absorbed. If his physique was better, he would have been able to absorb it instantly, and Pops wouldn't be in any human immortal realm, but possibly a true immortal realm. Refining can be accelerated by fighting, though. You're actually at the human immortal realm as well. It seems that I have underestimated you. In the sky, Luo Long looked at Li Qingtian in surprise. He didn't expect Li Qingtian to be at the human immortal realm at such a young age. It surprised him. One must know that he had cultivated for tens of thousands of years to reach the human immortal realm, and after so many years had passed, it was as if his cultivation had come to a halt, with little progress. Now seeing that Li Qingtian was so young, only less than 200 years old and already at the human immortal realm, made him very upset. Such a genius must be killed. There are still a lot of things you don't know. Qingtianli laughed coldly, making use of the green lotus sword technique. Luo Long didn't hesitate and similarly used the chaotic heavenly hammer technique. The two battle techniques vibrated in the air, emitting a deafening roar, as if heaven and earth had been transformed into beating drums, much to the surprise of the crowd. Spiritual power erupted, and even the crowd watching from below couldn't withstand the terrifying pressure and fell to their knees. Only Li Lan and Chen Xiaolan were not affected in any way. Li Lan frowned slightly. He could see that his old man had gradually fallen into a disadvantage. The opponent's battle techniques were too strong, and in the same realm, the comparison was between battle techniques, divine abilities, body techniques, physique, and various other factors. Often, a powerful battle technique or a terrifying magic treasure could determine the change of the battlefield situation. Haha, although you are a human immortal, your battle method is not as powerful as mine. You are dead. Luo Long laughed coldly. This magic treasure of his was an innate supreme treasure, coupled with heaven-level battle techniques. Killing Li Qingtian was as easy as a slap in the face. Qing Tianli frowned tightly. He did have some difficulties, falling into a disadvantage. His own battle technique was too trashy. Really fighting with Luo Long was not pleasing at all. Too strong, a battle between two human immortals, but by the looks of it, Qing Tianli doesn't seem to be able to beat it. Mo Long said nervously. If Qing Tianli couldn't beat it, then what should he do? And he didn't know if Li Lan would be able to do it. If both of them couldn't work, then the kingdom of Mo would surely have to be destroyed. Pops. At this moment, Li Lan's voice rang out abruptly, and the crowd looked over, only to see Li Lan holding the same lance that had killed Wang Tian last night. Qing Tianli also looked over and saw the lance, his face showing joy. Next, Li Lan threw his lance away like a red stream of light, quickly flying in front of Li Qingtian. Seeing this sudden soul-devouring gun, Luo Long's figure retreated violently, his eyes looking at it in horror. He could feel that this soul-devouring gun was very unusual, as if it had the power to destroy the sky and the earth, and the most bizarre thing was that he actually felt a very familiar and affectionate breath on it. Deja vu. Good. Qing Tianli smiled as he grabbed the soul-devouring gun. With his son's top-notch magic treasure, he could definitely kill Luo Long. This magic treasure of yours, is it possible that it is a heavenly Dao Supreme treasure? Luo Long had never seen a heavenly Dao Supreme treasure, but judging from the aura of this magic treasure, it was highly likely that it was a heavenly Dao Supreme treasure. If it really was a Heaven's Path Supreme treasure, I'm afraid that I'm no match. Cut the crap, suffer death. Li Qingtian shouted in a cold voice, and with his long spear, he charged up, like a ferocious beast with a fierce light in his eyes. The soul-devouring lance filled with a terrifying black aura that enveloped around Qing Tianli's body, and a huge blood-red lance silhouette was revealed behind Qing Tianli, pushing straight towards Luo Long. Luo Long was terrified, but in the next second, a familiar voice unexpectedly rang in his head. Master, help me. His eyes widened violently as he looked at the lance shadow, his favorite disciple, which was actually hidden. Sure enough, it was you who killed my disciple. Today I'm going to give up this old life to kill you. Luo Long roared in anger, his face red and veins bulging. He rushed forward with his twin hammers and clashed with the tip of Li Qingtian's gun. Boo! The earth and sky shook like an explosion. Everyone flew out backwards. The powerful and terrifying pressure suppressed all the common people. Their bones were broken, and all their internal organs were injured. Immortals battling against each other, is it not for mortals like them to watch? It's lucky I don't die. A figure flew out sharply and smashed heavily into the ground, only to see Li Qingtian still standing on the celestial dome, unharmed. Only the tiger's mouth was a bit numb and trembling. Luo Long, unexpectedly defeated. Today's urgent matter delayed. Sorry, first eat a meal, first 2 chapters, later there is more. Everyone wait a moment. End of chapter. Chapter 63, Li Mei's disappearance. Wang Muping shouted in surprise and rushed over to check Luo Long's condition. When he came to the ground, he saw a deep pit in which Luo Long was already dying and spitting out blood, and he was surprised when he took a look with his divine sense. Luo Long's 5 viscera and 6 bowels were surprisingly all broken, not far from death. Seeing that Luo Long had become this ghost, Wang Muping completely panicked and hurriedly fled towards the distance. But just as he moved, he shook violently and his pupils contracted violently. For before him stood a white tiger with a massive body, looking at him with bared teeth. Put! Before the words fell, the white tiger fiercely opened its mouth and ate Wang Muping in one bite, swallowing it into its stomach and licking its lips, but it was not satisfied. It jumped into the deep pit again, walked over to Luo Long, and under Luo Long's horrified gaze, took a bite of the head, picked it up, and ate it all up with a whimper, with nothing left. Human immortal realm cultivators had an incomparably large amount of aura, allowing the white tiger to have 5 points of satiety, burping and being more satisfied. The white tiger suddenly raised its head, it heard Li Lan's call for it to go back, so it turned into a white stream of light and flew back. Luo Long is dead, and so is Wang Muping. Li Qingtian looked at the Mo family's crowd and spoke indifferently. With the help of his son's magic treasure, he easily beheaded Luo Long. Although he didn't know what level of magic treasure his son's lance was, but when he held it in his hand, it felt light but evil, and it was creepy as if there was something incomparably sinister inside that magic treasure. As long as he held it in his hand, he felt like he had invincible power, the kind of feeling that he could not put everyone under the sky in his eyes. Son, return it to you. Li Qingtian threw the soul-devouring gun to Li Lan, who took it with a smile. He could feel that the power of the soul-devouring gun was much stronger again. This lance is a growth magic treasure. The more souls it devours, the stronger it becomes, and all demonic cultivators want it when they see it. The Mo clan crowd breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Li Qingtian gratefully. Qingtian, can you come with me? At this moment, Mo Phone looked at Qingtian Li with a complicated face. When the crowd saw this, they all understood what Mo Phone was trying to say. Qingtian Li nodded. But at that moment, a sound transmission note descended from the sky and flew directly in front of Qingtian Li. Qingtian, come back quickly, something big has happened. The transmission note resounded with the second elder's voice, causing Qingtian Li and the rest of the people to freeze as their bodies shook. Something happened to the Li family? Mo Feng asked in surprise. Now that the Li family was in full swing, and soon both the Cold Kingdom and the Summer Kingdom would be renamed the Li Kingdom, how dare anyone mess with the Li family? You want to die? Pops, you and Grandpa go talk, I'll just make a trip home. Li Lan opened his mouth in a cold voice, and regardless of what his father said, he leapt up and landed steadily on the white tiger's back. Go back to the summer country. In an instant, the white tiger transformed into a stream of light and took Li Lan away. Seeing that his son had returned home, Qing Tianli didn't worry much, but instead was relieved. After all, this son of his was so much fiercer than his old man, a murderer and more ruthless than he was. Summerland, the state lord's residence. The second elder and his wife were walking around the council hall with the other elders sitting next to them. Elder 2, it's not a solution for you to walk around. The transmission node has only just gone out. It'll take a bit of time for them to come back, right? That's right, the Mo kingdom is still some distance away from the Xia kingdom. Even if Qing Tian is in the Mahayana realm, he wouldn't be able to come back that quickly. The grand elder and the third elder opened their mouths. It's not like it's your children who are missing. You guys aren't worried, but I am. The second elder said anxiously. Who's missing, Li Mei? At this moment, a childish voice rang out, and the crowd was startled and hurriedly looked to find that it was Li Lan who appeared in the council hall riding a white tiger. Thank goodness, young lord, you guys are back. The second elder immediately became excited when he saw Li Lan return, and hurriedly looked behind him, but realized that there was no one else behind Li Lan, and queried, young master, where is the family head and the others? They're still catching up with my grandpa, tell me what's going on. Li Lan frowned. He kinda liked that little girl Li Mei, although she always treated him like a little brother and liked to touch his face. But there was nothing bad about that little girl. Now that he was missing, he had to be retrieved as a young master or a family member. Not long after, the second elder told the whole story. It turned out to be Li Mei who went to look for Lu Ru to learn alchemy today. Since the cold country was occupied by Li Qingtian, Lu Ru was not afraid anymore, and also received her favorite disciple, and began to live in the summer country. Later, he found that Li Mei's alchemy talent was not as heaven-defying as he thought, but it was still considered a genius, so he still took her as his disciple, and every day, he would let her go to his house to learn alchemy. But today, he had waited for a long time, but his favorite little apprentice didn't come, and he thought she was lazy. As a result, when he came over to the side of the state lord's mansion and asked, he found that Li Mei had gone out a long time ago, and he was still with his war rider. Now surprisingly, even the war rider and Li Mei had all disappeared. Don't worry, leave it to me. Li Lan smiled faintly. After saying that, he unfolded his divine sense and searched the entire Qingzhou. Not long after, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Second uncle, I found it, wait here. In an instant, he disappeared with the white tiger. Seeing that Li Lan had found it, the second elder's hanging heart dropped. He still believed in Li Lan. After all, this child was not an ordinary person. At this moment, in a mountain forest outside the city of Xia, there was that one clan, named the Dragon and Tiger Sect. This clan was famous in the eyes of outsiders. They were known to be good people and often helped ordinary people. The patriarch was also only at the early stage of yuaning. The disciples in the sect were basically body refining or foundation establishment, and the elders were only jindan. But what is not known is that this sect is actually a demonic sect. Right now, in the deepest part of the sect, in a dark room. Get off me, get off me. The missing Li Mei was unexpectedly trapped here. Her limbs were all chained up and she couldn't break free. These chains weren't ordinary chains. They were made of some kind of material. She couldn't break free at all for a refining body. In front of her, however, there was an old man with a wrinkled face and a sinister smile standing in front of her, still holding a talisman in his hand as he said grimly, what a beautiful little girl. I heard that you're also a genius at alchemy. I wonder how much of my cultivation will be fueled by eating you. The old man is the patriarch of the Dragon and Tiger sect, Yin Lao Lu. The reason why he is yuaning, all rely on an evil method, can devour the essence blood of children to grow their cultivation, rely on this technique. Come to this day, the Dragon and Tiger sect will be developed to the present. Let me go, I'm a member of the Li family. My father, and the head of the family as well as the young master will kill you. Oh, well, let's wait until they find this place. Oh, really, I'm already here. End of chapter. Chapter 64, Out and About. The voice was so abrupt that it scared Yin Lao Lu to turn around violently. Young lord! Li Mei shouted happily when she saw Li Lan who appeared behind Yin Old Lu. Well, I'm coming, don't be afraid. Li Lan nodded and smiled, stroking the small white beside him. Who are you? This is the Dragon Tiger sect. Yin Old Lu asked in surprise. This child had appeared behind him without God's knowledge, so he was clearly not an ordinary person. And the fact that he knew he was here and came alone made it all the more clear that he was no ordinary man and must have come prepared. Yin Lao Lu subconsciously looked around, fearing that there were other experts. Don't look, it's just me. Li Lan spoke with a faint smile, you die first. After saying that, he patted the little white on the side. The little white immediately understood, instantly became bigger, toward the surprised in place at a loss for words. Yin Lao Lu bite, chewing to spit out a mouthful of rotten mud. Not good? Li Lan was slightly stunned. It was the first time he had seen Xiao Bai picking at his food. Xiao Bai shook his head and gave him a voice. It's not good, it stinks. Li Lan suddenly realized that it seemed to be the reason why this Yin Lao Lu was practicing magic, and that was why the white tiger was picky about food. It seems that this white tiger is also quite a picky eater, and the one that cultivates magic power still can't get into his mouth. Li Lan gently raised his eyebrows, and the chains binding Li Mei were all broken, and Li Mei was held up by an aura, slowly coming to him. It's fine. Li Lan smiled lightly. As early as when he first came in, he had checked Li Mei with his divine sense, and apart from being scared in his heart, there was nothing else. However, those war riders are dead, and still died inside the State Lord's mansion. I think it must be that this Yin Lao Lu sneaked into the State Lord's mansion with a few people, killed a few war riders, and used their armor to take away Li Mei, which made it possible to do so unnoticeably. It's fine, thank you young lord. Li Mei smiled joyfully, regaining the mentality of that little girl from before, not so scared anymore. As soon as Li Lan arrived, she felt filled with a sense of security. Well, let's take you home then. Li Lan laughed and looked at Little White, his face cold down. Go, Little White, eat all those people. Roar. Little White threw back his head and roared, letting out a gust of tiger's roar as he rushed out as a white stream of light. In an instant, there were roars, screams, and smashes. Li Lan, on the other hand, led Li Mei to walk out slowly. As soon as he came outside, Li Mei's little face was white with fear, only to see the corpses all over the ground, all chewed to a bloody pulp. Some are missing arms and legs, some have no head, and some only have their heads left. A big white tiger was there to feast on them. The dragon and tiger sect, exterminated by a white tiger. Don't be afraid, in the future this kind of thing, you have to face a lot. If you want to live you have to face life and death, either you die or they die. No matter what, you must not die yourself. Even if you are powerless to return to heaven, you have to forcefully take away one. If you can take one it's one. Li Lan spoke faintly. He was teaching Li Mei, this little girl, who could not yet see life and death, could not see this kind of cruelty. But in this world, either you die or someone else dies, and if you don't kill the enemy, then the enemy will kill you. It is the truth that you have to be cut off from the root. Li Mei nodded, her eyes recovering a bit as she took her time to accept it. Taking a look at the fact that there were no more living people in the Dragon Tiger sect, Li Lan whistled, and Little White hurried to his side. Had enough? Li Lan laughed. White nodded and slowly shrunk. Then let's go. After saying that, he waved his hand and took Li Mei and Xiao Bai to leave this place and return to the State Lord's mansion. The second elder was walking around, and was about to give the other elders the runaround. Suddenly, he stopped again. Do you think that the young lord can really do it? The second elder was worried. He was really afraid that Li Lan couldn't bring back Li Mei, and even took himself in, then it would really be over. Don't worry, if the young lord can't even do it, it's useless for you to worry. The Grand Elder said breathlessly. What's this dick doing spinning around? I'd like to give him a kick in the ass. Daddy! At this time, a voice suddenly rang out, and the second elder turned around violently, seeing that it was his precious daughter who had returned. He immediately wept with joy. Egu, my precious daughter. Running over to pick up Li Mei, he hurriedly checked if there was anything wrong with her body, and after realizing that she was fine, he hugged her tightly again and let go after a long time. The others were relieved to see that they could get it back. The Grand Elder looked at Li Lan and smiled. Young lord, where did you find this Li Mei? Li Lan smiled slightly and told the story. So that's how it is. I didn't expect it to be this Dragon Tiger sect. I'd been there before and begged them to accept my son. Fortunately it was confiscated. The Grand Elder was first angry and then thankful. If you send your son there, I'm afraid something will happen and he may not come back. Fortunately. I didn't expect it. This kind of sect, I'm going to expose him. The third elder shouted angrily and seized the door. He was going to go and expose this sect to everyone in the Summer Kingdom. But it was useless now. After all, that clan was overthrown, and at best, it would just make some people who used to believe in that clan come to their senses. Thank you, young lord. Thank you very much. The second elder let go of his daughter and bent down to thank her. Second uncle, don't be polite. We are family. Li Lan laughed and waved his hand. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to Mo. Well, it's fine. The second elder nodded. In the next second, Li Lan returned to the Mo Kingdom with Xiao Bai, with his realm, Mo Kingdom to Xia Kingdom, a matter of a thought. Mo. Li Lan returned to the place where he started from. The conversation between Pops and Grandpa had not yet ended. He was too lazy to eavesdrop, so he went back to the mansion to continue looking for Blue's massage. It wasn't long before Pops came back, and Li Lan rushed over to listen to the gossip. It turned out to be that Grandpa was planning to pass the Mo Kingdom to Pops, and anyway, Pops already had 2 countries now, so he wasn't short of a Mo Kingdom. Naturally, Pop didn't refuse and took it with a clear conscience. As for the 2 people, Mo Long and Mou, naturally Mo Fong would have Mo Fong go and talk to them, and I'm sure they wouldn't object to anything. After all, Pop's strength was there, so how could they dare, unless they ate the bear's heart and leopard's gall. By the next day, Mo Fong announced his abdication, allowing Li Qingtian to take the throne. It was that day that the common people of the Mo Kingdom realized that the kid who had violently beaten up Ming Qingxiu on the street yesterday was actually the son of the new lord of the country. No wonder he was so arrogant. In the future, without any surprises, all 3 countries could be inherited by Li Lan. However, Li Lan wasn't interested in the throne or anything, he didn't want to take care of the day-to-day, he preferred to take care of the day-to-day. After his old man became the king of the Mo kingdom, Li Lan sought out both of his parents to discuss a matter. He wanted to go out and travel to see the great rivers and mountains of the Shin Dust Immortal Realm, to see a more beautiful world. As he thought, his parents did not refuse, but readily agreed. After all, his strength, the two knew, so they were very relieved. So on the next day, Li Lan took Chen Xiaolan, a little girl, and embarked on a traveling journey. End of chapter. Chapter 65, The Evil Kingdom. One day later. Wicked country. A man and a woman walked on the street. The people or carriages coming and going looked at the two of them suspiciously, only because they were a pair of children, so young to come out and walk, and dressed in luxury and noble. At a glance, it is not an ordinary family. How could they be so assured to let them walk on the street by themselves? Not to mention this evil country. Li Lan looked at the surroundings, frowned slightly, because this place is really too bad. Everywhere visible horse manure and garbage, as well as those people wearing clothes are even more tattered, sewing, basically no good clothes, and the stalls of the food is even more disgusting. Even there are flies flying. Those people do not care about what, grabbed and eat, even chopsticks or not. What kind of country is this? Why is it so dirty? It's so much worse than Xia and Mo, like a dirty empire. When the two of them passed by an alley, Li Lan's eyebrows frowned even more as he heard lewd sounds coming from inside the alley. Wasn't this world feudal and superstitious? Why would this happen in this country? There are people on the streets doing this kind of male and female thing. If it was the summer country, there would have been war riders arresting them. It is absolutely not allowed. Young master, I'm so hungry, I want to eat. Chen Xiaolan touched her empty stomach in complaint. Hearing this, Li Lan shook his head helplessly. Since this little ninny knew that he was good at talking, her speech was also going more and more towards the petulant piece. But don't tell me, he really ate it up. It's much better than the commanding ones. Alright, master will take you to eat something delicious. Li Lan laughed, taking Chen Xiaolan to a good inn. Forget about these roadside stalls, they're unappetizing to look at. He had already used his divine sense to locate a very good inn. Along the way, Li Lan saw a lot of unkind gazes. Those people's dresses were better than those of the common people, and they all had cultivation. Basically between refining and foundation building, they were fierce looking, and that face was not a good person at a glance. The main thing was that these people subconsciously licked their lips when they looked at the two of them, so they knew it wasn't the good guys. It seems that this country really lives up to its name. A wicked country of wicked people. Soon, Li Lan brought Chen Xiaolan to an inn, which is higher than other houses, simply dozens of grades, the use of night pearl paved pavement, in the night under the glittering, very eye-catching, the entire doorway is still obsidian to build, looks indestructible. As for the inn, well, with an unknown stone, body black, the same is very hard. It's a far cry from those roadside stands and houses. Li Lan walked in with Xiaolan, and as soon as he went in, he saw more than 10 strong men, who instantly raised their heads and looked viciously at Li Lan. Each of them had a big knife or long sword on their waist, or a long sword and broadsword on their backs, staring at the little lamb that had just come in like a fierce beast. Boss, serve me all the best meals and good wine you have here. Li Lan spoke indifferently, casually throwing out 10 lower grade spirit stones, no need to look for them. When the boss saw this, he was ecstatic. This little guest was really generous. All of a sudden it was 10 spirit stones. Alright, please wait. The boss rushed back to the back kitchen and began to have people prepare the meal. As for those guests who were eating, when they saw Li Lan casually take out 10 spirit stones, their hearts were shaken madly and their eyes slowly showed greed. This is a big fat goat, if you swallow it, you will have no worries in your life. Li Lan sat in a seat with Xiaolan, the corner of his mouth slightly raised as he saw that all these people were already dumbfounded but didn't dare to go on. Obviously, the boss behind this inn was not the one just now, but someone else. Because just now that boss has no cultivation, but these people's realms are all above foundation establishment, but they don't dare to act rashly. That means there is someone else, the person behind that must not be simple, or else they wouldn't make these people so scrupulous. But it is not strange, after all, such a good inn, if there is no background, how can it open in this place? These people stared at Li Lan. Even though the rice and wine on the table were gone, they didn't leave. Their eyes looked at the two of them every now and then, and when they reached the back, they directly stopped pretending and stared at them with a deadpan stare. Blue had no heart and was feasting, while Li Lan had little appetite and stood up. You eat at ease, don't look at anything. Li Lan faintly opened his mouth. Little Blue understood what the young master was going to do, nodded his head obediently and ate with great peace of mind. Li Lan walked step by step to one of the tables in front of the strong man, indifferently looking at those people, faintly opened his mouth. Have you seen enough? When these words came out, all the strong men present were stunned, and then they burst into laughter. Ha ha, has this kid lost his mind? If I wasn't in this inn, I would have eaten him dry long ago. And now he's so arrogant based on the fact that he's still in the inn. Don't go out for the rest of your life if you're capable. Hee, child, when you come in this evil country, you have to listen to us. Even if you are the son of the country's lord, you have to be obedient. Looking at these two children's gorgeous clothes, they seem to have quite a lot of money. Seeing as there's a share for everyone, there shouldn't be anyone who wants to keep it for themselves. Seeing how bold Li Lan was, the crowd completely stopped pretending and tore off their disguises. They just wanted to eat the two Li Lan, and when they got out of this inn, they would do it immediately. Upon hearing this, Li Lan grinned. In that case, let's see who eats who. When he finished speaking, he violently grabbed a man by the hair and pressed him hard against the wooden table. Boo! The head of the strong man who had just been laughing happily burst open violently, along with the wooden table, becoming a headless corpse, blood and flesh splattered, frightening everyone's body to a violent shock, not knowing what to do. This kid, he's not normal. He didn't have any cultivation, yet he was able to kill the strongest foundation establishment 8 in their place in seconds. That's right, that burly man just now was their strongest existence in this place, the 8th level of foundation establishment, and their boss. They are from the evil ghost sect, and every day is all about burning, looting, forcing good people into prostitution, and all other kinds of evil deeds. Laugh, why don't you laugh? Li Lan laughed, scanning the crowd, who were already trembling with fear. What are you doing? This is the inn established by the daughter of the evil kingdom's lord, her favorite. You dare to kill someone here? That would be disobeying her rules. A strong man shouted in terror. The reason why they didn't make a move was because the owner behind the inn was very scary. It was a notorious witch that no one dared to mess with. Anyone who messes with her is basically dead, and none of the deaths are good, they are all brutal, horrible deaths. The witch of the wicked kingdom, Molly, a brutal woman who was feared and dreaded at the sound of her name. Who cares about the witch? Xiaobai, eat them. With Li Lan's command, Xiaobai appeared out of thin air, turned into a body as big as an adult male, and rushed towards those strong men to start feasting on them. In an instant, a very bizarre image appeared inside the inn, a white tiger eating a human with relish, and a girl eating a meal with equal relish. Surprisingly, none of them were disturbed, but rather, they acted as if no one else was there. End of chapter. Chapter 66, Grabbing Li Lan as a male pet? Not long after, those strong men just now were all eaten by the white tiger, leaving only that boss and the people in the back kitchen as well as a couple of junior staff. The white tiger returned to Li Lan's feet invitingly, rubbing against his feet affectionately. Well, good job, you've had enough this time. Li Lan stroked Little White's head and laughed. Little White barked a few times, stretched, and returned to Li Lan's dantian. By this time, Blue was also full and smiled contentedly as he patted his little belly. Boss, do you have any rooms in this inn? Want to sleep for the night? Li Lan turned back to the shivering boss and smiled faintly. Upon hearing this, the boss shivered in fear and hurriedly knelt down. This master, you'd better hurry up and leave. This is Mo Li's inn. If she knows that you're killing people here, she definitely won't be able to spare you. He didn't dare to keep this master, that devil Li killed without blinking an eye. If she knew that he still kept Li Lan and the two of them in a room and slept together, then they would definitely have to turn around as well. Seeing this, Li Lan didn't make things difficult for this boss, and took Xiaolan to leave this place and head to another inn. But when he came to the second inn, that owner even closed the door directly, not daring to keep him at all. All the other inns were like that, and none of them dared to keep him. Standing on the street, Li Lan was speechless. What were these people afraid of? Not just a woman. Is that so terrible? Young master, why is there no one around? At this time, Little Blue, who was on the side, opened his mouth in doubt. Only after hearing this did Li Lan notice that the street that was originally bustling with many people was now unexpectedly empty, with not a single silhouette in sight. It seems to have all left in a short period of time. He had just been too busy looking for an inn to sleep with Blue to notice this at all. It's fine, it's just that someone came over. The corner of Li Lan's mouth rose slightly. He already knew what had happened with his divine sense. Tap tap tap. At this time, a deafening sound of horse tread suddenly rang out, and the originally dark street in front of them suddenly lit up with dozens of flames that were rapidly coming towards them, only to see that it was dozens of war riders charging towards them, with a woman at the head. Soon, the war riders came in front of Li Lan. The woman in the lead wore dark makeup, her lips were black, and her ears had bone studs hanging from them, and she was dressed in a very sexy way, with her navel exposed and a piece of black cloth used as a bustier costume, not at all like the way people in this world dress, more like in the previous world, and very much ahead of her time. You're the kid who just struck out and killed someone in my inn. The woman jumped down from her horse and walked towards Li Lan with a sneer, looking him up and down. Not even a bit of cultivation, but still able to kill, how strange. Devil Li said in her heart as she frowned. Is it possible that this child in front of him is a certain senior who returned to the basics and purposely came out to travel the Red Earth? So what if it is? Li Lan spoke faintly. How could the usually arrogant and domineering Devil Li endure this attitude anymore? And after thinking deeply for a long time, she spoke in a cold voice. Little brat, do you really think that you can talk to me like this just because you've killed a few Foundation Establishment realms? She figured out that the people who died were only in the Foundation Establishment realm, and how strong a child can be, it is at most Jindan, right? She is also a Jindan, and her father is still a Yuaning, so there is no need to be afraid at all. However, seeing that you have clear eyebrows, you look better than many men I've seen. Otherwise, how about you become my little male pet and I'll take good care of you as you grow up? Demon Li licked her lips and smiled evilly. Looking at Li Lan goosebumps her up. This Devil Li is not difficult to look at. There are a few posture, but this lecherous woman, he is not very interested. I'm afraid that this Devil Li already have a lot of male favorites. It makes him very disgusting. Although he had played with such flowers in his previous life, but now he preferred as those clean women. This world is a lot, he will not need to find the crappy ones. People were double standards, and so was he. Get lost, I'm not interested in a rotten bastard like you. Li Lan spoke in a cold voice. As soon as these words came out, those war riders drew their sharp blades and aimed them at Li Lan. How dare you disrespect Miss, you deserve to die. A war rider spoke in a cold voice. Demon Li's face also became ugly, slowly backing away and flicking her hand. Go on, kill the female and keep the male for me, I'm going to torture him. Yes. The crowd of war riders roared angrily and charged towards Li Lan. A few of them were in the Jindan realm. Not self-centered. Li Lan spoke in a cold voice. It was the first time he was looked down upon by a woman who wanted to capture him as a male pet? Well, let's see if we have it in us first. Boo! Li Lan's breath erupted out, sending all the war riders flying away. Human immortal, this is the aura of the human immortal realm. Devil Li flew out backwards and fell heavily on the ground, climbing up with difficulty and looking at Li Lan in horror. She had seen a human immortal powerhouse, and that aura was exactly the same as Li Lan's. Li Lan was silent. This was a bit of breath that he casually released, almost like a human immortal. Those war riders didn't die, just that one of them was seriously injured. He didn't kill them because he was going to play a cruel one. I've heard people say that you're very cruel, you like to capture men to use as male pets to torture to death. It looks like you like men a lot. Li Lan took a step towards the paralyzed Demon Li and laughed lewdly. Senior, do you have your eye on me? If you fancy me, I can give it to you. Demon Li's panic gradually dissipated, revealing delight. This was the realm of the human immortals. If the human immortal seniors took a liking to her, it would be a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Seeing that Magic Lily was so lewd, Li Lan did not shake his head. He did not think that there was such a lewd woman in this world. It seems that there is really no such thing as a big world. A man exhausted like you, are you also worthy? Li Lan spoke in a cold voice, raising his right hand and violently clenching his fist. In an instant, those fallen war riders miraculously stood up, but their eyes became strange. Even the whites of their eyes were not even there. They were all blackened, as if they were walking corpses, slowly approaching Li Lan. Seeing the war riders turn out like this, Emily thought of a bad premonition and hurriedly kneeled down and caught out and shouted, Senior, please, spare me. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have said something like that. I don't want you to be a male pet. No one will pay attention to you even if you scream your throat out. Li Lan laughed coldly, gently waved his hand, and those war riders instantly pounced on Demon Li, like a wild beast tearing her clothes and letting out a beastly hiss. This evil method of control, which he had found inside the storage ring of Old Lu that he had collected after destroying the Dragon Tiger sect, was called soul controlling technique, and it was just right to use it here now. Since this woman wanted to try a man, let her enjoy herself. It was worth mentioning that this woman's aura had also been sealed by Li Lan and could not be used at all. In an instant, Molly's miserable cries resounded through the evil kingdom. Li Lan then left with Chen Xiaolan. Don't look at it if it's juvenile. End of chapter. Chapter 67 Devil Lily's tragic death, Devil Dala's anger. The next day. As the night passed, no one in the evil kingdom dared to come out and look, because they all heard the heart-rending screams last night, but they didn't think it was Molly's, they just thought it was the 2 kids, so they didn't dare to come out and take a look. If they had known it was Molly, they probably would have come out a long time ago. It was mostly the screaming that went on last night and didn't stop until morning. When the screams stopped half an hour later, the people of the household dared to slowly walk out to check the situation. As soon as they came out, they were stunned by the sight in front of them and stood dumbfounded. The whole place was silent, only to see dozens of corpses laying on the ground. All of them were war riders, and there were 3 war rider corpses stacked on top of each other, and the most bizarre thing was that Demon Li was actually naked at the bottom, with 3 war riders stacked on top of her, her expression horrified as she died. And those war riders turned out to be all yellow and thin, as if they had been sucked dry, dead and disembodied, not like individuals, more like skeletons. What happened last night? How is it that Molly is dead? And what about the 2 children? It can't be that those 2 kids killed Molly, that's a bit too much. Where is the State Lord? There's no way the State Lord wouldn't know about something as big as what happened last night. Have you forgotten? The Lord of the country went out a long time ago, so I don't know. Now it's good. Come back to see that his daughter is dead. That mustn't go crazy. I'd better hurry to get out of here. As we all know, the evil kingdom's country lord, Demon Dala, is the one who loves his daughter, Demon Li, the most, because he only has that one daughter, super loving, basically letting Demon Li do everything, and that's why everyone is so afraid of that little devil girl. Because upsetting the little witch would be upsetting the lord of the land, and you'd lose your head in a minute. If the devil Dala knew that his daughter was dead, then he would definitely go crazy and possibly kill them all to vent his anger. 2 days ago, the lord of the country happened to have something to do and went on a long trip, and now it is estimated that he has not yet returned. Tap tap tap. Just then, the sound of horse treads rang out, and the crowd's bodies jolted, turning back in horror, their souls going out of their minds. Because the lord of the land is back. An army of war riders slowly approached, and in the very center of the war riders, there was a golden dragon horse, which appeared to be exceptionally sacred under the glittering light, but there was also a person sitting on its back. A square-faced man with a beard, mighty and domineering, there is a very long scar on his face, with the man's cultivation is very easy to erase, but the devil Dala thinks that this is the mark of war, is the best honor for a man, is the best way to remember the shame, it did not erase the scar. What's going on? Why are there so many surrounding? All of you get out of the way, obstruct the state lord's return to his residence and suffer the consequences. The war rider who walked at the very front opened his mouth in a cold voice to drive away the crowd, but when he saw the sight at the very front, his body shook violently and stopped, not daring to go over again. Watching the team not leave, Devil Dala frowned and angrily scolded. What are you doing? You all want to die, don't you want to get out of my way? Kwa master, something big is wrong. That war rider who was at the front shouted in terror, and hurriedly dismounted and ran to the state lord to report. What is it? Devil Dala frowned and used his divine sense to look outside. When he saw his favorite daughter naked and sprawled out on the street, and several naked men on top of her, Devil Dara froze. Boo! In the next second, the aura of yawning perfection all erupted out, and all the war riders as well as the common people instantly flew out backwards. Devil Dala flashed to the side of Devil Lee, his body shivering with anger. With a wave of his big hand, he lifted all the corpses of those war riders off the ground, and when he saw his daughter buried at the very bottom, his eyes were bloodshot and red, his anger had already reached its peak. But he didn't forget to take off his robe and cover his daughter to avoid her getting naked. Who did this? Devil Dala shouted angrily, his voice shaking through the evil kingdom, and his hair unexpectedly turned white in an instant. How angry does one have to be to have instantly white hair? Country lord, it's those two kids from last night, it's definitely them. A man immediately got up and answered truthfully, telling the events of last night one by one. Hearing that it was two children who killed his daughter, Demon Dala was first surprised, then questioned, followed by anger. There's absolutely no way it's two kids. There's got to be someone else back there. He let his daughter die in such a humiliating way. If he can't help his daughter to take revenge, he is not a father. Search me to the bottom. I won't be a man until I kill that murderer. Devil Dala roared angrily, sending out all the war riders, bound to turn the entire evil kingdom upside down, all to search out Li Lan and Little Blue Duo. On the other hand, Li Lan had already traveled to another country with Xiao Lan. The next country could be great, named the female country, because it was almost exclusively female, and the men could not live there permanently unless they got permission, which made Leland hear about it, and then he had to rush there immediately. I didn't realize that there was a daughter country in this world, so he would have to go and see it. At this time, the Ming dynasty, Parliament Hall. The lord of the Ming kingdom, Ming Taizong, had summoned all the ministers of the state as well as the generals to come over to the council, but halfway through the meeting, a voice disturbed the council. Father, only to see a man with a pale face, disheveled hair, and ragged clothes rushing into the council hall. The ministers and generals were just about to make a move to stop this man when they suddenly realized that he was their crown prince, Ming Qingxiu. Seeing that it was Ming Qingxiu, the crowd was dumbfounded. How did the crown prince go out of the house and turn into this ghost? Did you get bullied outside? Didn't he go to pick up girls? Seeing his son rushing in such an unseemly manner, although Ming Taizong hated him, his son's appearance also surprised and worried him. What's wrong with my son? He's become such a ghost after a trip that he's almost unrecognizable. What is it? Ming Taizong spoke in a cold voice. Ming Qingxiu ran to Ming Taizong and flopped down on her knees, crying out in aggravation, Father, help me take revenge, someone tried to kill me, he killed all of Uncle Ming. What? Who killed Uncle Ming? Ming Taizong stood up violently and asked in surprise. Uncle Ming, named Ming Duozi, is his good brother. The two were born into death since childhood. After he became the lord of the country, he made the other party a great general, responsible for the protection of the family and the defense of the country, and sometimes he would let him go to secretly protect his own son who was not a tool. And now you're dead? It's a kid, he killed Uncle Ming. The other party is so scary, it must be Yuaning realm. Ming Qingxiu told everything that had happened in the previous few days, but what he didn't notice was that as he spoke, the flame pattern behind him faintly emitted a faint red light, but since it was so small, no one else noticed it. End of chapter. Chapter 68, First Visit to the Daughter Kingdom. When the crowd heard that it was a child who had killed Great General Ming, they had all been dumbfounded. How is it possible that a child could kill General Ming? Yeah, what kind of kid is so heaven-defying? Could it be a born demon with invincible divine power? This sounds so ridiculous that no one believes it at all. It can't be that the crown prince is lying. I don't know, it's impossible to lie about something like that, although the prince has been very stubborn. For a child to be able to kill General Ming, almost no one believed it. Even Ming Qingxiu's father looked at his son half-heartedly, wondering if Ming Qingxiu's words had any truth in them. Pops, I really didn't lie to you, it's really a kid, he's very strong, just one glare and Uncle Ming died. Ming Qingxiu was dying of anxiety. I'm surprised no one believed him. Hearing this, Ming Taizong frowned. If that was the case, then this child could be something. A glare could kill a Jindan realm in seconds. That strength was far beyond him. After all, as a Yuaning perfection, he didn't have the ability to kill a Jindan with his eyes. Unless there's an expert behind that kid. Looking at her father's silence, Ming Qingxiu froze for a moment before speaking. Father, are we not going to avenge Uncle Ming's death? Uncle Ming had protected him for so long, and now that he had died so tragically, he couldn't bear it if he didn't take revenge. Son, this matter is not a small one, it is not a matter of revenge. Before Ming Taizong's words fell, Ming Qingxiu's eyes widened violently, her mouth opened wide, her hands covered her chest in death, her breathing became difficult, and she flopped to her knees on the ground. Father, help me, I'm so sick. As soon as the words fell, Ming Qingxiu directly fell on the ground, bowing like a boiled prawn, and his face even slowly reddened, becoming more and more like a red burnt prawn. Son, what's wrong with you? Ming Taizong was startled and hurriedly crouched down and reached over to check on his son. But when he just touched Ming Qingxiu's skin, he even instantly bubbled up, and his hands felt as if they were being burned by the flames coming from a strong burning pain, and the pain caused him to immediately let go of his hands. It was so hot, and this temperature could actually cause damage to him, knowing that he was a Yuaning perfection. At this realm, he was almost invulnerable to fire and water, and the district flames could not help him at all, unless some sort of magic treasure or strange flames were trying to give him a burning sensation. But the burning sensation he had just felt was very real, and he hadn't felt it in thousands of years. Father, help me. It's hot, it's hot. Ming Qingxiu suddenly shouted and surprisingly started to take off her clothes in front of everyone, as if she was really hot. The crowd looked at Ming Qingxiu, who was behaving very strangely, and each of them looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Prince, this is how to shout hot ah, but now this weather is not very hot ah, can only say not hot and not cold, just right. But how could the prince keep shouting about the heat? It's so weird. Min Taizong didn't know what was wrong with this son of his. Obviously nothing was happening on the outside, but his body was burning horribly. Ah! In the next second, Ming Qingxiu jerked his head up and shouted, "Puff!" Ming Qingxiu's eyes rolled white and he fell to the ground with a thud, completely losing his life. Click! Ming Taizong sensed that the Ming Qingxiu's soul jade inside the storage ring on his finger shattered. Instantly, he froze in the wrong place. Lord of the country, the crown prince he. Son! Ming Taizong fiercely knelt down and picked up the lifeless body of Ming Qingxiu. Good news, he's not hot. Bad news, he's out of gas too. Min Taizong never thought his son would walk in front of him one step ahead of time, and to die in front of him in such a grotesque and unexpected way. Seeing that the crown prince was dead, the crowd was shocked. How could he die so suddenly, just like that in front of them? Everyone panicked because Ming Qingxiu's death was really too strange. No one killed him, there was not a single assassin here, and he just died. Died for no reason. Find out for me, find out where Xior was the other day. It must be the same enemy that we've encountered all this time that assassinated Xior. Not sure what method was used though, but the Mintai clan would not let their son die in vain, they had to find out. His anger can only be satisfied by killing the murderer in pieces. Yes, the crowd spoke in unison and left the place. If you dare to kill their Ming crown prince, you are at war with their Ming kingdom. It must be investigated, the murderer uncovered and brought to justice. Women's country. Li Lan brought Qin Xiaolan here. Just as he arrived at the city gates, he saw a strange scene. The war rider standing at the entrance was actually female. Valiant and unruffled, not half as bad as those male war riders. Worthy of being a daughter country, it is true that they are all female, even the battle riders are female, and their cultivation is not low, both of them are foundation establishment perfection. As the two walked in, Li Lan discovered a new world. There are really women all over the place and they are all in good shape. The young ones are very good looking, but the older ones are not. And as soon as he and Blue entered, they caught everyone's attention. Everyone was interested in him as the new kid. After all, it had been a long time since such a young boy had come over here. And with a little sister in tow. You don't see many kids who start picking up girls at such a young age. Where are you going, little boy? Did you come over to play with your big sister? What a cute little boy, haven't seen one like that in a long time, can I touch his face? Don't talk nonsense, people have a little Taoist couple, you can't talk nonsense. The little boy's temperament is really good, and the dress doesn't look cheap, could it be the son of some big family? Although Li Lan was small, his face and temperament were excellent, and his cold face, which passed through the crowd without changing color, impressed many girls. You know there's no man who's ever walked this way who hasn't changed his face. Even little boys, and I've seen little boys a few years old before, who can barely walk to this point, are straight up precocious. Li Lan looked at these sultry women and inwardly said, color is really a razor. Every woman here is so flirtatious that he can barely stand it, and when he's an adult he'll have to come back here for 2 more years of fun. But now, he can play too. Sisters, I'm new here, can you give me a tour? Li Lan looked up with an innocent smile and casually took out 10 or so lower grade spirit stones. Instantly, the entire room went silent, all staring at the inferior spirit stone in Li Lan's hand. This was a spirit stone, if they could get a piece of it, they would all be clothed and fed. In an instant, Li Lan became the meat and potatoes, coaxed by all the women. Mine, little brother, I'll take you. End of chapter. Chapter 69, one by one, I'll take my time. Watching these women scrambling to be the first to want to serve him, Li Lan couldn't help but sigh in his heart, no matter which world, money really is the best thing to use. Well, money makes the world go round. Nobody move. Li Lan shouted sternly. The voice was like a fierce beast, frightening the bodies of the women present to jolt and stop, looking at Li Lan in surprise, not daring to move again, behaving like a little chicken. I'll pick them, all line up for me, I'll pick them one by one, I'll take the ones that look good, the ones that don't get lost. Li Lan opened his mouth indifferently. In the next second, the women instantly lined up in 2 rows, leaving a path for Li Lan to pick from, and some of them even took out rouge on the spot and started to make up to make themselves look a little better. But what they didn't know was that it wasn't their appearance that Li Lan was looking at, it was the inside. His divine sense could penetrate the makeup of these women and directly see them in their plain faces. It was simply an ugly woman exclusion divine technique. A glance sweeping past would tell him which one looked the best. All at once, he saw a woman, the appearance, amazing, should be the most beautiful here. He led Blue straight to the woman and looked her up and down carefully. The features are exquisite, the face does not have too much rouge and water powder, more of a natural beauty, tied with a pill head, an innocent face, but the body is choppy, at least obviously very pure looks, but has a devilish body, simply pure lust win top match heroine. This world has such a special thing that must be taken away. I'll take you, what's your name? Li Lan smiled faintly. The woman sniffed, slightly, and pointed to herself, a little shyly, but you could tell by the look in her eyes that she was happy and excited, as if it was a wonderful thing that she had been chosen. My name is Baijie. Hearing this name, Li Lan's eyes instantly widened. Even the name is so good? Here, follow me. Li Lan threw out 10 lower-grade spirit stones in the woman's hand. The woman didn't hesitate and took it directly, walking out obediently to follow behind Li Lan. When the other women saw this, they looked enviously at Baijie, just like that they obtained 10 lower-grade spirit stones. Who wouldn't be envious if they were in their place? Unfortunately, it was no longer theirs. Of course, I don't just want this one, as long as I have my eye on them, I want them all. Li Lan scanned the women. The secret of picking up girls, first suppressed and then raised, to let the beauty of the loss and then give a surprise, which can greatly improve the mood of the beauty, so that she is happier. When the women heard Li Lan's words, as he thought, their faces turned from cloudy to sunny and instantly became happy. Young master is fantastic. Really, pick me, absolutely make you comfortable. It's a pity that the little young master is too small, or else my sister would have let you linger. Smaller isn't out of the question as long as you give more. Listening to the slurs of the women, Li Lan shook his head, but it felt real. It seems that this so-called daughter country is really a man's paradise. Subsequently, Li Lan looked at a few more with good posture and picked them out. At the back of the room, he realized that he had already picked 9 beauties, so in that case he would pick another one to make a perfect 10. In the end, Li Lan picked 10 stunningly beautiful women, put together a team, and began to strut around the daughter country. Basically, you can buy whatever you want, and the women are happy to keep giving him kisses on the cheeks. It's so nice that this is a world without AIDS and syphilis, basically no diseases. After all, the cultivation of aura is enough to kill these so-called viruses. A kid buys 10 women and takes them shopping? A majestic and dignified woman sat on a dragon chair, condescendingly looking at the kneeling female general in front of her with a cold face. She was the lord of the female kingdom, Hua Lan. Yes, my subordinate soldiers saw it with their own eyes. The female general lowered her head and exclaimed, "Interesting, can be really interesting. What is the identity of that child? Have you investigated it?" Hua Lan spoke faintly. To be able to spend a lot of money on those flirtatious women, one must be a disciple of a big family or the son of a country's lord, or else they wouldn't be so rich. You know, those women might not be able to earn those 10 inferior spirit stones in their entire lives. The boy threw out 100 lower-grade spirit stones with ease, making a generous offer and not treating spirit stones as money at all. That kind of financial power is not something that just anyone can have. My subordinate was incompetent and failed to find out, never having seen this boy before, but from the aspect of his clothing, I can tell that he is either rich or noble. The female general spoke. Well, retire for now, and observe a bit more. If his background isn't very big, you can leave him behind. Hua Lan calmly said. Yes. The female general retreated. Nightfall. The moon is clear and the stars are sparse. M.O. phone, get out and die. A voice resounded through the murky kingdom. Tap tap tap. This was followed by the sound of horse treads, deafening and resounding through the streets and alleys. Countless ordinary people panicked and hurriedly closed their doors and windows, not daring to stay outside. They already knew who was coming. It must be the Ming Kingdom's lord who had avenged his son's death, Ming Taizong. Sure enough, a huge war cavalcade soon appeared in the middle of the murky kingdom. In the center, Ming Taizong was sitting upright on a white steed without anger. Smash, smash for me, these people are murderers. If Mo Fong doesn't come out, kill them all. Ming Taizong roared in anger. He wanted to kill all these civilian folk to avenge his son's death. All these people are guilty. The whole country of Mexico is guilty. All of them are murderers. Each of them had the blood of their sons on their hands. Ming Taizong had gone mad, but it was the common folk of the Mo country who suffered. Isn't it too much for your excellency to go on a killing spree and kill people at will? Just as the war riders were preparing to slaughter the city, a voice suddenly rang out. Ming Taizong frowned and looked to see a rather handsome man standing in the middle of the road. The man had a smile on his face, subdued. Who are you? Ming Taizong spoke in a cold voice. He had a premonition that the visitor was not good and had terrifying strength. Because he couldn't see through his opponent's realm, he was either an ordinary person or his strength far exceeded his. Weren't you looking for me? Now that I'm here, you don't recognize me? The man opened his mouth with a faint smile. Ming Taizong sniffed and froze slightly, taking a closer look and snapping out of it. Because the man in front of him actually bore a slight resemblance to the Mo Feng of 1,000 years ago. Back then, when Mo Feng became the country's lord, he had come over to attend the banquet, and now that he thought back, he realized that it was very similar. Your Murph? That's right, the man who killed your son, is my grandson. Come at me if you have anything to do, the people are innocent. End of chapter. Chapter 70, this is not a country of daughters, it's a slave market. When these words came out, the Ming Taizong was shocked. How did you become so young? Min Taizong asked in surprise. Although he hadn't been to the Mo kingdom for hundreds of years and had never seen Mo Feng, the last time he saw Mo Feng, he was already old, unable to break through in his realm, unable to maintain his youthful appearance, and could only slowly decline. That was a problem that every low realm cultivator would face, a path that they would all be heading towards. But now, Mo Feng had become so young that he looked like a middle-aged man in his 30s. Could it be that he had eaten a divine elixir, or had he made a breakthrough? Naturally, it's a breakthrough. Mo Feng coldly laughed and no longer hid, releasing all of his 5th level of transformation spirit aura. After he ate that infant breaking pill that Li Lan gave him last time, he directly broke through to the transformation spirit realm, but the medicinal power was still there, so he continued to utilize that remaining medicinal power to break through continuously, and finally stopped at the 5th level of transformation spirit. Feeling Mo Feng's cultivation of the 5th level of transformation spirit, the Ming Tai sect was shocked, all the war riders were trembling. This was the transformation spirit realm. They were afraid that they couldn't defeat it, and they all retreated slightly in fear. What are you afraid of? He's only a transformation spirit 5th level, with so many of us, can't we kill him? Ming Tai sect spoke angrily. Things had come to this, he had no intention of going back. Even if he died, he would kill Mo Feng and avenge his son. Who cares about the transformation god realm? He had so many soldiers. The big deal was that he used his own secret techniques to force them out, not to mention that he still had his bottom card. Bullying the few with the many? I'm good at that too. Mo Feng sneered and coughed. In an instant, the sound of horse treads resounded once again, and a huge army of war riders appeared behind Mo Feng, and the person leading it was surprisingly Li Qingtian. Seeing that the war riders of the Mo kingdom have also come, Ming Taizong has somewhat retreated. As the saying goes, he is not afraid of having no wood to burn, and his son's revenge can be avenged on another day. Retreat! At Ming Taizong's command, the war riders instantly turned back and ran towards the city gates. The Mo kingdom is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Since you're here, then all of you will stay. At this moment, Li Qingtian spoke in a cold voice and leapt up, dodging to the very front of the Ming war rider army. The aura of his body exploded out all over the human immortal realm. Human immortal realm. The Ming Tai sect was completely dumbfounded. The Mo country even had a human immortal realm? If Mo Feng's transformation god realm, he still had a chance to win, but this human immortal realm, even if 10,000 of him came over, he couldn't win. Your son was killed by my Li Qingtian's son, do you have a grudge? The moment these words came out, the tremor in Ming Taizong's body became even more intense. Li Qingtian, it was actually Li Qingtian, the one who had occupied 2 countries in a short period of time and killed Qinli, the god of transformation. Yeah, I almost forgot, isn't Mo Feng Li Qingtian's father-in-law? Damn it, how could he have forgotten about this? Lord Li, consider me as having farted, I won't come back, please let me go. Ming Taizong slowly dismounted and knelt down in public, begging for mercy. He was really scared. Had he known that it was Li Qingtian's son who killed his son, not only did he not get angry and come over to seek revenge, but he also had to send some firecrackers to the other side to celebrate. Who made people a human wonderland? You old dog is quite quick to admit your weakness, but this won't save you from death. I'm a person who doesn't like to let tigers return to the mountain. Li Qingtian laughed lightly and slapped his palm down. Boo! A large palm descended from the sky, directly slapping Ming Taizong to death. Once the lord of the country was dead, the soldiers, who had no morale, were all scared to the point that their hands and feet were weak. Kill them all. Xing Tianli spoke indifferently. Charge! Mo Long suddenly shouted, leading the army of war riders to instantly charge up and surround the crowd. Unconscionable. Xing Tianli laughed contemptuously and disappeared. Women's country. Li Lan had a great time, playing from morning to evening. 10 beautiful women were about to give him a swollen face kiss. Gave money to the services good, tired on the knee pillow to lie down to rest for a while. There are people massage, one-stop service, to give you a comfortable service, linger. However, he also heard the pitiful life of these women. It turns out that this women's country, is not as good as it seems, although it is a man's paradise, but the same as the nightmare of the women. Because once the women come in and stay here, they are forced by the lord of the land to sign some sort of agreement that forces them to stay forever and never leave for the rest of their lives. They will be executed as soon as they are found running away. At first there were many women who ran away, but after more and more died, not so many ran away. and one by one they resigned themselves to their fate. Because there were no men, the lord of the land ordered that every adult female must give birth to a son by the age of 30, and if they were stepping into cultivation, they could become part of the war riders, or leave the place. But the master of the country and do not give them cultivation techniques, everything needs to rely on their own feel, and prohibit anyone to teach them techniques. Violators are with the entire country of women's revenge. No one would dare to do so, and after thousands of years had passed, only some women with good talent had comprehended the ability to draw chi into their bodies on their own, becoming war riders or leaving this place. Other than that, there was another method, which was to spend a lot of money to buy them to leave, and that price, it was quite a lot, as low as 100 lower grade spirit stones, and as high as thousands. Why is it high? Because some very good-looking women may be sent to an auction house for sale, taken away by some rich businessman, and live a different life from then on, one that may be hard or happy. That's why these women were so excited the moment they saw Lilan, and that's why they tried to attract Lilan's attention, just to get him to buy them and escape from this horrible country. Lilan had a new evaluation of this, which is a daughter country here. This is clearly a slave market, a paradise for rich merchants. But that Bai Jia did give him a more important piece of information, which was that it was possible for men to be left behind as well. She'd seen a wealthy businessman forced to stay and made to give all his assets before he could leave. Usually these rich merchants are rich and respectable, but not very big, and they are left behind as long as there is no one over there with a status that scares the lord of the land. There are also people who will voluntarily offer up their fortunes to stay here for a woman, and those are the cases where there is no money for the ransom and the two are in love with each other. Lilan naturally understood what these women meant, and he didn't make it clear, he just asked them to serve a little better, and maybe if he was in a good mood, he would buy them all. Anyway, he can afford to feed so many people. Money is for pleasure. Rich second generation in his previous life, and still in this life, it seems that he can't get rid of this rich second generation identity. After understanding Lilan's meaning, these women worked even harder, the massages were fantastic, and their mouths were all much sweeter, often complimenting him, and from time to time, they even seduced him, a newborn brat, which was simply demonic. Lilan was thinking, otherwise he'd just change to his adult state and dash around first. But think about it, it's not so bad now. End of chapter. Chapter 71, Bai Jia was beaten, the state lord is invited. Lilan took Blue and 10 beautiful women for a day of fun. At night, he dismissed the crowd and prepared to find an inn to sleep in. Only to find that the woman called Bai Jia hadn't left. Why don't you go? Can you buy me away? I'm still intact, no man has ever touched me. Bai Jia lowered her head and opened her mouth. She could see that the young boy in front of her was very rich. And if one dares to come over here by himself to roam around, I'm afraid that he also has strength, or else he has a strong background and a strong person protecting him in the dark. She was fatherless, her mother was killed when she was 5 years old, her father ran away before she was born, and to this day she doesn't know who her father is. They, the women, have no other role than to find a man to marry. No man buys them and they stay here for the rest of their lives until they die. At that, Lilan looked Bai Jia up and down. The other party is indeed very beautiful, also can see that it is a perfect body, but he does not want to have so many women follow him now. A Chen Xiaolan is already enough. 100 lower grade spirit stones are nothing to me. You go back first and come back in the morning. I'll think about it. Lilan dismissed casually. But Bai Jia didn't feel that Lilan was dismissing her, instantly revealing a smile and nodding her head repeatedly. I'll wait for you. Afterward, after she watched Lilan enter a beautiful inn, she went back happily, humming a little song on the way. Late at night, the door of the room was suddenly knocked slightly, and Lilan instantly woke up and used his divine sense to look at it, slightly stunned, only to see Bai Jia unexpectedly covered in blood lying in the doorway, dying as if she would die in the next second. Lilan dashed to the door and inputted an aura to Bai Jia, allowing the other party to slowly get better. Bai Jia woke up from her coma and slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she said when she saw Lilan, young master, be careful. The country's main goal is to go after you. She just sent people to find me to find out information. When I refused to say anything, those people beat me up, and it was hard for me to come over to tell you. Upon hearing this, Lilan frowned slightly. Bai Jia shouldn't be lying because the injuries on her body were really serious. The kind that could kill her anytime, anywhere. If it was to move him to buy her, it would be too risky to do so, because she could die. Then what does the lord of the land want to do with him? Is there an agenda? I know, there are other rooms inside my concierge, you go in first and stay there. Lilan spoke indifferently, pulling Bai Jia inside. Bai Jia, who had regained her blood color, blushed slightly and allowed Lilan to pull her into the room. She assumed that Lilan wanted to do something to her tonight, even though the other girl was a child, but she didn't mind. However, Lilan didn't have that in mind and just arranged for Bai Jia to stay in a room before returning to his own room to rest. This made Bai Jia slightly lost, but secretly delighted. The young master let her into the room. Is this accepting her? She could finally get out of this hellhole. With that thought, Paige smiled and went to sleep. Day 2. Lilan didn't go to that country lord, but had normal fun and spent money on a few more beauties to take him on his tour. After about 3 whole days of playing, he finally got tired of it and wanted to leave. Before he left, He gave Bai Jia 100 lower grade spirit stones to buy the right to freedom and then he could leave. Seeing that Li Lan gave her so many inferior spirit stones, Bai Jia was moved to tears and also vowed to follow Li Lan for the rest of her life, never leaving her. Seeing this, Li Lan couldn't help but sigh that the women in this world could be so easy to cheat, just for this small amount of money. If it was in the previous life, those women were just like vampires, they could never be fed, and they would try to drain you of your money, like a gold-swallowing beast with no bottom. One can only say that these women are too simple. Another day passes. When he woke up today, Li Lan planned to take the two girls out of here. The Beauty Inn. Li Lan woke up from his soft bed and stretched out, lying next to Chen Xiaolan. This little girl is interesting, saying that she wants to be his child bride, and then start sleeping with him since she was a little girl to get used to it first. Anyway, the bed was so big that it was fine to sleep 10 people, so Li Lan let her sleep next to him. Li Lan's waking movements seemed to have awakened Chen Xiaolan, who let out 2 moans and opened her eyes in a daze. Young master, you're awake. Chen Xiaolan rubbed his eyes and sat up vaguely. Well, get up and wash up, let's get out of here. Li Lan smiled faintly. It's time to leave, this place is nothing but women and it's getting tired of playing. Aha. Chen Xiaolan nodded and got up obediently. Dum 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 dum. Just then, the door of the room was knocked. Li Lan frowned slightly, his divine sense looked out, and outside were several war riders. What are they doing here? He was unsure, but raised an eyebrow as the door to the room swung wide open. As soon as the door opened, a few war riders from outside walked in, first looking around and realizing that it was only Li Lan and Chen Xiaolan. The unreceived war rider spoke in a hushed voice, "Hello, this young master, the state lord has an invitation, please also come with us." At that, Li Lan smiled and raised his eyebrows. What if I say no? It's disturbing to have people come in early in the morning. Then don't blame us for not being polite. The war rider spoke in a cold voice and gave a wink to several other war riders. A few people nodded and immediately stepped forward, taking out ropes and preparing to tie Li Lan up and bring him back. You are human traffickers, but it's a capital offense. Li Lan smiled faintly and then let out a cold snort. Boo! Several explosions rang out, and several war riders instantly exploded, splattering chunks of red and white onto the wall, blood staining the scene. Seeing this, the body of the only remaining one of the war riders shook violently, greatly alarmed that this was no ordinary child in front of him. Before she could do anything, she followed suit and exploded instantly. Trying to abduct me to the state lord's mansion without saying a word doesn't seem like a good thing. Li Lan spoke indifferently, his eyes looking out at the state lord's mansion. Saw the woman who sat on the throne, Han Allen. Little Blue, don't run around. Li Lan laughed and immediately disappeared. Well, I know, young master, be safe. The state lord's residence. Sitting on the throne, Han Allen was idly looking at books on how to rule the country, waiting for the war rider to tie the little boy back. You're in the mood to read when people are dead. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out, causing Hua Lan to jolt, instantly pulling out her rapier and looking in front of her. Only a handsome little boy stood before her with a faint smile. Who are you? Hua Lan opened her mouth in confusion. Although she had heard of such a child as Li Lan coming into the female kingdom, she did not know what Li Lan looked like. End of chapter. Chapter 72. Men fighting over women. Much less would it have occurred to her that a child could waltz into her state lord's mansion and stand and talk to her like that. Weren't you the one who tried to get me back? Arrest me without recognizing me? Li Lan spat out somewhat breathlessly. What kind of ghosts are these people? They don't even know him and they want to arrest him. Don't they investigate his background before arresting him? But these people shouldn't know his background either. After all, he had been here for 3 days and hadn't even given out his name. Those women only know that a very rich and generous young master came, or still care what Li Lan's name is. Can get the money is the most important thing. You're the kid who came the other day? Hua Lan said in surprise. A child could waltz into her kingdom lord's residence? Moreover, she couldn't see through the realm of this child in front of her. Could it be that there was a certain strong person helping him? I don't know where Senior is. Since you're here, you might as well come out and meet me. Hua Lan stood up, scanning the uninhabited surroundings, and spoke in a deep voice. Don't ask, I'm the only one here. Li Lan said breathlessly. Just you, how did you get in? Hua Lan was puzzled, but on second thought, she opened her mouth with a cold smile. Did you come over to die? It's really a sheep in a tiger's mouth. I'll see how you run. Come in like this. Li Lan spoke in a cold voice, one hand probing towards nothingness and grabbing Hua Lan in one hand. Puff! Han Allen was sliding right over on his knees, because Li Lan was still too small to be grabbed in his hands right now, and had to be on his knees. Hua Lan was shocked. The other party's tactics were too fast. In a flash she came over without the slightest chance to react. Moreover, she also felt that her cultivation was sealed and she couldn't use it at all. Now she was just an ordinary person. Now, she's the lamb. She's a real sheep in a tiger's mouth, huh? The other party was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, and to have this strength, the realm must be above her. What's wrong? Didn't you just ask for me? Why don't you say anything now? Li Lan smiled faintly. I'm sorry, Senior, it's my fault, I apologize, please be magnanimous and spare me. Hua Lan said in fear. The reason she wanted to catch Li Lan over was because she wanted to blackmail Li Lan's family. After these 3 days of investigation, she didn't investigate Li Lan's identity, and he looked harmless and didn't have the appearance of cultivation. So she assumed that Li Lan was a playboy from some rich family, and thought of kidnapping him, questioning his family, and then blackmailing him to make a fortune. She's done a lot of this kind of thing, and that's basically how she got rich. But now it seems that she's run into tough trouble, the kind that's never been seen before, the kind that will cost her life. I heard that you like to use women as laborers, or else I'll let you give it a try. I see that you're quite charming too. Li Lan grinned. Seeing Li Lan's devil-like smile, Hua Lan was completely shocked. State Lord, arrogant little thief, stop. And just then, a voice rang out behind Li Lan, a female general, who was carrying 100 war riders behind her. She had been watching from outside, and when she heard the commotion in here, she rushed over, only to see a scene that horrified her. The State Lord was actually grabbed by a child. How can this be tolerated? She then immediately came over with her men to escort her. Seeing the female general and the others coming over, Hua Lan was not happy, but very desperate. What's the use of these people coming here? They're still dead? Noisy! Li Lan shouted coldly, his breath erupted out, and these people instantly died violently, not leaving a single one behind, directly killing them in seconds. Seeing Li Lan's aura explode out, Hua Lan was dumbfounded. She wasn't sure what realm the other party's aura was in, but she knew that the other party's aura was terrifying, enough to suffocate her. It was as if millions of mountains were pressing down together, leaving her somewhat breathless. You're not worth much, you experience a wave too. Li Lan looked at the Hua Lan in front of him, and with just a slight glare, the other party's cultivation was completely wasted, reduced to an ordinary person. He released his grip, looked at the already desperate Han Alan, and snapped his fingers lightly. With a snap, Han Alan vanished into thin air, and when she reappeared, she was on the streets of the female kingdom, and still naked. Coincidentally, a few men came today, and when they saw Hua Lan sitting naked and paralyzed on the ground, they were instantly mesmerized by the other's aura. Hua Lan has been in a high position for many years, and the temperament on her body is that of a country lord, not angry and domineering. This kind of proud and strong woman will itself create a desire that makes men want to conquer. And now, Hua Lan not only had this temperament, losing her cultivation, she was confused, suddenly appearing here with a hint of panic, as if a frightened bunny. It was even more fascinating for men. What a sensational woman, looking at me makes me come to feel. This woman is mine. I haven't been here for more than 10 years, I'm suffocating, and today I fell in love at first sight. No one can take it from me. Oh, if you say it's yours, I still say it's mine. Off. In that case, let's have a fight. In an instant, a few men actually started fighting over Han Alan. And all those ordinary people around them looked at Hua Lan and talked. Hua Lan rarely showed her face, and almost no one in the female kingdom knew her, except for those ministers and generals in the kingdom's main house. Seeing herself naked, she froze for a moment, and it took her a long time to react, suddenly starting to yell like crazy. Get out of here, all of you, I'm the lord of your country, come here if you don't want to die. She subconsciously wanted to use her spiritual power to exterminate those men who had just spoken out of turn, but she suddenly realized that she had no cultivation in her body, not a single bit of spiritual power left. And it was this action of hers that made the eyes of the crowd grow even more strange. Still a state lord. If this was a state lord, I would already be a state lord. Looks like a crazy. I'm not really interested anymore, you guys take it. Me too, not in the mood, might as well find another woman. At those words, the only remaining man licked his lips and smiled. None of you want it, so I'll just laugh it off. So what if she's a crazy, so good looking, so classy and crazy, he's going to taste it. After saying that, he pounced like a hungry wolf, picked up Hua Lan and ran towards the nearest inn. This situation is not uncommon in the women's country. Basically, as soon as you enter the city, see which good-looking woman the man can carry away. After all, we are all out to play, and do not pretend to be reserved. One that all but a few very chaste women are basically desperate to accept. On the state lord's mansion, Li Lan watched all of this, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. This state lord's mansion could just be given to Bai Jie to take charge of, and anyway, Bai Jie was already his person. End of chapter. Chapter 73. Bai Jie is striking. Off the wild mountain road. Li Lan took Bai Jie and Chen Xiaolan on the road. Bai Jie didn't want to be in charge of the women's country. She didn't think she had that ability. Li Lan didn't force himself, so he sent a message to his old man, asking him to come over to recover the female kingdom when he was free. Anyway, no one knew yet that the female kingdom's lord had hung himself. That's right, Hua Lan hung herself directly from the beam 2 hours after she was dishonored. A generation of the country's master committed suicide, and I'm afraid no one even thought about it. Young master, there seems to be quite a lot of people ahead. At this moment, Chen Xiaolan spoke up, pointing ahead. Li Lan looked in the direction and saw that there was a sea of people there. There was an old man riding a tiger, sitting on the tiger's back and dozing off. There was a teenager riding a stallion, looking confident and holding his head high, and there was also a man sitting on a giant tortoise, sitting cross-legged and with a cold face. They all moved forward in the same direction. Let's go over and see how it is. Li Lan smiled faintly and said, if there's a hustle and bustle, this is the rule of life. Not long after, he walked into the middle of the group with the two girls, and many men's gazes looked over. Bai Jie's face value was indeed high, just appearing could attract men's attention, otherwise Li Lan wouldn't have picked her from among so many women. The most important thing was that her figure was still extremely good, wearing those loose robes couldn't hide her proud figure, it was simply the ultimate big thunder. But Li Lan was even more striking, a little boy with two women, or a big one and a small one. They looked at Bai Jie's attitude that seemed to be very respectful to the boy, which was enough to see that the boy's identity was very unusual, probably a young master of a certain family. Although the crowd had some thoughts about Bai Jie, they pressed on and did not act rashly. This chick, tired of walking, do you want to come up and sit here with me? At this time, the old man sitting on the huge tiger looked towards Bai Jie and patted the tiger on his crotch with a lewd smile. When the crowd saw this colorful old man, they also clenched their fists. They didn't expect that this old man looked immortal, but he was a lecherous plus lewd dead old man, the smile was so beat up. No need. Paige shook her head. Old man, you broken tiger, who cares to sit on your, why don't you go on my white moon chasing wind horse, this is a good mount, one day can be a million miles. The young man sitting on the white horse also opened his mouth. His eyes looked at Bai Jie with deadly lust. Hee, this looks like three people traveling together, there's no place for any of you there. Why don't you go on my shin-high ink turtle, it's big enough. The man sitting on the back of the giant turtle also opened his mouth. Surprisingly, all three of them started to climb up the ladder over Bai Jie. The others were doubly shocked when they saw this. The three great patriarchs just started fighting over it. Is that woman's charm so great? Just kidding, this woman is so good looking, if I had the strength, I would have gone down on her too, and her body is so good. Three patriarchs of transformation spirit perfection grabbing up for a woman, this is really rare, with their status, which woman can't get it? That's right, even the country lord of that female country would have to kneel down and lick the three of them. Look, that woman is indeed very good, especially that fierce weapon in front of her body, simply can't catch it with one hand, if I can have such a woman, being a ghost is also a fling. At that instant, the three people's wariness surged up, and they looked at each other, so close to directly drawing their swords and starting a fight. Alright, don't talk so much about the three trash. At this time, Li Lan opened his mouth. The three of them suddenly froze and looked at Li Lan at the same time. Where did you come from, brat? No big or small, didn't your parents teach you to respect the old? The old man frowned and coldly said, when was it the turn of a brat to dictate their fight, and call him trash? Who are you? Give your name. The teenager spoke in a cold voice. You should be the young master of a certain family, seeing as you don't have a cultivation realm, I guess you've been pampered for a long time, call your family's adult to come out and apologize, I can spare you, otherwise die. Upon hearing this, Li Lan laughed, stepping forward and looking at the old man with a sneer, a small harmonized god perfection, also wanting my respect? Ridiculous to the extreme. Kneel down. Li Lan gave a cold shout. Boo! The tiger unexpectedly knelt down violently, and even the old man on top of it knelt down together on the tiger's back. This scene happened so suddenly that the crowd hadn't even reacted before the old man knelt. The teenager and the man on the side instantly frowned when they saw this, and their expressions became serious. Who are you? What kind of demonic art is this? The old man shouted in terror, he unexpectedly couldn't move, he could only maintain this kneeling position, and he couldn't use any aura at all. Just your pair of colorful eyes like to look right. Li Lan laughed, clasping his eyes with both fingers and gouging them out hard. Ah! The old man threw his head back in pain and screamed, his empty eye sockets bleeding out madly. The scene startled the crowd. This child is not too fierce a little bit right, said Digging. A little preparation time is not pure zero frame start noisy. Li Lan said impatiently, slapping his face. Boo! The old man exploded along with the fierce tiger, blood and flesh splattered away, splashing onto everyone's robes and staining the spot with blood. The crowd was physically and mentally terrified, backing up and shivering as they looked at the little boy. At this time Li Lan in their eyes has long been not the previous harmless little boy, more like a devil. I'm afraid that the devil cultivator are not as scary as Li Lan. I'm sorry, senior. After the teenager saw that the old man was killed in seconds, he also hurriedly knelt down and cowed out on the spot. Boom boom boom. He was afraid, his cultivation was exactly the same as the old man's, he was completely undefeated, he might as well admit his mistake earlier, and maybe he could still have a dog's life. Sorry? It's useless with me, I won't let you off even if you kowtow your head. Li Lan spoke indifferently and slapped his palm down, sending the teenager away as well. Finally, he set his sights on the man. The man had long been scared out of his wits, his body trembling, not knowing what to say. Nothing to say? Then die. Li Lan smoothly slapped him to death. In an instant, 3 transformation spirit perfections died on the field, leaving only a few earthlings. Elder, spare your life, we didn't say anything, we don't dare to peek at your woman anymore. Elder, I'll slap myself and beg you to let me go. I should never have peeked at your woman, senpai. One by one, when individuals saw that Li Lan had killed 3 people, they immediately fell to their knees, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Li Lan scanned the circle, but also did not start, because these people also did not offend him. Love of beauty, everyone has, it cannot be a person to look at Bai Jie, he has to kill. Too lazy to kill you. Answer my question. Where are you people planning to go? End of chapter. Chapter 74, Sect Competition. At those words, the crowd froze. Feelings that the other party is not here to participate in the sect competition at all. We are preparing to head to the Xian Mystic Sect to participate in the sect competition. Does Senior want to join us? A person timidly opened his mouth. At those words, it was Li Lan's turn to freeze. That name, it sounds so familiar. He remembered, isn't it the Luolong that Pops killed last time? He seems to be from the Xian Mystic Sect. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that the place I went to was the Xian Mystic Sect. It just so happened that he stopped by to see if any of those people were going to die, and destroyed them in the process, so that the trash wouldn't go to Pops or anyone else's trouble. Yes, lead the way. Li Lan nodded. Then Senior, do you have a mount or a seat? Do you want to get on my carriage? Upon hearing this, the man hurriedly smiled fawningly. This little boy looked to be a great senior who had returned to his roots. His strength was extraordinary. It would be great if he could befriend him. Elder, sit on mine. My mount is comfortable. It's better to have my carriage. There are maids inside who can serve. Who cares about your maid? Senior's woman is 10,000 times better looking than yours. That's just it. Seeing this, Li Lan just let out a faint smile and summoned Little White with a wave of his hand. He made a wink, and Little White immediately understood Li Lan's meaning, and with a tiger's roar, he rapidly grew larger, soon becoming as tall as a small mountain, astonishing the crowd. Such a large mount, and the aura emanating from it was all incomparably terrifying. I'm afraid it was a divine beast. It turned out that the senior had such divine beasts, so it was only right that they didn't sit on them. The trash. Come up. With a wave of his hand, Li Lan made Bai Jie and Chen Xiaolan fly onto the white tiger's back. Lead the way, wake me up when we arrive. Li Lan looked at the crowd and spoke indifferently, laying down on the white tiger's fluffy back and began to squint. Bai Jie and Chen Xiaolan were not idle. Bai Jie's white thighs gave Li Lan a knee pillow and pressed his shoulders while Chen Xiaolan pressed and pinched Li Lan's calves. It was like heavenly enjoyment, which made other people envious and their back teeth were almost gritted. Damn it, when will they be treated like this? They are really envious. The crowd could only envy them for a bit, not daring to say anything for fear that Li Lan would be unhappy and slap them into mush. The journey was very long, and the crowd traveled for 2 days and 2 nights before arriving at the Xian Mystic Sect. However, on the way, they also encountered some trouble, such as mountain bandits intercepting the road and whatnot, all of which were solved by Li Lan with a single glance. Because of these things, Li Lan became even more sacred in the hearts of the crowd, a senior with absolute strength, to whom the crowd treated with respect. The crowd arrived in front of the Xian Mystic Sect's gate. Elder, it's here. A person came underneath the white tiger and spoke in a low voice. Not long after, a lazy voice came from above. I know. On the white tiger's back, Li Lan sat up and stretched. Seeing the flavorful Bai Jie on the side, he couldn't help but kiss the other party's cheeks, causing the other party to blush, which was better than all confessions. This also made those people below look envious, which is the dream of every man. Absolute strength, the company of beautiful people, and the freedom of the rivers and lakes, it was great to look at. Li Lan looked towards the Xian Mystic Sect, the immortal pavilions and high buildings, the immortal aura floating. There were dozens of flying cranes roaming in the sky, and many disciples of the sect who flew with their swords were flying around in the sky. There were still a few disciples standing at the door. They were also a little envious when they saw Li Lan. The main thing was that Bai Jie was just too beautiful. Seeing these eyes, Li Lan felt very cool. Who doesn't want his woman to be noticed by all the men? What does that mean? It means the woman is beautiful. If someone asks, aren't you afraid of being taken by another man? Then Li Lan can only return to him. Only the waste is afraid, like him. No worry, even if she let Bai Jie leave, she will not leave. That's how confident he is. Li Lan led Bai Jie and Chen Xiaolan down in a single leap, and the white tiger followed and shrunk, dorkily and adorably following behind Li Lan's butt. If the crowd didn't know that this white tiger was frighteningly strong, I'm afraid they would have thought it was a harmless little white cat. Li Lan strutted over, and several disciples immediately opened their mouths in cold voices. This is the Xian Mystic Sect. No idle people are allowed to enter. I'm here to participate in the clan competition. Li Lan smiled faintly. Where are the invitations? A disciple said in a cold voice. Everyone would receive an invitation from the Xian Mystic Sect, and only those with the invitation could enter. Li Lan was slightly stunned. He really didn't have an invitation, or else kill them all and walk in. Senior, I have it here. At this moment, the man who had just told him to get up ran over again and presented an invitation. Li Lan looked at the man. He recognized this person. These days, this person patting the ass thief slippery, licking dog aspect huge good. Basically anything can think of him, the ultimate licking dog one. But the licking was spot on, not the kind that went too far, the kind where he was measured and bound for greatness later. You gave it to me, what do you use? Li Lan smiled faintly. Senior, feel free to take it, it's fine if I don't participate. The man laughed. He might not be able to win even if he participated anyway. With Li Lan around, he wouldn't be able to win at all. Li Lan didn't know what the man was thinking, smiled, took out an infant breaking pill from his storage ring, and threw it into the man's hand. This pill is an infant breaking pill, which will allow you to ignore the bottleneck and directly break through to the middle stage of transformation spirit. The man was wanting perfection, and this elixir was enough. Upon hearing this, the man was ecstatic and cowed out hurriedly. Thank you, senior, thank you, senior. Never would I have thought that an invitation could be exchanged for a divine elixir. It was simply a great opportunity. The others were envious when they saw this. Many of them were wanting perfectionists, and they had come over this time to see the clan competition. If they had known that Lilan was so generous, they would have sent the invitations first. Damn it, he got the jump on them. The disciples of the Xian mystery sect were also shocked to see Lilan making such a generous offer, and then looking at the reactions of those people, they could tell that Lilan's identity was afraid to be very unusual, and they didn't make things too difficult for him, and after a brief glance at the invitation, they let him in. Lilan led the two girls inside. It was crowded with people, basically all clans from other places. Their cultivation levels were all below the transformation spirit, and their strength was very average. It seemed that this Xian mystic sect was really living up to its name, being able to invite so many people over. I don't know if these people knew that Luolong was dead, or else they wouldn't have been so calm in organizing the clan competition. And at that moment, the crowd suddenly looked to the sky as a man flying with a sword slowly landed. When those Xian mystic sect disciples saw the man, they all bowed their heads in reverence. Good day, Patriarch. Seeing that man, Lilan raised an eyebrow. No wonder the Xian mystic sect could become the #1 sect in Qingzhou. It turned out that the sovereign was a true immortal realm. End of chapter. Chapter 75, Letting Kids Fight Us? Sorry, let you all wait for a long time. This year's clan competition was chosen in my place, the first time it was held. It's inevitable that it's a bit humble, the hospitality is not good, please bear with me. The Xian mystic sect's patriarch, Qin Tianming, opened his mouth indifferently, scanning the crowd, saying so with his mouth, but his tone was devoid of any semblance of emotion, purely polite. Of course, the crowd knew that Qin Tianming was speaking politely and didn't say anything more. Not long after, the clan competition began. The rules were the same as in previous years. The opposing clans each sent 3 disciples to enter the Void Luan realm to fight. This Void Luan realm was a very special magic treasure that allowed the user to enter a special space, which was free of any people, obstacles as well as limitations, and the terrain was infinite. Not only that, but the Void Lunar realm would also project the situation inside for those outside to see, so that everyone could see what was happening inside in real time, just like a live broadcast. When Lilan learned about these rules, he came to have some interest. He was not interested in these people coming, but he was interested in that magic treasure. He could bring it back to his family and have a competition from time to time. Subsequently, the elders of the Xian mystic sect showed up one by one. They were all the judges this time. As the organizer, the Xian mystic sect was not involved in this sect competition, not to mention that even the rewards were arranged by them. Where's Grand Elder Luo Long? At this time, a patriarch who participated in the clan competition opened his mouth in doubt. He was very familiar with Luo Long, and now that he saw that Luo Long wasn't there, he was a little surprised. He also noticed it. He had been in seclusion recently and only came out today. Looking at the second elder, he asked, "Where is Luo Long?" "I'm not sure. A few days ago Luo Long left in a hurry and I haven't seen him since." The second elder shook his head and replied. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianming frowned slightly. He had explained to Luo Long some time ago to prepare for the sect competition. He usually wasn't that insensitive and would definitely prepare, but now it was gone. What was going on? He thought that something might have happened to Luo Long, otherwise neither would have been absent. By the way, I saw Wang Tian's father, Wang Mupeng, come to look for him before the two left. At this time, the third elder spoke up. He happened to be nearby at the time and saw Wang Mupeng go into the room to look for Luo Long, and when he came out, Luo Long's face was very angry and he took Wang Mupeng and left. He hadn't seen Luo Long since that day. Alright, I know, let's get the clan competition first, and after it's over, we'll organize everyone to find Luo Long. Qin Tianming said in a deep voice. Luo Long's strength was so strong that the entire Qin state was only below him. There shouldn't be anyone who can do anything about it. I guess he went on a fling and forgot to come back. Luo Long is indeed very flirtatious, likes to drink and beauty, this kind of thing. He as the patriarch does not care, as long as it is not a scourge of the clan, a clean slate. Afterwards, everyone didn't care where Luo Long had gone and started the clan competition. This clan competition is to see the individual will. There are clans that want to go on the stage can go on, lose will be eliminated, not allowed to participate again, win 5 games will be able to get the victory of this clan competition. Young master, is that Luo Long the one that master killed? Chun Xiaolan whispered. Well, that's him. Li Lan nodded. It seems like this Xian mystic sect is only now realizing that Luo Long is missing and doesn't know that Luo Long is dead yet. When they find out, they'll definitely go after Mukuk and Pops and the others, and since they're already here anyway, let's just take care of it in the meantime. Let's see the clan competition first. Not long after, someone started, the two sects sent 3 disciples each, standing together in front of the Void Luan realm, reaching out and touching, entering at the same time. With a wave of Qin Tianming's big hand, a projection appeared over the Void Luan realm, precisely the situation inside. One could only see that inside was blue space that was endless, and there were only 6 people standing inside, and their cultivation levels were all foundation establishment perfection. The six quickly fought. The space inside was truly infinite. No matter what, they wouldn't hit a wall or anything, and it didn't take long to separate the winners from the losers. Li Lan secretly nodded his head. This magic treasure was indeed very good. He could take it back to the family and let those disciples go into practice from time to time. After almost 2.5 hours, all the clans had finished competing. At this time, there was a disciple from one clan left on the field. They had already won 4 consecutive victories, and if no one dared to go up and challenge them, they would have won. "Senior, aren't you going up to have some fun?" At this time, another man who could kiss ass came to half kneel next to Li Lan and opened his mouth. Ever since that person who was the best at kissing ass got a baby breaking pill, these people had been trying to find ways to kiss Li Lan's ass or else curry favor with him. During the 2.5 hours that the three of them stood this way, these people had delivered several places of food and wine, and asked Li Lan if he needed a shoulder pinch or massage. It was obvious that they wanted the infant breaking pill very much. Not going. Li Lan opened his mouth indifferently. He, the Heavenly Emperor, still went up to bully people for what, when these were gone, he would destroy the Xian mystery sect by the way, and then go home to play. And Qin Tianming, who was the referee on the high platform, was also looking at Li Lan. He had noticed this child from the very beginning. He had thought that this child was the son of some patriarch, brought here to see the world. However, he found that there were many patriarchs who actually treated him with respect. Their tone was very pleasing. There were also harmonized spirit perfection within those patriarchs. Logically speaking, everyone's status should be similar, so why would they be so respectful to a child? This made Qin Tianming puzzled. He felt that Li Lan's identity might be very uncommon, and those people were currying favor with him. What? No one's on. What kind of cowardly trash are you all? Just gone. At that moment, a sect disciple on the stage mockingly opened his mouth. Winning 4 times is a bit of a mind flutter and a sight for sore eyes. But even if he opened his mouth to taunt, the people from the other clans didn't dare to get on, because the disciples from this clan were all very powerful, 2 mid-Jindan and 1 perfect Jindan. Abusing their disciples was just like abusing a vegetable. "This little friend, I see that you've been watching for a long time. Why don't you come up to the stage and compete?" Qin Tianming suddenly opened his mouth while his gaze was directed at Li Lan. He wanted to test what kind of person Li Lan was. If it was a certain great power who had returned to the basics, then he would immediately befriend him. If it's just a son of a certain family, then let's see what the other family is before we make plans. The crowd followed Qin Tianming's gaze and saw Li Lan, who was immediately staggered. Is Patriarch Qin talking to a child? They had noticed Li Lan a long time ago, but there were more than just one child on the scene. There were other patriarchs who had brought their children over to watch the battle, so they didn't care too much. Now that he heard Qin Tianming say this, he immediately became curious about Li Lan's identity. Patriarch Qin is joking, right? He's a kid, how can he fight us? End of chapter. Chapter 76, Saint King Divine Beast. No divine ability is useless. That sect disciple smiled disdainfully. This one child, what is he going to fight them with? Qin Tianming is not old and confused. Of course, he only dared to think these words in his heart, not to say them. The others laughed at the words. Ha ha, that's true. How can a kid fight, going up there looking for abuse? People won't keep their hands off. This child is very handsome. I don't know which patriarch's child it is, keep an eye on it. Patriarch Qin is joking, right? How can a child announce the results before it's too late? The only ones who didn't laugh were those patriarchs who came with Li Lan because they knew Li Lan's terrifying strength. Li Lan smiled, did not think that he did not do anything, or so compelling, that Qin Tianming this all noticed him. I won't go on, let my mount go on. Li Lan smiled faintly. When these words came out, the entire room was silent. Qin Tianming froze for a moment. He had just said that on purpose, wanting to test it out. He didn't expect the sun to be so rampant. He even wanted to use his mount to deal with other people. It was obvious that he didn't put them in his eyes. The others were likewise a bit surprised. This kid was afraid to be crazy. How could he speak out of turn and use his mount to challenge others? Those were 3 Jindan. A single finger could have crushed him, and they still presumed to use a mount. Whose child is it that has no one to discipline? Then let me do it. The sect disciple on the stage spoke in a cold voice. He was humiliated to the point of humiliation. A little kid doesn't even look him in the eye. What's the shame of saying that? The sect's patriarch also swept around angrily, trying to find out who Li Lan's parents were that dared to be so arrogant. Li Lan didn't say anything more, but directly summoned Little White and had it jump in front of those 3. Seeing such a small white tiger jumping up, the 3 of them looked at each other with both shame and confusion. They really dared to send their mounts up to fight them. It was too insulting. Damn it, if I don't kill you today, I swear I won't be a human being. That sect disciple shouted in a cold voice, and wanted to get off the stage to handily kill Li Lan. Who? But at that moment, a tiger's whistle rang out, shaking the 8 directions. Everyone instantly froze, turning their heads in shock and stiffness to look at the little white tiger on the stage. Was that deafening tiger roar just now roared out by this harmless-looking little white tiger? The 3 disciples were also dumbfounded. Had they just misheard? However, what happened in the next second completely shocked the crowd. Only to see the white tiger instantly grow in size, its body becoming incomparably huge, covering the sky and the sun, looking down at those 3 people, contemptuously slapping down with a palm. Boo! The 3 didn't react at all. and were instantly slapped to death, bursting into a blood mist and becoming mush, too dead to die. It happened so suddenly that it caused the others to not even see it clearly, and those three were dead. What's going on here? What's with this white tiger? It's so fierce. What a terrifying aura. It seems even more terrifying than Patriarch Qin. No way, is this also a true immortal realm white tiger? This is not an ordinary spirit beast, this is definitely not an ordinary spirit beast. The crowd trembled physically and mentally as they retreated violently away in succession, looking at the huge white tiger in horror. Even Qin Tianming and the others backed away, their pupils contracting as they looked at the white tiger. Patriarch, this white tiger is not ordinary, it might be a divine beast. If we can subdue it, it would be perfect. The second elder at the side spoke in a low voice. I know, but its aura is terrifying. I'm afraid its realm is above mine. Qin Tianming frowned and whispered. Patriarch, that child doesn't seem to have any cultivation. This mount was probably given to him by the elders. If we can capture that child, we can threaten this white tiger to work for us. The third elder gave a solution. It just so happens that I have a magic treasure that specializes in spirit beasts, so we'll power up together to suppress that white tiger, and the patriarch can take control of this divine beast when he goes to capture the child. The fourth elder spoke. Several people had their eyes on this ferocious white tiger. After all, the other party looked mighty and domineering. Their strength was definitely extraordinary. If they could take it under their wing, it would be a heavenly good for the sect. Yes, we still have to compete with the dragon water sect side in a few days. If we can have the help of this divine beast, we can definitely win, and then we won't just be the number one sect in Qin Prefecture, but also the number one sect in Red Prefecture. The second elder nodded and agreed. The Dragon Water sect, the number one sect over in the Red State, they had made an appointment to compete 10 years ago, and it was time to go to the appointment in 2 days. If they could have this divine beast to help them, they would definitely be able to take down the Dragon Water sect and become the number one sect in the 2 states. It's possible to give it a try. Qin Tianming nodded. He felt that this plan was feasible. After the white tiger was so scared, the people on the field were basically almost gone, because no one knew if the white tiger would suddenly go crazy again and kill them all. As he watched the field finish, Qin Tianming revealed a smile, and the next second, he froze as he saw Li Lan also reveal a smile. Qin Tianming, right, do you know where Luo Long went? Li Lan looked at Qin Tianming and smiled. When these words came out, Qin Tianming as well as the elders froze. What do you mean by that? Could it be that you know? The second elder opened his mouth in doubt. Who the hell are you? I've never seen anyone's child so confident and calm. Either they have a big power behind them or they have a backbone of their own. Qin Tianming frowned at Li Lan and asked. The kid was just so confident that it scared him. This kind of confidence he had seen since two kinds of people with extremely terrifying identity backgrounds and extremely terrifying strengths of their own. He wasn't sure which one Li Lan was, but it didn't look like either. Luo Long was killed by my father. If you want to take revenge, look for me. Li Lan smiled faintly. Upon hearing this, the crowd froze, and Qin Tianming spoke in a cold voice. Your father killed him? Who is your father? You're not qualified to know that much. All you guys need to know is that you're dying. Li Lan spoke indifferently and looked at the white tiger. Little white, eat them all. Who? At Li Lan's command, the white tiger instantly pounced on Qin Tianming. The white tiger's strength today is already in the same king realm, completely not false Qin Tianming. The reason why it improves so fast is mainly because it eats a lot of people. Plus Li Lan doesn't use a lot of Hongmeng violet chi to give a lot of it, it grows so quickly. In less than a month, the white tiger would be able to break through to the immortal emperor realm, and when he went out riding a white tiger of the immortal emperor realm, it would all be majestic. Not good, this is a divine beast of the Saint King realm. Qin Tianming shouted in terror as he sensed the white tiger's aura, which was incomparably terrifying. For a Saint King to beat him, a true immortal, was equivalent to a father beating his son. It was easy. Upon hearing this, the elders were shocked. If it was a divine beast of the true immortal realm, they would still have a way to hold it back, but this was the Saint King realm. It doesn't matter what magical powers come along. End of chapter. Chapter 77, State Lord follows, Heavenly Tao takes an oath. 10 minutes later. Blood flowed from the scene, and only Qin Tianming was left lying mutilated, looking at the white tiger and Li Lan trio with a horrified gaze, not even having the strength to beg for mercy. Little white, eat him, let's go back. Li Lan was tired of playing. He realized that there was nothing interesting here. Go home and forget about it. At those words, Qin Tianming closed his eyes in despair as the white tiger fiercely bit away, swallowing him alive. Licking his lips, he turned small and came to Li Lan's side, rubbing his feet affectionately. Li Lan smiled and stroked its little head, and after putting away that void lunar realm, he waved his hand and brought Bai Jie and Chen Xiaolan back to the Li kingdom in an instant. Xia has long since changed its name to Li. Seeing that they suddenly appeared somewhere else, Bai Jie and Chen Xiaolan were both a bit uncomfortable, but when they thought of Li Lan's terrifying strength, they didn't find it strange. In front of the State Lord's mansion, Li Lan swaggered in, and when the war riders at the entrance saw him, they all bowed their heads and cried out, "Welcome the Crown Prince home." These war riders all knew that Li Lan was Li Qingtian's son, the only Crown Prince, and they didn't dare not to remember Li Lan's appearance, which would be a death sentence. Li Lan nodded and crossed his arms. Along the way, they saw maids, servants, and war riders of all shapes and sizes, and when they saw Li Lan, they were all respectful, and even Bai Jie and Chen Xiaolan behind them had some respect. Seeing this, Bai Jie inwardly couldn't mention how happy she was. She really chose the treasure. Li Lan is really a deep hideaway, and even the son of a country lord. Li Lan had been walking in the direction of the council hall. He saw that his old father was inside discussing the affairs of state. His own uncles were there. They must have all been there as ministers and generals of the Li kingdom. Even those ants have mixed up a few clerical positions and are in there for meetings. Li Qingtian changed the rules of Li kingdom. Women can become officials, but if they dare to disobey the lord of the country, they have to be beheaded just the same. You two wait for me outside first. Li Lan looked at Chen Xiaolan and Bai Jie and said, "Aha." The two of them nodded heavily. They also knew that this kind of place was not for them to enter, and being able to follow Li Lan was already very good. Immediately, Li Lan walked in towards the inside. Everyone up and down the Li kingdom had seen Li Lan before, and after seeing him return, the first thing they all did was to arch their hands to see him. "See the crown prince." "Aha." Li Lan nodded and looked to Pops. Li Qingtian was also happy to see his son return. Go, all disperse. I want to chat with my son." Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately dispersed, leaving only Li Lan and Li Qingtian behind. "Son, you've really given me a great gift, 2 more countries." Not one from the female kingdom? The Ming kingdom also came that day. I destroyed it in passing. Now we are the ones who have mastered the 4 kingdoms. There are more resources than we can use. Li Qingtian laughed, never imagining that the Li family could develop so rapidly in just half a month. From Li Lan's birth to now, the Li family is simply soaring up. All of a sudden, he sat on the throne, but also hand in hand with 4 countries. He is planning to give his own few brothers to be the lord of the country. He took Emoching out to dashing. Now that he was already at the human immortal realm, he was considered very strong, and it was more than enough to protect Emoching. Just don't offend the powers that be. It's not just that, I've also destroyed the Xian mystic sect, so Pops will go and take over for a bit when the time comes. Li Lan laughed. As soon as these words came out, Qingtian Li froze. The Xian Min sect? Was it the Xian Misty sect he'd heard of? Is it that clan that's number 1 in Qingzhou? Seeing his old dad's wrongly stunned expression, Li Lan smiled faintly. Old dad, yes, it's that Xian mystic sect you're thinking of. I've just exterminated their patriarch, the whole clan, not a single one left behind. When he asked White Tiger to kill Qin Tianming, those elders and sect disciples came over, and he annihilated them all in one go. You really made me unexpected. Li Qingtian was a bit bewildered. This son of his was also too heaven-defying. Surprisingly, he was able to destroy the Qingzhou's number 1 clan. Is his realm actually? Li Lan continuously broke Li Qingtian's cognition, from the Yuaning at the beginning, slowly turning into the realm that he couldn't fathom today. Li Qingtian already didn't know if this was his own son or not. It was too terrifying. If it wasn't for the fact that he could sense Li Lan's aura that was connected to his bloodline, I'm afraid he would have thought that this wasn't his son. That's it for now, I'm going back. I'm tired of playing outside. Li Lan waved his hand and prepared to leave. Report, State Lord. The State Lord is asking for an audience outside. At that moment, a war rider hurried over and kneeled in the doorway and shouted. Upon hearing this, Li Qingtian and Li Lan both froze. The State Lord seeking an audience? What's the State Master doing here? Quickly take me to meet him. Qingtian Li was surprised and hurriedly got up to prepare to go greet the State Lord. No, let him come in. Li Lan raised his hand, letting his old man sit down, and looked at the war rider and spoke faintly. Son, this is the State Lord, the Lord of a state. We can't afford to slack off. Li Qingtian was a little anxious. The State Lord's strength was very terrifying. True immortal perfection, only 1 step away from Earth Immortal. Not to mention that was still the cultivation level from 500 years ago, and nowadays I don't know if they have broken through to Earth Immortal. Never be offended. This is Li Kingdom. Since he came to my territory, he has to dish it out and let himself in. Li Lan looked at that war rider and spoke indifferently. The war rider was a little embarrassed, but he went out to call the State Lord with a stiff upper lip. Seeing this, Li Qingtian didn't say anything else. This son of his appeared to be very powerful, not even afraid of the State Lord. Is the son of the Earth Immortal realm? The moment this idea came out, Li Qingtian was both surprised and elated. If his son was really at the Earth Immortal realm, then he would really be walking horizontally in Qingzhou. State Lord Li, long time no see. At that moment, a man's voice rang out, and a handsome man with an 8-character beard walked in the doorway, looking literate and refined, like a scholar, but his realm was that of an Earth Immortal. This person was none other than the Qin Prefecture State Lord, Mo Wenxian. State Lord Mo, long time no see. Qingtian Li laughed. In fact, neither of them had ever met. It was all just polite conversation. I don't know what is it that State Lord Mo has come to our Li Kingdom for. Li Lan smiled faintly as he felt that the other party was here for the Xian mystic sect's business. Because when he killed Qin Tianming, this Mo Wenxian could have been watching from not far away, and he watched Qin Tianming die with his own eyes. He returned to Li in the front foot, and Mo Wen came in the back foot, obviously for this matter. Can it be that this is that born prodigy, young Master Li Lan? Mo Wenxian didn't answer the question. but instead looked at Li Lan with a smile and feigned surprise. State Lord Mo has something to say. You're here for Qin Tianming's matter, aren't you? Li Lan didn't have that much time to talk more nonsense with him and directly opened the door. End of chapter. Chapter 78, The Cave Heaven. Mo Manxian smiled awkwardly and flopped down on his knees. Senior, please let me follow you. This scene confused Li Qingtian and Li Lan. How did they kneel down for good reason? It's like they didn't do anything. State Lord Mo, what are you? Lordly, I've seen it, princely, he easily overthrew the entire Xian mystic sect. Even I couldn't do it so easily, he's a godly man. My mind is made up. Let me follow princely and be a loyal servant. Mo Wenxian opened his mouth seriously. He really wanted to follow Li Lan. He thought that Li Lan was definitely not as simple as an absolute prodigy. The strength was definitely above him, that's why he was so serious. Following Li Lan, he could definitely touch heights that didn't belong to him. Li Lan looked toward Mo Wenxian and spoke, are you serious? I'm serious. If you don't believe me, I can swear by the heavenly Tao. Mo Wenxian said seriously before, immediately preparing to swear by the heavenly Tao and swear to follow Li Lan to the death. Wait, I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. Li Lan stopped it. I didn't expect someone to be in such a hurry, but he was a man of great understanding, and immediately knew that there was a future in following him. You have to show the value of utilization before I decide whether I want you or not. You're not a woman. Li Lan smiled faintly. What's the point of him wanting a man to follow him? Not as good as a woman who can at least play and watch. Mo Wenxian was silent. He really didn't have much use. His realm didn't seem to be as high as Li Lan's, so an escort was definitely out of the question. It's still a guy. Suddenly, Mo Wenxian brightened up and smiled. I know a secret. In a month's time, a cavernous sky will appear in Luo State, with unlimited resources inside, and there may even be a heavenly emperor's inheritance. Upon hearing this, Li Lan was instantly energized and had fun again. What heavenly emperor inheritance? He didn't care too much. He mainly wanted to have fun. Not bad. I let may you, heaven swear it, I may set you on a different course. Upon hearing this, Mo Wenxian was so ecstatic that he literally knelt down and began to swear by the heavenly Tao to follow Li Lan forever and never betray him. Seeing that his son had easily collected a state lord, Li Qingtian was confused. He hadn't been too surprised when his son collected countries and destroyed clans, but now that he saw that the lords of a state had become his son's followers, he was truly dumbfounded. As the sky flashed with lightning and thunder, it represented the success of the heavenly Tao's oath. From then on, Mo Manxian could not betray Li Lan. You go back to being the state lord first, and come find me after a month. Li Lan spoke indifferently. Okay, master. Mo Wenxian nodded and left the state lord's mansion. After Mo Wenxian left, Li Lan also brought Bai Jie and Chen Xiaolan back inside the mansion. Leaving Qing Tianli sitting on the throne in a daze, he sighed helplessly and laughed. I really can't understand Lan Air anymore. Back at the mansion, Li Lan asked Bai Jie to find a room to stay in, or sleep in his bed. Bai Jie didn't refuse. Wanting to sleep in Li Lan's bed would mean a higher status than the other maids. Li Lan nodded, then went out to talk to his mother. A month has passed in a hurry. During this month, the news of the Xian mystic sect's destruction had spread throughout Qingzhou very early on. Just when everyone didn't know who was overthrown, Qing Tianli announced that he would be taking charge of the Xian mystic sect. The crowd was shocked. Li Qingtian had not only taken down 5 countries, but he had even become the patriarch of the Xian mystic sect. Was the development speed so rapid? Why 5 nations? Because the wicked nations were also overthrown, so it was 5. To be precise, it should be 6, because the Mo kingdom was also under Li Qingtian's say, but now it was Mo Feng who continued to be in charge. Simply because Mo Feng had made a breakthrough, his lifespan was greatly extended, enough to continue to be in charge of the Mo kingdom. Li Qingtian had thoroughly made a name for himself in Qingzhou, and no one knew about it. There were quite a few people who knew about Li Lan, but it was Li Qingtian who was the most famous. It's so boring. Where did Mo Wenxian die before? Why don't you come yet? Lying on the big bed, Li Lan looked at the ceiling in boredom. He was now waiting for Mo Wen to come over and take him to the secret realm to have some fun. Young master, Mo Wen has come. At this time, Bai Jie, who was wearing a white silk maid outfit, climbed next to Li Lan and said softly and tenderly, this maid's outfit is Li Lan's masterpiece. He realized that the clothing in this world was really too monotonous. It's always been that way, and conservative. So he called upon the disciples of the Li family to go and find him all kinds of silk, and finally found a silk that could be used for stockings. After his processing, the first stockings of the cultivation world came out of nowhere. There was white and black silk, and he had named the stockings Berry Li's family, just because he had ripped so many in his previous life that he only remembered the brand. Once the 2 stockings went on sale, they were a sensation in Li, with countless women scrambling to be the first to grab them. Because of this stocking, Li Guo's man has no energy all day, like a walking corpse. Even the stall does not want to open, the genus was drained. Also because of the stockings, the greenhouse business was booming every day, attracting countless people from out of town. It's on the verge of becoming a second women's country, turning into a new men's paradise. The key is that this stocking is cheap. Li Lan only sell rain 10 copper, because the silk of this stocking is very easy to obtain, the cost of 3 copper, sell 10 copper are profiteering. Especially those male customers, the sight of stockings creates the most primitive desire to tear them, and when they hear the price, they don't hesitate even more and tear them directly. According to calculations, 10 million stockings have been torn in the past month. It's black silk that gets ripped off the most and sells the most, not too many people like white silk. So did Leland, who preferred black silk. The maid outfit, well, it was also his own design, but right now it was just Bai Jia who wore it, and it wasn't for sale. Looking at Bai Jia's attractive figure, Leland smiled lewdly, his claws gently caressing the silky white and lumite of white silk. As the saying goes, stockings don't strangle the flesh, you wear a woolen stocking. Fine dogs don't deserve stockings, only those plump women who feel good in them. Why don't you wear black silk anymore? Leland was a little upset, he preferred black silk. Young master, I just wore it yesterday and I thought of giving you a change. Bai Jia shyly opened her mouth. I'm still a little shy, even though I get touched every day. But Leland just loved Bai Jia's shy look, and it made his stomach turn a little. I just heard you say that omen came? Leland lost all interest. It's better to do it some other time. Well, it's right at the door. Paige nodded. Okay, then go out. I'll clean you up when I come back. Leland laughed lewdly, touched Bai Jia's thighs, and walked out the door in style. Aha! Paige nodded shyly. Leland walked out of the door, and then he saw Mo Wenqian waiting for him at the door. Coming. Well, master, the cave will open tomorrow, let me take you there. Well, go. End of chapter. Chapter 79 Luo Zhou, Dragon Son, and Power Kid. In the blink of an eye, Leland and Mo Wenqian arrived inside Luo Zhou. The duo appeared out of thin air on the streets of Luo Zhou, watching people come and go. Those ordinary people were not curious about the duo's sudden appearance, as this kind of thing was already taken for granted. There wasn't much difference between this place and Qingzhou, and under Leland's divine sense sweep, he found that there were earth immortal perfectionists here, and there were also a few more human immortals and true immortals than in Qingzhou. Master, we have to go out of the city, the cave is outside. Mo Wenqian whispered before. Well, you lead the way. Leland nodded, and the two disappeared once again. In an instant, the two came to a wilderness, and even though it was a wilderness, there were several times more people here than in the city. These people are all clans from various places, their strength is extraordinary, and each of them is deeply hidden. Mo Wenqian spoke in a low voice before. He realized that there were so many people that he couldn't detect the cultivation realm of, which meant that the realm was above him, because those who could come here were by no means ordinary people. Leland nodded, he could see that the highest here was a Dala true immortal perfection, the lowest were all Yuaning, there was no existence below Jindan at all. It seems that everyone came prepared. Everyone came here for that heavenly emperor inheritance, so it wasn't unusual to think about it like that. Master, I won't go in when the time comes, you can go in if you're interested. Mo Wenqian laughed in a low voice. Oh, you don't go in? Could it be that you don't care about that heavenly emperor's inheritance? Leland raised his eyebrows. That's not true, but my strength is low, so I'll be robbed even if I go in, so it's better to wait outside. Mo Wenqian laughed. Huh, if it isn't Mo Wenqian, you're here too? Just then, a voice rang out behind the two of them, and they turned back to look in unison. Only a man walked over with his arms folded, his face smiling and his narrowed eyes inscrutable. Chen Shi, you're here too, what a coincidence. Mo Wenqian sneered. This Chen Shi, the state master of Luo State, with the strength of an earth immortal, was usually very bad with Mo Wenqian. Chen Shi looked at Mo Wenqian and then looked down at Leland, inwardly puzzled. From a great distance, he saw Mo Wenqian talking to this child, his demeanor and mannerisms were very respectful, and his tone of voice was also respectful. He didn't dare to speak loudly at all for fear of offending this child. Is it hard to believe that this child is from some big family or holy land? Why else would Mo Wenqian be so curt? He took a closer look at Leland and realized that the other party did not have the slightest aura fluctuation, which was either an ordinary person or a realm above his, which he did not have the ability to check. To be able to make Mo Wenqian so respectful, he believed it was the latter. I don't know how to honor senior? Chen Shi cupped his fists and bent over. This child definitely had an extraordinary status. We can't let Mo Wenqian eat alone. Seeing this, Mo Wenqian's former teeth crunched. Could it be that he had already been discovered by Chen Shi by hugging his thigh? Leland spoke faintly. Elderly, what an elegant gesture, to show off with this body, we respect it. Chen Shi flattered. Other people are in the middle-aged look or teenager look show people, but in front of this senior, even in the appearance of a child show people, this bad taste is too full point. Say what you have to say. Leland spoke. Upon hearing this, Chen Shi fell silent, somewhat embarrassed, but thinking that the other party was a senior with an inscrutable character, it would be better to do as he wished. I have the audacity to ask, I don't know which door the senior mastered from? I'll loose one. When these words came out, Chen Shi slightly widened his eyes and once again looked carefully at Leland, and when he confirmed that the other party was not lying, his waist straightened up quite a bit. It seems that the other party should be the playboy of some big family, and Mo asked before he became the licking dog of others, and then brought them out to play. This kind of family disciple, ignore also line. Thinking of this, Chen Shi spoke less politely. Is little friendly ready to enter the cave heaven? Chen Shi laughed. Aha. Li Lan smiled. The other party suddenly changed his name, obviously looking down on him somewhat. Doesn't matter though, people like that don't bother anymore. My son Chen Tianmu is also preparing to go in, so please take care of him if you can. After saying that, Chen Shi also pointed at his distant teenager with an unruly face. Surprisingly, he was still at the Yuaning realm. Such a young Yuaning realm was a genius when looking at the Shenduani mortal realm. Aren't you going in? Mo Wenqian asked as he looked at Chen Shi in doubt. Upon hearing this, Chen Shi despised and glanced at Mo Chanshan. Did you not even probe before you came over? This cave is only restricted to cultivators under the age of 25. Even if your cultivation is high, you won't be able to enter beyond that age. After saying that, Chen Shi had some doubts. Since Mo Wenqian didn't know the restrictions, why would he bring Li Lan over? Looks like this is a dude who came over to play. Mo Wenqian was slightly stunned. He didn't even know about this restriction earlier, but Li Lan looked like he was only a few years old. I wonder if he could get in? Chen Shi also looked at Li Lan. The other party would definitely not be able to get in if they were some senior returning to the basics and purposely showing themselves in this appearance. If he went in, he must be a dude. No wonder he couldn't see any aura fluctuation, so he was just a rich ordinary person. People like that, no. Afterward, Chen Shi left without a single greeting. Seeing that Chen Shi didn't know his master's true strength, Mo Wenqian sighed in relief. He just hoped that there wouldn't be so many smart people who could see his master's extraordinary, so that he would be left alone as a licking dog. Don't come any more people to grab a lickspittle from him. A little bit of time passes and the crowd is getting bigger and bigger. Suddenly, the crowd stirred. You guys see, is that one the dragon son of the Green Dragon sect? I heard that the year he was born, the divine beast was accompanied by a green dragon. The Green Dragon sect rushed over overnight to accept him as a holy son of the Green Dragon sect, acquired the Green Dragon Kung Fu, and now that he has just turned 18, he's already a Mahayana perfection. It's really true. I didn't expect this dragon son to come over, so will the Phoenix girl come over? Haven't the two of them already formed a Dao couple and double cultivation every day? That dragon and Phoenix intertwine. The speed of cultivation can be said to be 1,000 miles a day. It is really envious of others. I'm not sure, I think they'll be coming over. They're both together, they're inseparable to a degree nowadays. Is that Power Boy? I can't believe he's here too. What a huge body. Does his old man not even let him go on a diet? It's still true, I saw that huge body from a big distance, just like a big mountain. It's too much. Is this really an 8-year-old? It's bigger than me. So many powerful people have come over. It seems like it's not good to grab the cave sky this time. It's destined to be a battle of the gods. Li Lan followed the sound and saw 3 people. End of chapter. Chapter 80, Phoenix, I'll take her. One was huge, like Tarzan, as tall as a giant, and his belly fat shook as he walked. There was also a large beast leg in his hand that he was gnawing on, and every time he took a step, the ground shook, as if a great earthquake had come, causing his body to become unsteady. The most outrageous thing is that this child is still 8 years old, who is 8 years old like his mom Tarzan. Subsequently, Mo Wenqian told Li Lan about the identity of these 2 people. Hearing Li Lan came to be interested, not expecting this world to be so interesting. There are so many strange people. This Tarzan child awakened a very special physique, the divine power holy body, born with divine power. As soon as he was born, he possessed 100,000 pounds of enormous strength, slowly increasing as he grew, and now he has more than 100 million pounds of enormous strength, and a random punch can penetrate a large mountain. Moreover, this holy body was not only so weak, not only did he possess divine power, his physique was also stronger than anyone else's, and he was already invulnerable to swords and spears at birth. Until now, some magic treasures had no effect on him, and he could even counteract some spirit arts. However, there is a disadvantage, is the love of food. This physique consumes too much energy. Even now is already a Yuaning realm, all need to eat every day. If not, his old man is the richest man in a certain state. I'm afraid that long ago could not afford to feed. As this little Tarzan walked, his body slowly got smaller, and it turned out that the reason it was so big just now was because it was so digestible. Even after becoming smaller, he was still holding a beast's leg that was bigger than others and gnawing on it with a mouth-watering appetite. Looking over again, a demonic teenager with a head of flowing green hair, his face coldly ignoring the crowd, quietly standing there. Next to him there were a few maids fanning him, a proper template of a powerful young master. This head is equally not small. It is the dragon son of the Green Dragon sect. The Green Dragon sect is a very famous sect. The first patriarch is the Green Dragon Emperor, which was created by a green dragon in human form, and today's patriarch's strength is equally extraordinary, the consummation of the great Luo Golden Immortal. A heaven and earth vision occurred on the day of this dragon son's birth, and the silhouette of the Green Dragon Emperor himself descended into the sky, followed by a green dragon that burrowed into his body as a companion divine beast. After being known by the Green Dragon sect, he immediately approached the door and accepted it as a dragon son, cultivating it with all his might, and now after the past 18 years, he is already a Mahayana perfection. An 18-year-old Mahayana perfection could no longer be described as a genius. This was an absolute demon. I heard that the heavenly Tao once tried to exterminate him with a thunderbolt and was scared off by the green dragon inside him. becoming famous in one battle and also perfectly acquiring the green dragon technique, possessing a very terrifying strength. I didn't expect these two to come. This time the cave is really full of talent. I'm afraid it's going to be a lot harder. Yeah, with these two coming over, we're definitely out of luck, or don't go in. What are you afraid of? The big thing is to go around when we see them. Can they still kill us directly? Not to mention, they do have the strength. Even if they kill you, your clan wouldn't even dare to fart. The crowd's hearts were like ashes. They thought that this time they could enter the cave heaven to show off their skills and obtain the Heavenly Emperor's inheritance, but it turned out that two demons were killed. Master, these two people are very powerful, and the forces behind them are also very powerful. If you see them, you can choose to go around them. Mo Wenxian spoke before. He wasn't sure how strong Li Lan was. He felt that at most he was a perfect earth immortal, or else a heavenly immortal. The power behind these people had a great luo heavenly immortal. It wasn't comparable to a heavenly immortal. There's no harm, just one hand can suppress it. Li Lan spoke indifferently. What cats and dogs, all of them were suppressed. I don't know if that green dragon is powerful or his white tiger, so let it compete when you have the chance. Hearing that, Mo Wenxian did not know what to say before. The master seems very confident. Is the strength more powerful than that Qinglong patriarch? Thinking of this, Mo Wenxian was on the verge of laughing out loud. He had really chosen the right person. Phoenix Lady is here. At this moment, the crowd stirred again, even more so than before. Li Lan looked at the sound and was stunned, only to see an absolute beauty riding a phoenix covered in flames descending from the sky. Her every smile and knit tugged at the heart. This was a woman he had never seen before in his previous life, more beautiful than any woman, more beautiful than Baijie. But alas, it's someone else's woman. But suddenly, Li Lan froze again, as he used his divine sense to look through the phoenix girl's body and realized that the other party was still intact. Ha! Don't you have sex with that green dragon every day? How come you're still a virgin? It's not possible that green dragon is a celestial castrate and can't do that, is it? Told you so, he's willing to serve. This kind of top-notch beauty can't be wasted. Before Mo1, does dual cultivation necessitate a room, or what? Li Lan opened his mouth and asked. No need, there are dual cultivation techniques, male and female can be. Mo Wenxian replied. Suddenly his face became odd and asked in a low voice, Master, do you want it? I have dual cultivation feats. If you don't want male and female, I'll go find others for you. Get out of the way. Li Lan spoke in a cold voice. Holler. Mo Wenxian didn't dare to open his mouth to speak again. In the back, he still explained the identity of the Phoenix woman for Li Lan. The other party was the holy daughter of the Phoenix Holy Land. A Phoenix shadow appeared at birth and descended the Phoenix holy body to her. This holy body was extremely powerful, having absolute control over flames and being able to be reborn in nirvana after death, living one more time. Resurrection was an ability that countless people could only dream of, and it was surprising that she had gotten it. And the Phoenix sacred body also has a best, that is, when performing intercourse, it can greatly enhance the cultivation of the male party, so this Phoenix sacred body has only appeared in the woman from ancient times, and has never appeared in the man. A Phoenix girl, basically what every man wants, as long as you get her, it is equivalent to 1,000 miles a day, rapid increase in cultivation, this kind of exuberant woman, who does not want it? So when everyone knew that the green dragon child was married to the Phoenix woman, everyone had murderous intentions, but they could only be envious and jealous because the other side's green dragon patriarch was extremely powerful. Not bad, this woman is good, I'll take it. Li Lan said with a faint smile. In his life, he loved money, color and food, that's what he said. Having come to a new world, one must experience new things, and the same goes for new women. I wonder what this Phoenix sacred body woman tastes like. Since that green dragon doesn't treasure it properly, let him love it, he won't waste it. Squeeze every drop out of it, start with him. Operation Liquidation, start with me. Master, this Phoenix girl is the dragon's sons, I'm afraid it's not good to rob her. Why don't we change the woman? Mo Wenxian spoke in a low voice. He was truly afraid that Li Lan would offend the two clans. No harm done, what I want, I haven't tried to snatch what I can't. Li Lan smiled faintly. This kind of absolute beauty must be snatched up no matter what, and he would use his personal charm to conquer the other party. End of chapter. Chapter 81. Licking Dog Zhang Long, Face Control Lu Qingyao. Seeing the Phoenix girl's arrival, the dragon's son smiled and walked over, expertly wrapping his arms around her waist. The Phoenix woman smiled, but Li Lan saw a look of disgust on the other's face, and her smile was forced. Sure enough, these two don't get along, so he can get down to business. He had done a lot of stealing other people's girlfriends, but it was those women who automatically came to the door, and they didn't know about it. He adhered to the principle from the beginning to the end that good women should be cherished and bad women should not be wasted. As more and more people came, the sky suddenly changed. Black clouds coalesced from all around and pressed down on the heads of the crowd, plunging the land into darkness. Rumble! Thunder roared. A golden pillar of light descended from the sky and shot straight to the ground. Spiritual energy erupted in all directions. Countless people closed their eyes from the aura's shock, and only opened their eyes when it had almost subsided. The pillar of light dissipated, and a huge circular aperture appeared in front of the crowd, which stood in the center like a mirror frame without lenses. The cave is open. Someone shouted. In an instant, countless age-appropriate genius teenage girls and young men scrambled towards the cave sky, none of them willing to lag behind. After all, those who were the first to enter the cave sky would be able to obtain more resources. They can get a head start on resources. Moreover, this cave sky was not the first time it appeared every 10,000 years, and the resources inside seemed to be endless. Even though so many people went in, there were still many resources waiting for them every time they went in. Master, the cave is open. Mo Wenxian spoke before. Aha! Li Lan spoke faintly, his figure disappearing, having entered the cave. Mo Wenxian, you're really old and confused to show such respect to a little kid. It can't be that the other party's identity scares you. Chen Shi walked over at this time and sneered. Chen Shi, you're the one who's old and confused. Lao Zi, this is called discerning eyes, you'll just wait and see. Mo Wenxian sneered. He didn't want to say one more word of nonsense to Chen Shi. The less people knew about this matter of Li Lan being a strong person, the better. Inside the cave, Li Lan entered it and felt that his body was emptied all of a sudden, and his soul was in a bit of a trance, but he quickly recovered. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw a paradise, beautiful mountains and rivers, dense green forests, and countless birds and beasts darting in front of him, as well as many people and groups at the entrance, ready to team up to explore. He was on the lookout for the Phoenix woman, and this time the goal was to take the woman down. Li Lan decided not to use this child's appearance. He waved his big hand, shook his body, his height suddenly drew up. More than an adult, a head, a stout body, sword eyebrow, starry eyes, faces incomparably handsome, a handsome white robe to wear on the body, like a fluttering dandy, well-mannered. Those who don't know Li Lan may think he is a reader from a certain family. Li Lan casually waved his hand, a piece of water-formed mirror appeared in front of him. Looking at himself in the mirror, he couldn't help but nod his head in satisfaction. Not bad, almost as handsome as in his previous life. Who would have thought that the back of this face is a child that was just born not more than a year ago? He drank his own full moon feast only a while ago. This gentleman, are you alone, or do you already have company? At this time, a voice sounded behind Li Lan. The voice is quite sweet. There is a kind of previous life to accompany the game. Those women deliberately just clip up the feeling. Li Lan turned back and saw two girls and a man. The girl who just opened her mouth was even more amazing. White skin, attractive red lips, slightly red cheeks, slightly lowered her head, shy appearance hooked the heartstrings. The other girl was okay, but not as good looking as this girl. As for the guy, Li Lan automatically ignored. Seeing Li Lan's pair of eyes constantly surveying her, Lu Qingya was a bit shy. Originally she thought that 3 people were already enough, but in a glance she saw Li Lan. This kind of handsome face made her unable to forget and was deeply enamored by it. She was a very serious face controller, and after seeing Li Lan's handsome face as well as his temperament, she couldn't control it a bit, so she walked up to ask. Now, after asking, she regretted a little. Would this gentleman think she was an unreserved person? The boy on the side was a bit upset when he saw Li Lan staring at Lu Qingya with such aggressive eyes, and before he could say anything, Li Lan spoke up. No, I'm alone. Li Lan shook his head. The girl was nice, but not as nice as Phoenix Girl, who was his main target, but if a little lamb wanted to come to his door on her own, he'd be happy to take it. If you've come, you'll have to take it. If the other party has sent it to your door, wouldn't it be rude if you didn't take it? Then do you want to join us? Lu Qingya asked with a smile. Wait, not just anyone can come. I'm at the perfection of the transformation spirit realm. Yao is also at the transformation spirit realm. Paozi, she's also a transformation spirit. The 3 of us are all transformation spirits. You won't be able to get in unless you're higher than us. That boy suddenly stood out and looked at Li Lan and spoke in a cold voice. Brother Zhang, don't be like this. Lu Qingya said anxiously. She was the one who invited the people. What's wrong with this Zhang Long? She looked at Li Lan again and smiled. It's alright Gongzi, we are the muckraking team. If our strength is too low, you can follow us to muckrake and pick up the rags. Inexplicably, the girl called Boaji on the side was also a bit anxious and looked at Zhang Long with a grumble, obviously displeased with his words. If people dare to come in the cave, they must have come prepared. Their strength is definitely not low. If you drive such a handsome gentleman away, what are we going to do? Are we going to face you, a big, ugly man? They didn't want to. Both of them were face controllers. Even if Li Lan's strength was low, they both wanted to stay. Ha! Li Lan laughed out loud as he looked at the burly man in front of him. What a cat or dog to provoke him. Kneel down. Li Lan tightened his smile and spoke faintly. The burly man sniffed and was just about to make a move, but he felt a terrifying pressure like tens of thousands of mountains pressing down on him. Pouncing, Zhang Long couldn't bear it and snapped to his knees, blood coming out of his knees as his body was trembling. This sudden scene startled the Lu Qingya duo and also attracted the gazes of others, but the gazes of the crowd only lasted for a few seconds before they hurriedly left. Soon there were only 4 Li Lan left here. Who are you and what have you done to me? Zhang Long said in anger and horror. He wanted to raise his head to look straight at Li Lan, but realized that he couldn't raise his head. The pressure was too terrifying. The 2 women on the side were also at a loss for words, their bodies trembling slightly in fear. You didn't want to know my strength, so now you know. End of chapter. Chapter 82, Chasing Women is all about gradual progress. Li Lan let out a cold laugh, and that laugh was a piercing mockery in Zhang Long's ears, making him feel humiliated but unable to do anything about it, as despair, anger, and fear flooded his mind. He swore that if he managed to leave alive, he would definitely break Li Lan into pieces later. You, just kneel here for now. Li Lan laughed coldly, looking up at the two frightened bunnies. It seems like he can't move, so in order to avoid wasting time, why don't you two come with me? I can protect you. Don't, Lu Qingyao, don't go with him, he's not a good person, you can't go with him. Zhang Long shouted in shock. Li Lan was definitely not a good person. If Lu Qingyao went with him, she would be eaten without any crumbs left. He had been chasing Lu Qingyao for more than 10 years, he couldn't let this asshole take it away from him. Lu Qingyao was a bit bewildered. She looked down at Zhang Long, whose face was grim and sinewy, kneeling on the ground like a dog, and then looked up at the handsome Li Lan, with a mesmerizingly kind smile on his lips, and she instantly decided who to choose. Anyway, she had originally hated Zhang Long. This person had been pestering her all the time. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhang Long's strength was very strong and her master had told her to spend more time with him, she wouldn't have teamed up with him to come to this cave heaven. I'll go with you. Lu Qingyao walked forward and stood beside Li Lan. Seeing this, Zhang Long violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood, his breath became sluggish, and his face turned white. The realm has even directly dropped to the early stage of the transformation of God, and it is still slowly dropping. It is estimated that it can drop to the Yuaning. Li Lan laughed. He did not expect Zhang Long to have such a poor mental capacity. Just so out of the blue, the Dao heart unexpectedly collapsed, and may not be able to recover for a long time. That pachyderm girl saw that Lu Qingyao had made her choice, and she also shyly came to Li Lan's side without glancing at Zhang Long, which made Zhang Long even more devastated. I didn't expect that Boji would look down on him so much, and his realm instantly fell to Yuaning. Li Lan couldn't help but shake his head, sad licking a dog to the end, nothing. He'd never been a lickspittle in his life, and he wasn't going to be, even if he came across the best-looking girls. Licking a dog is useless. Getting a woman to lick you is the hard way. What do you mean? What's a dog licker? Lu Qingyao opened her mouth in confusion. Nothing, two beauties, follow me. Li Lan's two big hands directly rested on the two women's waist, causing them to shyly lower their heads again. This world's women is this good, casually some body movements on shyness, if the previous world, at best, is pretending, and acting also thief bad kind. Li Lan wrapped his arms around his two daughters and left towards the distance, leaving Zhang Long kneeling there alone, his Dao heart crumbling. I don't have time to kill Zhang Long now, so when he goes out, I'll just kill him in passing. Li Lan brought the two girls to a forest that was filled with all kinds of spiritual medicines, spiritual herbs, and spiritual insects, but at the same time, there were many demonic beasts, almost all of which were above the transformation spirit, and many of which were in the transition realm, with a terrifying aura. The two women were so frightened that they cowered in his arms and shivered, the two pairs of ferocious weapons rubbing against each other in a constant and comfortable manner. Li Lan could actually directly use his breath to drive away those demonic beasts, but he didn't want to do that. If he did that, wouldn't he be unable to enjoy the massage service? It's better to just go on like this, those demonic beasts can't get close anyway. He set up a boundary, within a 5-mile radius, those demonic beasts can't get close, and he can enjoy the massage service in peace. Wow, there are so many spirit medicines, but there are also so many demonic beasts, I don't dare to pick them. Lu Qingyao saw a lot of spirit medicines and was dumbfounded. But when they heard the roars of those demonic beasts, they didn't dare to go. This is good, if you have your eye on any herb, just tell me and I'll go get it for you. Li Lan smiled faintly. Really, you're so nice. Lu Qingyao's eyes widened in delight, and just as she was about to say a certain herb, Li Lan spoke again. But well, I have a condition, if I help you once, you have to kiss me. Li Lan smiled lewdly. This kind of little game can increase the relationship between men and women very well. He often play this way, such as one more new knowledge, he will give more money, each time to develop a lot of new knowledge. At those words, Lu Qingyao immediately blushed in shame and lowered her head without speaking. Well, it seems you're not willing. Li Lan pretended to be aggrieved, then looked at Paozi. Paozi, are you willing? Give me a kiss, anywhere, and I'll help you pick herbs. I'll do it. Lu Qingyao suddenly raised her head and spoke anxiously. She couldn't let Boji snatch away such an outstanding teenager. They didn't even run into any demonic beasts on this road, and even if they did, Li Lan slapped them to death with a slap. The confidence and power displayed between her hands and feet fascinated her, and she should look for a Dao mate like this. So definitely don't let Burger snatch it away. Seeing this, Li Lan smiled. This trick was really as useful as ever. Using this against women who are pretending to be reserved, shy, or wanting more money, it's tried and true. Basically a woman won't say yes, he'll never chat more than a single word, they'll just go cold turkey and talk to some other woman, and that woman will naturally regret it and initiate a conversation. These women are just reserved, they won't be honest until you stir them up. Without making too many moves, Lu Qingyao directly stood on her tiptoes and kissed Li Lan on the right side of his face. Then he pointed to an elixir growing on a large tree, with two demonic beasts of transformation spirit perfection standing guard beside it. I'll take that. No problem. Li Lan smiled and casually waved his hand, and the elixir obediently flew over, without even the two demonic beasts noticing. At this scene, Lu Qingyo looked stunned, and next to her, Paozi was also dumbfounded. Here. Li Lan handed the elixir in his hand to Lu Qingyo. This is too easy for you, playing rogue. Lu Qingyo was a bit ashamed, not expecting Li Lan to take it over so easily. It cost her her first kiss. What can I do then? Give it back to you. Li Lan shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly. How? Lu Qingyo was a little puzzled, could it be returned? Before she finished her sentence, Li Lan kissed her on the mouth with one bite, but just like a dragonfly, he quickly let go. To pick up girls, it is all about gradual and orderly progress, cannot be too anxious, so that women will be unhappy. You take your time, slowly let them let go of their defenses, the time is almost the same, and then attack the gate in one fell swoop. The result doesn't matter, it's the process that's cool. You. Lu Qingyao's eyes widened in surprise, blushing, she didn't expect Li Lan to directly kiss her on the mouth without even saying a word. See Lu Qingyo is this reaction, Li Lan immediately feel hand to take the pinch, usually this kind of reaction, that is, the girl is good for you, but not to that step, slowly and surely can. That's sweet. After saying that, Li Lan even licked his lips on purpose and smiled evilly. Seeing this, Lu Qingyo didn't say anything at all, blushing and lowering her head. End of chapter. Chapter 83, the defense line is broken, the gates can be attacked. On the side of the park Chi are looking at the red eyes, to be honest, she also want to kiss Li Lan, but do not have that courage, they are not as good looking as Lu Qingyo, the body is not very good, can only be regarded as okay. Thinking about this, Paige was a bit self-conscious, which was seen by Li Lan. What to do at such a time? It's simple, a bowl of water has to be leveled. Boji, this female growth is quite good looking, pure and lovely face, especially now this aggrieved expression, there is a kind of small green tea feeling, especially pleasing to men like, belong to the enduring type. Lu Qingyo is the stunning type, a glance will be stunned to the kind, if asked what she likes, he will answer, both like, he wants all of them. Barking, Li Lan's hands fiercely embraced Paozi's face and gave him a hard kiss that lasted 2 seconds longer than Lu Qingyo's. It came so suddenly that Paige was wide-eyed and at a loss for words, but didn't push Li Lan away, letting him loose on his own. You. Burji sheepishly lowered her head and pursed her lips as if reminiscing. What's wrong with me? I'm a fair person, after kissing Qingyo, I have to kiss you. Li Lan grinned. But who cares if you kiss it? Paige said on purpose, but in reality, she was still a little sweet inside. In that case, next time I won't kiss you, I'll just kiss little baby Qingyo. Li Lan shrugged and said, blah blah blah, who wants you to kiss and also, how did I become your little baby? Lu Qingyao's just recovered face instantly reddened again. Li Lan's speech was really too meaty, how could he say such meaty words, oddly shy. Lu Qingyo, this kind of feudal little girl, unlike those women who have seen a lot in the previous life, they have not heard so many meaty love words. If it is those women in the previous life, they will definitely feel that you are greasy. But there is another quote that makes a lot of sense. Dudes say love words, romance. Ugly men talk about love, greasy. The age of the face. This world was similar, but if Li Lan didn't look so handsome, I'm afraid Lu Qingyo and Boji wouldn't even look at him. Li Lan smiled and didn't say anything more. He knew that the two girls were just shy, as long as they acted on their own, they definitely wouldn't resist, because they were already slowly accepting him inside. Thinking of this, Li Lan placed his two large hands on the waist of the two women. Just after touching it, one could feel the two women's bodies trembling violently, but they did not make any other movements. Instead, they silently accepted this action of Li Lan, which was enough to show that the two women had already accepted Li Lan's small action in their hearts, which was a good start. Li Lan couldn't help but smile. This world can be so beautiful, wherever there is such a simple and good to cheat little girl. Let's go to the front and take a look. Li Lan spoke with a faint smile. He had just used his divine sense to see that there were many people in front of him who appeared to be surrounding a demonic beast that was at the completion of the transition realm and was extremely powerful. Aha! The two girls nodded, but didn't dare to look up at Li Lan, still shy. Kill it, its child is a purple flame spirit lion. This kind of spirit beast is extraordinary. If it can be cultivated, it will definitely be a battle force cadre. But it's a transition realm perfection. I'm afraid that we people can't do it. You should know that the purple flame spirit lion is mutated from the purple flame lion and belongs to the imperial grade spirit beast, which is not rare. An imperial level spirit beast that can grow up to a saint. That means this is a spirit beast that can grow up to a saint, absolutely cannot be spared. Not far away in front of the cave, more than a dozen harmonized spirit perfection cultivators gathered together, and in front of them was a purple flame lion of the transition realm perfection, covered in purple fur. At the tip of its tail was a purple flame that was burning, and its entire head was surrounded by purple flames, exuding a horrifying aura, and it was looking at the cultivators with a fierce and vicious aura. And behind it, there was a small demonic beast, hiding behind its mother, looking at these cultivators in fear. It was different from its mother, it surprisingly didn't have any fur, instead, its whole body was surrounded by purple flames, even its pupils were purple, very cute. Spirit beasts, which were categorized into mortal, purple, red, king, emperor, imperial, immortal, and divine. This emperor-level spirit beast could reach up to the saint realm, and Li Lan's white tiger was the god level, reaching up to the end of this world. Someone is coming again. At this moment, a cultivator spoke in a deep voice, looking in the direction of the forest. The crowd looked in unison as Li Lan walked out with his two daughters smiling. Seeing the beautiful women, the male cultivators on the scene ignored Li Lan and looked up and down at Lu Qingyao and Boaji. This level of beauty, which could not be seen often, the appearance and temperament were excellent. Looking at them came to feel, wow, what a cute little spirit beast. At this moment, Lu Qingyao saw the little purple flame spirit lion and let out an exclamation, her eyes filled with golden light. Obviously loved it. Seeing this, the corners of Li Lan's mouth rose slightly as he thought of something else and laughed in a low voice. Do you want it? Want. Lu Qingyao subconsciously replied, of course she wanted it very much. This kind of spirit beast was both cute and powerful, who wouldn't want it? But soon, she reacted to the fact that Li Lan had said to tell him whatever she wanted, but only if she gave him a kiss. He immediately blushed with shame. Was he going to give Li Lan another kiss? Want, it's simple, just fulfill one of my conditions. Li Lan smiled lewdly. Not a kiss? Lu Qingyao instantly raised her head and asked in a misguided manner. Just think of it, this is a purple flame spirit lion, an imperial grade spirit beast, how could it be as simple as a kiss? Li Lan laughed. During this time, although he didn't recognize the spirit beast, he understood when he heard those people say it. The harder it was to get something, the more difficult it would be to let Lu Qingyao get it easily, and it would have to be difficult for her to get it. A spirit beast of this level like this, Lu Qingyao would definitely want it very much, and that wouldn't be solved with a kiss, it would have to be done in a different way. Hearing this, Lu Qingyao didn't know what to say, looking towards that spirit beast, inwardly wanting it, but she could think of what Li Lan's conditions would be. This bad guy's conditions would definitely be of the bad kind. Seeing Lu Qingyao biting her lips and hesitating, Li Lan laughed. Don't worry, my conditions are definitely not particularly excessive, just say yes, this is a royal grade spirit beast. Oh, if you miss it, you won't have any more, otherwise I'll give it to Boaji. Li Lan continued to seduce Lu Qingyao, gradually breaching her inner defenses. When a girl faced with endless temptation, her inner defense will gradually break down. Not a girl's heart of stone cannot be impressed, but you give things, too much garbage, they do not see. You have to break through their inner defenses step by step to get it. And remember the word special. It's a test. Well, then you can make a deal, and it can't be a particularly excessive one. Well, don't worry about it. Li Lan smiled, successfully breaking through Lu Qingyao's inner defense. The next step was to devour her step by step. Once the defense is broken, you can basically attack the city. End of chapter. Chapter 84, Purple Flame Spirit Lion, attacking Lu Qingyao. Ha, what a delusional thought. Do you know what kind of demonic beast that is? It's a transition realm perfection. At that moment, a cultivator laughed out loud, feeling ridiculous as he heard all the conversations between Li Lan and Lu Qingyao. That was a demonic beast of the perfection of the transition realm. Which of the people who came in here were not in their 20s, and other than those few supreme demons, who else could have a realm above the transition realm? Li Lan even said it so lightly. Now they all lie in order to pick up girls? Yeah, this girl, don't be fooled by the thief, he doesn't look like a good person. Another cultivator spoke up, that colorful eyes had been sizing up Lu Qingyao, obviously getting horny. There were still a few moments of jealousy in his eyes. They were jealous of how Li Lan could have such a beautiful woman traveling with him. Was it just because he was handsome? Girls nowadays can really look at their faces. What if the other guy is a bad man? Wouldn't that put you on the hook? Everyone else was talking. No one believed that Li Lan could kill this demonic beast. After all, we were all the same age. Li Lan couldn't be much more powerful than them, and they had never seen a character like Li Lan. Oof. Hearing this, Li Lan let out a cold laugh and looked at these people contemptuously, speaking faintly. Don't use your ignorance to judge me, a bunch of trash. Who are you cursing? The first cultivator who opened his mouth shouted angrily, ready to step forward and beat up Li Lan. Noisy. Li Lan pulled out his ears and slapped him across the room. Boo! The cultivator instantly exploded, blood and flesh splattered away, and everyone except the three Li Lan had some blood and flesh on their bodies and faces. That monk's soul was scattered and he could not re-enter the wheel of reincarnation. This scene happened too suddenly, and the crowd was so frightened that they backed away, looking at Li Lan in horror. The cultivator just now, whom they knew, was a harmonized god perfection, and was actually destroyed so easily by Li Lan. Then Li Lan's strength must be above theirs. They looked away. Even Lu Qingyao and Boaji were taken aback. But they weren't frightened by Li Lan's ruthlessness. Instead, they became even more excited inside. Li Lan is really strong. The vast majority of women in this world like to be strong, because that has a sense of security. After all, this is a strong world, basically almost strong. Senior, it's because I have eyes but no pearls. I've looked away, please spare my dog's life. The other cultivator who had just mouthed off directly knelt down on the spot, kowtowing repeatedly, his speech slurred, clearly frightened. This mouth and these eyes of his own are really going to get him killed. If he had known that Li Lan was so horrible, he shouldn't have taunted people. Save these words for your next life. Li Lan spoke indifferently, and with just a look, the cultivator ended up like the last one. Watching two cultivators die in a row, the other cultivators didn't dare to run for fear that if they did, they would be the next to be killed, and each one of them hurriedly knelt on the ground and started begging for mercy. Li Lan picked a few to kill the ones who spoke the hardest, and the rest were the ones who didn't taunt himself. He had principles of being a man, not killing innocent people indiscriminately, and only killing those he wanted to kill. Get lost. Li Lan spoke in a cold voice. The rest of them were relieved and fled in an instant, disappearing in a flash. Only Li Lan, the three of them, and the two demonic beasts were left at the scene. That big demonic beast seemed to have some spirituality. Looking at Li Lan's eyes even revealed fear. Obviously it knew that Li Lan's strength was terrifying. But it didn't retreat, but stood guard in front of its own child, which made Li Lan a little moved. Mothers are indeed the greatest creatures, and mother's love is also the greatest and selfless love. Being a mother describes this moment, right? Knowing that he was very strong, but this demonic beast didn't even give up on its own child to leave, but firmly stood guard in front of it, resisting Li Lan. Being my mount will guarantee you a lifetime of peace. Li Lan spoke faintly. He knew that this demonic beast understood. Sure enough, when Li Lan finished speaking, the demonic beast unexpectedly came to him with that little beast in its mouth and gently placed it at his feet. The little beast was scared and screaming, but the big beast arched its head for the little beast, its eyes signaling it to go over to Li Lan's side, where Li Lan could give it a better life. The little beast seemed to understand, and even magically stopped barking, slowly climbed to Li Lan's feet, gently biting his pants leg and barking twice. The two women on the side saw this scene, their eyes widened in surprise, not expecting it to be so easy, and looked at Li Lan in surprise again. Who is this man and how many more secrets is he hiding? Lu Qingyao felt that she had completely fallen in love with Li Lan. He was too mysterious and charming. Seeing this, Li Lan raised an eyebrow. Surprisingly, he had spirituality at such a young age. It was definitely strong when he grew up. He was a little reluctant to give it to Lu Qingyao. However, he already had a white tiger himself, so he couldn't look at this little spirit beast. I'm not your master, she is. Li Lan glanced at Lu Qingyao, signaling the little beast. Sure enough, this little beast was as spiritual as he thought. After hearing this, he actually really behaved himself and walked to Lu Qingyao's feet, gently arching his head over her shoes, giving Lu Qingyao all the motherly love she could muster, immediately squatting down and hugging the little beast. Amazingly, the flames on this little beast unexpectedly didn't work on Lu Qingyao, as if it was a decoration. However, this was a characteristic of the purple fire spirit lion. When the flame was purple, it was harmless, but when it turned red, it was harmful. So now it's just a harmless little pet one. So cute. Lu Qingyao hugged the purple flame spirit lion. Her heart was incomparably happy. This little spirit beast was really too cute. Thanks. Lu Qingyao looked at Li Lan gratefully, her eyes filled with affection. Seeing this, Li Lan understood that Lu Qingyao had already had her defenses completely breached by him, and that she wouldn't refuse any of the excessive requests she would make next. He read a lot of women, or it is easy to see how a woman's attitude towards you, like this affectionate eyes, 100% is like you. Women are made of water, and now you can say it's spring water to savor. It's good that you like it. Li Lan smiled faintly, causing Lu Qingyao to be even more heart-warmed, thoroughly accepting Li Lan inwardly, and beginning to have expectations and curiosity about the next excessive conditions. As for Paozi on the side, she was a bit jealous when she saw Lu Qingyao obtaining such a cute little spirit beast, but Li Lan's next words made her heart burst with joy. Boji, you don't have one yet. I'll find one for you later as well. It definitely won't be bad for Lu Qingyao. Aha. But there are conditions, do you promise? End of chapter. Chapter 85, The Place of Choosing Treasures, the Dharma Treasure of Finding the Lord. The land of treasure selection is about to open, so everyone go on a treasure hunt. Li Lan took the two girls on the road. Along the way, they harvested a lot. The two girls took a lot of spirit medicine and spirit grass, in which both of them took a small spirit beast each. All of them were imperial level, happy. Li Lan also gained a lot. For example, now it is possible to proceed to the Monet session, his clutches from time to time to make a bad thing, causing the two girls to be shy, but do not resist, to give him a touch of fun. The treasure selection land has actually opened. Let's hurry over there. Lu Qingyao got excited when she heard that cultivator's words and pulled Li Lan's hand as she prepared to rush over there. What is the land of treasure selection? Li Lan asked suspiciously. You didn't even do a rundown before you came in? Lu Qingyao scratched her head in puzzlement and continued. The land of choosing treasures is a feature of this cave sky. Inside there is an area with countless ownerless magic treasures. These magic treasures all have spirituality. They will look for their own masters, and only those who meet the qualifications will be able to be their masters. There is no upper limit. Hearing this, Li Lan came to be interested. There was even such a fun area, then he had to go over and try it anyways. Let's go. Li Lan smiled faintly and spoke, bringing the two girls to instantly disappear in the same place. Appearing again, he had come into the middle of the crowd. Looking at the sea of people around him, Li Lan unfolded his divine sense and swept the surrounding area, and didn't find the presence of a magic treasure. Well, what about those spells? They haven't appeared yet, they will only come out when it's time. Lu Qingyao laughed, and as soon as the words fell, the surrounding aura suddenly became dense. A boundary rose out of thin air and enveloped the crowd. Countless obscure runes appeared on the boundary. This was actually a spell formation. The moment the spell formation opened, the surroundings suddenly lit up with light, and a single magic treasure unexpectedly drilled out from inside the soil and flew into the sky. Li Lan swept past and was suddenly disinterested. These magic treasures were all too weak. These magic treasures can be so trashy, I thought they were so powerful. Li Lan spoke with some disappointment. All of these magic treasures were extremely ordinary, the highest was only an extreme grade innate spiritual treasure, and there were only those two, the others were all lower grade innate spiritual treasures, and most of them were still Hotian spiritual treasures. Even if these magic treasures were given to him for nothing, he wouldn't want them. And many of the people around were very close to Li Lan, and when they heard his rampant words, some of them immediately laughed. Hee, kid, you are too rampant, these innate spiritual treasures, you can't even look at them? That's right, the innate spiritual treasure is not so easy to take, you think you have the Chaos Supreme treasure yourself. Laughing my ass off, he said the magic treasure is trash, and when the magic treasure doesn't choose him later, then I'll die laughing. I have to say, the two beauties next to them are quite good looking, but it's a shame they're followed by a cutie. Everyone thought that Li Lan was talking big, this was an innate spiritual treasure, and he even said it was trash. This is clearly a case of sour grapes. What's more, these magic treasures are not something he can take if he wants to, he has to rely on the magic treasures to choose the owner, and if he doesn't choose this kid later, he will have him crying. Hearing this, Li Lan helplessly shrugged his shoulders, these trash have not seen much of the world, if they reveal the Chaos Supreme treasure, shall they not be scared to death? It's here, it's time to start choosing a master. Just then, a cultivator shouted. Only to see the magic treasures begin to spin up in the sky, emitting a dazzling light and flying in all directions, while more of them flew towards the crowd where Li Lan was. This included those two extremely high-quality innate spiritual treasures. Seeing these two extreme innate spiritual treasures, the gazes of the crowd instantly flamed up. They were all sect disciples and didn't have a single latter heavenly spiritual treasure. Now that they saw the extreme innate spiritual treasures, of course they were excited, as if they were starving wolves who had never eaten pork before. It's coming, they're actually coming towards us, they must have chosen me. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk, I'm a transformation spirit perfection, they'll definitely choose me. Don't even say it, I have the holy body, if I don't choose it should I choose you guys? Each one of them was bursting with confidence, thinking that the magic treasure was choosing them and getting giddy. Only Li Lan, grinning, stood there calmly. And beside them, Lu Qingyao and Boji both had a premonition in their hearts that all these magic treasures were afraid that they were not all here to choose Li Lan. Because Li Lan was very strong and mysterious, it was highly likely that he would be chosen by these magic treasures. One piece of magic treasure flew over, passing through the gleeful cultivators and coming straight to Li Lan, surrounding him and bouncing around like a child, seemingly waiting for Li Lan to accept them. Seeing this scene, the crowd was completely dumbfounded. How could so many magic treasures choose this kid? Looking mediocre, only a little bit more handsome, and not even seeing his cultivation, how could he be chosen by so many magic treasures? No, it can't be. It must be looking at the two beautiful girls beside the kid. It can't be this kid. Obviously this kid looked down on these magic treasures in the last second, but as a result, these magic treasures even ran to others like a licking dog begging to be collected. Really no ambition of the magic treasures. Scram, I don't need these trashy magic treasures of yours. Li Lan frowned slightly and spoke in a cold voice. What a grade and worthy of his use. When these words came out, the room was silent and the crowd was dumbfounded. What did this kid just say? He doesn't need these magic treasures and he told them to get lost? What the hell is this? That's an extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasure. How many people can't even get it in their dreams? This kid doesn't even cherish it. Bereft and wasteful, he doesn't want it. Come to me, I'm sure I'll treat you well as my wife treats you. No heavenly reason people do not look at it. These magic treasures also passed, we so look at it, but no magic treasures to choose us. Is it that these magic treasures like to want to escape that set? The crowd couldn't believe that so many magic treasures had chosen Li Lan. What kind of charm did he have? When the magic treasures heard Li Lan's words, they stopped bouncing at once, as if they had wilted, like a lost child. But these two people next to me, you can choose. Li Lan spoke again. He saw the eyes of Lu Qingyao and Boji, full of longing. They should want these magic treasures very much, so let's give them this way. The magic treasures did not refuse and came to the two women, waiting for them to pick. The two girls were also happy to see so many magic treasures at their disposal, and their eyes were almost dilated when they looked at Li Lan. I didn't expect Li Lan to think of them at this time, it was so touching. With so many magic treasures, they didn't know what to choose. Seeing the expression on the two women's faces, the eyes that were filled with affection were on the verge of watering. Li Lan instantly realized that he could play Lovebirds Fly tonight. There's nothing more pleasurable in life. End of chapter. Chapter 86. The fire is very strong and needs to be let out urgently. Subsequently, the two women each picked out a few pieces of magic treasures that were particularly useful to them, while the others were of little use and were given up. They were not greedy. Two of the extreme innate spiritual treasures were given to each of them. Seeing the magic treasures being arbitrarily picked, the others could only watch the two women pick them, exuding envious looks. People are chosen by the magic treasure, but on the contrary, these three people, it is their own arbitrary choice of magic treasure. It is really more than people, angry people are. By the way, the ones who just spoke out of turn, I'll take it that you're tired of living in this life and send you to the next. At this time, Lilan spoke abruptly, and before the crowd could react, they heard several explosions. Boom boom boom. Those few people who had just spoken out of turn and taunted Lilan instantly exploded into a bloody mist and went up in smoke in the crowd, and the crowd was splattered with blood and flesh before they could even react. It was only after Lilan left with the two girls that the crowd stirred. Who is that man? What a terrifying strength, to have instantly secured several transformation god perfections. Transition realm perfection, definitely transition realm, or else they wouldn't even be able to use such a strong strength. I've seen the transitional circumstance realm perfection, it's not as terrifying as he is, he might have ascended, he's definitely some kind of demonic genius. Could it be that there are experts in the cave this time besides the Dragon Son, Phoenix Lady, and Herculean Son? The cave seems to be extraordinary this time. Some are glad, some are afraid. I'm glad that I didn't say anything out loud just now, or I would have ended up like those people. The fear was that the cave heaven had unexpectedly added such an unknown demonic powerhouse that could casually kill a transformation spirit perfection in seconds, a strength that was definitely far beyond a transformation spirit perfection and could possibly be in the ascension realm. And in the corner where no one was looking, a few cultivators made a wink and left. Their direction was exactly where Lilan went. Lilan, thank you, for helping us with so many resources, I don't even know how to repay you? Lu Qingyao lowered her head and spoke shyly. Why shy? Because Lilan's right hand was resting on her murder weapon, grasping her lifeblood. You're welcome, a little extra hard work tonight is payback. Lilan smiled lewdly. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyao and Boji understood for a second and became even more shy. Originally, none of them were such old drivers, because they got along with Lilan for a long time, understood a lot, and turned from pure and white lotus flowers to yellow chrysanthemums. Walking along, Lilan suddenly stopped and spoke faintly. After sneaking along for so long, you rats are still not going to do anything, how long do you want to eavesdrop? When these words came out, the two women were instantly startled, and hurriedly looked towards the surroundings, only to find that no one was there. But just then, a rustling sound rang out from several large trees, and several cultivators jumped down from above. There were men and women, all dressed in black robes, their eyes greedily looking at Lilan's three. Not running even after discovering it, it seems like you're not afraid of us. A male cultivator opened his mouth with a cold smile. It's you guys, you surprise me, I've killed so many people, you're not even afraid, you still dare to follow me. Lilan laughed. Are these people retarded? He had just been born to deter those with small minds, but he didn't expect that there were still those who weren't afraid of death to follow him. It is true that humans are always irrational in the face of greed. Aren't you the transitional juncture realm perfection, so are we. A female cultivator laughed, displaying her realm, which was none other than the transitional juncture realm perfection. The others had erupted their auras, all of them were at the transition realm perfection, a total of 4 people. Seeing this, the two women were shocked, there were so many transition realm perfections, could Lilan? In their minds, Lilan was just hovering around the piece of transition to ascension, at best. But with so many transition realm perfections, even if a late ascension stage powerhouse came over, it would be hard to escape death. The two of them were only at the transformation god realm, so they couldn't help at all. What about Lilan, or let's run first? Lu Qingyao frowned in worry. Paige nodded her approval. Hee, you want to run, it's too late. If you want to blame it on your arrogance, knowing that we are following us and still not running. I don't know if you really have the strength or you are just pretending hard. A male cultivator laughed coldly. He thought that Lilan was at best an ascension, and definitely couldn't reach ascension perfection. That was a realm that only a supreme genius could reach. Seeing Lilan so addicted to female color, it is estimated that it is not a genius, after all, which absolute genius is not hard to cultivate every day, which has time to love. They had also killed ascended powerhouses, so they weren't afraid of Lilan. People always think of themselves. When did I say that I am a fairy inconsummate? Lilan helplessly shook his head and laughed bitterly. There is still a door to find death. Even if it's not ascended powerhouses, we've killed them. The female cultivator sneered. Wrong, I'm not ascending either. Lilan grinned and slapped his palm out, instantly slapping the female cultivator into mush. Unfortunately, you're too hooker ugly looking, otherwise I could have let you live for a few more hours. Beautiful women, he will choose to kill a little later, as to why later, that cannot be said. Well 404. If it's so ugly, it's better to kill it quickly so as not to defile your eyes. Seeing that the female cultivator was killed in seconds, the other 3 were shocked and retreated. You're not ascending? Why can't I sense your aura? A male cultivator asked in shock. He couldn't even sense any aura when Lilan struck. It's as if God didn't know what he was killing. I'm so powerful, you can't imagine. Lilan gave a look that instantly melted him. The male cultivator instantly turned into a puddle of mud and flowed onto the ground. This bizarre killing technique caused the remaining 2 to be terrified, and they hurriedly knelt down and begged for forgiveness. Elder, I'm sorry, it's all because we have no eyes, please let us go once. Save it for talking to King Yama. Lilan spoke indifferently, and the 2 instantly exploded, their souls flying apart. Watching these people die under their own hands, Li Lan inexplicably has an evil fire. He is like that. There are still not long eyes to come over to find death. Now, he desperately needed to let off steam. Suddenly, he looked at Lu Qingyao, who was also looking at him, startled by this sudden and hot look in his eyes. What happened to you? You? Nothing, just a lot of fire and wanting to let it out. Ha? What should I do then? Come with me, I see a cave, it's empty, it's secluded, and I need you guys to work together to help me vent the fire. After saying that, Li Lan smiled lewdly. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyao and Boji instantly understood what Li Lan meant and became a little nervous. Originally thought it could only happen tonight, but I didn't realize that Li Lan was so monkeyed up that he wanted it in broad daylight. But their hearts were already Li Lan's long ago, and it didn't matter when their bodies were handed over. The two women nodded, acquiescing. Seeing this, Li Lan waved his hand and led the two girls to the cave. End of chapter. Chapter 87, Tianshui. 2 hours passed. A little 404 program was put on in the cave for 2 hours, only stopping when the two women could not move at all. Li Lan, you're so powerful. Lu Qingyao gasped as she lay beside Li Lan, her index finger gently tracing his chest. The battle just now was really too tiring. I'm afraid she would have fainted long ago if she wasn't a transformation god. Well, there are even more powerful ones. Do you still want to try? Li Lan grabbed Lu Qingyao's small hand and smiled lewdly. Sure enough, it's still this kind of thing that's the best. Want? Lu Qingyao subconsciously said, her voice like a mosquito, but Li Lan heard it clearly. I didn't expect Lu Qingyao's whole person to become much more open after he developed her so much. No, I said it wrong, don't want to. Lu Qingyao reacted and shook her head in a hurry. Her waist was almost broken. If it wasn't for the fact that she had been supported by Li Lan, I'm afraid she would have been exhausted. She's afraid to come back. She looked at Paige lying on the other side of Li Lan and smiled lightly. Paige, are you tired? Do you want you to come? Paige was likewise not very good, sweating profusely, gasping for breath, her hair disheveled, but that lovely face had become a bit pathetic after such an outburst, so that one could not help but look at it and feel a surge of protectiveness. As Li Lan watched, he had some appetite for another meal. But he was a bit disinterested. He wanted to go find Phoenix Lady. That woman was the real stunner. It's not that he's a scumbag, it's that he wants to give every girl a better experience. And following that Ryuko and not being able to enjoy the pleasures of a woman, that mustn't make him go over there and help out? No. I'm so tired, I can't come. Boji was scared by Lu Qingyao's words and shook her head. She was really scared. Li Lan was too fierce, a bit too much to handle. She'd rather go out and get into a fight than have another one with Li Lan. It was too tiring. Alright, don't scare her. I'm not the kind of person who is spermatic. Let's call it a day. Let's get dressed and go out first, and continue to find resources. This cave will not be closed in a few days. Li Lan said with a faint smile. It's good to have eaten it. It doesn't have to be all the time. Sometimes it's nice to have a change of pace. After saying that, Li Lan got up, and with a big wave of his hand, changed into a brand new set of robes. The ones he had just worn were already dirty. The two women did the same, changing into new robes, and the three of them walked out of the cave. By the time they stepped outside, it was already coming to dusk outside, and soon it would be night. Did you guys come into the cave this time to find something? Li Lan asked as he looked at the two women and opened his mouth. I'm going to the heavenly water pool to search for heavenly water. Old dad has a strange disease and needs that heavenly water to refine medicine to solve it. Lu Qingyao spoke. Before I came in, Master told me to check out the golden treasure land. There might be something I want there. Paige spoke up. At those words, Li Lan nodded and took out a map. This map, which he had obtained by beheading those robbers earlier and taking their storage rings, had recorded most of the area of this cave, as if only half of the area had been recorded. It just so happened that he saw the two locations of the celestial pool and the golden treasure ground from above. Then let's go to the heavenly pool first, it's the closest to us, and then go to the golden treasure land. Li Lan smiled faintly. Aha! The two women nodded in unison. In an instant, Li Lan disappeared away with the two girls. Sky pool. There were many cultivators gathered at this place, and they all came here for the celestial water. It is rumored that this celestial water is the innate divine water that drips from the sky, containing extremely rich spiritual chi, which can cure all diseases, break curses, enhance cultivation, improve physique, and many other effects, which is extremely rare, and is almost hard to obtain in the outside world. If you want to obtain this celestial water, you can only come to this cave. Li Lan appeared out of thin air with his two daughters. He immediately unfolded his divine sense to sweep the scene, and soon discovered a huge white lotus flower located in the center. On the petals of that lotus flower, there were actually many dews, containing a rich spiritual chi. Many people were fighting there, utilizing containers to continuously receive those dews. Looks like that's Tianshui. I saw that, so many people are grabbing Tianshui. Can we get it? Lu Qingyao frowned in worry. No harm done. Li Lan smiled faintly and condensed with one hand, generating a strong suction force that snatched all those heavenly waters as well as the containers that people had already filled to the brim with heavenly waters. This world was meant to be the weak and the strong, so what if he was the strongest, even if he robbed them? In an instant, countless celestial waters were instantly sucked into Li Lan's hands. Even the containers in those people's hands were not spared, and they came to Li Lan's side, hovering around. It happened so suddenly that the crowd was shocked and looked at Li Lan with incomparable anger. "Hey kid, hurry up and give me back my celestial water or I'll have your ass. How dare you rob little master of my heavenly water, do you know who I am? Put down Tianshui, or you won't get out of here alive." Where did the kid come from? How dare he rob our Tianshui? He really hasn't died yet. A few short-tempered cultivators instantly swept out, wanting to snatch back the Tianshui in Li Lan's hands. Scram! Li Lan spoke indifferently, his breath erupting out, instantly killing all of these people. "Human immortal, you're at the human immortal realm." The others sensed Li Lan's aura and retreated in terror. Surprisingly, it was the human immortal realm. To have become the human immortal realm at such a young age, what kind of genius was this? Too heaven-defying. It's good to know, leave if you're sensible or kill all of you. Li Lan spoke indifferently, he had come here to take this celestial water and didn't want to kill anyone. Upon hearing this, the crowd hurriedly fled, not daring to fight again in the face of a human immortal. Not long after, only the three Li Lan were left at the scene. "Take it." Li Lan used 2 jade bottles to contain all this celestial water and gave a bottle each to Posey and Lu Qingyao. He doesn't care about these garbage things, he can get countless miraculous pills by signing in every day. He doesn't need this heavenly water, not to mention that he still has Hongmeng purple chi, which is tens of thousands of times stronger than this heavenly water. "Thank you." The 2 women thanked, not realizing that Li Lan was so atmospheric, this heavenly water was casually given to them. This made the love for Li Lan within the 2 daughters even stronger. He couldn't wait to fight with Li Lan for another 300 rounds to show his gratitude. "Fool, what's the point of saying thank you? If you really want to thank me, give me 2 more hours of development tonight." Li Lan laughed lustfully. Upon hearing this, the 2 women immediately blushed, but they did not refuse and nodded their heads. "Then next, let's go to the Golden Treasure Land and take a look." Li Lan spoke indifferently and was about to leave when someone suddenly called out to him. "This fellow Taoist, can you give some Tianshui? I see that there are only 3 of you here. I'm afraid that all the Tianshui is already in your hands. Yesterday I was posting 2 chapters and it got reviewed and only went through review this morning. It's so annoying. Looks like I have to keep a low profile or I'll get banned easily." End of chapter. Chapter 88, look again and I'll gouge your eyes out. Li Lan looked back and saw a huge body, comparable to a small mountain, still holding a large beast leg in his hand. It was none other than the Herculean divine son he saw earlier. Listening to the other side, it seemed like they wanted the sky water. "You want it? Then I'll give it to you." Li Lan opened his mouth indifferently, although he had divided the 2 jade bottles, there was still a little bit inside the other containers. He took them all out and threw them to vigorous divine son. "Many thanks, fellow Taoist." After receiving the celestial water, the great power divine son smiled and gave a thank you, surprisingly picking up that celestial water and drinking it in public. Only a gurgling sound was heard, and Hercules' godson drank all of the celestial water in one go, leaving not a single drop behind. Seeing this scene, Li Lan and the 3 of them were a bit sweaty. This was too much of a waste. So much heavenly water was even drunk just like this. If it was taken to make medicine or something else, it would be better than drinking it directly, and the effect could be multiplied by more than 10 times, which was a waste. After eating and drinking his fill, Herculean Godchild burped and patted his large stomach as his body slowly shrunk and returned to its original form. He arched his hand towards Li Lan and bowed. "Many thanks, fellow Taoist. If there's anything I need to help you with, feel free to ask, I'll leave first." After saying that, Hercules' Godchild left directly. Li Lan speechless, but also despite the opening. "Then you leave a contact, otherwise how to find you?" For this kind of politeness, Li Lan didn't worry about it, and treated it as if the heavenly water had just been fed to the pigs. Li Lan didn't pay too much attention to it and took the 2 girls to leave this place and head to the Golden Treasure Land. The Golden Dawn. Li Lan and the others appeared out of thin air, and as they looked around, there were a lot fewer people here than in the previous Tianshui pool. The surrounding area was dazzling with gold and blue, but it was the ruins of a palace, and from the ruins on the site, it was clear that this must have been a very luxurious palace at one time. It was just a pity that it was now destroyed. However, no one took away this gold. This world's gold is the same hard currency, wherever you can circulate. So much gold, precious stones, why didn't anyone take them away? Lu Qingyao was puzzled, and was just about to reach over to touch a pillar made of gold, but was stopped by Li Lan. "Don't move, there are spell formations on top of all this gold, or rather, the entire Golden Treasure Land. There are spell formations, you can't take anything away from here, even if you touch it, you will be revolted." Li Lan spoke in a deep voice. He could break the spells here, but now was not the time, so it was better to wait until he left to break them and take everything here with him. No wonder none of the so many people chose to take away the gold, so there was a spell. When Lu Qingyao and Boji heard this, they were so scared that they hurriedly ran to Li Lan's side, each holding an arm, not daring to touch those things anymore for fear of being exterminated by the spell. Li Lan laughed. "In fact, that spell formation is not so terrible. At most, it makes people dizzy for a while, but it will not exterminate. Help! Help!" Just then a female screamed for help. only to see a woman running out from inside the ruins. Her clothes were ragged and exposed a lot of spring color, and the woman had a very good posture and a good figure, attracting the gazes of many male cultivators. Stop, you stinking, stop! Behind the woman there were also a few strong men. Lilan knew the realm of the other crowd at a glance. Surprisingly, all of them were in the transition realm, only one transition realm perfection. Moreover, these people had even suppressed their cultivation, deliberately emitting their own cultivation aura of the early stage of the transformation god realm. The woman's cultivation wasn't low either, the same as the ferrying realm. She was also radiating a Yuan-ing aura and deliberately pretending to be pitiful. Seeing this, Lilan knew what was going on. This was afraid that it was a trap. This woman was seducing the man to save the hero. I don't feel good. So many female cultivators, those men are chasing after that woman, and both sides are using running, not using any spell aptitude at all. It's too weird. Lu Qingyao frowned and spoke. She could see the clues. Brilliant. Li Lan laughed, putting his insight into words. In my previous life, I've seen a lot of news like this, a criminal gang specializing in choosing the kind of remote alleys, and then attracting some heroes to save the teenagers, or the hot-blooded teenagers who are overwhelmed by beauty. But most of this kind of occurs in the countryside. If the city, it is estimated that in less than 2 minutes, the official personnel will be on the doorstep to arrest them. That's when a few male cultivators stepped forward. You guys have gone too far. So many people bullying a woman is a bit immoral. A male cultivator spoke in a cold voice. When that woman heard that, her eyes turned, and she immediately ran to that male cultivator with pearly blossoms, hugged him, and then raised her head, looking at him miserably, and opened her mouth in a low voice. Can you save me? I just took a treasure, and they're chasing after me, and they even said that they want to defile me. Seeing the woman in such a pitiful state, the man burst into a rage. He took the bait and looked at a few burly men and spoke in a cold voice. You guys are really going too far. Then he looked at the others who were traveling with him. Fellow Taoists, these people are bullying other girls and doing whatever they want based on their high strength. Let's teach them a lesson. The others, seeing the woman's appearance, also rose with sympathy. In fact, it was more of lust. They all wanted to show themselves and then make the woman feel good about herself. In an instant, these few male cultivators struck out at the burly men, believing that their cultivation at the perfection of the spirit transformation realm would be able to perfectly kill those burly men. However, when they arrived in front of them, those burly men suddenly laughed, completely exposing their aura of the transition realm, which swept across the entire field. The few cultivators were shocked when they found out, but it was too late, and they were instantly torn apart by the burly men. A bunch of fools, actually really thinking of saving the beauty with a hero. This trick is really tried and true. The strong man at the head laughed coldly and opened his mouth. That woman wiped away the false tears on her face, came to the strong man's side, snuggled into his chest, and said shyly, people's charms are still so great, putting these little cuties. Fooled them around. Well, baby, you have the best charm. The burly man smiled lewdly and ordered the others to pick up the storage rings of those few cultivators. Those other cultivators who witnessed the whole scene were surprised and happy to see this. They just had someone who really wanted to go up and save the beauty heroically. Luckily it was grabbed by someone else, or else they would be the ones to die. The burly man scanned the crowd, his breath lingering on everyone, frightening those people so much that their bodies shook and they didn't dare to act rashly. Finally, the burly man's gaze stopped on Lu Qingyao, revealing a lustful look. There are such beauties, and 2 of them at that. Is this buy one get one free? Look again and I'll gouge your eyes out. Lu Qingyao frowned and spoke in a cold voice. She wouldn't allow anyone else to look at her with such colorful eyes, with the exception of Li Lan. End of chapter. Chapter 89 Gold Insect King. Yo, it's still a dominant flower, a woman with a strong nature, my favorite. The strong man licked his lips and did not put aside Li Lan in his eyes. For this kind of white boy, he felt that the other party's strength was definitely not as high as his. He was already very powerful with this transition realm perfection. Old man, what a thought. Page spoke in a cold voice. An old man still wants to pick up Sister Qingyao, delusional, daydreaming. Little girl, shut up, old man is only 24 years old this year, how is he an old man? The burly man suddenly spoke angrily. In his life, what he hated the most was that people said he was an old man, and his age was actually only 24 years old, only that he looked a little bit older, or else he couldn't enter this cave. Do you know what happens when you look at my woman? Li Lan spoke indifferently. Only then did the man look squarely at Li Lan and sneered, kid, if you were sensible, let your woman come over to accompany me for 2 days, maybe when I get tired of playing, I will return it to you. Those juniors behind him heard about it, and each of them laughed out loud. Even the woman in the strong man's arms covered her mouth and snickered. No one put Li Lan in their eyes. Li Lan laughed without saying anything, and with a single hand grab, he instantly sucked the strong man into his hand and choked his neck. It happened so suddenly that neither the strong man nor the little brother nor the woman reacted, and the strong man was just sucked up. Your mouth is dirty, I will help you slap it clean. Li Lan laughed lightly and slapped out, not utilizing spiritual power, relying on pure physical strength, so that the fight would be enjoyable. With a slap, the strong man directly spat out a mouthful of blood, his teeth were knocked out a few, and half of his face swelled up. Let go of senior brother. Those few junior brothers reacted and rushed out one by one. I didn't realize that they were still masters and brothers from a certain sect. Lilan thought that they were bandits from the mountains. After all, with that kind of style, it was hard to make people think that they were sect disciples. Looking for death. Lilan opened his mouth contemptuously and swung out his palm, slapping them all to ashes and killing them in an instant. The terrifying strength scared the woman to the ground, and the strong man trembled. I'm sorry, senior, I have no eyes and have offended you, please let me go once. The strong man opened his mouth in fear. He realized that he was unable to use his spiritual energy. He was now an ordinary person, and he had just been slapped by that slap. He almost died here. Don't ask me. Lilan laughed, dropping him on the ground and looking at Lu Qingyao. Fight, relieve your anger. Aha. Lu Qingyao didn't politely talk to Lilan, and directly went up to her feet to stomp, punch and kick that man, who let this man just insulted her. On the sidelines, Paige was not idle and went up to help. In no time, the man lost his breath. He was just an ordinary person. Even if his physical body was strong, he couldn't carry the punches and kicks of two cultivators at the perfection of the spirit transformation realm and beat them madly for so long. The woman not far away trembled in fear after seeing the strong man die. She hurriedly crawled to Lilan's feet and deliberately pulled her dress down by half in an attempt to tempt Lilan. I can't look at women like you yet. Lilan spoke indifferently, lightly snapping his fingers. In an instant, the woman was burned by the flames until she was ashes and soul. Let's go in and take a look. Lilan spoke indifferently. He had found a cave that could actually shield divine sense inside. There should be a good treasure. The two women nodded and followed closely behind Lilan. After Lilan's trio left, those remaining cultivators looked at the body of the strong man on the ground and swallowed their saliva. Who is this teenager, so terrifyingly strong that he can easily exterminate cultivators of the perfection of the ferrying realm, and the other party is being toyed with like a toy in his hands? Too terrifying. I don't know which Holy Land's holy son or family's heavenly pride. This kind of strength is definitely comparable to the dragon sun in them. This year's cave really is a collection of heavenly pride. 3,000 continents of heavenly pride have entered into this. Do not know how many heavenly pride to die. Let's take a detour when we see this teenager. It's too scary. This cave sky was not only opened in Luo state, there were entrances in all the other great states, which meant that all the heavenly pride of the 3,000 great states could enter. Lilan led the two girls into the cave and saw a golden divine vine that emitted endless light, looking sacred and mysterious. This is the golden wood divine vine. If you can refine it, you'll be able to master the power of the Tao rhythm of the wood avenue, and you'll be able to manipulate the divine vine in combat, comparable to an extremely high-grade innate treasure. Lu Qingyao recognized this magic treasure at a glance. Rumor had it that this was a magic treasure refined by a great Luo heavenly immortal with infinite power that countless cultivators wanted to obtain, and they didn't expect it to appear in this golden treasure land. With so many people coming in and out of here, how come no one wants to seize this magic treasure? Pao Zi wondered. Entering inside, Lilan could use his divine sense. This cave should have a spell formation present, causing him to be unable to use his divine sense to probe outside. He used his divine sense to probe and found that this golden wood divine vine was connected to the entire cave, and once it was removed, the cave would completely collapse, and all the magic treasures and spiritual medicines inside would be buried in it until they disappeared, and I'm afraid that ordinary people wouldn't be able to remove this golden wood divine vine. As he could see, this divine vine was huge, connecting the entire cave, and unless a greatest heavenly immortal arrived, none would be able to collect the divine vine. However, Lilan was a little interested in this golden wood divine vine, mastering the power of the Tao rhythm of the wooden avenue. This was not bad. When he would come out, he would take it away. Take the two girls and continue deeper in. Catch the gold bug king, we can't let it escape. Just then, a voice rang out. A golden stream of light flew past the Lilan trio, brushing past their shoulders and going straight behind them. Several silhouettes flew head-on, chasing towards that golden stream of light. Lilan could see clearly that the golden stream of light was a bug with a golden light emanating from its body, a bit like a centipede, with sharp teeth and very fast speed. As for those people in the back, they were cultivators of the perfection of the transition realm, and they were all there for that golden insect king. King of the gold bugs? At this point, Paige shouted in surprise that she seemed to be interested in the king of the gold bugs. What's wrong? Lilan asked. I came here because I want to search for this golden insect king. My master is about to make a breakthrough, and all he is missing is the smear of the pill guide, so he asked me to come to the golden treasure land to explore it, because he once came in here as well, and had seen the golden insect king here. Pao Zi opened his mouth and then prepared to chase out to seize the golden bug king. Just wait here, I'll get it for you. As far as Pao Zi was concerned, this tiny transformation spirit realm couldn't beat those few cultivators outside who were at the perfect level of the transition realm, so it would be better for him to go and help fetch it. Thank you, Leland. Paige thanked. You're welcome, just make an extra effort to move when the time comes. End of chapter. Chapter 90, Killing Two Saints' Sons. Outside, Lilan came outside and saw the gold bug king, as well as the few cultivators, but those cultivators seemed to have been knocked to the ground. A man was holding the golden insect king in his hand, standing in the sky. He was wearing a fire-leaving battle clothes and holding a fiery red lance in his other hand, like a god of war. looking down at the few cultivators. This gold insect king, I'll take it. If you don't like it, feel free to find my fire god sex saint's son, Fireflame, to ask for a statement. The moment these words came out, those few cultivators immediately trembled in fear and shook their heads. So it's the fire saint's son, we don't dare to rob or ask for an explanation, just take it as you please. The fire saint's son is joking, how could we dare to rob you? This fire god sect, but the world-famous sect, its patriarch is a great Luo heavenly immortal, is the master of this fire inflammation. How do they dare to rob the fire inflammation, that is not just looking for death? Sensible. Fiery Flame sneered and prepared to leave when a voice sounded behind him. This gold bug king, I'll take it, you choose to put it down and give it to me, or be killed by me. Rampant. Fiery Flame roared as he turned around violently and saw Li Lan, who had a faint smile on his face. He had never seen such a rampant person who dared to talk to him like this. Did he not know the name of the fire god sect? Do you know who I am? You just said it, so what? Li Lan smiled faintly. Knowing that is still so rampant, looking for death. Fire Yin coldly shouted, his figure disappeared in place, reappeared already behind Li Lan, a fist blasted out. The fist ignited a blazing flame, accompanied by a scorching temperature, as if it was going to incinerate everything around it. In an instant, Li Lan turned back and lightly grabbed Fireflame's fist, extinguishing the flame, causing the other party to be violently startled, and before he could react, he was slapped by Li Lan. Snap! Fireflame was slapped out and crashed through multiple mountains before barely stopping. Seeing that the Generation Saint's son was beaten to this state, the crowd was also curious about Li Lan's identity. This person is curious, I can't see through his cultivation, but he was able to suppress the fire flames of the Mahayana realm. Could it be that he is also in the Mahayana realm? Which clan saint's son is this? How come I haven't seen him before? I've seen many heavenly prides, only I haven't seen him. I don't know, but all in all, his strength is terrifying. No one knew Li Lan's identity, but the strength shown between his hands and feet surprised them. Which holy son was this, or someone from a great family? Li Lan's figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of Fireflame. Seeing Li Lan appear out of thin air, Fireflame was shocked and quickly reacted by releasing his divine ability. But before it could be fully released, it was forcefully interrupted by Li Lan slapping it out. Since you chose to be killed by me, then you will die. Li Lan spoke indifferently, and with one hand, he pinched his head to burst, his soul crushed to pieces, and his soul flew away. After removing the king of gold bugs from the other party's hands, he was ready to leave. Fellow Daoist, can we have the gold insect king? At that moment, a voice rang out, and when Li Lan looked up, he saw two men and a woman. The surrounding cultivators also saw them and were stunned. It's Wind Valley Sect's Wind Sun Li Tsong, and his senior siblings. He's surprisingly here as well. This Li Tsong can be much stronger than the Fire Saint's son, possessing the strength of a mid-Mahayana stage, and also practicing an extremely terrifying Hon-level battle technique. I'm afraid this man is going to be finished. If he obediently hands over the Golden Insect King, Feng Zi might still be able to spare him. Words can't be said like that. Even though Fire Flame was killed, it doesn't mean Li Tsong can't be killed. Perhaps this man is very powerful? Listening to the discussions of the surrounding cultivators, Li Lan also knew the identity of the other party, but the other party did not know his identity. Li Tsong frowned as he listened to the comments from the side. Could it be that he still couldn't defeat this person? He fought with Fiery Yen. If he wanted to kill Fiery Yen, it would be easy, only that he couldn't do it as easily as with this man. Being able to make Fiery Yen die without even being able to open his divine ability was enough to show that the man's strength was very powerful. However, he had a secret treasure, and if he really fought, he was not weak to this man, not to mention that there was still his senior sister. Sister's strength is also the Mahayana realm. Together with the joint forces, it is more than enough to kill this person. You guys want this gold bug king too, huh? It's already mine. Come over and grab it if you want it. Li Lan put away the golden insect king and sneered. It was true that after killing one comes a group. There is always someone who wants to find death. Then he, a helpful person, must help people. Then I'm sorry for the many offenses. Li Tsong opened his mouth indifferently and looked at the senior sisters and brothers around him. The crowd understood and instantly swept towards Li Lan. Several people unleashed their spirit arts and divine abilities as soon as they came up, intending to exterminate Li Lan in a suppressive manner and capture the golden insect king. Seeing this, Li Lan smiled. In that case, let's kill all of you. Humph. Li Lan snorted coldly as his breath violently erupted out, instantly exterminating a few disciples of the Wen Xian sect, causing their ashes to fly away and their souls to scatter. The spike came so suddenly that it took the crowd by surprise. So easy, even easier than killing Fireflame. He's not just in the Mahayana realm, he could be in the human immortal realm. No way, a human immortal realm in his 20s? Who would believe it when you say it? You can't even find a second one in the Shin Dust immortal realm. Aside from the descendants of those great demons and the supreme geniuses, I can't think of anyone else who can do this. It definitely can't be the human immortal realm. To be able to kill so many Mahayana and transition realms in an instant, they couldn't think of any other powerhouses other than the human immortal realm. And Li Tsong also thought of this. Seeing his senior sister and brother being killed by Li Lan in seconds, he didn't get angry. Instead, he knelt down in fear. Senior, just now I have offended you more. please bear with me and forgive me once, in the future I will definitely not offend you again. Li Tsong could see that Li Lan's strength was definitely above him, most likely at the human immortal realm. He had no chance of winning when facing the human immortal realm as a Mahayana. He didn't even have a chance of escaping under the other party, so how could he possibly fight with him? You're quite quick to admit your weakness, but I'm not used to letting tigers return to the mountain, so you'd better die. Li Lan spoke indifferently, and with a single look, Li Tsong instantly exploded into death, too dead to die. Killing two saints' sons so easily, everyone present didn't dare to say anything for fear that Li Lan would kill his head and kill them as well. To their relief, Li Lan ignored them and left directly. Returning to the cave, Li Lan took out the king of gold insects and handed it to Paozi, causing the little girl to thank him with delight. She didn't expect Li Lan to get it back so easily and quickly. But what they didn't know was that Li Lan had already killed several people outside. It was all worth it though, as Burger also said that she would work hard to make Li Lan more comfortable in the future. It was satisfying to hear that Li Lan had made the trip worthwhile. End of chapter. Chapter 91, Today is the anniversary of your death. The next day. A cave, a man and two women lying on a big bed inside the cave. This is the bed that Li Lan specially put into the storage ring from the mansion, in order to be able to sleep well inside this cave. Li Lan moved slightly, and Lu Qingyao on the side moaned in a low voice. Don't move, so tired. Lu Qingyao complained and said, frowning slightly as she continued to sleep. Seeing this, Li Lan let out a lewd smile, hugged Lu Qingyao, and started the primitive behavior. It's early in the morning, so I'm sure I'll have to do a set of radio gymnastics to warm up. Lu Qingyao had already woken up and didn't resist, acquiescing to Li Lan's movements, gently biting her lips and frowning slightly. As her body shook, her brows slowly stretched out. On the sidelines, Paige was also awakened by the two's commotion, and after a moment, she was grabbed and pulled in by Li Lan to join the fray. In an instant, the dragons and phoenixes in the cave chirped in unison, and after an hour, it came to an abrupt end with a long, whistling dragon roar. Not long ago, the spirited Li Lan was the first to walk out of the cave, followed by two spirited, slightly red-colored women followed by the two women's faces have not yet receded the redness of the face. Take a closer look, but also can be found that their bodies are in the slight tremor. It seems that they have not yet come through. Then I'll send you guys away? Li Lan looked at Lu Qingyao, and then at Paozi with a faint smile. Both of them needed to return with the celestial water and the king of the golden worms, as their father and master were in great need and urgency. This is also just what Li Lan wants, because then he can go to find a new little girl to continue to scourge forehead and continue to spoil. Aha, will we meet again in the future? Lu Qingyao nodded and looked up at Li Lan, nervously asking. Will do, if you miss me, come to Qinzhou to look for me. At that time, I'll get all mushy and mushy with you. Li Lan laughed lewdly. Lu Qingyao instantly blushed again, nodding her head slightly, somewhat reluctant. Well, I know, I will also go to you. In this life I recognize you, Li Lan. On the side, Paige nodded her head and said. Upon hearing this, Li Lan smiled and touched her head. Well, you're all my women. Even if you don't look for me, I'll still go look for you. The women of this world are just simple and rarely betray. They basically won't change after they recognize a man, unless the husband dies, then they will choose to remarry. Subsequently, after Li Lan kissed the two girls a few more times, he sent them to the exit of the cave. The cave exits, and if you go out, you appear where you came in from, but if you come in, space moves. After sending the two women away, Li Lan glanced at the map and pondered. Where should I go to find a beautiful woman again? Such a big place, without the company of one or two beautiful women, how boring it would be. With the company of a beautiful woman, you can also relieve your boredom and vent your anger from time to time. This map seems to have recorded only half of the cave, and the other half is not recorded in it, or we should seek the other half of the place to go over, and see if there is any fun or beauty along the way. There was also that phoenix girl, presumably on the other side of the cave. Thinking of this, Li Lan immediately set off and flew towards the other side of the cave, not forgetting to turn on his divine sense along the way to keep sweeping to see if there were any beautiful women. Not long after, just when Li Lan flew for almost 10 minutes, he saw joy. A group of cultivators were surprisingly surrounding two men and two women. The group of cultivators totaled 7 people. All of their realms were at the perfection of the spirit transformation realm, while the two women and two men were basically at the early stage of the spirit transformation realm, and only one of the women was at the perfection of the spirit transformation realm. They should be in danger. Those two women, the one with the perfected transformation spirit, had a high face value and a cold face, giving off a feeling of being very high and cold, refusing to go beyond 1,000 miles once accosted. It was a few points better looking than Lu Qingyao, about the same as Phoenix Girl, a little bit worse than Phoenix Girl, I guess. Not bad, let's see what's going on before choosing whether to make a move or not. Li Lan smiled faintly and hid in a large tree, lying quietly and waiting to see what would happen. Hand over the silver dragon grass and we might be able to let you go, if not, die. A male cultivator spoke in a cold voice, looking ferociously at the several people, forcing them to hand over the spirit medicine. Dream on, this silver dragon grass is something we worked hard to obtain, how could we possibly hand it over to you? The ordinary girl next to the tall and cold woman spoke in a cold voice. After a while, Li Lan heard it. This high-cooled woman and her group got a special spirit medicine, silver dragon grass, and ended up in a stalemate when another group looked at the spirit medicine and intended to rob it by force. Toast to toast, then as you wish. The male cultivator spoke angrily and looked at the few people beside him, who nodded and immediately swept out. When the high and cold woman and the others saw this, they were also taken aback, and one by one, they hardened their hearts and began to fight. That high and cold woman's realm was higher, she was quite relaxed, but her teammates didn't have a good time. One by one, their realms were low and they were beaten up. Even that girl couldn't be spared, she was strongly crushed. Once her teammates didn't have the strength to fight again, that high-cooled woman wouldn't be able to hold out for long either, as she was facing a siege from several cultivators who had attained the perfection of transformation of the divine spirit, and relying on herself, she definitely wouldn't be able to do it. This woman looks pretty good. How about silver dragon grass for you guys and her for me? This temperament is really good, I look quite like it, or else it belongs to me, I can still give you some treasures. Hee hee, you guys are really spermatic, so I'll take the silver dragon grass, you guys take the women. One by one, the male cultivators looked at the high and cool temperament and stunning face of the woman and became horny. Seeing the disgusting eyes of these men, the tall and cold woman furrowed her brows and spat out a mouthful of saliva. Get out of my way, even if I die, I won't be defiled by you. The woman intended to die with these people, even if she died, she would never be defiled by these dirty men. Just as the woman was planning to fight to the death, a voice suddenly rang out. What's a group of people bullying a woman? Why don't they bully me? Lilan descended from the sky and landed steadily in front of the woman, giving her a back full of security. This was the perfect time to make an appearance. Showing up when a woman was at her most desperate and hated the world often made a difference, which was why he had waited so long. As expected, the moment Lilan appeared, a hint of surprise appeared on the face of the high-cooled woman, as if a ray of light had shone into her heart, filling her with a sense of security. Who are you? Looking at the sudden Lilan, the crowd was shocked. One of the male cultivators opened his mouth in a cold voice. How dare anyone disturb their good deed? You don't need to know, all you need to know is that today is the anniversary of your death. End of chapter. Chapter 92, I am very helpful. Without too much nonsense, Lilan instantly killed all of these people in a matter of 3 strokes, then turned back to the woman, revealing a concerned look as he asked, are you alright? The first step, caring how a woman is doing first, tends to increase the favorability of the other person. As expected, after the woman heard that Lilan was caring about her, and saw Lilan's astonishing face, she blushed slightly and was a bit shy. Almost forgot the most important point, the good-looking ones are called warmongers and the ugly ones are called blazing kobolds. No, it's fine. The woman shook her head. But your companion seems to be a bit of a problem. Lilan smiled faintly. It was then that the woman reacted and rushed to check on her companions, finding all 3 passed out and unconscious. It's just fainting, I have a few spirit recovery pills here, give it to them and they'll wake up in a while. Lilan took out 4 extreme spirit recovery pills. This time spirit pill, after taking it can restore some spiritual chi, it is a necessary elixir for cultivators to go out, but this thing he has more than enough, hundreds of bottles inside the system space, and it can't be used. It's just right for picking up girls. Ha! Thank you, you are too nice. The high and cold woman was a little surprised, not realizing that Lilan was not only handsome, but also had such a good heart. After she took the spirit recovery pill given by Lilan, she was slightly more surprised. This is an extreme grade spirit recovery pill? It's so expensive, I don't dare to accept it. Although the spirit dan is very common on the market, but the best quality is not common. The best quality swallowed, all of a sudden can restore a large amount of spiritual chi. Very few people sell, basically are left in a pinch before swallowing their own. It's too ostentatious for Lilan to just take it out like that. And it was for them, strangers, so if it were her, she would not want to part with it. There's no harm, I have a lot of this elixir, you can use it as you please, Lilan said with a faint smile. Invariably, another pussy was loaded. At those words, the woman was dumbfounded with surprise. You have a lot? Are you an alchemist? The strength was so terrifying, and it was also an alchemist. What kind of absolute genius was this that she had stumbled upon? Well, pretty much, I'm considered a 4th grade alchemist. 4th grade pills are no big deal to me. Lilan laughed, and after saying that, he also took out 3 extreme grade baby breaking pills and placed them in front of the woman, pretending to be another pussy. Seeing the infant breaking pill in Lilan's hand, the woman was shocked. She recognized this pill. It was the 4th grade pill's infant breaking pill, and it still looked like it was of the very best quality. There were 3 of them. As soon as the pills came out, the woman was utterly convinced that Lilan was an alchemist. Because the infant breaking dan belonged to the very difficult to refine pills within the 4th grade pills, even for the 4th grade alchemists, it was very difficult to refine it, and there was a price for it. Lilan was either a saintly son of a big family or a big clan, or he had refined it himself, and the latter should be more likely. After all, this extreme infant breaking dan, I'm afraid those big families would be hard-pressed to come up with so many. So feel free to take it. Lilan smiled faintly. If you don't take it and use it, how am I going to get you to owe me a favor? How am I going to play along with your team? And how am I going to pick you up? Alright, I owe you a favor, I will definitely repay it some other day. The tall and cold woman nodded heavily, and after giving several people the spirit recovery pill, she kept one for herself. At those words, Lilan smiled. Things were developing just as he thought they would in general. Within a short time, the three woke up, and when they saw the extra Lilan, they were like enemies. Each of them drew their weapons and prepared to meet the battle. "Don't move, he's our savior. If it wasn't for him, we'd all be dead." The tall and cold woman spoke in a cold voice, and then told what happened earlier. After hearing that Lilan had exterminated those people just now and saved them with the extreme rejuvenation pill, the three of them immediately cupped their fists and bent over to thank him. "Thank you, senior, for saving me. I am a disciple of the Luo Bai sect, Chang. I'm Mo Dong. I'm Li Xiao Xiao." Finally, it was the turn of that high and cold woman to smile and speak. "I am their senior sister, Lin Qingcheng." Li Lan. Li Lan smiled faintly. True to her name, she is indeed as beautiful as she is. "Is senior alone?" Lin Qingcheng asked curiously, as she did not see Li Lan's companion. "No, there were two companions before, but we got separated, so I thought about searching for them on the road, and I just passed by here and found you guys suffering, and came over to help," Li Lan casually said. He told a little lie that he had company, and the only reason he saved them was that he saw them on his way to find them. Otherwise, his heroic act of saving the girl would be too abrupt. "I see, then does senior want to come with us, so that we can take care of each other?" Lin Qingcheng laughed. At these words, the faces of those two boys changed subtly. As if somewhat displeased, Li Lan took in their tiny expressions. It seems that these two men like Lin Qingcheng and want to pick up, and it's upsetting to see Lin Qingcheng inviting him in. But this was just what he wanted. He was just waiting for Lin Qingcheng to invite him to join, so he could slowly attack the city over time. "Fine, then I'll travel with you guys, and we'll separate when I find a companion." Li Lan laughed. Anyway, he didn't have any companions and had never been separated, so he would leave after picking up Lin Qingcheng. Not to mention the fact that he could continue to search for the Phoenix Lady along the way, and if he found her, he could leave early. Aha! Lin Qingcheng smiled. Having another strong person in the team was also a very good thing, not to mention that Li Lan was also an alchemist. She was eager to befriend him, because she was also interested in alchemy, only that she was still a first-grade alchemist until now. The other three, the male, didn't dare to have an opinion, and the female had no problem with it, and was even happy about it. In this way, the four of them traveled in pairs, exploring the cave together. On the way, Li Lan inquired a lot of information. It turned out that Lin Qingcheng this time was looking for an ice-cold jade lotus in the land of extreme cold. Her physique was very unusual, belonging to the body of extreme yin, which needed young energy sufficient spirit medicine or magic treasures to suppress, but there was also another way, which was to fight poison with poison. Using the power of extreme cold to forcefully suppress the yin cold in his body, he completely refined the extreme yin body, thus transforming into the yin cold saint body. At that time, the cultivation level would increase greatly, and the speed would increase by leaps and bounds. She also bared her heart and asked Li Lan to help. If she could help obtain that ice-cold jade lotus, she was willing to pay any price. Because that place was guarded by a demonic beast that was very strong, and was already in the Mahayana realm 100 years ago, she also asked Li Lan if she could deal with it, and after receiving an affirmative answer, she asked Li Lan. Hearing that it was at any cost, Li Lan smiled. He liked this kind of beautiful woman who was begging for help. "Of course, I'm very helpful. I'll help you obtain that elixir no matter what." Hearing Li Lan's affirmative answer, Lin Qingcheng was touched and nodded. "Well, thank you, Leland." End of chapter. Chapter 93, The Step into the Inn. As the five of them walked down the road, Lin Qingcheng and Li Lan were talking and laughing, completely lacking the high and mighty look they had earlier. Instead, they were like a cheerful girl next door, laughing from time to time. After this conversation along the way, she found that Li Lan was really the man with humor and strength. She was curious about Li Lan, how much more the other party had not shown, both a strong person of the human immortal realm and a fourth-grade alchemist. At such an age, it was too rare. Lin Qingcheng was still happy that she was able to invite such a strong person to help her, not realizing that her behavior was leading the wolf into the house. Li Lan is still a wolf that eats dry and doesn't spit out bones. The two men on the side saw Lin Qingcheng and Li Lan talking and laughing. Their hearts were jealous. They both liked eldest sister, and they let this stranger get there first, damn it. However, they didn't dare to show anything because they couldn't beat Li Lan and could only watch jealously. Li Lan didn't know what these people were thinking. If they dared to stop him from picking up girls, he didn't mind letting these people go to the ghost gate again. The ordinary-looking girl was looking at him with a fiery gaze instead, as if he wasn't the wolf. She was, with eyes so blazing that it gave Li Lan the creeps. Is this the top face control? He's only a billion points more handsome. Why look at him like that? If it was a beautiful woman, he might have taken it in hand, but this was ordinary looking, so let's forget about it. Ugly rejects. According to the map, the land of extreme cold is up ahead, and I can already see icebergs and snow veins all over the place. Lin Qingcheng took out the map and laughed. As long as she found the ice-cold jade lotus, her physique would be saved and she wouldn't have to be bothered by it anymore. Let's go faster then. Li Lan smiled faintly and summoned a flying sword, leading the crowd to fly over with their swords. The higher the realm, the faster the speed of the imperial sword flight, such as him, which could reach billions of kilometers in an instant. In an instant, he brought the four of them to the sky above the land of extreme cold, and the crowd was amazed as they looked at the snowy mountains and icy snow all over the place. This speed is too fast. If they let them to Imperial sword flight, I am afraid that they still have to fly for half an hour to arrive. Li Lan instantly There were just as many people here, all coming over to look for a chance. Li Lan slowly fell down, looking at the extreme cold place where people came and went. He swept away with his divine sense, but he didn't even find the so-called ice-cold jade lotus. Let's split up and look for it. I'll be on a team with Lin Xingcheng, and the three of you will be on a team. Li Lan spoke indifferently, without any tone of discussion. Upon hearing this, although the two male cultivators were envious and jealous and angry, they didn't dare to say anything and could only nod their heads in agreement in silence. Seeing this, Lin Xingcheng didn't say anything. Blushing slightly, she followed Li Lan and left. Where are we going? Lin Xingcheng asked. Take a look around. I don't know where that ice-cold jade lotus is, you know? Li Lan shook his head and laughed. I know, that ice-cold jade lotus is sealed away. Only when the ice-cold guardian appears at dusk, after defeating it can you enter the secret realm and obtain the ice-cold jade lotus. Lin Xingcheng laughed. It turned out that ice-cold jade lotus had not yet appeared. In that case, wouldn't someone have taken it yesterday? I don't think so. Not so many people rush to the ice-cold jade lotus, because this elixir is not useful except for clearing the cold to remove the injuries from the young fire as well as stabilizing the heart and mind. It's very helpful to me, but not to others. Even if someone had gone in a long time ago, they probably wouldn't even take the ice-cold jade lotus. Li Lan was surprised and smiled bitterly. Feelings that you just came over to try your luck. Yes, take a chance. In case I am allowed to find that ice-cold jade lotus, then I can live for a long time more. People always have to take a chance. Lin Xingcheng smiled. That smile was extraordinarily warm in this extremely cold ground. Looking at the optimistic and cheerful girl in front of her, Li Lan felt that the other party didn't look so high and cold at all. In fact, she was very cheerful inside, only that it was the problem of her physique, which made her seldom socialize with people, and she slowly turned into that high and cold look. But with these eyes, he had seen many people. Lin Xingcheng's smile was just a forced smile, who wanted to die. In my place, you don't need to hide your emotions. Cry if you want to cry, laugh if you want to laugh. I will do my best to help you get the ice-cold jade lotus. I don't want such a beautiful person to die. Li Lan revealed a deep look into Lin Xingcheng's eyes, touching her hair when he was in the depths of his love, and smiled faintly. In an instant, Lin Xingcheng lowered her head, the blush on her cheeks spreading rapidly, reddening her entire face at once for a long time. This killing power was fatal to Lin Xingcheng. Seeing this, Li Lan revealed a smile of success in the scheme. This trick is really useful. Against this kind of despair of the world girls, you have to warm her, give her enough security and care. Package is useful. She packages to eat this set of. Don't ask why you care about her. She just says she went to take a shower. Then you need to go take a shower and look in the mirror and find the problem too. The reality is very cruel. All the means of flirting with girls, the basis of everything lies in the face, high face value. A look is enough to make girls shy. Ugly can make girls lose weight and vomit on the spot. The next step is to ride the wave. Li Lan quietly placed his hand on Lin Xingcheng's shoulder, feeling the violent tremor of the other's body. He smiled faintly and spoke. What's wrong with you? Are you alright? Why don't we find a place to rest for a while, then come back at dusk? Lin Xingcheng nodded silently, and Li Lan revealed a lecherous smile. Perfect. The next step is to approach the gates and test the city. No guards before attacking in force. He brought Lin Xingcheng to a deserted iceberg, summoned his flying sword, and took her to sit on it, quietly looking at the crowd in the distance. So many people, I wonder if we can get that ice-cold jade lotus. Lin Xingcheng looked at the sea of people in the land of extreme cold and could not help but reveal a worried expression. With all these people, can she really get it? You still don't believe me? Li Lan sighed in mock loss. Ha? No, I didn't disbelieve you. Senior is so strong, surely you can. Lin Xingcheng shook her head repeatedly. Li Lan was so much stronger than her, so how could she not believe? I'm about the same age as you, so you might as well call me Li Lan. Senior is too much of a stranger. Li Lan spoke. The first step, starting from the nickname, start with a more intimate nickname to start calling. I believe that many Sea King or often do that. At first call people's name, the back said when the sister, slowly became a baby, and finally became a wife or sweet nickname. All beginnings start with nicknames, and when a girl doesn't resist you calling her baby, you're one step away from a takedown? Which step? The step into the inn. End of chapter. Chapter 94, Attacking a Woman with Earthy Love Words. I'll call you Li Lan then, you can call me Lin Xingcheng. Well, Xingcheng, you don't mind if I call you that? Li Lan smiled faintly. Lin Xingcheng sounds how raw, or Xingcheng affectionate. Whatever, any name will do. Lin Xingcheng shyly bowed her head and said, her tone was like she was being pampered. Xingcheng, why is your body so cold? Li Lan asked. When he just touched Lin Xingcheng's shoulder, he felt that the other party's temperature was extremely low, like ice. Even though he knew what was going on, he had to ask, after all, for the next step. After saying that, he grabbed Lin Xingcheng's hand and slowly stroked her hand. This sudden move made Lin Xingcheng surprised. She didn't expect Li Lan to be so eager. It was just less than half a day of acquaintance, and he got on with it. This made her very disappointed. It was true that men were all the same, they all came for her skin. She thought that Li Lan was another man, but it turned out to be the same. It really disappointed her. Just as she was about to angrily draw her hand out and leave, she suddenly realized that a warm current had entered her body, strongly suppressing the extreme force in her body, and surprisingly allowing her body temperature to return to what it should be for a normal person. This is... Lin Qingcheng looked at Lilan in surprise, his anger gone, only surprise and guilt. Was she wrong about Lilan? People were not trying to take advantage of her at all, but they were trying to suppress the power of extreme in her body. She even thought of Lilan in a petty way. She should be damned. I just used the aura in my body to help you suppress the power of extreme. Do you feel any better? Lilan smiled faintly with slightly white lips, and even wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead, pretending to be weak. Seeing Lilan suddenly become like this, Lin Qingcheng was even more touched and guilty. People went to such great lengths for her, and she thought they were horny. She really deserved to die. Lilan, thank you, I didn't expect you to do this. Lin Qingcheng was touched and looked at Lilan with guilt inside. The next time Lilan touched her hand, she would never be angry again. It's fine, I just saw that you were having a hard time and wanted to help you out. It's just that I've consumed some of my aura. I'll just reply to it. Lilan pretended to take out a spirit recovery pill and swallowed it, then closed his eyes and started to reply his aura. And Lin Qingcheng looked at Lilan did so much for her, incomparably touched, her eyes became imploring, they were about to flow out of water. In fact, Lilan did not return to his aura, but used his divine sense to keep observing Lin Qingcheng, and when he saw this look in Lin Qingcheng's eyes, he knew that he had secured himself. Chasing women's tips, let the other party touched is also a way. What to give gifts, think their own gift, the girl must like, that are self-touching. You can't make a girl happier by giving 100 roses than a rich man can by giving a bag. Remember one thing, give gifts to send girls need, but the premise is to see each other. If the other side of the gold, and you do not have the ability to money, then give up before it is too late, do not tired of their own. Now, Lin Qingcheng was very touched, and even guilty. That was because Lilan did it on purpose. He knew that his sudden touching of his hand would surely make Lin Qingcheng resent it, but he just had to do it. This could pull Lin Qingcheng's emotions and make the other party mistakenly think that he was on the denizen, but in fact, he was suppressing the power of the extreme within for her, making her feel guilty. With this sense of guilt, even if you do some more excessive actions to Lin Qingcheng, she will not say anything. Of course, don't go too far or you'll resent it. One step at a time, no rush. It took about half an hour before Lilan opened his eyes. You're awake. Lin Qingcheng saw Lilan waking up and asked with concern at first, are you alright? It's fine, the aura in my body is already back to full, how are you? Lilan asked in return. Me? It's fine, thank you, I feel much better now. Lin Qingcheng blushed slightly, not realizing that Lilan's first concern was for her. Other than Master, there hadn't been a second person who cared so much about her. Other men are greedy for her beauty, only Lilan is different. He is truly concerned about her physical condition. He will help her suppress the extreme force in her body, and will also help her seize the ice-cold jade lotus. Ask which man can do this for her? Lilan, why are you being so nice to me? Lin Qingcheng asked in disbelief. Obviously only knowing each other for less than half a day, Lilan seemed to be her dowmate in general, pampering her, caring for her, even going so far as to spend a large amount of spiritual chi in her body to suppress the power of extreme for her, which was too good to be true. Smiling, Lilan smiled. This Lin Qingcheng is still relatively difficult to deal with, until now can still keep his sanity to ask this question. If it is the previous life, he sends a bag and then cares a couple of sentences, the girl has already climbed into his bed. It would definitely be hypocritical for me to say that I am helpful. I understood what love at first sight was from the first moment I saw you. Your temperament and looks captivated me. I admit that I coveted your beauty as much as those men did, but I wanted to help you out of your misery more than anything else after I heard your story, and when I saw you smile I realized how good you looked when you smiled. I hope a girl who smiles doesn't hide her smile every day. I want you to smile more. I want you to be happy. So when I knew you were going to take the ice-cold jade lotus, I said yes. I just want to see you smile more. I'll be satisfied. Lilan took a deep breath and said a whole bunch of words, which were all earthy love words that he had read in his previous life, and in this world, they were simply harvested quotes for women, because they simply could not resist these earthy love words. Hearing Lilan's words, Lin Qingcheng froze. She didn't expect Lilan to say a big call, and every word was true. Lilan unexpectedly fell in love with her at first sight, and he was so honest. Other men would have said they were touched by her pitiful experience and wanted to help her, using this excuse to deliberately approach her, but in fact did not help at all. But Lilan was different. He opened his mouth with his looks and temperament, he was attracted by the sight, and he admitted that he approached her because he coveted her beauty, but later on it was not like that, but he wanted to really help her. He did help, too, by helping her suppress the power of the extreme. Unconsciously, Lin Qingcheng's face turned red. She didn't know what to say. The love between a man and a woman had never occurred to her. Because she thought she wouldn't live long at all, she didn't dare to think about it. But now that a man with eyes full of her appeared in front of her and spoke so sincerely, how could she refuse? If you don't know what to say, just nod or shake your head. No matter what, I will help you get the ice-cold jade lotus. That's my promise. End of chapter. Chapter 95. What Birdman? Lin Qingcheng nodded and did not refuse. Seeing this, Li Lan smiled, only one step away from attacking the city. When he helped Lin Qingcheng get the ice-cold jade lotus, that would be the first step in blowing the horn for attacking the city. Dusk is here, the Forbidden Land is opening. Just then, the crowd stirred, only to see the sky gradually dimming. The ground began to tremble slightly. The Forbidden Land was about to open. The Forbidden Land Guardian was about to appear. The mountains shook and hundreds of blue lights descended from the sky, and out of them stepped a giant with a huge body, covered with ice spikes, holding a large sword and axe, fierce and vicious. Death to those who trespass on the Forbidden Land. As soon as the words fell, these giants started attacking towards the crowd. Their realms were all at the harmonization spirit perfection. Many of the cultivators on the scene were yuaning or had just entered the harmonization spirit, and only a handful of them were at the harmonization spirit perfection, including Lin Qingcheng. These are the ice-cold guardians. It is said that killing them will explode the token to enter the Forbidden Land, and that teleportation entrance is where the Forbidden Land is. Lin Qingcheng pointed towards a blue teleportation entrance in the distance. I know. Li Lan nodded his head and slapped out a palm, directly slapping two ice-cold guardians to death. As soon as the ice-cold guardian died, it immediately transformed into two blue tokens, and when those surrounding cultivators saw this, they immediately brightened up, revealing a greedy look, wanting to grab them. Robbing me? Seek death. Li Lan spoke in a cold voice and slapped out a palm, directly slapping all of these people into blood mist. This move shook everyone in the room, and when they saw such a terrifying Li Lan, they instantly didn't dare to have the thought of grabbing his token. Li Lan condensed one hand and sucked the two tokens over. Go! Handing a token to Lin Qingcheng, Li Lan then led Lin Qingcheng to the teleportation entrance in an instantaneous flash. And at that moment, the three splitters also saw Li Lan's trio. Eldest sister, Senior Li, wait for us. Before Lin Qingcheng could react, Li Lan directly pulled her hand and walked into the teleportation entrance, and just as those three were about to go in, they were shaken by an invisible force and flew hundreds of meters, falling heavily to the ground. Damn it, damn brat, how dare you rob my senior sister? A male cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood and was resentful as he looked at the teleportation entrance with a grudging gaze. Never in a million years did they expect their plans to be shattered by a stranger, and no matter what, tonight was going to work. Ice-cold Forbidden Land. Just as they came in, Li Lan and his duo saw that there were quite a few people inside. What came into view was an endless ice cave, with crystal clear ice closed in all directions, and everywhere there were heavenly treasures, all kinds of spiritual medicines, magic treasures, spiritual insects and so on, which had already been collected by many people. Several cultivators could also be seen fighting over a single elixir. The ice-cold jade lotus shouldn't be here, from what Master said, it's at the very end, let's head inside. Lin Qingcheng spoke. Aha! Li Lan nodded and led Lin Qingcheng inside. On the road, quite a few people noticed them, handsome men and women. Everywhere they went, people noticed them, but in fact, they paid more attention to Li Lan, this man who had no cultivation but was fearless and walked in with his head held high, exuding a confident ease that was invincible to the rest of the world. It's him, it's actually him, the mysterious strong man who was in the land of choosing treasures that day. His strength is extraordinary. Another change of female companion. Yesterday looked at the two female companions are not yet this but this is just as good looking, really envious. When will I be as dashing as him, and have female companions with me everywhere I go? Don't mess with him, his strength is not something we can deal with, let's just go around. Many people recognized Li Lan, all of them were in yesterday's Tianshui pool with a place of choosing treasures. When they saw Li Lan coming over, they didn't dare to look at each other, and they were even more envious that the female companion beside him had changed again. Hearing the murmurs of the people around him, Li Lan was a bit headstrong. Do you have many female companions? As expected, Lin Qingqing turned her head to look at Li Lan and opened her mouth to ask. Her tone seemed to carry a hint of questioning. Li Lan sniffed, his head was big. It's true that women in any world can't get rid of jealousy. The persona of the pure-hearted teenager he had just built up was just destroyed by these people. Thinking of this, his fierce eyes swept towards those people, wanting to slap all of them to death. When the crowd saw him, they were creeped out, their bodies shook, and they left in a hurry. They didn't know how they had offended this killing star, so it was better to leave in a hurry. Of course there isn't, I just brought my senior brother and sister in before, which didn't get separated. Li Lan casually laughed. But they said something completely different, like there were two girls close to you. That's for sure, I'm so outstanding. It's only right that senior sister has some feelings for me, aren't you? Li Lan laughed. At these words, Lin Qingchang was dumbfounded and blushed. After a long time she said shyly, you can be really oily, don't want to talk to you, let's just go in quickly. Li Lan just laughed lewdly twice before nodding and picking up the pace. This woman is so easy to coax, she believed it after a few words, so it doesn't seem to take much effort. I may be able to be a Tong Jinchang in the immortal cultivation world, and all future generations will have to call me a phrase ancestor. The duo went deeper and deeper and slowly heard the sounds of fighting. This ice-cold jade lotus is mine. Hee, whoever can kill this guardian beast, then whoever can take the ice-cold jade lotus. Then you'll be disappointed, I can borrow my father's extreme innate spirit treasure and we'll take it down. With a roar, Li Lan brought Lin Qingcheng to instantly flash inside to find out what was going on. only to see a few cultivators fighting each other in the air, and the ground there is a huge giant, like a dragon with 4 legs, headlong ice blue horns, wrapped around a piece of ice blue boulder, toward those cultivators spewing out blue energy rays, and wherever it goes, freezes everything. Mahayana realm consummation, while the cultivation level of those few cultivators in the sky were only ferrying realm consummation, perhaps relying on some kind of secret magic aptitude as well as magical treasures to be able to kill the augur. That augur dragon is the guardian of the ice-cold jade lotus, the ice crystal augur dragon. It is very powerful. It is now estimated to be at the consummation of the Mahayana realm. That ray of ice that it has just shot is extremely terrifying, but any creature that is shot by it will freeze directly, and what will be ushered in will be the extinction of the world. Lin Xinchang spoke in a deep voice, frowning as he looked towards Li Lan. She wasn't sure of Li Lan's strength until now, and didn't know if Li Lan was sure of such a demonic beast. Leave it to me, such a demonic beast, I can destroy it with my hands. Li Lan laughed lightly, leaving Lin Xinchang a reassuring look, and walked towards the Jiaolong. That back, full of spontaneity and security, caused Lin Xinchang's heart to be touched and incomparably moved. End of chapter. Chapter 96, Molesting the Phoenix Lady. Li Lan's sudden appearance interrupted the fight between several cultivators. Hey, kid, this is our battlefield, isn't it a bit unkind for you to suddenly show up and intervene? A cultivator with wings on his back looked at Li Lan and spoke in a cold voice. What kind of bird are you again? Li Lan laughed coldly. The other party was a demonic beast in human form at this glance, not knowing what species of demonic beast it was. Damn it, I'm a heavenly pride of the Flame Bird clan, how dare you scold me? Hao Jun spoke angrily. As a well-known pride of the Flame Bird clan, he didn't know how many people would have to respectfully address him when they saw him, but as a result, this unknown brat even said that he was some kind of a bird person? Literally never died. Our battle will be fought later, I will first kill this unknowing brat first. Hao Jun turned back to look at the few cultivators in a cold voice and swept down towards Li Lan. A few other cultivators didn't say much, one less enemy was always good. What a stupid bird. Li Lan sneered and slapped his palm out. Boo! A voice resounded throughout the ice cave, and Hao Jun was directly slapped to death on the spot, exploding into a blood mist and scattering his soul. This happened so suddenly that those few cultivators didn't react at all. If you want to die, remain here. Li Lan spoke indifferently. As soon as the words fell, those few people reacted and instantly swept out, not daring to stay for a long time. Just kidding, Hao Jun was just killed in seconds, as Hao Jun, who was the perfected god of transformation, was killed in seconds. They, who were in the same realm, surely couldn't beat them. If they didn't run at this time, what more time would they wait for? After a few people left, Li Lan looked at the scaly dragon and spoke faintly. Are you going to die guarding those ice-cold jade lotuses, or are you going to leave to save yourself from death? Who? The dragon responded with a roar, and a gust of wind blew Li Lan's robes, causing him to frown slightly. How long has it been since I brushed my teeth? It stinks so bad. It seems like you're choosing the former, so let's send you away. As soon as the words fell, a palm was slapped out. Boo! The dragon instantly died violently, blood mist exploded, and the soul flew away. A transition realm perfection augur died just like that. Lin Xinchang, who was hiding in the distance and watching, stood still as if she were a wooden chicken. She felt like she was dreaming. This kind of strength. Was it really possible for a teenager to fight? We are all cultivators of the same age. Why is he so powerful? Looking at Li Lan's back, Lin Xinchang gradually lost her concentration. What a mysterious and powerful man. Hey, what's wrong with you? Suddenly, Li Lan's voice rang out in front of her. Lin Xinchang looked back and was startled. Li Lan was already in her face. No, I'm fine. Lin Xinchang shook her head and said, she had just in such a short period of time. Surprisingly, she had already thought about the rest of her past life with Li Lan. It's too humiliating. Lin Xinchang, you are a girl's family, you must be reserved. Go over and get the ice-cold jade lotus if you're fine. Li Lan was a bit puzzled. Could it be that Lin Xinchang was mesmerized by his handsome seconds of killing the Jiao dragon? In that case, then, it's one step further to try to take it tonight. This trip to the cave was not in vain, seeing so many beautiful women from all over the world and tasting delicious food from all over the world. It's like a paradise for him. Aha! Lin Xinchang nodded and quickly walked over. The two of them arrived in front of the ice crystal boulder, and Li Lan blasted it open with a punch, revealing an ice-cold jade lotus suspended in midair inside. Who is the sneak attacker? Right at this moment, Li Lan suddenly shouted, turning around and blasting out a fist. Boo! Explosions rang out, smoke rose, and the ground shook. Lin Xinchang looked back in surprise. The smoke dispersed and a beautiful figure appeared in front of him. Seeing the person who came, Li Lan smiled. It was really hard to come by. This person was none other than the Phoenix Lady, only to see her looking at Li Lan and the two of them with a cold face, and speaking faintly, I have my eye on this ice-cold jade lotus. You said fancy is yours? Then I still have my eye on you, so are you mine? Li Lan opened his mouth with a lewd smile. At those words, Phoenix Woman's face became incomparably ugly, so gloomy that it was about to drip water. Lin Xinchang's face was also ugly. It seemed that she was a little jealous. She looked at the Phoenix girl dead in the face. The other party's figure and appearance was indeed a little better than hers, but this change of heart of Li Lan was also too fast. Didn't you just say it was love at first sight? Is love at first sight just seeing a beautiful woman and falling in love with one? If Li Lan could have heard Lin Qingqing's heart, he would have answered her, of course, love at first sight means seeing one and falling in love with one. Li Lan looked at the Phoenix girl. He didn't really want to care about Lin Qingqing anymore. His target was still the Phoenix girl. Before that he just couldn't find the Phoenix girl, so he played with Lin Qingqing. Now that the Phoenix girl sent herself to the door, there was no need to play with Lin Qingqing. The main target was still the Phoenix girl. Hey, it can't be helped, he's still so dedicated and affectionate. Denizen prodigal son, watch me kill you. Phoenix lady spoke angrily. No one had dared to provoke her like this yet, and those who dared to provoke her like this were all dead. As soon as the words fell, Phoenix lady rushed over, transforming into a fiery phoenix with incomparably fast speed, arriving in front of Li Lan in an instant. Just in time. Li Lan laughed and deliberately led the Phoenix woman to the sky. Don't run! The Phoenix woman spoke in a cold voice, coming in front of Li Lan once again and slapping out her palm. He. As soon as Li Lan grabbed the Phoenix girl's hand, he very greasily and lewdly touched the back of her hand, and intentionally snapped his palm. Against this kind of high-minded woman, you have to disgust her, let her break the defense, and properly cure her of this arrogance, so that she will have a first impression of you. Nothing will be disgusted all the time, just that you did not find the opportunity to change her mind. As long as you make a girl forget about you, there will be plenty of opportunities to change her inner opinion of you later. Damn it, disgusting guy. The Phoenix maiden burst into a rage. This denizen prodigal son even dared to molest her and disgust her. It was so disgusting. When Lin Qingqing on the ground saw that Li Lan intentionally did not make a move as if he was playing lovebirds with the Phoenix maiden, it was as if he had overturned a jar of vinegar inside. Damn Li Lan, I'll never believe your bull ***** again, you sex-crazed bastard. She now felt that Li Lan's sweet words earlier were all lies, and that he was simply interested in sex and wanted to have sex with her. As a result, when he ran into the Phoenix lady, he immediately revealed his true colors. Luckily, she didn't let Leland get away with it. In the sky, the Phoenix lady was incomparably angry, and a phoenix silhouette emerged behind her, her eyes rising with a blazing flame, ready to execute Li Lan. Little beauty, you look so beautiful when you are angry. I just love this angry look of yours. Come on and let brother pamper you. Li Lan laughed lewdly, deliberately saying these disgusting greasy words. It worked. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. The Phoenix woman roared in anger and performed her divine ability, Phoenix Meteor Flame, wanting to kill Li Lan with one blow. Seeing this, Li Lan smiled, angry, that would be great. End of chapter. Chapter 97. Li Lan instantly flashed to the Phoenix woman, startling the other party, and smoothly defused the other party's attack, causing the Phoenix woman to be shocked. Don't follow that green dragon, follow me. Li Lan touched the Phoenix lady's waist, felt the thin and smooth little waist, and smiled lewdly. Asshole! Let go of me! The Phoenix girl shouted angrily, her face flushed red, not knowing whether she was shy or angry. When she tried to attack Li Lan again, she was shocked to find that she was unable to invoke her aura and became an ordinary person. You! What have you done to me? The Phoenix girl cried out in horror. She was unexpectedly unable to invoke her spiritual power. What kind of person is this in front of me to be able to do that? Without spiritual power, you are the little lamb that I can ravage. This time I will see where you run. Li Lan laughed lewdly, and his magic claws climbed up to the peak. Frightened, the Phoenix girl shivered, stared in horror, and screamed, "Let go of me, you let go of me." She didn't expect Li Lan to be so bold as to dare to violate her in front of others, knowing that she was a Phoenix maiden, the holy maiden of the Phoenix Holy Land. At the bottom, Lin Qingqing also blushed in shame when she saw this and spat. What a denizen, I would even develop a love for this kind of person, I'm really crazy. Lin Qingqing subconsciously wanted to leave, but thought that there were a lot of people guarding outside, and if she went out with the ice-cold jade lotus, she would definitely be noticed. She couldn't protect the ice-cold jade lotus by herself, so it was better to wait for Li Lan. Go ahead and scream, no one will come to save you even if you scream your throat out. Li Lan's hands had long since climbed up to the peak, and he spoke like a pervert. I'll remember you forever, I'm immortal with you. The Phoenix woman roared in a cold voice and closed her eyes in despair, shedding 2 tears. Seeing this, Li Lan immediately lost any interest. He likes women, yes, but he doesn't like to force women, he prefers women to give it to him willingly or voluntarily. He let go of the Phoenix girl and laughed lewdly. I don't want to eat you now, wash up and wait for me some other day. After saying that, Li Lan returned to Lin Qingqing's side and led her away from here. Seeing Li Lan suddenly leave, the Phoenix woman couldn't help but feel misplaced. Why didn't he take action? Is it because I'm not attractive enough? Or did he have a guilty conscience? The Phoenix woman didn't know whether to be happy or angry. It was very complicated. I'm stuck with you. On the way to the outside. Why don't you take Phoenix lady with you? Don't you like her? Lin Qingqing said somewhat sourly. She clearly didn't want to care about Li Lan, but for some reason, she still said these words, and even felt that they were rightfully spoken. Perhaps even she hadn't realized that she was jealous of Li Lan. What? Are you jealous? Li Lan laughed, holding Lin Qingqing's hand. Lin Qingqing subconsciously got angry and tried to struggle, but Li Lan still had a death grip and wouldn't let go, causing Lin Qingqing's face to gradually become gloomy as she spoke in a cold voice. Let go of me, you denizen, are you like this to every girl? I thought that Li Lan would be the one who would be sincere to her, but now it seems that he is a colored demon, the kind of colored demon who would be hungry for wolves when he sees a pretty girl. She really looked at the wrong person. Are you disappointed that you think I'm a sex fiend? Li Lan laughed. Lin Qingqing was silent and acquiesced. That's what she thought. Hey, let me tell you my story then. I actually have a grudge against the Phoenix lady, a big one. At those words, Lin Qingqing's body shook slightly and her ears twitched, clearly interested. Seeing this, the corners of Li Lan's mouth rose slightly as he continued to act pitiful and began to make up stories. 5 years ago when I went out to play with my Dao couple, I happened to meet the Phoenix woman. She was bringing her senior brother and sister out to play. I was accidentally separated from my Dao couple for a while, and as a result, Li Lan deliberately paused and choked. What happened? What happened as a result? Are you alright? Lin Qingqing instantly forgot about what happened earlier and looked at Li Lan with worry. She wanted to know what happened behind the scenes and didn't know how to comfort Li Lan. I didn't realize that he had a grudge against Phoenix woman. As a result, those beasts, they molested my Taoist couple and blocked her inside the alley to perform beastly deeds. Li Lan's face turned red, his breathing became rapid, incomparably angry. Lin Qingqing body jolted, did not think that Li Lan also experienced such frustration. His own Dao couple was surrounded by several male cultivators. Line that kind of thing, is a man will be angry at. At that time, I was still too weak to protect her. After I easily solved those male cultivators, the Phoenix girl appeared. She knocked me down and ruthlessly humiliated me. Not more than a few days later, my Taoist couple she could not think of anything else because of that incident and killed herself. After saying that, Li Lan hid her face and cried bitterly. Not really crying in pain, of course, just pretending. Lin Qingqing's heart was complicated. She didn't expect Li Lan to have such a past. Could it be that she had just molested the Phoenix girl, all for the sake of revenge? After so many years in the past, he could still remember to avenge his Taoist partner. How could such a sentimental man be a colorful demon? She was wrong about Leland again. Thinking of this, Lin Qingqing inwardly rose a strong self-reproach. It was not the first time that she had wronged Li Lan. She was still too much. It was clear that people wanted to take revenge. And she, on the other hand, thinks like that. She's damned. Thus, there was the scene you just saw. I wanted to disgust her and avenge my Dao couple. If you don't understand, then let's leave it at that. Anyway, I kept my promise and found the ice-cold jade lotus for you, Mr. Li. Farewell. Li Lan wiped away the crocodile tears and looked up at Lin Qingqing fondly, revealing a strong color of loss, extremely aggrieved. It was like a kind of loss that no one understood him, aggrieved to the extreme, watching Lin Qingqing's heart touch and empathize. Without much hesitation, Li Lan stepped away. Wait! A jade hand pulled on Li Lan's sleeve. Li Lan grinned at once. The ploy succeeded, replaced his face with an expressionless one and turned his head to look. Miss Lin, since you think that I am a colorful demon, why do you retain me? Are you not afraid? The tone was very cold, as if he was talking to a stranger. Hearing Lin Qingqing's inner heart was as painful as a knife. Why would I feel sad? Why does it make me sad to hear that icy tone? Lin Qingqing didn't understand. She didn't want to see Li Lan looking at her with such a cold and heartless expression in eyes, nor did she want to hear such an icy tone from Li Lan. She wanted the Li Lan from before, caring for her and smiling gently at her. She regretted it. It was all caused by her own hands. Would it be better if she could understand Li Lan, not get angry so quickly, and figure out what happened before making a judgment? I'm sorry, I was wrong. Can I be forgiven? End of chapter. Chapter 98. Tonight we will fight until dawn. Lin Qingqing grabbed Li Lan's sleeve and shook it from side to side, her tone slightly petulant. Even she hadn't realized that she was so good at pouting, and that she had said it subconsciously. Alright, then I will reluctantly forgive you, but I hope you can trust me more. I won't lie to you. Li Lan turned back and laughed, wrapping his arms around Lin Qingqing and pulling her into his arms. He was still a head taller than Lin Qingqing, just enough to jump into his chest. Gently stroking Lin Qingqing's hair, Li Lan revealed a sinister smile of scheming success. It's still the kind of little girl who's easy to trick with casual sweet talk. Well, I believe in you. Lin Qingqing nodded and smiled. She now felt happy. Li Lan's chest made her feel cozy and a strong sense of security. She really wanted to be held like this all the time. Taking Lin Qingqing's hand, Li Lan led her out of the forbidden area and outside. As soon as he went out, he saw the ground full of corpses. Li Lan slightly raised his eyebrows. It seems that something big happened here. Senior brother, senior sister. Lin Qingqing suddenly screamed, running towards the distance. Li Lan looked over, only to see Lin Qingqing's senior siblings surrounded, and the girl still had a broken arm, her face pale. There were several other cultivators of spirit transformation perfection in front of them, and one of them, an ordinary-looking male cultivator, was holding a treasure tripod and suppressing the three of them. Hand over all of your gains from the past 2 days, or don't blame us for not being polite. The male cultivator spoke in a cold voice. They wanted to snatch the three people's 2-day gain. The bodies on the ground were related to them, all of them were killed by them, only because the treasure tripod in this male cultivator's hand was an innate spiritual treasure, which was obtained from the place of choosing treasures, which increased his strength greatly, and he could cross the border to kill the cultivator of the middle stage of the fairy robbery. and these people were simply powerless to resist it. If you have the ability to charge me. Lin Xincheng instantly flashed to the front of his senior brother and sister, exploding his breath and speaking in a cold voice. A mere transformation spirit perfection is presuming to resist us? Seek death. The male cultivator spoke in a cold voice, offering a precious tripod, circling back into the air, rapidly growing larger, and smashing down heavily. Seeing this, Lin Xingqing's eyes stared, her hands tumbled and exploded her aura to fight against it. Boom! The aura and the precious tripod collided, erupting with loud sounds and shaking spiritual energy. However, there were many people on the opposite side, and the others poured their aura into the treasure cauldron together, and the cauldron became even bigger, about to suppress Lin Xingcheng. Bullying my Taoist couple, have you asked me? Li Lan spoke in a cold voice and slapped out his palm, killing all those people. Smoothly, he collected the masterless treasure tripod in the sky and threw it into Lin Xingcheng's hand. This treasure tripod will be given to you as a token of our love. At those words, Lin Xingcheng blushed, but thinking that her senior brothers and sisters were still there, she hurriedly turned back to look at them. How are you guys doing? The two senior brothers' faces were incomparably gloomy, glancing enviously and jealously at Li Lan, shaking their heads in silence, indicating that they were fine. The girl, on the other hand, revealed a lost expression. It seemed that it was because Lin Xingcheng had become Li Lan's Taoist partner that made her feel lost. Senior sister, we're fine, luckily you guys came out just in time. The girl shook her head. It's good that it's okay, otherwise I wouldn't know what to tell master. It's getting late, if not let's find a quiet and less crowded place to rest for the night and set off again tomorrow? Li Lan looked at the moonlit sky and smiled faintly. The rest is fake, the siege is real. Lin Xingcheng looked and nodded. It's indeed too late, let's find a place to rest. The other three didn't have an opinion, they really needed to tone down a bit. Within a short time, Li Lan found an excellent cave with several other holes inside that would not be disturbed at all. He also hunted a Mahayana perfection demonic beast in passing, intending to cook a bowl of tonic soup for Lin Xingcheng, as she was planning to refine the ice-cold jade lotus tonight. Senior sister, there seems to be something going on outside. I saw a few huge demonic beasts passing by, and a few flashes of golden light. It seems like a secret treasure has appeared. Just as several people were starting a fire to make soup inside the cave, a senior brother ran in to report the situation to Lin Xingcheng. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingcheng slightly froze and walked out. Li Lan also raised an eyebrow and followed. He had been observing his surroundings with his divine sense all along. There was nothing at all of what that senior brother had said. Why would he lie to Lin Xingcheng? It wasn't until he saw that the man had put powder inside the great tonic soup that he came to his senses. He could see that the powder was extremely special, as if it was a poison that specifically targeted Lin Xingcheng's extremely lean body. Once it was taken by Lin Xingcheng, she would become hot and horny, especially the emotion of wanting to have sex with men and women would be greatly enhanced, referred to as an aphrodisiac. I didn't expect this senior brother to look like a man and a dog, but he was a real dog when he did something, and he even gave their senior sister an aphrodisiac. However, Li Lan did not make a sound. He could just use this aphrodisiac to eliminate these two obtrusive senior brothers. Strange, there is nothing outside? Lin Xingcheng returned to the cave while her senior brother had already finished the aphrodisiac, pretending as if nothing had happened and laughed. That's so, maybe I was wrong. Xingcheng, quickly drink this great tonic soup. This is a demonic beast that I caught specifically for you. Li Lan laughed at this time. Since you want to drug it, then I will help you push it. Seeing Li Lan spooning a bowl of soup to Lin Xingcheng, that senior brother was happy in his heart. What an idiot. When I sneak into senior sister's cave tonight and violate her, senior sister will be mine by then. You two will definitely fall out. Thinking of this, the corners of senior brother's mouth couldn't help but rise. Li Lan had been observing him, and when he saw that the other party had begun to masturbate, he also shook his head. What a piece of trash. Only trash would think of using such underhanded ways to pick up girls, and he's all about picking up girls fair and square, never bothering to use such methods. Witnessing Lin Xingcheng finish the tonic soup, his senior brother couldn't suppress his smile any longer and was grinning up. Xingcheng, let me send you to the cave, let me escort you tonight so that you can properly refine the ice-cold jade lotus. Li Lan smiled faintly. Aha! Lin Xingcheng blushed and nodded without refusing. Seeing this, senior brother's smile instantly solidified and he immediately stood up. Senior sister, you guys are going to be together for a night? Holy, if this Li Lan doesn't leave, won't it be cheap for him? No, absolutely not. That was his plan. Or else, I'm her Taoist partner, and still the strongest person here. Is it hard to let a punk like you escort her? Li Lan sneered. Upon hearing this, the senior brother angrily just wanted to retort, but reacted that he couldn't beat Li Lan, and chose to hold his tongue, watching Li Lan leave with Lin Xingcheng and return to his cave. Damn Li Lan, bad for me, I must find a way to kill you. On the other hand, Li Lan, who had already laid a boundary in the cave, no creature would be able to disturb him tonight, and he would conquest until dawn. End of chapter. The tiger's head that was close at hand was about to bite down on Witch Xingyun with its mouth open, and not being able to care about anything else, he hurriedly tore open his lapel, revealing the spell that was carved all over his chest. Yamakuni stopped sharply at that instant and crossed back a step, growling in some annoyance. Roar! The earth-shattering roar of the tiger almost caused Witch Xingyun to directly kneel on the ground. But the spell was still shining on him. Yamajun was extremely annoyed. Damn! How dare you old man be so rude? Witch Xingyun also slowly slowed down. He barely gathered his lapels, stood up and arched his hand and smiled. It was a bitter laugh though. I'm sorry, Yamakuni. We have no malicious intent. We have only come to investigate why Phoenix Fairy City was suddenly destroyed overnight. He said it kindly, but Yamatsukyan had no intention of giving him face at all. Directly snorted coldly. What else could it have been destroyed for? Naturally, it's because this king swallowed them all. They deserve it. End of chapter. Chapter 95, the very reason to act on behalf of the heavens. There was a moment of silence from Witch Walker. He rolled his throat slightly in a very arduous manner, and his eyes became less friendly as he looked across himself to the Mountain King. Dare I ask the Mountain King a question as to why? The tens of thousands of people in this Phoenix Immortal City should have never offended the Mountain Monarch. Yes and no? White Tiger nodded slowly. His two claws pointing to the ground shook, changed into a young man wearing a white robe, the dragon beard straight down, looks like Panin. He said lightly, you don't need to call me Mountain Monarch, you can just call me Junshan, that's my name. I am indeed Mountain Monarch, but my name is Junshan. As for what you said, you are indeed right. There are tens of thousands of people in this Phoenix Immortal City, and not a single person has ever offended me. Then, why did you kill them? Wu Xingyun was even more incomprehensible. Junshan, however, sneered. Could it be that I can't kill them because they've never offended me? What kind of reasoning is that? You people can go into the mountains to hunt and brutalize my kind, while I kill tens of thousands of your people, but only to slaughter a city, and then you come to me for justification. What is the reasoning behind this? Wouldn't you guys say that's true? Humph. Killing is killing, what reason can there be? I saw that they were unhappy, so I killed them all, so I will be my devouring ghosts, so that they can live forever with me. Isn't that a good thing? Anyway, although there are tens of thousands of residents in this Phone County city, there are also tens of thousands of people who are devoid of wisdom. Killing them is exactly the right thing to do for heaven. Before Wu Xingyun had a chance to speak, the young girl behind him couldn't help herself and took a step forward, glaring angrily. What's your excuse for that? Witch Changle clenched his fists tightly, itching to kill the Mountain Monarch in front of him directly and blood sacrifice the residents of the city. But she also knew she couldn't do it, much less do it. Her heart was filled with pain. It's for the tens of thousands of people suffering in this Phoenix Fairy City. Lele, shut up. Witch Xingyun immediately reached out and strangled his granddaughter. He looked, somewhat gruffly, at Junshan, who stood across from him. Sorry, Yamakuni, my granddaughter, she doesn't know the rules. She didn't mean to. However, he did not want Junshan to already cast his eyes on Witch Changle. He looked at Witch Changle with interest. In this instant, Witch Changle realized why people said that even when they became established, foxes, hedgehogs and tigers were all different. Otherwise, we would say that only tiger spirits are called mountain kings. She felt like she was on ice. Junshan looked at himself as if he was able to see himself through and through. Witch Changle winced. Junshan, however, did not make any offensive moves, but instead asked indifferently, is there no reason for my words? You little girl looks somewhat agreeable, so let me ask you, what should you do if someone insults your grandfather? Witch Changle thought about that scene and immediately felt a surge of anger ignite in his chest. She gritted her teeth. It has been returned as such since. If you've hit as many as you have, why can't I kill these city dwellers? Then where can it be the same? Witch Changle couldn't help but say sharply. They had already investigated this mountain ruler long ago. This mountain king's birth mother died at the hands of other spirits. Before that, he had been practicing in the mountains. This was projected by the great Confucian in their city, so it was only right to say that this mountain monarch did not have any blood feuds with humans on his body. There was absolutely no way he would slaughter the inhabitants because his blood relatives had been insulted. How is it different? Junshan, however, had run out of reasons to want to tangle with these people, and he squinted his eyes as he looked up slightly at the sun, which was already in the center of the sky. Since you've all come here, and you've seen the one, I might as well just tell you. It's because none of the residents of this city have ever released their goodwill towards him, and he is the only benefactor who has released his goodwill towards me and nudged me on the path to immortality, so I'm going to slaughter the people of this city to repay him for his kindness. This monarch advises you to leave as soon as possible, otherwise, the day you set foot in Phoenix Immortal City will be the day I kill you. He hastily threw down the threatening words, then turned around and left, running wildly towards the Phoenix Immortal City. Seeing this, Witch Changle couldn't help but take 2 more steps forward. Wu Xingyun hurriedly reached out and pulled his granddaughter to shake her head. May not. Today's Phoenix Fairy City has indeed become an empty, dead city, and all the people here are all devils of that mountain monarch. All his eyes too. We can't go in. But. Wu Changle was in a hurry. What about that one Jun Xian Xiaolangjun? Hasn't he been in there before? Is he a devourer too? Of course he isn't. Witch Xingyun naturally had his own calculations in his mind, but he couldn't help but frown more and more tightly. Jun Xian. He was the one who looked away. I didn't realize that that little lounge boy was the main reason why the Mountain King had slaughtered the inhabitants of this city. And the supposed specific reason is nothing more than to return the favor. Guess there was something else going on here that he hadn't noticed. But that Mountain King was still a bit naive. Could it be that he really thought he could still have a good outcome with the youngest groom, who was a human, after he had slaughtered a city of people? Even as master and servant, or as brother and friend, it is impossible to live in harmony. Witchwalker shook his head. He really didn't want to imagine how this would turn out afterward, but he knew in his heart. I'm afraid this Mountain King won't be able to get what he really wants. He looked at the gates of Phoenix Immortal City, which had become lively again, but instead of heading towards the city, he looked at the group behind him and beckoned. Let's go back to that broken temple first. This is a matter to be considered in the long run. It would be best to send a message to the Great Confucian side first. Phoenix Fairy City was indeed already a ghost city. There's only one person and one tiger here, and a city full of devils only. This mountain monarch has killed a city of people, he must be put to death. And with the people they have now, it is naturally impossible to do that, so they still have to ask for help from the back. Witch Hunter left immediately after making up his mind. Jun Xian had temporarily returned to his temporary landing spot in the city. The reason why it was said to be a temporary stopping point was because it was really too shabby. There wasn't even a shelter from the wind and rain, and if it suddenly cooled down or rained at night, he would probably have to freeze to death here. But as he went back, out of the corner of his eye he noticed some sudden surprise in the afterglow. Yikes, you're actually still here? I thought you were gone, White. End of chapter. Chapter 96, I will recognize him as Lord and be used by him. The white kitten had begged for food again from somewhere. It looks like the belly is bulging. When Jun Xian came forward, he even pounced on top of Jun Xian's slant and rolled around in a naive manner. It made Jun Xian laugh. He picked up the kitten's soft body in one hand and kneaded it in his arms. One side was slightly emotional. It's a good thing you're still here, or I'd be alone again today. You do not know, yesterday I met a group of godly guys, none said to me what Phoenix Fairy City has been slaughtered. The result is that when I came back to see today, only to realize that it is they do not know which tendon is wrong, this Phoenix Fairy City and the people, not a single one of them are not missing in this place. Even the pawnshop owner who deliberately deducted my money is still there. But it is a pity that the pawn store owner I finally found is really unwilling to accept my gold. I think the young master of the Wang family has specially ordered it. Shabai, it's good that you're just a cat and don't have to fret about these messy things, otherwise we would only be able to look at each other and sigh bitterly. Jun Xian kneaded the kitten's ears as she rambled on about the recent events. But, he touched his hand into his bosom and took out a piece of pie, breaking it up with a smile and feeding it next to the white cat's mouth. Luckily, the group of gods and goddesses I met in yesterday gave me some silver and cakes, so I'm afraid I'll still get jacked up on my next purchase, but as long as there's money and food around, we can think of other ways to stay alive. What luck! The luckiest thing is still that I met you, White. The white cat purred twice in a naive manner and rubbed against the youth's wrist. Inside the round eyes there was a sense of ignorance and unworldly innocence. It makes you feel in a good mood just by looking at it. Jun Xian was naturally the same. He picked up the cat when he was new to the world. The cat had been burned with fire and smoke by someone unknown. Jun Xian brought the cat back to the Thai place he was staying in for the time being. That being said, the cat had a great life. At that time the cat looked to have been about to die clean. The results were picked up after he took good care of, every now and then feed an egg yolk, and then every now and then feed some meat froth, but even okay up. It's also pretty as hell when it's cleaned. But it's said that white cats seem to be the more bullied cats in the colony. Jun Xian thought as he nibbled on a pie. Does White get bullied? The white cat that was suddenly poked and prodded meowed looking like it didn't even understand what the youth was saying. Jun Xian couldn't help but laugh. Never mind, it was stupid of me. What am I talking to you about a cat? He briefly nibbled the pie out of his hand, took 2 more sips of the still clean water, and shook the silver in his pocket. There's still a way to find a way to make a living for yourself. He didn't believe that the young master of the Wang family was the only one in this city. Jun Xian took the carrier in the corner and buckled it onto the white cat's head, shaking it and dragging her tired body out the door again. But he didn't see that after he had gone, the carrier that had been fastened to the white cat was toppled over a white tiger directly to the ground. The 2 people hidden in the corner immediately knelt down in front of White Tiger. Master! The great master has left. I wonder what the master needs from us. White Tiger narrowed his eyes and slowly slumped to the ground. His voice was cold. You guys go over to Broken Face and keep an eye on that group. Don't let them do anything to ruin my day. No one is allowed to tell the master what happened here. The master in his mouth naturally referred to Jun Xian. The 2 devils led the way. Instead, Junzan was lost in memories. He wasn't supposed to be alive. A tiger like him who had become a climatic tiger would usually have to go through the baptism of heavenly tribulation, and if he didn't have any sins in his body, he might still be able to pull through. However, he had taken the evil path and eaten too many people in the time leading up to this, so much so that he simply couldn't last past the heavenly tribulation. He was naturally resigned to his end, but had no choice but to accept it. But just as the last heavenly thunder was about to strike him, he weakly realized that the world had become calm. And a youth came up to him and took up the charred and blackened man and brought him back to his home to feed him well. At that youth's side, the wounds that had originally been struck out by the heavenly thunder unexpectedly and strangely slowly healed. Even the last thunderbolt didn't fall, but instead fed his heavenly baptism. It wasn't that Junzan hadn't thought about escaping. After all, he is a tiger with no morals at all. If he had morals, he wouldn't have slaughtered so many people in Phoenix Fairy City. But he had always honored the strong. Especially when he realized that the reason he had the final heavenly baptism on him was because Jun Xian had subconsciously shared the merits on his body with him. This shocked Jun Shan to the core. You know that's a meritocracy. But when he recovered from his wounds and used his eyes to look at it, he was almost looked straight to death. The merit in Jun Xian's body was simply not something to look at straight on. It was even more radiant than the merit of saving a world. Jun Shan directly decided in this moment that he must hold on to this thigh. He even directly recognized Jun Xian as his master. And he knew that the reason why Jun Xian had picked himself up at home and would subconsciously distribute the merits to himself was that he thought of himself as a harmless cat pet. So he's willing to maintain a cat form. And the reason why he still allowed Jun Xian to be bullied so much was simply that he didn't dare to break the streak his master was walking. Jun Shan subconsciously felt that Jun Xian must have his own reasons for hiding his identity and walking in this earth. He directly swallowed all the people in the entire city in order to take the anger out of his master, and in order to prevent his master from really getting into a situation where he was being humiliated by these mortals. And then they were allowed to maintain the status quo as it was. Juniper licked her thick pad of flesh. Another one is, although following the master some suffering and tired, but after the master when feeding things whether it is a piece of cake or a mouthful of water, it seems to gather the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. How could he possibly be willing to give it up? Jun Xian hadn't realized that there was now a tiger misunderstanding what he was saying. After hitting a wall in his search for a way out once again, he sighed helplessly, but then remembered the group of people in the broken temple. I don't know if they're gone or not. Jun Xian hesitated for a moment or planned to go and take a look, but he hadn't been out of Phoenix Fairy City for long when he was somewhat surprised to see a familiar silhouette. Why are you guys still here? Witch Changle had planned to quietly enter Phoenix Immortal City, but she did not expect to encounter Jun Xian who had walked out, and with a twinkle in her eyes, she instantly realized that this was a perfect opportunity. End of chapter. Chapter 97, Changle Unchained, Mountain King Eating People. Witch Changle hurriedly took 2 more steps forward, her face full of innocent smiles. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to re-encounter you again, this Langjun. The 2 of us haven't exchanged names yet. My name is Witch Changle. It is the same Changle that is the Changle of the Changle Unchained. Witch Changle had a natural look on his face. Naturally, Jun Xian was not in a good position to dismiss her face but could only nod lightly, but he did not have much goodwill towards such a woman. Just because the woman he heroically saved that day was also a beautiful woman, but unfortunately beautiful women are poisonous. There were only 2 possibilities, gentle and kind or serpentine, and since he wasn't planning on getting a wife or having children, naturally it didn't matter much to him. Witch Changle didn't feel frustrated when she eyed Jun Xian's cold attitude, but instead took 2 more steps forward. By the way, this little brother, I see that you seem to be living in an unsettled manner. I do not know what you do how in the Phoenix Fairy City seems to be even unable to find a landing point. Witch Changle said as she looked at Jun Xian's eyes as she looked over and hurriedly reached out and waved her hand. I don't mean to mock you, I just think it's slightly less reasonable. After all, I can see that you're considered to have both the looks and the brains for this Lang. Well, I'm not much of a talker. I mean, if you need any help with anything, feel free to say that for the sake of you showing us the way. I'll help if I need to. The way Witch Changle gulped, instead, also made the words seem more sincere, but Jun Xian still shook her head. He spoke calmly. There's nothing I need help with, thanks to this girl's kindness. However, if the girl really doesn't have a good heart, she could be kind enough to help the homeless. Jun Xian did not really intend to continue talking to Witch Changle. Whether a person was intentional or unintentional could easily be seen within the other person's eyes. Witch Changle didn't expect Jun Xian to speak to her like that, and instantly, she bit her lip a little less happily. Her eyes flickered with some difficult obscurity, but in the end she said nothing to watch Jun Xian leave. But she followed far behind. Witch Changle muttered in his mind. She wanted to see where Jun Xian was going. Results. The direction Jun Xian was advancing in, however, made Witch Changle couldn't help but widen her eyes. It's not, is it? She couldn't help but speak away in her own mind. No matter how you look at it, Jun Xian seems to be heading in the direction of the broken temple, but you people are already here. If there is really something that needs to be asked, why not ask her personally instead of going inside the broken temple? It's not like there's anything good inside the broken temple. Witch Changle really felt a bit puzzled. Jun Xian, however, had no intention of explaining his purpose for doing so. He was not quite familiar with this woman, so if he were to explain his purpose to someone else for no reason at all, it would rather seem even more strange. And he was going to the broken temple because of the glimmer of doubt that existed in his mind. When he arrived at the broken temple, he saw a group of people who were resting inside the broken temple. It just struck him as a bit odd. The group looked at him with a strange look in their eyes. After faintly ignoring the hint of abnormality, Jun Xian found Wu Xingyun. He gave a salute before opening his mouth to inquire. "This old man, I would like to ask you what exactly you meant by what you said the other day." Wu Xingyun lowered his eyes. He himself had some strength in him, so he was able to feel that even though the Mountain King had not been present, there was the scent of the Mountain King permeating the vicinity. And there was a strong warning flowing through it. Warn him not to let him talk out of his ass yet. But Wu Xingyun was also considered to be an old man. His eyes instantly flashed a harsh color. Could it be that Mountain King thought that just because he warned him to keep his mouth shut, that he wouldn't really speak out of turn? There really didn't seem to be anything that could shake this one, but it was the champion's warning that really shed light on what he cared about. Witch Hunter kept pondering in his mind. Although he still didn't quite understand why the Mountain Lord would value this young Lang Jun in front of him so much, he thought that there must be something in it that he could utilize. If he could use this care, this only living Longun who had not been transformed, to make this mountain monarch ambush the law, then it would be a great achievement. In time, he'd be better off going back to his family to answer to them. Wu Xingyun's eyes kept flickering, and his mouth was light in response. I wonder what this groom means by that. What I said yesterday. In her heart, Jun Xian was concerned about what Wu Xingyun had said about Phoenix Fairy City. He repeated it softly. I meant to say, old man, what you said yesterday about the whole city being destroyed. When I got home, I thought about it left and right and it didn't quite seem like a joke. But then I saw with my own eyes that all the people of Phoenix Fairy City were alive and well. What exactly does what you said mean? Jun Xian had contemplated and deliberated before every word he said. Witch Hunter breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Jun Xian suddenly mentioned this matter, and he thought that the other party had discovered something. I didn't expect Jun Xian to find anything. Witch Hunter concluded that his guess was correct. Otherwise, why didn't Jun Xian just go and question the mountain monarch, or maybe just poke at it, and instead pursue something on his own? However, it was also clear in his heart that Jun Xian thought that he should have grasped something as well, or perhaps his sixth sense was extremely sharp, or else he wouldn't have asked so. After thinking clearly about the doorway here, Wu Xingyun smiled faintly. Junior Lang Jun, these things are not something you should know, and I would advise you that it would be better to stay away from this side of things. But you're kind of the victim in this thing. Do you know of Yamakuni? Which Xingyun could feel that the moment he uttered those words, the aura around himself instantly became overpowering. It was as if they were going to swallow themselves up. However, he had a body protection treasure in his hand, which directly enveloped the entire broken temple. The activation of a treasure requires time and the right place. I'm sure the mountain monarch wouldn't have thought that by not allowing them to enter Phoenix Fairy City, he had instead made it possible for him to utilize the treasures in his hands. Wu Xingyun wasn't worried at all that what he had said would completely anger the mountain monarch. This was because he knew that Yamajun was afraid that he wouldn't dare to do it himself, and that was why he was using his breath to intimidate him. Otherwise it would have come to them already. After Wu Xingyun's mind was set, the luster flashing in his eyes became even more intense. End of chapter. Chapter 98, A Tiger's Accomplice, The Return of Late Night. The Mountain King. Jun Xian repeated the term as Witch Xingyun said it to himself. He had a thoughtful look in his eyes. You mean the tiger spirit? The smile at the corner of his mouth instantly widened when Wu Xingyun saw that Jun Xian had actually taken such offense without any respect. Because Wu Xingyun was completely able to deduce from Jun Xian's reaction that Jun Xian must not even have known that there was a mountain monarch that had become a climate that had turned the entire Phoenix Fairy City into its own territory. So that plan of his was better practiced. While feeling the increasingly intense aura of rage, the smile on Wu Xingyun's face didn't change a bit. Instead, Wu Xingyun even pretended to be very helpless and sighed slowly. He wore an extremely bitter expression. Exactly. In fact, Lang Jun, these words, I should not have said them to you lest you would be in danger, but as I thought about it, I felt that you would only be in more danger if I did not tell you. Phoenix Fairy City has long since been reduced to a hell on earth. It's better for the youngest Lang to not go back. The people inside appear to be alive, but in fact have long since been turned into mountain ghosts by a mountain king that has become established, also known as a frustrated ghost. For the tiger. Although I don't know why there is nothing wrong with Lang Jun, I think there should be something different in Lang Jun, and this is also the reason why that mountain monarch put Lang Jun to the last to be devoured. Mountain monarchs are merciless, even if Lang Jun isn't being devoured by him right now, after that mountain monarch will surely find an opportunity to eat Lang Jun inside his stomach. Jun Xian instantly blanched at his words. He lowered his head and mumbled, could it be something so terrible? Witchwalker nodded slowly inside. Who says otherwise? There are such horrible things under the sky, even though I don't want to let this happen, it's not something I can set in motion. It's a pity that all the inhabitants of this city have been reduced to dog food for the tiger goblins. Heartbreaking to the core. Jun Xian, however, hesitantly offered a bit of a different opinion at this point. But according to you, I should have been buried in the tiger's mouth last night. And I'm alive and well. Isn't it possible that you're mistaken about something? Where is the mistake? Witch Changle said angrily. My grandfather was also kindly reminding you, you don't appreciate it even if it's not enough. Why do you have to hit me back? I told you that the residents of this Phoenix Fairy City originally lived peacefully and happily, and have made a living by hunting for generations, and have never committed any offenses, and are all honest and decent people. And yet they were brutalized to such an extent that even a wooden man would be unable to hold back his tears at the sight of it. That Mountain King is just too hateful. Jun Xian's eyes drooped slightly at such words. He responded while acting extremely scared, causing both the old and young man to reveal somewhat satisfied looks. They didn't mean to scare Jun Xian, but it was true. No one knew why Jun Xian had been left until the end by that mountain monarch, but they also knew that Jun Xian was extremely special and must not be allowed to continue to stay behind inside Phoenix Fairy City. By placing Jun Xian on his side, he would have an additional handle in his hand that he could use to coerce that mountain monarch. But they won't use it until they have to. After all, who knows why the Mountain King would keep a common mortal? That's right. A Jun Xian is an ordinary mortal. When he first met Jun Xian, Wu Xingyun had already determined his identity. Jun Xian had no spiritual roots, no talent, not even a little bit of martial arts foundation, an earthly indeed undoubtedly mortal. This also made his mind feel very strange. But no matter how strange it was, it couldn't compare to what they had to do right now. After Jun Xian had stayed with them for about half a day or so, he looked at the sky as the night had turned dark, patted the dust on his body, and got up to walk out of the broken temple. As a result, he had only just taken 2 steps when he heard a somewhat alarming voice from behind himself. Where is Lang going with this? But it's going to be convenient. It's better to keep some of our people company, or watch out for accidental injuries. Jun Xian turned her head after hearing his words and shook it with a slight frown. No need. I just can't really sleep and want to go watch the moon at night. As long as I'm the only one going, I won't go too far. I'm sure you guys should be able to sense my presence. No one needs to be accompanied. Not used to it. Jun Xian forcefully rejected Wu Xingyun. Wu Xingyun couldn't say anything more and could only nod his head. Still, he gave the men inside his group a look to follow on their hind legs. It was only after this person had just walked out not long after that person ran back with a roll, his face filled with a panic look. It's not good, elder. People are missing. I just watched him walk out and just crouched a step in front of me when I realized the neighborhood had long since emptied. What? Wu Xingyun instantly changed in color, and immediately couldn't care less about the color of the night, hurriedly got up and chased out towards the outside. But where is there anyone else out there? Phoenix Fairy City. Today's Phoenix Fairy City is an empty, dead city. No. The people here are still alive. But it was already half dead. None of them will show up without Yamaraja's orders. They were usually hidden inside the shadow of Yamajun. And the gates of the city were wide open. If Yamarajan had not been around, I'm sure such a place would have been reduced to a mecca for goblins to revel in. Unfortunately, there are mountain kings here. No one dared to offend the majesty of the Mountain King, or else a few hundred lives wouldn't be enough to pay for it. Jun Xian wiped the thin, cold sweat from his head and shook his head. There were just some bad things about being immortal, such as the fact that his body was weak and he was already exhausted from traveling so far. It's a fast walk after all. But he came back. Ignoring the empty doorway, and the slightly empty street, Jun Xian returned to the temporary landing spot he was in. The place was shabby, not even sheltered from the wind and rain, but there was a carrier used to cover the white cat. Jun Xian froze for a moment when she went back and saw the white cat pouncing towards her, then couldn't help but laugh. You really don't have a moment to spare. Didn't I bring you up before? Why did you sneak out on your own? Beware of being caught by others for you to stew in. The white cat's eyes were still intimate, but filled with a hint of complexity, and it was only when Jun Xian had put the white cat down and was about to go make some soup that he heard a word from behind himself. Didn't you already know my identity? Why would you still come back here? Do you want to kill me just like them? End of chapter. Chapter 99, will you come with me? Jun Xian looked back at the still small white cat. The white cat's eyes held very complex feelings, but finally took a step back. Even his head was bowed slightly. If you want to kill me too, I'm willing to grant you my life. You saved me. This life of mine was meant to belong to you, too. But from now on, there will be no more love between you and me. Junzin spoke words that made himself feel distinctly obscure. He had never had any attachment after he had become an essence himself, and even now it wasn't just an attachment for Jun Xian, but rather he had coveted the other party's merits in the beginning, and then it had slowly turned into a habit. Even the name he took when he had a climate took his last name. It just never occurred to me that there would be a day when the swords would meet. The reason why he had worked so hard to maintain the scenery in this city was that he hoped he wouldn't be discovered as his true identity. But I didn't expect this day to come so early. Juniper dropped her eyes. Sure enough. If it's not my kind, its heart will be different. The human race had always thought so, and he was a little too greedy for the unwarranted affection. What's with the rambling? Just as he was gradually falling into his wand, he suddenly felt a slap down on his head. Gently, softly. Jun Xian rubbed this kitten's head somewhat helplessly. Okay. I got a little money from those guys a while back, so I'll see if I can go get some fresh fish back today. Better get some more household goods. If I can buy fish and come back, I'll make you a fish soup. It's just not very healthy to always be chewing on buns with me. What? Junzin couldn't help but look up in disbelief. Shock filled the bright yellow eyes. He obviously did not expect that he would receive such words from Jun Xian, making him open his mouth for a moment. Instead, Jun Xian smiled and twisted his head away. Juniper couldn't help but follow him. This time he didn't let the original devils all maintain their original appearance. As Jun Xian walked alone in the huge Phoenix Fairy City, he could feel and see that the gazes of all the people around him had all fallen on him. More eyes were falling behind him, on the white cat. Others looked at him with scornful eyes. He met young Master Wang again. Young Master Wang always liked to come out at this time to have fun, but now young Master Wan was cowering and shrinking to the side, his entire body itching to disappear from his sight. And then there was the woman who had been forced to do it that day, and who hated the idea of burying her whole self through the dirt instead of appearing in front of him. There was also the owner who was not willing to sell him anything or accept anything from him that day, and he hated to be 1,000 or 800 meters away from him. Jun Xian didn't care. He skillfully found a boss who treated him fairly well, and skillfully pulled out the silver for some guy stuff and food. He had one hand behind his back, intending to make his way toward the makeshift landing spot. Before he could get up, he felt a violent emptying of the grain he had just carried on his back. When he looked back, he saw a tiger with snow-white fur, flicking its stubby tail, following him with a backpack of grain on its back. Jun Xian smiled and said nothing. He headed towards his temporary landing spot in a single bound. Junshan didn't say anything about changing places either, but followed lightly. When he waited for the place, he watched as Jun Xian took out a broken and tattered skillet. The small pot looked tattered, but it was barely functional and scrubbed clean. Place the pan on the fire and light up the flames. Add a little bit of oil, cut off a little bit of the baking you just bought and put it into saute, wait until the grease comes out and then add the rinsed rice. Bring the lid on and start simmering. The lid is a little leaky, but filling it with some straw doesn't hurt. The not-so-small shabby place was filled with the smell of bacon and rice. Even though Junshan prided himself on the fact that he relied on sucking in the essence of the sun and moon for his livelihood, taking the aura of heaven and earth, and did not need to eat grains and cereals, he still twitched his nose, because he can't say why. But any meal that came from the hands of a Jun Xian always had a marvelous aroma and had a strange function. For example, the wild vegetable soup that he ate most often was able to brighten his mind and keep him from being plagued by the demons of the heart. After the one man and one tiger shared the small amount of food, they fell into a subtle atmosphere. In the end, it was Junshan who couldn't help himself. Both his ears twitched. Why? I don't understand? Why do you stay here? Shouldn't you be heading to where there are people as far as the human race is concerned? You know. There's not a living soul in this town but you. I naturally know. Jun Xian said casually with a casual nod as well. But I'm just an ordinary person. I don't have any power of self-preservation in this world, so why can't I stay here and live out my life in peace? He said this in such a way that Junshan couldn't help but stare in dismay. Ordinary people? If Jun Xian was an ordinary person, then what was he? Kittens? Jun Xian was unwilling to dismantle himself, and Junshan had no intention of doing so. He just lay still where he was, his head resting on top of his two arms, quietly sprawled next to Jun Xian. And Jun Xian? He leaned back on the tiger's back again after first scrubbing the pot clean, and laughed softly. You don't say. If you were really just a cat, I wouldn't really have such a comfortable backrest right now. But if you are a mountain king, why are you guarding my side? If I were to say that it's for the sake of repaying a favor, I'm afraid that with your character, there's no such thing as repaying a favor or not. Juniper was silent. He didn't know what he was doing either. He really doesn't need to return the favor. It's not that he doesn't need it, it's that the path he's on doesn't need it. He walks what comes to be a long river of blood to dominate the road. This path is destined to make him the enemy of everyone. He'll devour everything. Until in the end either he finds his own Tao, devouring the avenue that belongs to himself and accomplishing his own avenue, or he is consumed by the desires wrapped up in himself. There isn't any third way. But he had wasted his time in cultivation and stayed by the side of an ordinary human race just for the sake of some kind of repayment or not. What does he want? Juniper doesn't know, and don't want to know. Forget it. Jun Xian lightly patted the fur of the white tiger underneath him. The swallow sparrow can know the ambition of the great swan. I am only an ordinary person, how can I guess your ambition? But this Phoenix Immortal City is indeed not a place to stay for a long time. If I have to leave, would you be willing to leave with me? I'm not very good at anything else, but I can still cook a meal when you're done hunting. End of chapter. Chapter 100. Thank you, Your Highness. Junshan will take the order. What? What Jun Xian said brought complete shock to Junshan. He almost didn't hold back and jumped right up. The blast to the belly sent Jun Xian paddling right off the white tiger's body, landing hard on his ass. But Junshan was completely unconcerned about the fact that his benefactor had been injured by himself. Among his eyes, only fierce incredulity and shock remained. Why did you take me? Do you know that these tens of thousands of residents in Phoenix Fairy City were all devoured by me? I know. Of course Jun Xian knew that. He nodded nonchalantly, his manner extraordinarily breezy. But what about that? You're just a tiger, I can't do to hold you to human standards. As far as you're concerned, killing has long been engraved in your bones and blood. Not to mention the fact that the residents of this Phoenix Fairy City hunt for a living, and I wonder how many tigers related to you by blood have been killed over the centuries? I've known since then why you're on a killing spree, and I know you're not all about me, but that has nothing to do with it. Jun Xian casually shook his head and stood up, patting the dust that stained his clothes. Just one question, do you want to leave with me? The huge white tiger stood up, just landing on all four legs. Yet it was much taller than Jun Xian, but he gently dropped his head and placed it with Jun Xian's hand. So what I wish, I dare not resign. Thank you, your holiness. Jun Shan leads the way. Jun Xian's side is totally counted as an easy field. Not so much for Ming-On. But compared to him, there are others who have it even less easy. Lu Xian really didn't know what was wrong with him. He only felt that his mind was so chaotic that he could barely keep his eyes open. It seemed as if he couldn't see too much of a fight. There were teenagers waving their hands in front of his eyes. Hey, are you okay? I saw you pass out in the river. Are you okay? Lu Xuanjin subconsciously borrowed this teenager's hand and managed to sit up. But before the teenager could open his mouth, he muttered. Are you called white glass? Dear. Small white. What? Village. My head hurts. My head hurts. So much. Lu Xuanjin violently covered his head, barely able to think further. And in front of him, the world had turned into a color made up of all kinds of data, and even the face in front of the white glass could not be seen truly, only the electronic genetic data that kept flashing frequently could be seen. White glass was a bit flustered as she held onto Lu Xuanjin. Let's be honest. He also felt that Lu Xuanjin was extraordinarily kind, but he didn't expect Lu Xuanjin to know his name, which seemed a bit strange. Anyway, I'd better take you back to my house first. Wait until nighttime, it's not safe out there. There might be monsters. White glass said as he set up Lu Xuanjin onto his back and led the way back home. Wait until well after you get home. Lu Xuanjin's headache seemed to have eased a bit. Still, he clutched his head, reaching out and clawing in midair. My sword. Do you want a sword? White glass froze for a moment, then hurriedly took out an iron sword from inside his own case and stuffed it into Lu Xuanjin's hand. If you want it, say so earlier. But what do you need this for? Could it be that you want to come down to the mine with me? Lu Xuanjin regained a grip on a sword inside his hand, which made him feel less restless and uneasy. He shook his head heavily, as if to shake something out. But he failed. Who are you again? Lu Xuanjin looked with false eyes at White Glass, who stood not far from him. The White Glass all froze. Didn't you already know what my name was before? My name is White Glass. What about you? What's your name? Me. Lu Xuanjin muttered. Yeah, what's his name? My name is. I'm. Lu Xuanjin. My name is Lu Xuanjin. He reluctantly dug his own name out of his memory, heaving a sigh of relief as if he had unlocked something the moment he took his name out of his mouth. White Glass didn't think much of it when he heard it, and instead patted him on the shoulder. No matter what your name is, it's better to rest tonight, and since you're so interested in digging, then you'll come down to the freeze with me tomorrow, and I'll take you with me. It just so happens that I was fretting that no one would be able to accompany me. White Glass smiled, not caring what Lu Xuanjin said, and after placing the person in a good position, he turned around and went back to his room. His room wasn't very big. The specifications and layout were comparable to Lu Xuanjin's room. The moment White Glass lay down on the bed, her heart was still praying. I don't know exactly what kind of person it is, but I hope he can stay here for a while longer, otherwise it would be too lonely to be the only one here. Early the next morning, Lu Xuanjin had already put on his backpack early in the morning, with his iron sword in his hand, and his manuscript and axe inside the backpack. This is what White Glass got up in the morning to prepare for him. White Glass smiled and patted Lu Xuanjin. I didn't think you looked decent. With these things that's good, we can go down the mine together. Go. He was the first to get up and go to the top of the minecart next to his home and sit directly on it. Lu Xuanjin looked slightly bewildered. Although he had lost most of his memories, he still remembered that wasn't the thing called a minecart supposed to be used inside a mine? However, looking at the White Glass waving his hand beside him to go up, he still took a step up with confidence. Immediately after that his eyes flashed, and when he opened them again he realized that he had reached the mine. Lu Xuanjin opened his mouth slightly. Either way, this seems a little strange, doesn't it? White Glass, however, didn't find it strange at all. Instead, he even pulled Lu Xuanjin and nodded the elevator. I made it to the 16th floor the last time I dug alone. The two of us will start on the 15th floor today. I hope we can get to the 40th floor quickly enough to find the iron ore, so we can have better equipment and weapons. Lu Xuanjin felt particularly uncertain as he listened. White Glass is way off base, too. It made him feel like this world didn't feel like real at all. Instead it felt like some kind of game. The word game was quickly erased from his mind the moment it appeared, and took the aura that had so easily surfaced right out of him. Lu Xuanjin paused. Good. I'll accompany you down the mine. White Glass smiled. It's a real help to have you around. Come on, let's go to the bar together after we wrap up this afternoon. End of chapter. Chapter 101 Warm Blood Splatter. This side of the world is huge. Jun Xian had already known about this long ago, but he didn't expect this world to be able to be so outrageously large. Jun Shan carried Jun Xian, staggering from the back of Fengxian City all the way to the south. The tiger's nostrils spewed out 2 streams of white, cloudy air. With a voice as clear as a reader's, he told Jun Xian about the taboos of cultivators in this world. Jun Xian kept nodding her head while listening, her eyes filled with a curious look. Junzan, however, was somewhat more curious. Benefactor, where are we going? Going somewhere? Jun Xian pondered as she repeated Jun Shan's question. Phoenix Fairy City definitely can't go back. Witch Hunter shouldn't be considered a bad person, but he subconsciously didn't want to deal with such people. Jun Xian knew in his heart that he was not a warrior for the sake of warriors and the people, nor did he ever have a heart for the world. He merely wanted to settle down and live his life. Let's go to the capital. Jun Xian selected a place by dropping her eyes faintly. Capital. It was probably a bit far from Phoenix Fairy City. If he does not yearn to go, I am afraid to go. Do not know how much time, even if it is by carriage, then it will be a full half a month. But with Jun Shan around, the time spent rushing around could be greatly omitted. Juniper didn't have any comments. Those ghosts in Phoenix Immortal City have long been included in his shadow. Wherever he goes, those ghosts in Phoenix Immortal City can only follow wherever he goes, not even one step can be left behind. Those inhabitants in the city of Fengxian are sins that belong to him. Junzan, however, never regretted it. The reason why he had the chance to be able to cultivate into a human body, so much so that he suffered a heavenly calamity, was because he had eaten too many people, and his body had already been stained with sins long ago now. Even if he wanted to change over, it would be difficult to change things. It would be better to just let it go. If he were to cultivate merit from now on, he would be denying his origins at the very beginning. It also negates the path by which one can become immortal. It's more of a denial of self. By that time, not to mention cultivating the great Tao, even finding oneself and breaking the demons of the heart would be an extremely difficult task. Not to mention the fact that he was originally a tiger in the mountains. It is the king of the mountain. For him, cannibalism was perfectly normal, just as people would eat other livestock. If there is no mistake, why do we need to change? Jun Xian also knew exactly that, so he never thought of lecturing Jun Shan about anything. He knew it all too well. At this point in time, even if he wanted to teach Jun Shan a lesson, it wouldn't help, and instead, it might even jeopardize the relationship between the two for no reason at all. The reason why he was able to walk so arrogantly in the outside world was that he relied on this mountain tiger that had become a climate. As early as the moment Jun Shan bowed down to himself, Jun Xian already knew clearly in his heart that no matter what, this mountain monarch would always remember his kindness in coming to his rescue under the heavenly thunder. Then it must not have devoured himself into his belly for no reason. Although accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger is even more risky. But he had always trusted his instincts. Since Jun Shan had acknowledged the favor between the two at the very beginning, he thought that even if the favor faded, he would not devour him into his stomach. What's more, Jun Xian didn't have any self-preservation power in the first place, so he chooses to believe. Jun Shan, however, kept his awe in his heart at all times. He would never forget the heavenly thunder that rolled and scattered in the sky when Jun Xian arrived. Although this person looked like a mortal, he was definitely not ordinary. Even if he was an ordinary person, the hands that rescued him under the heavenly thunder would definitely not be forgotten. A man and a tiger harboring thoughts that couldn't be further apart, while just staggering to the capital. It was only when they reached the capital that Jun Xian breathed a sigh of relief and jumped off Jun Shan's back, looking distantly at the gates of the city, which were already not far away from him. He had some joy. Finally, if I don't get there again, I'm going to have mushrooms growing on me. Juniper shifted around him and turned into a somewhat naive white dog. It looks chubby, but in the next second, the flesh on the white dog's body had shrunk and turned into a bony white dog. Jun Shan's voice came out of the white dog's belly. I'd hate to invite trouble for Mr. After that I showed myself in the image of this white dog. Dog bites can be a bit of a nuisance even if they don't hurt, and they can avoid some of the nuisance of the landlubbers for the gentleman. Jun Xian was a bit emotional. I didn't realize that Jun Shan was just a tiger, but he was so well versed in the ways of the world. He naturally appreciated it. After paying the entrance fee, Jun Xian took the white dog, which was always attached to his leg, and moved forward one step at a time with the crowd. And the reason why Jun Shan had taken the form of a bony white dog instead of a chubby white dog was because of his own considerations and calculations. If he were to turn into a fat dog, he might be spotted at some point, and at night he would come over and beat him up and eat him. Granted, he wasn't afraid of it, and he could eat people up in turn. But that's a troubling thing. He knew that Jun Xian's thoughts in his heart were always only to live out his life in peace, so he was not willing to add to Jun Xian's troubles. Only he didn't know it. There are times when distress comes to you on its own. Jun Xianben was still looking around. Was there any place he could land himself for a while? The inn that is naturally a no-brainer. After experiencing the distress of having no money and no food, he was naturally unwilling to waste these few more taels of silver. Not to mention that prices in the capital city are quite high. He didn't really know how many days he could stay with the little money he had on him. Just as he was searching, he suddenly heard a slightly piercing scream in his ear, and then there was the thud. Warm liquid trickled slowly down his face. Jun Xian reached out a bit sluggishly and wiped her face with her fingers, and when she unfolded them in front of her own eyes, all she saw was a bloody color. And in front of him was the body that had fallen to pieces. This is the main entrance of a restaurant. Because of the sudden appearance of this corpse, the residents who had been walking in the neighborhood immediately let out somewhat shrill and piercing cries and scattered in all directions. But there was little fear. The capital is not the imperial city. It's just the name for both. This place is supposed to be far from the bustle. It could even be described as the city of the border, the city of the wicked. People have long since become accustomed to people dying here. Jun Xian looked up, and when she looked upstairs all she saw were a few figures laughing loudly. He was all soiled. The silhouettes upstairs, on the other hand, in groups of 3 or 5, snickered at the sight of him frozen in place, laughing so hard that their stomachs hurt, and treating him as a vivid joke. End of chapter. Chapter 102, he's trying to kill him. Jun Xian bared his teeth by Jun Xian's leg. It looked unusually angry. Jun Xian reached out his sleeve to wipe the blood off his face while reaching out to pat Jun Shan on the top of his head. He doesn't feel angry. It just seems a little ridiculous. Although he had already known that no one would care even if he killed someone in the capital city, he hadn't thought that there would be people who would kill for fun. And it's also used to kill people, used as a prank, used to snicker at people. The blood on his face was still warm. Jun Xian carefully wiped it clean, and then used his sleeve to wipe the blood that had gotten on the face of the white dog next to him along with it. Juniper would have been able to dodge it, but in order not to be exposed, so it stood hard. Jun Xian lifted his head to look upstairs and walked faintly toward the inn next to him. The inn's junior immediately walked over. Junior's face was filled with condescension, disdain, and contempt. Go, where's the barker? Is this 100 Flavors house of ours also something you can enter? Get the hell out of here. Don't get in the way of our business, or else I'll have someone throw you out. He spoke with extraordinarily arrogant words and a very contemptuous tone though. Jun Xian, however, saw anxiety within the other's eyes. His heart warmed slightly and he shook his head. Jun Xian calmly reached out and pushed the youngster, who was trying to get himself out of a place of wrongdoing, away from him, and looked to the nearby staircase that led to the second floor. There were a few young masters and ladies there leaning against the stairs laughing disdainfully. I say, why do you smell a dog's odor inside this barilla? I don't know where the wild dog came from, but it even dared to enter the 100 Flavors building. Tisk, tsk. Certain people wouldn't have just this one outfit on them, would they? Look, it's all washed in white. Look at this came from nowhere, all covered in blood and came into our territory. There are dead people at the door, it can't be that he killed them. It must be the man he killed. Arrest him and report him to the police. The gentlemen and ladies on the stairs all laughed and laughed, completely not putting Jun Xian in his eyes. Even the dead man who had just been thrown down from the upper floor was counted on Jun Xian's head. Jun Xian quietly walked over and calmly spat out 2 words. Apologize. Those young masters and young ladies were all stunned for a moment, followed by unbelievable roars of laughter. Ha 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 ha. Did you guys hear that? This barker from nowhere dares to make me apologize. It just gives him face. A mere caller, how dare he try to obtain an apology from my lord? Little master, even if I kill you here today, you have no place to talk about it. Be sensible and get lost. Don't disturb our pleasure. The junior behind Jun Xian was in a hurry. He immediately crowded forward. Junior pointed at Jun Xian and cursed angrily. I say you damned caller, didn't you hear what these young masters and young ladies said? Why don't you hurry up and get out? Don't sully our Momiji house here. Get out of here before I beat you up myself. As he spoke, he reached out and pulled Jun Xian, anxious to get him away from this place of wrongdoing. But before he could pull Jun Xian out, he heard a somewhat lethargic tone from behind himself. Wait, I changed my mind. The young man with the inked crown on his head smiled and came down the stairs. He was dressed in an ink-colored robe, holding a jade fan in his hand, and looked like a gentleman like the wind. However, the playful and malicious smile on his face spoiled the face that was still considered clear. I see that this guy is quite ignorant of etiquette. In that case, let's teach him, and save him from not knowing how to live in our capital. I can't believe they want us to apologize to him. Xiao'er was so anxious that he wanted to push Jun Xian away, and while doing so, he even whispered in Jun Xian's ear. Aren't you a cutie? What? Why don't you hurry up and leave? Do you know who they are? They are the little bullies of our capital city. I still have a bit of background in this 100 Flavors house, and I'm more or less able to stop it for you. Move. The anxiety inside Junior's eyes was genuine. Jun Xian, however, stubbornly pushed his hand away once more. He came to the young man and narrowed his eyes. You're their leader? Apologize. Emoruyu didn't expect that her identity had already been exposed, and this country bumpkin who didn't know the heights of heaven even wanted her to apologize. His face immediately changed. How dare you want this young master to apologize to you? Looks like you want to follow in that guy's footsteps. Ryu said while pointing with her folding fan to the doorway, where the body shattered into a puddle on the floor. That was their last toy. It's been played out by them. Death is the only place for a broken toy. Jun Xian hadn't actually wanted to count. But, people are good at being bullied. Jun Xian sighed faintly. I would have thought that in a borderland like this, even the wicked know how to read eyes. I didn't expect there to be such a scrapper. Jun Shan, don't you think so? Jun Shan had walked into the 100 Flavors building at a rocking pace the moment Jun Xian had called out to him. The few young masters and young ladies behind Ryu all screamed with a look of disgust. Where's the skinny dog? I can't believe you're bone thin and in this shape. You don't have any disease, do you? Hurry up and drag this filthy dog out and beat it to death. There's something really disgusting about that. Ryu also showed a bored expression. In this side of the world, white dogs and black cats are not treated well. And the fact that such a thin, horrible white dog looks like it has so many wounds and old scars on its body makes it all the more disgusting. But in the next second, something that no one expected happened. The bony, white dog actually opened its mouth in a malicious smile. Sir is right. The young man's voice rose from the dog's throat, causing everyone in the room, at once, to get hard goosebumps. How can this be so? Ryu looked at the white dog in disbelief. He knew that some elves and monsters would become a reality, and that some people had the means to tame these elves and make the elves and monsters work for them. But he didn't think he'd be able to meet one casually. Just a shame. Ryu instantly became as steady as a mountain after a brief moment of uncertainty. He wore a disdainful expression. I thought you had so much skill and courage that you dared to clamor with little master me. Do you think you can fight me with such a broken dog? Yen Ghost, come out and kill this thing that dares to confront little master. What a bummer. End of chapter. Chapter 103, Injustice has a cause, and a debt has an owner. The moment Ryu's commanding words fell, Jun Xian felt a shadow appear in front of him. He looked up slightly to see a man who was over 8 feet tall. The man's muscular body bulged without a shirt, and it was possible to clearly see the muscles exploding beneath the surface of his skin, as well as his face, which was scarred with scars that resembled the face of an evil spirit. Ryu snapped open her fan, which was placed in front of her face, and shook. His tone was dismissive. I don't care what the hell you are, as long as there is absolute strength present, then everything will have to listen to little master me. The few young masters and eunuchs behind Ryu all shouted with some excitement. Young Master Mo was right. Yen Ghost looked as if his strength had refined a bit more. Hit him. Hit him. Let this hick from out of town get a good look at what it means to be a capital. Our capital city is not the kind you stayed in before. Only small shrimp place in our place. Strength is the most important thing. The strong are honored, the weak can only be slaves. Hee, Yen Ghost, hurry up and beat it to a pulp. I can't wait for this, go on. Ryu was full of coziness. The smile at the corner of his mouth became more elusive as he listened to those behind him cheering him on. I'll be honest with you, I'm the king in this capital. I see that you are good looking. If you are willing to kneel down and kowtow twice and beg for forgiveness from me, perhaps I am even willing to be merciful and spare your life, allowing you to follow me and reluctantly incorporate you into the mansion. What are you going to do? Jun Xian frowned slightly as he listened. Jun Shan, on the other hand, immediately bared his teeth. How dare someone say such a thing to Mr. It is really too presumptuous. If he didn't pull out this person's bones, it would be hard to resolve his heart's hatred. Ryu glanced coldly at the white dog. The way he looked at Jun Shan was almost like looking at a dead dog. What dirty smelly stray dog dares to bare its teeth at me? Yen Ghost, are you dead? Can't you see that your master is offended by a stray dog? Catch this stray dog for me, skin it, split the meat into pieces, throw it into the soup and cook it into broth to be distributed to the beggars in the city. Not yet. Along with Ryu's slightly seemingly angry chortle, the man with the name Yen Ghost arrived in front of Jun Xian in an instant, almost like a bolt of lightning. He did not intend to make a move against Jun Xian because he was a puppet that was completely obedient to his master. The only thing in his eyes was the bony dog. Jun Xian lowered her eyes faintly. He hadn't meant to make too much of a scene here. Jun Shan, don't make too much of this. Jun Xian had never considered himself to be anything but righteous. Immediately after Jun Shan heard Jun Xian's command, a flash of blood color crossed his eyes. If he was a good and upright tiger, he wouldn't have swallowed all the tens of thousands of people in Fengxian City into his household. Although Fengxian City was only a small city, it had already turned into a dead city under the shroud of his yin and yang. Yen Ghost sensed something was wrong almost immediately. People like them who practiced martial arts had the most obvious feeling for killing aura. And what he felt, that kind of killing aura that could only be accumulated by killing an unknown number of people, was actually emanating from this dog under his palm. For a moment, Yen Ghost was even a bit skeptical that he, for a moment, was not feeling wrong. Moruryu's voice was still behind him, unbearable. Yen Ghost, did you not have enough to eat? Hurry up and kill this dog. If you delay any longer, I'll take your dog's life. You wouldn't want my father to know that you're not defending your master well, would you? A trace of pain flashed through Yen Ghost's numb eyes, and with a fierce roar, he raised his fist to whack the white dog that made him feel something was wrong into mush. But before he even had a chance to bring his fist down, he saw the white dog's shadow expand violently. No, not the shadow of a white dog. It's the white dog. The white dog, who had originally looked bony and scrawny, had at some point grown physically against the wind. He's not a dog. It's a tiger. A tiger disguised as a white dog. And now this white tiger had finally revealed its true colors, revealing all the hideous black lines on its body. Junzin gave a somewhat teasing smile. Can you imagine how much pressure a white tiger showing this kind of smile brought to the people present? Almost immediately, Yen Ghost violently rose up in the air and took a few steps back to protect Mo Ryu's body. Not that he wanted to. Rather, it was because Mo Ryu was his master. If Mo Ryu died here, then he couldn't escape either. Mo Ryu was shocked. How is it possible? Why did a good white dog turn into a white tiger? Damn. Yen Ghost, you go and kill them all. Mo Ryu had already arrived and was still being reckless at this time. Again, he felt fear and anger. Yen Ghost stopped right in front of him and didn't even move. His somewhat raspy voice bubbled up. Master, this white tiger is not something I can deal with anymore. Before Mo Ryu had time to be angry that this expendable substitute dared to contradict her words, she heard the white tiger's voice. Ha! Didn't expect you juniors to know a little something. Sir, what are we going to do with these people? They saw my true form. The Bai Weilu Xiaoer had already been fighting in two strands. How did he not think that the outsider that he wanted to drive out and prevent them from participating in the right and wrong of the Mo clan's male son as well as a few other males was actually a guy with a refined monster's body? At this moment, when he heard what Junshan said, he was even more eager to poke his eyes out. No way, yo. Doing business here in the capital. Could really hang his head above the belt of his pants. Not to mention those guests of the bastard house, they all regretted why they couldn't think of anything else today and suddenly had to come to the bastard house to eat. If it were at home, such a heavenly calamity would certainly not have occurred. Mo Ryu was so scared that she was about to pee her pants. Jun Xian faintly raised his hand and patted Jun Shan. Do what you want. He didn't feel obligated to correct Junzin, nor did he feel obligated to discipline Jiashan. So, whatever Jun-san does has nothing to do with him. But, Jun Xian glanced at Junior in the corner. He thought for a moment and spoke out, don't move the people from the 100 Flavors house. Injustice has its roots. After Jun Shan heard what Jun Xian said, a glint of light crossed his eyes before he opened his bloody mouth. Jun Shan understands. End of chapter. Chapter 104. Where did the flat hair come from? Kill them all. Yen Ghost, are you crazy? If you don't protect this young master me, my father will surely dismantle you and your family. Mo Ryu also knew that her end was coming, and couldn't help but tighten her grip on the only straw that saved her life. Junshan on the contrary is not so anxious. Jiangxia dared to offend themselves, and missed her. The human race swallowed into the abdomen. Juniper was slightly interested. Looking at the eye ghosts that were waiting sternly for him, Jun Shan's eyes suddenly narrowed and he smiled. You, of all people, look like you have some strength. Are you willing to serve my mister? If you are willing, then I will lift this curse spell from you. Yen Ghost's fists, which were originally about to build up momentum, stiffened viciously. He looked at the white tiger incredulously. Mo Ryu also stiffened up because of what Jun Shan said. His face all turned strangely pale as he roared violently. What are you babbling about? Yen Ghost, don't gullibly believe what he says, he's only lying to you. Yen Ghost, however, stared at Jun Shan dead in the face. His voice was husky as always. Are you telling the truth? The bad premonition in Mo Ryu's heart grew stronger and stronger. He was about to open his mouth to rebuke and forcefully order Yen Ghost, but he realized that his means of ordering Yen Ghost was ineffective. This made him even more panicked, and he immediately couldn't care about anything, directly twisting his body and hurriedly escaping towards the second floor, wanting to find a ray of hope for himself. Junshan didn't even care that this young master had escaped, just staring playfully at Yen Ghost. What I say naturally cannot be false. After all, you are nothing more than my prisoner. I can let you live if I want you to live, I can let you die if I want you to die, so why make up lies to deceive you? The banter of a strong man is precisely the greatest comfort in the heart of a weak man. Yen Ghost's heart snapped as if a large stone had fallen to the ground. Glancing at Jun Xian, who was standing next to him, he jerked his lofty head down. No, he wasn't supposed to be condescending. Ever since he was forced to helplessly become that young master's guard, he didn't know how many humiliations and insults he had been subjected to, and his dignity had long since been trampled under his feet. What's with the condescension? Even if his strength was able to kill that young master, I don't know how many times, but a curse directly bound him to death to this young master's side, becoming a guard doing dirty work. He had wanted to seek death on I don't know how many occasions, but each time he had to stop himself because of the curse. Not only that, but they will be punished even more severely. He only has one sister. In order to better make him serve Mo Ryu, his sister had been kept by his side, but Mo Ryu could order him to kill his sister at any time. This is the point where he suffers the most. Jun Shan laughed when he saw that this human race was actually so knowledgeable. He certainly didn't deceive the other side. The curse on Yen Ghost looked serious, but to him, it was nothing more than simple. Jun Shan merely gave a light bite. Even though it was only through space, Yen Ghost felt like something had bitten off in his body in that instant. Yen Ghost felt a long-lost relief. The idea of killing Imo-Ryu surfaced in his mind, but there was no pain ensuing as in the past, which made him even more excited, and fire came out of his originally numb eyes. Yen Ghost almost didn't even need to be ordered by anyone and had already soared up to the second floor, directly throwing down Imo-Ryu, who had softened into a puddle of mud. Imo-Ryu looked at Yen Ghost with anger in her eyes. "You eat your heart out, you little man. When my father comes, I'm going to let my father kill you with his own hands, and then I'm going to kill your sister, and I'm going to make your life worse than death. You will surely get your comeuppance. And you guys." He squirmed on the ground like a maggot, lifting his head up to look in Jun Xian's direction, his not-so-large eyes filled with resentment and malice. "If my father knew that I died at your hands, he would definitely take revenge for me. I didn't hide the fact that I came to the 100 Flavors house today from anyone. With such a big thing happening here now, my father will be here soon." Obscure. Jun Xian was simply impatient, and hearing Imo-Ryu say these nonsense words, he directly took 3 or 2 steps forward to bite off his head. Blah blah blah. Warm blood splattered into his mouth, but he spat it out in disgust. Jun Xian didn't even bother to eat something so full of filth after eating Jun Xian's cooking. He looked to Jun Xian. "Sir, what are we going to do after this?" Those young masters behind Imo-Ryu before had long ago had a count, all scared into a puddle of mud. Jun Xian had no intention of leaving them with the opportunity to get back at Mr. Self afterward, and despite saying that he would not kill indiscriminately, he had just planted a seed in these people's minds. As soon as these men recalled the face of their own gentleman, they were subjected to excruciating pain. And there is no way to say a word about what happened today, let alone these people. Not even those junior staff in the 100 Flavors building and the shopkeepers were able to escape. One of the reasons why he was able to become a slightly more climatic Yamajun was because he traveled the path more than swiftly, and another was because these eyes of his were very extraordinary. But that's not how important it is. Before Jun Xian had a chance to speak, Jun Xian's eyes had narrowed. He almost immediately got up and blocked Jun Xian's body, shielding Shogun Shan firmly behind himself, his eyes filled with anger and disgust as he looked in the direction of the entrance to the 100 Flavors building. Roar! A roar accompanied by a wave of sound came straight out. Large chunks of broken wood were lifted off the ground by this tiger roar of his. The shopkeeper of the 100 Flavors house had long since stopped expecting much limb to be left in his store, and only hoped that he would be able to return alive today. Jun Xian looked faintly towards the entrance of the 100 Flavors building without any shock on his face. He was naturally slightly nervous in his heart, but somehow he just couldn't get scared. Jun Xian's spirit, however, was highly tense, and he stared dead at the doorway, which had been destroyed by a large hole, and pressed his voice to roar in anger. Where did the flat hair come from? All have already arrived here and still do not show up. In the dark hiding count, what good thing? As the words of his sentence fell, a playful, slightly disgruntled laugh appeared in his ears. I thought it was some big elf that had become a climate, but I didn't realize it was just a tiny tiger. What a disappointment. Little tiger, coming to cause trouble in my capital city, have you considered the consequences? A feather fluttered down. An infinite fire was instantly ignited. End of chapter.